You promised we'd always be together. Never again.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was betrayed by the Love Darkness and returned to Kuoh City movie. Before we start, please go support El Hero de la Luz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Hyoudou Issei, originally from Kuoh City but currently living in Tannin City with his aunt, decides to return after some misunderstandings that occurred with the people around him. So he decides to return to his hometown to meet new people who can heal his heart. Clarifications. Issei is the one who carries out the events of everything that happened into Love Darkness. Lol and the girls will leave him aside due to some experiments. It will be explained in the prologue. Issei already knows that he is the Sekiryuutei. Issei meets Rias in a comical way. Some leaders will be women, so Razor will be engaged to a leader. The events will begin with Gabriel's attack. Id will appear later. Prologue. Return to Kuoh. Narrate. Hello, my name is Hyoudou Issei. I am 17 years old and I am currently in the second grade of high school in Tannin City. I currently live at my aunt's house and her adopted daughter Mecha and Yuki. You might be wondering what I'm doing here in this city far from home. Well, that's because my parents were the best pair of magicians in the supernatural world. And I say it was because of an event that happened when I was 10 years old. I still remember it well. My parents and I went for a walk in the woods near the city. It was a beautiful day. We went outside to play ball and ate the delicious sandwiches my mom had made for us. It was a day we couldn't have asked for more. Unfortunately, on our way back home, we saw something that caught our attention. The door to the house had been broken down and we were soon to be moved to another location. Out of nowhere, my parents activated their magic powers as they sensed several presences coming toward us. I could only see several flashes of light as they had sheltered me near a trash can. The last thing I saw in the area were several bright lights and the black feathers of a crow. When I woke up in that place, my mother was crying on the floor. I ran to see what happened, to find my father's corpse in her arms. When she saw me, she hugged me and cried next to me. I really wanted to know what had happened, but she just kept telling me that everything would be okay, over and over again. After the funeral and seeing my father being buried, my mother fell into a bit of depression, something my aunt Ringo Yuki saw. She's my mother's sister. My aunt also knows about this wizarding world and told my mother that it would be best for her to go on a trip to try to accept everything that had happened and find herself again, which my mother agrees to. The only problem was where I would stay while she made said trip, to which my aunt agreed to have me in her house while she made her trip. That was the last memory I had of my mother at that age, since the only way I currently communicate with her is by phone. But you might wonder, why was my father killed by those fallen angels? Well, from what I learned during the battle between those fallen and my parents, I was their target since inside me lies a power capable of killing the gods themselves, and in their words, I was a threat to their plans. Inside me is the soul of a dragon, or that's what I knew, since I investigated in the secret library of the family, and from what I have is a sacred gear called Bullied gear. Inside it is the soul of the Red Emperor Dragon. I was supposed to stay with my aunt to stay away from that world and not use that power that was given to me, right? But it's in the most critical moments that everything comes to light. One day when I went out with my cousin Yuki to the park, the atmosphere had become the same as when my father died. So you're the boy those idiots didn't kill. How lucky I am to have you in front of me, and even more so next to a sweet girl. I was terrified. In front of me was a person with angel wings, but they were dark, the same ones that killed my father. Suddenly I felt something go through my chest and I fell to the ground. Okay, boy, die now and don't worry about this precious girl, I'll take care of her in the best way possible. He said this while putting on a sick smile as he looked at my little adopted cousin passed out on the spot. I was slowly closing my eyes in anger when a voice inside me called me. Do you want power? Issei. Who are you? Nice to meet you, kid. My name is Drag, the Red Emperor Dragon, the being that lives inside you and what you already know. Now tell me, do you want to use my power? Issei. What do you ask of me in exchange for helping me? Drag. I just need you to give me a part of you, and I recommend it be your heart since you are about to die. Issei. Okay, I give you my heart. At that moment I thought I had died, but no, I woke up and in front of me was that angel with black wings carrying little Mecha while touching her body. That made me quite angry. But how is it possible that I'm alive if I? Those were her last words, as my hand, which had a red glove and a green gem on top of it, had pierced her chest, leaving my cousin still unconscious. From that day on, I promised myself not to be weak and to train every day in this power, for which those people sought me out, of course with the help of Drag, who assisted me at all times. He taught me everything about the supernatural world, about the war that took place, and the 3 biblical factions in which the fallen angels were responsible for killing my father. So 6 years passed where behind my aunt and cousin's back, I had already trained all this time, to the point that I reached, according to Drake, the balance break, which consists of a red armor, but according to him, with my training, I can fight with powerful rivals. I just wanted to test this power, without attracting the attention of the factions, of course. But by chance, that wish came true and this happened at the beginning of the year. I had just returned from training in the park, in the most remote and lonely part of the park. I was walking back and ran into my classmate and secret crush, Hyoudou Issei, a kind pretty purple-haired girl. I'd had a crush on her since middle school and was lucky enough to meet her in high school. But as I was saying, I met up with her to have a little casual chat, but at that moment I saw something fall from the sky. The first thing I imagined that light to be was space debris from satellites in orbit, so I didn't pay more attention to it than I should have. After that, I went home to take a bath and wash off the sweat from practice, but what I didn't count on was that inside my bathtub would appear that person who would turn my life upside down. At that moment when I looked for a towel I felt something soft in my hand, when I opened it I was paralyzed to see that I was holding a breast, and even more so when I saw that the girl in front of me was a beauty, pink hair, beautiful eyes, a colored tail wait, a tail. I was left disoriented in front of the girl, whose name is Lala Deviluk. At that moment I didn't know that, in front of me, both the predestined and problematic person would be in my presence. After that event and finding out why and how she appeared in my room, we had many unfortunate events, or rather, I had. First of all, she was the first strange event when I learned that she was a princess from an alien planet. Second, why she had appeared in my bathroom was because she had escaped from her planet, because her father had put several suitors on her to find out who would be her successor, which she denied. After that conversation, I had decided to tell Sirzechs my feelings, but what happened next only happens in movies. The day I was supposed to confess to Hyoudou, Lala appeared before me, which led to a misunderstanding, especially when she told me that the confession wasn't necessary since we were engaged, and all because I touched her breasts. As the days passed, different suitors of Lala appeared to kill me, which I didn't see as a problem, since I wanted to test my new power. Of course I had to tell Lala about this, so that she wouldn't get involved in the fights. So I spent the days, until a legendary assassin from space arrived, the motive, to eliminate me as a job that she accepted based on deception, but well, I accepted the challenge. The battle with that assassin whose name was Yami was impressive since she forced me to use Drake's glove. The result was a clear draw that I held back, since Drake told me that with her, I could train my power more. Of course it was something that she would not know. After that event, Lala's father and king of the universe, Gid Deviluk, had arrived on Earth. He came with the intention of meeting me, since according to him, Lala had chosen me as her fiancé, something I refused to accept as such. It's not that I dislike her, but my heart yearned for Hyoudou. Her father, of course, noticed this and challenged me to a battle, since in his eyes I was just an indecisive boy, and as such, he wanted to take Lala away from the planet. I didn't tolerate this because she told me every day how grateful she was to be with me, especially in my house, since I gave her the place to stay, as long as Aston was always watching over her. I accepted that battle, but I asked him to go on his ship, since I didn't want to draw the faction's attention if he forced me to use balance break, which happened. To sum up, after several blows, dragon shoots and man kicks, I lost the fight, but that didn't mean the king was clean, because according to him, he had occupied 50% of his power, something that according to him no one had been able to do on their own. Coming to an agreement where I would see to Lala's relationship, he left the planet leaving her in charge of her safety, because with that fight he saw that my insecurity was gone. After that event, more girls appeared in my life. Lala's sisters and her childhood friend, as well as my classmates and the homeroom representative, all spoke to me more and more. By the way, and I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but even the teachers there, like Nurse Mikado and the new teacher, were very striking. Every day was different, but we had one thing in common. I was a magnet for accidents. Any girl who got close to me would either knock me down or bump into me, and we'd end up in a position where, if others saw me, they'd label me a pervert or a hexual beast. I swear this was unintentional, but something always happened, whether at school or on the subway, there was always a risque scene. One day, Lala's younger sister came to talk to me about a plan she had in mind. The harem plan. I knew the girls had feelings for me, especially since one day I decided to propose to Hyoudou at the pool and ended up proposing to the others right there. For some reason, they were either happy with that declaration or blushing about it. But one thing is for sure, I was aware of their feelings. I told her I would think about it, but that response never came because of what happened a few hours ago. End of the narrative. We see Issei, who was fired from his home as he was going on an errand that Gid himself asked him to check in a neighboring city. On this occasion he was accompanied by Zaston for his protection and guidance to the object they were looking for. Issei. Okay Lala, I'll be back tomorrow, so please take care of the house and little Selen. Lala. Don't worry, we'll see you tomorrow, let's go Selen, get rid of Issei. Selen. Mao. Momo. Don't worry, besides we'll be busy since I need one Sama's help. Lala. Mine. Momo. It's a secret. Saying goodbye to each of the girls and especially to Lala, who gave him a kiss on the cheek, he went to take the train and finish the errand. The day had passed and we saw the boy with a bag in his hand because he brought gifts for the girls, but when he arrived at his house, he was surprised that no one was there. He only detected the somewhat strange aroma that was inside, but he did not give it much importance. Letting that fact go, he went to sleep in his room because he was going to school the next day. But nothing could prepare him for that day. Once he woke up, he went downstairs to have breakfast, but he was surprised that no one was there with it. He thought they had work to do and went to school. But when he arrived at the place there were a lot of banners, all of them were words of hate towards him, which surprised him. Thinking it was a joke, she went to her classroom, only to see her bench outside the hall and covered in hate messages. In front of her was Lala and the other girls, all of them with hateful looks towards Issei. Issei. Girls, what's up? The brown-haired boy tried to take Lala's hand, but only received a scornful blow from her. Lala. Don't touch me, pervert. Haruna. We're already tired of you. Nana. You're just a vile perverted beast. Momo. And we never felt any love toward you, just pure hate. Run. Don't speak to us again. Yami. And you'll see that the boys we'll choose as our partners will be better than your pervert. Katagawa. I've already spoken to the principal and he's been expelled from school. Mikado. And not only that, you are prohibited from studying at any other school in the city. Teacher. Now get away from us. Saying this, the girls together left the school in the direction of Issei's aunt's house. On the other hand, Issei didn't believe what he heard. The girls who claimed to love him had shown another side, and not only in front of him, but in front of the entire school, and even Zaston heard it, who immediately called King Gid. The brunette decided to leave school and ran straight to the city park, where his eyes had lost that characteristic shine. Dreg. Sorry, mate. Issei. Tell me, Dreg, what did I do wrong? Was it the times I stumbled and committed those indecent acts? Or was it simply that you never loved me the way I thought you would? Dreg. Don't hurt yourself anymore, buddy. Issei. I just don't understand and it hurts to know that I was the only one who had those feelings towards them, and more towards Haruna and Lala. Issei began to cry inconsolably. This was seen by the king, who felt bad for the boy, knowing that his daughters never loved him, but he was attentive to the conversation between his companion and the brown-haired boy. Dreg. There is a way to help you, so you don't feel that way anymore. Issei. Tell me what it is, I don't want to know anything about this feeling that's hurting me anymore. Dreg. The only thing I can do is seal your feelings towards them and your memories, it will be as if you had never met them. Issei. Let me think about it. Saying this, he went to his aunt's house, where once again he saw that her things were outside of it. At the entrance was Mikan with the girls with the same look of hatred. Mikan. I already talked to my mother and told her that you wanted to abuse me, so she kicked you out of this house. Saying this, he closed the door, leaving the brown-haired man with a blank stare. That was the final blow to a terrible day. At that moment Lala's father had appeared before him. Issei, I'm sorry about what just happened. Issei. Don't worry, with what just happened I realized that their love was just a lie. What are you going to do now? Issei. First, what Dreg told me, seal the feelings and memories of what has happened in this last year, and then I will return home. Just looked with a little pity at the boy who had liked him. I just hope Lala doesn't regret whatever she decided. Issei. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Dreg, do it now. Dreg. Understood. Saying that, a red light illuminated the brown-haired boy, who suddenly stood up, looked around disoriented, saw his things on the ground, and took them to walk down the street, since he didn't remember the reason for being there. Issei. Dreg, why are my things on the floor? Dreg. You don't remember, you had decided to go home, but you tripped and threw them. Issei. That's right, let me send a message to my aunt for giving me the opportunity to live here. I think Mikan is at school, it's best not to bother her. Dreg. You're right, well buddy, tell your mom that you'll be home tonight. Issei. No, I'd rather make it a surprise. Saying that, they went to the station and took the train that would take him home. Time skip. It was already night and Issei went in the direction of his house, but at that moment he felt a great power in front of an academy. Dreg. Partner, I feel a great power within that place that is guarded by a barrier. Inside there is not only that energy, but also other smaller and weaker ones, from what I feel are demons that are there. Issei. Yes, I feel them too, it's best not to interfere and mom. The boy ran inside as he felt his mother's energy, he remembered it because it was the same one he felt when they fought during his father's death. Issei reached the limit of the barrier and began to hit it hard, this was seen by a group of people. What is that human trying to do? Not the president, but I don't think he can break it. At that moment the brown-haired boy had taken out Drake's glove and accumulated energy in it. Issei. Dragon shoot. Saying that, the energy accumulated in his hand shot out and broke a piece of the barrier, allowing him to gain access later. Issei. Balance break. Put on his armor and fly off to where his mother's energy was, which was slowly weakening. Inside the barrier we can see a group of teenagers next to a somewhat mature and well-bodied brunette, all of them were on the floor very hurt, in front of them was a terrifying being who had the wings of a fallen angel. It's a shame that the wife of the great Guru Hyoudou is so little, your revenge for having your son killed and the death of your husband will never come. You're a miserable man, Gabriel. Gabriel. Say what you want Mickey, but it's time for you to join your husband, don't worry about your son, I'll find him and send him with you too. Saying this, he created a spear of light and sent it towards the boys and the brunette, they all closed their eyes waiting for their end which didn't happen. In front of them was a red armored man who had in his hand that spear of light that was heading towards them. Gabriel. Wow, what do we have here, the Sekiryuutei has come to this place. Issei. I've come to stop you damn it. Gabriel I want to see that. In front of the injured there were different emotions for the appearance of that armor, but only one was of happiness and concern. Mickey. Son you're back. An unexpected fight was about to begin, but one thing was certain, the Sekiryuutei had appeared in the supernatural world. Chapter 1. The Beating, Lala's Mistake and Welcome to the Supernatural World. Academia de Kuoh. We found ourselves at a critical moment. Inside the academy, which was being surrounded by a protective barrier, a battle that could rarely occur was about to begin. In what was now the battlefield was a fallen angel with an arrogant look, in front of him a red armor flew, making an abysmal appearance. Gabriel. Wow, what do we have here, the Sekiryuutei has come to this place. Issei. I've come to stop you damn it. Gabriel. I want to see that. Suddenly both beings collided, Gabriel with a raised fist that was stopped by Issei's hand, who on the other side the blow that the brown-haired man had thrown, hit his opponent's cheek, leaving a cut. Gabriel. Wretched dragon, you will pay for this. At that moment Gabriel took advantage of the fact that Issei had stopped his fist and took his hand to attract him and hit him directly in the chest, but what he didn't count on was that the brunette would take advantage of this movement, which led him to kick him in the chin, then take him by the shoulders and knee him in the stomach and finish it with a hammer blow to his back that sent him to the ground, creating a hole in it. Issei. Dragon shoot. He launched his dragon shot power from above, which hit Gabriel's body that was in the hole. At that Gabriel launched a great power from his hand which Issei deflected and continued the hand-to-hand fight by flying to where the boy was. Gabriel. Wretched dies. Saying this he threw several spears of light which were destroyed by Issei's tail. At that moment the brown-haired boy flew in the direction of the fallen man and with a deception, believing that he would hit him in the face, he protected his face, thus receiving the punch and combination of kicks in the stomach. Gabriel only spat blood from those blows, feeling his ribs begin to break. Once again Issei sent him back into the hole with a kick to the back of the head and finished with a dragon shoot. The others present could not believe what they were seeing, a newcomer who introduced himself as the Sekiryuutei was beating Gabriel with several moves. But who is it? I don't know Rias, but this is amazing. Rias? I know Keno. Madam President, do you think he's on our side? Rias? From what I see Yumi is only focused on Gabriel. But you? I just finished healing Kaneko-san. Rias? Thanks Asia. At that moment a girl in a black suit who had a sword in her hand only saw that the big-bodied brunette was crying. Maga Mickey, what's wrong with her, does she know the Sekiryuutei? Mickey? That's right Akeno, he's my son. Everyone was incredulous with that statement and even more so a certain Redeed who was standing next to her. Rias? But you told me your son was a human and wasn't in the city. Mickey? That's true, but he hasn't stopped being a human, he only feels his aura. Following the instructions, she began to detect his aura, coming to the conclusion that. Rias? That's right, he's still a human. Mickey? And your future fiancé. Saying this she blushed at that statement. Rias? Let's finish this battle first and then we'll talk about Mickey-san. Mickey? Come on, don't tell me he doesn't want to anymore, you yourself told me when you were a child that. Rias? Oh my. At that moment, a girl with long hair and a ponytail approached the Redeed. Akeno. Rias, I think he could help with that matter. Rias? I'm sure of that, I'll ask him. Returning to the battle, a figure could be seen trying to stand up. Gabriel. How is that possible? Just a few hits and I'm already badly hurt. Issei. And that was just for hurting my mother. The chestnut-haired boy flew towards Gabriel, who quickly created a spear of light. This act unnerved the chestnut-haired boy, who grabbed the spear of light with his hands and launched himself into another kick in the face, leaving Gabriel lying face down. Suddenly the brown-haired boy's eyes began to turn black, to which Issei took his wings and began to pull them. Issei. What I'm going to do is because of what my father suffered because of you. Little by little he tried to tear off Gabriel's wings, who screamed in pain. Gabriel. Poor favorite basta. The others could not believe the barbaric act the cadre was going through, but a voice stopped everything. Mickey. Son, stop, I'm finished. The brown-haired boy reacted to the voice, his eyes returned to their usual color, and he looked at his mother who was crying to see her son like that. This only gave him another dragon shoot to leave him very badly injured. After that he flew to where his mother was and hugged her. Issei. I'm sorry mother, I focused so much on making the person responsible for father's death suffer that I almost got carried away by the anger that characterizes dragons. Greg. I don't think that was it, but where did I see it before? Mickey. Don't worry, it's good to have you back. Issei. Hey you better go out and take this wretch with you. The others standing around didn't know who he was shouting at, but at that moment the barrier protecting the school was destroyed. Wow, I thought you wouldn't detect my presence, it's good to see that my rival is somewhat strong. In front of them was a white armor with large wings, from there came the voice that answered the brown-haired man. Issei. I don't know who you are, but I'll tell you something white, I don't give a damn about the battle that Drag and the White Emperor Dragon have, it's more my friend supports me right. At that the gem on the armor began to shine. Drag. That's right, my partner isn't interested in this battle. On the other hand, the gem on the white armor also began to shine. It's an interesting thing, a Drag user who doesn't care about our rivalry. We'll see about that, by the way, I'll take this imitation of an angel, since I have the mission to take him for his punishment. Issei. As you wish, goodbye. Saying this, the armor took the almost dead cadre and flew out of the place. At that, all the boys who were there, including those who put up the barrier, went to where the chestnut was, but they were on guard when they saw that Issei, even with his armor, was aiming at the others. Issei. Don't come closer, she's my mother and I'll defend her from. Half. A knock echoed through the armor, this was because Mickey gave her son a sape with magic charged in it. Mickey. Don't be rude, they are my proteges so apologize. Issei. Protected. Mickey. Yes, now take off that armor, apologize and introduce yourself to everyone. Following his mother's advice, he took off his armor, revealing a brown-haired man with a smile, then bowing an apology. Issei. Sorry for my attitude, my name is Hyoudou Issei, nice to meet you. The girls looked at him seriously and blushed, especially a certain Redeed who walked over to where he was. Rias. My name is Rias Gremory, nice to meet you. At that moment the girl tripped over one of the debris from the battle and went straight against a brown-haired boy who tried to grab her, but due to the recent battle he had no energy, which caused them both to fall to the ground. The others were in disbelief at what was happening at that moment, but especially the girls with a blush that covered their eyes. The Keno. Ara, but you didn't think she would be so daring with Mickey-san's son. She said this because Issei had his hands on her butt. On the other hand, Rias had removed Issei's shirt which showed her perfect torso, but what stood out the most was that they had both kissed. She only looks at the brown-haired boy's eyes that captivated her, on the other hand, he looked at the girl's blue eyes and blushed a lot. At that moment a magic circle had appeared, which the girl recognized and stood up quickly, of course, without removing the blush from the act she had done. Rias Tan. Rias. One Sama, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, but I was barely able to get away from that wretch and come to your aid, thanks to Akeno Tan. Akeno. Mio-sama, don't worry, we were able to get through this safely, all thanks to Mickey-san's son. At that moment, the newcomer had seen the brunette who only blushed when she saw him. Mio. Thank you very much for your help, my name is Mio Gremory, I am the current Mao Lucifer and… At that moment another magic circle appeared, everyone present except Issei made a face of disgust. My dear, I told you not to go out to the human world, she will be your sister, but if you die the wedding will not take place. The blonde boy with an arrogant face and wearing rebel clothes had appeared. Mio. I already told you that I won't marry your Razor. Razor. You know you have no choice. Rias. Leave one Sama alone. Razor. Don't worry dear Rias, once I marry your sister you will also enjoy my affection. He said as he tried to touch her, but at that moment he felt someone grab his hand tightly. Razor. Wretched human, let me go at once or you'll see how. From one moment to the next, the academy's gymnasium flew up, causing damage to the structure. Issei. I can't tolerate perverts, so get out. The girls blushed deeply and looked at this act with loving eyes. Razor. Miserable human. Leo. Razor, that's enough. As Mayu, I ordered you to leave this place. You know that it is forbidden to kill humans, especially in this city. Razor. Okay, but don't take long, we have to see about the wedding. Saying this he disappeared from the place, leaving everyone with a bad taste in their mouths except Issei who didn't know what was happening. Mickey. Well son, it's best to go home, you must be tired. Issei. Yes, mom. Rias. Excuse me, but we could talk, I need your help. Issei. Sorry, but it will be tomorrow, today I am tired of the trip and the fight. Rias. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at that building. Mickey. You almost want to meet your boyfriend and fiancé. The girl just blushed, on the other hand, Issei was left with doubt. Issei. Promised. Mickey. You'll know tomorrow, now we better go home and you can explain to me what happened for you to come back home. Issei. Okay, but to be honest, I don't remember. Mother and son were talking in the direction of their house, while the demons stood watching where they were going. Leo. You will reincarnate him, right? Rias. Yes, one Sama, I will ask him to join my entourage and we can help you with the razor problem. Sona. Just be careful Rias and don't let the same thing happen to you as happened to Mio-sama in her game where those from the council intervened. Rias. I know Sona, but I feel like Miki-san will help us. Mio. Besides the fact that he's your fiancé, I thought you disliked that. Rias just blushed at that statement. Rias. I disliked him because I didn't know what he looked like and the deal my parents made with Miki-san to have her be my contract magician, but now that I see him, he's not a bad boy and he's very handsome and strong. Akeno. And let's not forget that it already touched you, of course you caused that. Rias. Akeno, don't say that it was an accident I swear. Akeno. Ara, well from what we saw, she enjoyed touching her abdomen and being touched in. Rias. We're going to clean and prepare the club for your visit tomorrow. Upon hearing this, her sister felt a pang in her heart for some reason, but she let it pass and then left the place. Hyoudou. We see a chestnut tree already asleep in his room, this after having dinner and talking with his mother about what he had experienced up until a year ago, since for some reason he didn't remember anything after that. Nikki knew that this was the work of a memory sealing, so she chose to talk to Drake once Issei fell asleep. He waited until late at night and entered his son's room, showing off a pair of somewhat erotic and transparent pajamas, but put the brunette into a deep sleep to talk calmly with the dragon inside. Nikki. My son looks more handsome since the last time I saw him. Little by little she was approaching him as she saw his somewhat provocative lips when suddenly Drake's glove came out. Drake. Mrs. Hyoudou, what were you planning to do? Nikki. Nothing, it's not what you think, but it's good that you're leaving, please Drake tell me what happened in this last year, I know very well that Issei has the memories of this last year marked. Drake. Bien le conte signora. At that moment, Draghi told him everything he had experienced during the last year in Seinen and everything he had to go through with Lala and company, up until the moment they said those words that hurt the boy. Nikki. Those damn bitches, I'll pay for it when I see them. Drake. No ma'am, you don't comment on that act, also from what I could notice that last day we were in the house it was a somewhat strange aroma, your son breathed that aroma and that's why he behaved strangely in battle. Nikki. What do you mean? Drake. I'm not sure, but one thing I know is that Issei doesn't act that way when he fights, it's like something caused him not to be the same, luckily what the boy had breathed came out of his system. Nikki. So you're telling me it's the same thing that happened to them? Drake. I'm not sure yet, since his eyes were the same color as the boy's when he started pulling Kakabiel's wings, but I decided to seal those feelings until I know the truth. Nikki. Thank you for taking care of my son. Drake. The boy has been the only one who has not seen me as a tool, he treats me as his equal. At that, the mother approached to kiss Issei on the cheek, something close to his mouth. Drake. Ma'am. Nikki just ran out of her son's room with a blush. Drake. If this is time, I can't imagine when I'll unlock and allow the boy's proclamation to be completed, but something tells me it will be sooner than I thought for the Gremory. Thinking about that, Drake's glove was put away. The next morning. We see the brown-haired man in casual clothes leaving the academy's management. Issei. Perfect, I'm already enrolled at Kuoh Academy. Then his phone rings to answer the call. Issei. Yes mother, I'm already registered, I'm already going there, and I need you to explain that prom thing to me. He hung up on me. While Issei was preparing for a special meeting elsewhere. Flag. It was noon and we saw a group of girls wake up in the Yuki's house, the girls had a look of having woken up from a somewhat long sleep, but all with the same angry face. Nana. I'm not going to try another of Lala One-sen's inventions anymore. Momo. I don't know what happened, I thought that with the love plant we would make a powerful fragrance and finally conquer Issei. Lala. Sorry girls, but I think instead of putting the amplifier in the super fan, I put an inverter and it was so powerful that it left us asleep. Lycan. Don't worry about that, it's best to find Issei and explain to him what happened and why we didn't receive him yesterday. Saying this, Mecha went up to the bedroom that belonged to Issei, but was surprised to see that her things were not there. Lycan. Girls, Issei's things are gone. Lala. Like they're not there. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door of the house to see that Lala's father was outside. Okay Lala, it's time for you to go home. I got you a new fiancé. Lala. Promised. But what are you talking about, father? You know very well that I fell in love with Issei, and I know that we will soon get married along with the girls. And you still have the nerve to say that after the words you said to him yesterday. Lala. Yesterday? But they just got back, right? Had a bad feeling and apparently began to misjudge his daughters. Lala, why peek? Lala. It's in my room. I did some maintenance on Sunday while continuing my experiment with Momo. Aston. Your Majesty, it's best to check the security cameras. You're right. Saying this, everyone in the house went to the security cameras where they could see the group of girls who wanted the brunette, including the humans who knew Lala's secret, talking about a particular topic. Haruna. Lala-san is sure of this. Lala. Yes Haruna, with the essence of this flower we will amplify the love we have for Issei, and we will tell him our feelings of love that we have for him without any problem. Run. I'm fine with it, if you accept my feelings I'll be the first in my idol lineup to have a normal boyfriend. In that you can see how Momo arrives with a plant to the room where the girls were. Momo. I already brought the plant of feelings, with it our love will come to light, right Selen? Selen. Always. Katagawa. Well I just hope that with this Hyoudou knows that we love him. Lala. Okay, we're all gathered now, it's time to try this baby. Saying that, you can see in the video that the fan started its work, but suddenly it started to fail, only to throw the fragrance at all the girls. A few hours passed in the video and all you could see was the girls waking up, but the peculiar thing was that their eyes were a different color and above all a gloomy look appeared in them. After seeing that, they just watched as they left the house, already in their uniforms, to go to school earlier than usual, with banners they made right there. Once they finished watching that, they fast-forwarded the video only to see Mikan come in and pack up Issei's stuff and throw it out the window, then watch them make fun of the brown-haired boy who just stared at the floor. The girls didn't believe what they were seeing, especially because they didn't remember anything. They just started crying when they saw that the brunette they loved had been hurt because of a failed invention. Lala. That's not true, that shouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, it happened, daughter. At that moment Lala's little robot named Peek had arrived all alarmed. Peek. Lala-sama, we have problems. Lala. What sniff is happening? Peek. I have detected a scent that controls a person's personality and causes them to show only the negative feelings that the person would never have. Lala. I already know that, Peek, we made a mistake. A mistake I don't think you can fix. Momo. Why father, I know that if we explain to Issei what happened he will understand us, it is not as if we had deceived him or given him to any boy, it was just the result of an experiment between Lala and me. That's not the problem, it's just that. At that moment he was interrupted as an explosion was heard in the city. Lycan. What's wrong? At that moment, Lala received a message on her cell phone. She looked at the text with little desire. Lala. It's Haruna, she says Yami is causing this. It's better to go and calm her down. Saying that, everyone at the Yuki residence went to see what had happened. When they arrived, they saw many students who looked like criminals lying on the floor, next to them a naked school principal, all beaten up. On the other hand, there was the school doctor who was Professor Mikado, next to her a large-bodied blonde who was wearing her teacher's outfit and in turn was holding a blonde girl who looked very similar to her, who was taking razors out of her hair. Lala. What's going on here Yami? Yami. Those miserable people, they wanted to touch me without my permission, especially that pervert. Lala. What happened, why do you guys do that? Boy 1. But you yourselves said yesterday that you would give us the opportunity to show Issei today that you don't love him anymore. Boy 3. That's true, they promised us that if we help them with the banners. The girls, who hadn't seen the Yuki home security video, didn't know what was happening, but Lala and her sisters only felt worse. Lala. So we said that here. Boy 2. Yes, you told us that that bastard wanted to grape you, and that's why you hated him, you even spoke to the principal to expel him. The rest were just in shock at that statement. Katagawa. Goodbye San, tell me what's going on. It's best to explain what happened. The king explained to the other girls the effects of Lala and Momo's experiment. Upon hearing this, they felt like the worst person for saying all that. The students only felt bad for treating the boy like that, but the most affected were Lala and Momo, as their test to prove their love for Issei failed in the worst possible way. The girls didn't look at Lala and Momo badly, because it wasn't their fault that the result of the test they themselves decided to take turned out that way. Teacher. But if we explain to Issei what happened, he'll forgive us, right? Unfortunately that's not an option. Nana. But why not, it's not like the beast will forget us. Aston. Unfortunately Nana-sama was like that. What? As you heard, her words were more than enough to kill the love boy, who decided to sign those feelings along with his memories and leave here. The girls were devastated by that news. Lala. No, it can't be Issei. Look daughter, knowing the truth that it was just the error of an experiment of yours that went wrong, I would tell you to look for him, but since he decided to seal everything and forget them thinking that they no longer loved him, he decided for their happiness before his own. The girls started crying because of this. Lala. No, my beloved Issei, don't leave me. Academia de Kuoh. We are in what is the old academy building, where we see a brunette sitting in an armchair next to his mother. In front of them was the girl who accidentally kissed and touched her butt. She was blushing because of that fact. Issei. Well, since you already know my name is Issei, you can call me that. Now I know that you are demons, just as you already know who I really am. Rias. Indeed, I know that because I've known you since we were children. Issei. Indeed, wait, what? Rias. Yeah, don't you remember me? At that moment a vague memory came to him of a red-haired girl he used to play with in the park. Issei. It's true, you're the girl I played with when my parents had strange meetings, now I know what those meetings were. Mickey. That's right son, as you know your father, may he rest in peace, and I are magicians and well your father had a contract with Ria's father, hence why they knew each other as children. Issei. Well I understand that, now tell me what you're supposed to be engaged to. Rias. Don't you remember that as children we promised to get married? Issei. But it was a game, right? Rias. Well, I think my parents took it literally and it was agreed upon with your parents. The chestnut tree stood with its mouth open, as it had forgotten that small detail. Rias. Besides, because of me you have problems with girls. He said this in a funny way. Issei. Wait, what are you trying to say? Rias. Well, playing with Mickey sends things. I used a spell on you. Issei. What kind of spell? Rias. Well, this was the serious spell that made the girls stumble upon you, and well, I took advantage of it to be close to you. Issei just went blank at that information. Rias. Are you angry? Issei. I should, but I let it go, because in a year nothing has happened to me until yesterday. Rias. Yes, he's sorry. Issei. Well, but as for the commitment, are you sure you want to continue? Rias. My parents already gave their approval, we were just waiting for you to come back. But I'll tell you the truth, I was scared. Issei. What about? Rias. That you were a vile person who only noticed girls for their bodies and were a conceited person like a certain guy I know, but I'm glad you're still that sweet boy who liked being a hero. Issei. You mean like the guy from yesterday, right? Iridid nodded. Issei. Don't worry, I hate perverts. Greg. Although you do commit perverted acts, right? Issei. Don't say that, it's involuntary and now I know who's responsible. He said looking at a certain Iridid who just looked away. Rias. By the way, where have you been all this time? Issei. Well, as you know what happened with my father, my mother decided to hide me, but it was no use since a fallen angel arrived. The good thing is that nothing serious happened, and that's when I met Dreg. Mickey. Now I understand how you already have that power, you were trained. Issei. That's right, but well tell me what you wanted to tell me. Rias. That's true, I want to ask you two things, the first is if you join my entourage. Issei. I don't know, I wouldn't like to lose my humanity. Saying this, the girl became sad because she knew about the mortal life of humans, but at that moment Dreg's glove appeared. Dreg. Buddy, I recommend you accept the offer. Issei. Why so? Dreg. You see, you have reached your limit as a human and you will not be able to access my full power, but if you become a demon we can reach it, also if you marry her you will die first, you understand that you would leave her alone, also when you are a full dragon this will not matter, do you understand that? Issei. Well okay, I'll be part of your entourage. Saying that, the girl took out her chess pieces to later reincarnate him, she just watched as her 8 pieces entered her fiancé's body. Rias. Welcome my Is. He didn't finish speaking because when he approached him he tripped over him again, to which they fell to the ground like the previous time with a kiss, only this time Issei's hands were inside Ria's bra and the Redeed had her hands on the boy's butt, to which both of them unintentionally squeezed the part they were touching, giving a small moan. Mickey. Cough cough, Rias, you shouldn't do that in public. The Redeed just blushed at that fact and got up quickly. Issei. I'm sorry, but from what I know this is your fault. Rias. Don't worry, it's not like I dislike it. He said the latter in a low voice. Issei. Sorry, you said something. Rias. No, nothing. Issei. Okay, and what's the other point? Rias. It's true, I need your help, you see my sister. At that moment a magic circle was seen, where Ria's sister came out all desperate. Leo. I need you to please help me with my engagement. The boy was just shocked by that request. Leo. By the way, welcome to the demon faction. Issei didn't know what was going on, but one thing is for sure. His welcome to a new world would bring many adventures. Chapter 2. The deal, let's find our beast in new school life. Academia de Kuoh. The brunette was perplexed by what had been requested, since in front of him was a Redeed similar to his fiancée who arrived with teary eyes. Issei. Sorry, but could you tell me again what you said? Leo. I need your help to break my forced engagement. Issei. I understood that, what I don't understand is what happened. Rias. I'd better tell you. Narrated by Rias. We, as pure-blooded demons, must bring the next generation into the demonic world. This must be the result of the union of two heirs or children of demonic houses, or so the demonic council has imposed after the outcome of the last faction war. The new Mayu have fought politically to end this practice once and for all, but unfortunately my sister, being the oldest, was chosen to be engaged to a high-class demon. Being the second, I was saved from this, and in the underworld they see us in a bad light for having a commitment to a human, but this does not concern me, my family, and our allies. But I got sidetracked. The problem my sister has is that she was engaged to the third son of the Phoenix family, named Razor Phoenix. My sister doesn't want to marry him because he's a first-class degenerate. After hearing that she was going to be his wife, the bastard tried to grape her in his own office. If it weren't for my parents telling him about the engagement, he would have graped her right then and there. End of story. Issei. But you as Mayu, can't you do something? Leo. I already tried it, it was with a rating game. Issei. Rating game? Leo. Yes, it is a game between demonic nobility, where we play different types of tests based on chess pieces. Issei. I see, but what kind of games? Leo. They can be between pitched fights, one-on-one, flag-taking, the so-called dice roll, there are different types, but all based on chess pieces, where if the king loses the game ends. Issei. And tell me what happened next. Leo. I only recently learned from a reliable source that my game to break my engagement was altered by the demonic council. This comment not only angered the girl, but everyone in the room. Leo. The truth is I wouldn't mind getting married, it's my dream, but not with a damn degenerate who already told me that he wouldn't just settle for me, but also for my queen and my little sister. This made the brunette angry, he only knew the Redeed a little, but he wouldn't let them hurt her. Issei. That bastard wants to take Rias too. Leo. That's why I came to ask for your help. The brown-haired boy only looked at the girls who were there with the eyes of an abandoned puppy. Issei. Okay, I'll help you. Leo. Really? Issei. Just tell me what day I should show up and you'll see how I make grilled chicken. Leo. But how could I pay you for this? Issei. Okay, let's make a deal. Leo. What deal? Issei. Well, I will help you with your problem if you help me get a good class in this school to continue my studies at this academy. Leo. Don't worry, I'll talk to Sona and I'll tell you to show up for class tomorrow. Issei. Fine if that's the case, just tell me when the wedding will be and I'll intervene. Leo. Thank you. The girl ran towards the brown-haired boy to brush him, but she tripped over the coffee table, suddenly flying against a brown-haired boy who tried to grab her and succeeded with one hand on his chest and the other on his butt while she kissed him on the lips and her hand touched the boy's chest under his shirt. Both of them blushed at this fact, but more so the girl who quickly got up from on top of the brunette and remained on the floor, kneeling with a blush while touching her lips. The girls were left speechless, as the most desirable girl in the supernatural world had been touched before their eyes, but a murmur impressed them more. Leo. My first kiss, that was my first kiss, I liked it. Rias. One Isama, that's not fair, Issei is mine. Bekeno. Ara, that looks fun, let me try. A certain girl with a ponytail commented that she went to the brunette and confirmed that if she got close to him, for some reason she would fall on the boy. The brunette fell on top of the boy's pelvis while he tried to prevent the girl from finishing with his hands on her butt. Involuntarily the boy squeezed that fleshy butt, drawing a small moan from the girl. Akeno. Kaya, ara ke kohai tan travieso, ufufu. Rias. Akeno, stay away from him, he can only touch me. The other girls just looked at these actions with blushes, maybe it was because he was a dragon or something else, but they all said in unison. Girls. Hyoudou-san, pervert. Issei with tears in his eyes just started saying over and over again that it wasn't his fault. On the other hand, Issei's mother blushed at seeing that, but she would have to check carefully what spell Rias had accidentally cast on her son. Time skip. We see a brunette who, along with a Redeed, was in the latter's office while they were looking for something specific. Mickey. Rias-chan, don't you remember what that book you used as a child looked like? Rias. No, Oka-san, the only thing I remember was a red heart. They both searched through their mother's messy things, throwing all the books that didn't work to one side, thus piling up a large mountain of books behind them. For 2 hours they continued searching the place until the Redeed took a book in her hands. Rias. I found it, Oka-sama, Oka-sama. Rias searched for the brunette's mother, only to notice a large pile of books beside her. At that moment, a hand emerged from the pile, and then the brunette emerged, gasping for air. Mickey. Damn, I thought I wouldn't survive. Rias. What happened? Mickey. What happened? What happened? Girl, you dropped the books on me. Rias. I'm sorry. Mickey. Well, that doesn't matter. Now let's find out what spell you used on my son to make the girls around him fall for him. Both the Redeed and the brunette began to calmly read the book until they found the spell. Once they found it, they read its description. Mickey. A simple and easy spell, ideal for someone who feels romantic attraction, not just a simple physical attraction, toward another person. This person will approach their loved one with the intention of sharing some spicy moments together, whether through simple touching or romantic encounters. This spell, being of pure love, cannot be broken. Both of them rolled their eyes, since the spell, besides being unbreakable, had a keyword on everything. Rias. Those traitors, they fell in love with my Issei. Mickey. But how could you cast this spell on my son? Redeed only got nervous when she felt the aura of the brunette's mother asking for an explanation. Rias. It's just that when I asked my parents the meaning of spicy couple, they told me that it was times when they ate curry or Mexican food and I wanted to try that food as a child with Issei. Mickey. Those two, but you'll see when you talk to her. The brunette was just beginning to rub her forehead from what she had read. Mickey. Well, that won't be a problem, we just have to make the girls not love my son and that's it, but what am I saying? Because of that fat dragon, will he attract women? Rias. Calm down, Oka-sama. Now that Issei's a demon, he'll be able to have a harem. You'll see that the three of us will make him very happy. Mickey. 4. Rias. Excuse me. Mickey. As Issei's mother, I must ensure his happiness, so I'll take care of him too. It's best to go and rest. Tomorrow there's school, and you must accompany my son. It's his first day. Rias. Oka-sama. At that moment a magic circle appeared revealing a silver-haired girl with a mature but beautiful appearance had arrived at the room along with several suitcases. Rias. Grayfia-san. Grayfia. Good evening Rias-sama, Mickey-sama. Mickey. Welcome Grayfia-san, what is the reason for your visit? Grayfia. I come by Mio-sama's orders, from today I will be the housekeeper in the Hyoudou's new house. Mickey. But how, if this house is too small for a housewife? Suddenly, not only the interior of the room changed, but also the structure of the house, changing from a small 2-story house to a large mansion. Grayfia. Take it as an early gift for agreeing to fight Razor for my master's engagement. Mickey. But if my son doesn't fight yet, how is it possible? Wow, it seems that the girl really trusts me. Everyone turned to look at the door and saw an Issei wearing shorts and a light shirt where his large body could be seen, formed by the training he had done during his stay with the brown-haired boy's aunt. Grayfia. Good evening Issei-sama. The maid approached and politely bowed to greet him respectfully. Issei. Good night. He returned the greeting. Both mother and fiancé looked at the brunette seriously and noticed one thing. Rias. It's true about the spell, she approached, but in a respectful way, let's see if it works when she wants to do something romantic with Ice. Issei. Wait, what are you saying? Redeed ran towards the brown-haired boy and with the thought of doing something romantic, the spell was activated, causing the Redeed to trip over Grayfia and fall towards the brown-haired boy, ending up in a somewhat ecky position. Issei behind Rias, while he had his hand on her breasts and the girl her hand back where she touched a certain package. Rias. What is this? Issei. Please don't do that anymore, they'll think I'm a first-class pervert. Rias. Oka-sama, it works, I thought of something for adults with it, and this was the result. Issei. Damn, so that's how it will be since I'll have to get used to it. The girl was screaming with joy at the spell he cast, while the brunette, although he hid it with fake whimpers, was not bothered by all this about his spell. Flag. It was already nighttime, and in the house where that chestnut tree once lived, we saw some girls at school who had been crying non-stop since the day before over the outcome of the experiment, which in theory was supposed to be simple. What seemed like just another Lala project where the disaster was supposed to be minimal, turned into a burden when they said words they would never in their lives say to the person they love. Hyoudou Issei. In the room were a pair of twins whose gaze seemed empty, especially the girl whose harem plan was on track. Nana didn't want to admit it, but she loved that boy, who saw her more than just as one of Deviluk's princesses. In the kitchen, Maiken, Issei's adopted cousin, was preparing food for the people who were in the house, but her spirits were not even half of what they normally were when she prepared her cousin's dishes, so her attention on what she was cooking was minimal, as she remembered that time she spent with him since they were children. A tear began to run down her cheek with these memories. In the studio stood a person wearing a strange suit, and next to him was a boy with a tail, a metallic ornament at the end of which. These were Zaston, the family's loyal guard, and Gid, Lala's father and king of the universe. Both stayed to make sure their daughters didn't do anything stupid with their depression on top of them. But of all those who were in the house, Lala, who was in her room, hasn't stopped crying. She said it was her fault that Issei left the city, although everyone had told her it wasn't true, that they didn't expect this result from her machine and Momo's flower, but none of that seemed to matter to her, since she said it was her fault and unintentionally killed the love Issei had for them. The memories of how they met, went to school, the fight Issei had with her father, and showed her who he really was, his confession to her and Haruna in the pool, the fight against darkness and Nemesis came back to her again and again. Lala was the one who suffered the most from the result, and even more so knowing that she had unintentionally used the students at school, and not only did they give her bad words, but some of them took advantage of that and tried to hit the boy, was what hurt her the most. Lala. This is all my fault, I don't deserve to stay here. This was what he repeated to himself on several occasions with the lights off and his eyes more than marked with tears, a sign that he had been crying all this time. Id and Zaston heard all this and felt bad about themselves for not having stopped the boy and for him waiting at least a moment to talk peacefully. Id. Tell me, Zaston, did we do the right thing with the boy? Zaston. I don't know, Your Majesty. At that time, everything seemed so real, but we didn't think that this was just a mistake in Lala-sama's experiment. Id. Yes, I know, if only someone would advise me on this matter. The good thing is that I came, honey. The men turned to see whose voice caught their attention. When they turned around, they saw a person with a veil on her face, mysteriously hiding her beauty. Id. Sephi dear, what are you doing here? Sephi. I came to see how our daughters are. I found out what happened to young Hyoudou, and I want to encourage my little ones. Id. You know he sealed our memories, so going with the boy is not an option, just like that, right? Sephi. I know, Dragsan cares a lot about that boy, but I also understand that my daughters did not commit the wrong act of sleeping with just anyone, right? Zaston. That's right, they didn't do that. Sephi. Well, we have the opportunity to have the boy back, I know, because on one occasion when I came I spoke with him and Drag, and they instructed me on what the life of a half-dragon was like. They do not tolerate betrayal, just as they are respectful with the partner of another male, since if they were to mess with her, it would be a dishonor, of course, unless the person involved and her husband no longer have any love. Id. How do you know all this? Sephi. Well dear, the day I came to see my daughters, I was taking a bath in Momo's private space, but Issei accidentally came in anyway, and that's when he saw my face. I thought at that moment that he would attack me because of my beauty, but I was surprised to find out that he couldn't for two reasons, the first because she was Lala's mother, and the second his dragon instincts recognized that I was only yours, and he respected you like a great man. Id just stood with his mouth open at the thought that someone other than him had seen his wife naked, but he controlled himself when he knew that Issei hadn't done anything wrong. Sephi. Also, that conversation was gratifying, since I knew that he is the ideal person to take care of my precious daughters. And it will continue to be so. Everyone was surprised by the voice that said this, as it was the girl who had stopped crying all this time. Sephi. I know, Lala. That's why you need to cheer yourself up, daughter. I know if you explain to Issei what really happened, you'll be able to win back his love. Lala. The problem is that I don't know where he went. Sephi. The good thing is that you already opened your door, now let's go down to eat, we can't leave the guests waiting, right? Everyone. Guests. Those present went down to the living room only to see that all the girls who are in love with Issei were present. Lala. Girls, what are you doing here? Yami. The queen invited us to talk about the subject of my prey. Katagawa. I came because I want to tell Issei how I really feel about him, even though he often touched me, but I know that was not his intention. Mikado. As your doctor, I must cure you of what we did. Kirju. And teach him lessons and love to take care of each other. Haruna. We all know it's not your fault or Momo's, so we must leave those thoughts behind and recover that wonderful person that is Issei. Sephi. You see, daughter, everyone here wants Issei back. Id. There's just one thing that worries me. Momo. And that he's great. Id. Well, after the fight with Issei and Drag, I learned about the supernatural world that exists on this planet, as well as the reason why Issei was here. Sephi. And that was it. Id. He moved away from the supernatural world because of an incident that happened with his father, but now that he's gone, the supernatural world will most likely want to claim him. Lala. And what worries you? Id. Well, what Drake told me is that as a child Issei caught the attention of a demon girl and she promised to marry him when she grew up. Nana. So the beast. Id. If I go back home, chances are that girl will have already found him. The girls just stood there thinking that the person they love could already be with someone other than them. Lycan. No, I won't allow them to take my Oni-sama. Momo. So what's the plan? Haruna. First we must find where Issei went and then regain trust and be by his side. Momo. But they know where he went. Mecha. If he went home, he most likely went to Kuoh or the surrounding towns. Lala. Well said, let's go to Kuoh to find Issei. Nana. Yes, let's go for our beast. All. If our what? Nana. Sorry, it's the custom. Id. Well, since I know you didn't trick the boy into giving himself to others, I'll help you find him, but remember we must be cautious, in that city the supernatural rules. All? Yes. The next day. In the city of Kuoh, we see a new building appearing, inside which the morning activity was just beginning. In the kitchen, a figure with a great body and a nightgown that left nothing to the imagination was preparing breakfast, while a girl in full pajamas was cheerfully helping him. In one of the many rooms in the place, a chestnut tree was waking up from its sleep. It was about to get up, but it felt a weight on top of it. Issei. But what's going on? As he removed the sheet covering him, he noticed something that made him blush from the start. On top of him was a red-haired girl, sleeping comfortably and naked on his chest while she babbled. Rias. Ice my ice, no, it would be bad if we were discovered in the living room. The brown-haired boy was only surprised by what was said, but he looked at the time and he had to take a shower for his new day at his new school. Issei. Cough, Rias, could you get up? Moving a strand of hair from her forehead to wake the girl up, he just gave her a small kiss on the forehead. Rias. I slept well, oh Issei, good morning. She climbed up Ice's chest to stand in front of him and give him a good morning kiss, which made the boy blush. Talk. But you, Issei-san, Miki-sama says it's time for breakfast. Rias. We're going, thanks Asia. Issei. Asia. Rias. Yes, today I will introduce you to my whole family and I'll go, let me go change, and I'll see you downstairs. Taking one of Issei's sheets, she left the room and when she reached the door, she blew him a small kiss in the air. Issei. Well, I'll have to get used to this, but it's not that it bothers me. Greg. What do you mean, mate? Issei. Well, it's not like saying it, but it's like I've already experienced it before. Greg. It must be your imagination, you better get ready and go to school. Issei. You're right, but tell me what I do with this. The brown-haired boy only pointed to where a mini Issei appeared when he felt Ria's body rise up his chest. Greg. You should tell the Riti to give you a hand, ha 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 ha. Issei. It's not funny, I have to admit that she's cute and I like her, but if I wake up like this every day, I don't think I'll be able to control my dragon instinct. Greg. I know, but hey, she's your fiancé, that's fine, but for now go take a bath and get off your hot stuff. The boy went to take a shower and, already in his new uniform, went down to the new dining room in his house, where his mother, his girlfriend, and a girl he didn't know were waiting for him for breakfast. Rias. Well Issei, let me introduce you to my bishop, her name is Asia Argento, and she has been living with Okasama for a whole month. Asia. Nice to meet you Issei. Issei. The pleasure is mine Asia. He gave her a captivating smile that made the girl blush. Mickey. Well son, you better hurry up and get ready to go to school. Issei. I'll be in second, right? Rias. Yes, I spoke with my friend and student council president and managed to get you placed in the same room as Asia and another of my new pieces. Mickey. Asia. Do you have another piece? New piece? Rias. You'll know her today when she introduces herself. The boys quickly ate their breakfast and headed off to school, where the brunette was the center of attention. Despite not wearing his uniform properly and wearing a red shirt underneath, his tough guy appearance made him look cool. Girl 1. Look at that handsome boy coming with Rias-sama. Girl 2. Will he be her boyfriend? Girl 3. I hope not, he's very handsome and I want to have a chance with him. Boy 1. Damn, another pretty face comes to school. Boy 2. But that one looks tougher than Prince Pretty. Boy 3. But the worst thing is that he comes with Rias sama. The girl had heard everything they said about her fiancé, so she made her move to remove all hope. Rias. Come on my Issei, we're running late and we have to go see your new classroom, walking Asia. The girl took the brunette's hand and intertwined their fingers to walk faster. The boys at school just looked at that and shouted at the same time. Everyone. They're a couple. Once they arrived at school, Rias went with Issei to the school's address, where there was a person waiting for them. Nice to have our new schoolmate with us, nice to meet you, my name is Sona Shitori, I am the student council president. Rias. Don't worry, he also knows about you, better introduce yourself properly. Sona. Sorry, my real last name is Sitri, I am the heir of the clan. Nice to meet you young man, my name is Venelana Gremory, the director of this institute. The brown-haired boy was surprised to see the girl at the management desk. Issei. I didn't know you had another sister and that she was the principal of Rias school. Rias. No Issei, she is my mother, Okasama, I present to you my pawn and fiancé Hyoudou Issei. Venelana just got up and went to the brunette to hug him and put him between her breasts. Venelana. It's a pleasure to meet the person we chose as my daughter's fiancé, I wish he were here. Issei. Excuse me, as if I were. Venelana. Well, since he's already family, I'll tell you, my husband died 6 months ago from a strange illness that only demons get, deep sleeping sickness, but it overcame the care we gave him and he died peacefully in his bed. He only regretted not seeing him marry our daughter. Issei. I'm sorry about that, I would have liked to meet your husband, having a beautiful wife like you should not have made him feel lonely in his time of illness. The brunette just blushed at that comment. Venelana. Young Issei, don't say that or you'll make me fall in love with you. Iridide just pinched her boyfriend's arm. Sona. Well, leaving that aside, his classroom is 2C, there's Ria's room and an ally, so he won't feel alone. Issei. Thank you, excuse me, I leave. Venelana. Come in and don't forget we have to talk about the wedding with my daughter, the sooner you get married the better. The brunette just blushed, on the other hand, the Iridide imagined her wedding and her honeymoon, which activated the boy's spell, and when she walked backwards, she tripped over Issei, and the result was that she fell on top of Issei at his waist, while the brunette only held her by her fleshy butt. Issei. Will you please stop thinking about inappropriate things? Rias. Sorry. Sona just stared blankly, even more so at what he said, while Venelana just laughed. Venelana. You fufu, so it worked. The girl got up from Issei's lap and helped the brunette up. Venelana. Well, go to your classrooms, young Issei. Issei. Yes. Venelana. Welcome to your new life. With a smile on her face, the brunette welcomed her new son-in-law or maybe something more. Chapter 3. I object, Issei vs Razor. Academia de Kuoh. At the entrance of a room stood two people who had never met before, or at least the girl remembered. So you're the Sekiryuutei, right? Issei. Indeed, you must be Ria's new piece if you know my title. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet the person who saved us back in the Gabriel incident, my name is Zenobia Quarta. Issei. The pleasure is mine and tell me why you are now under Ria's orders. Zenobia. Well that's because. At that moment, the door to room 2C opened in front of them, where the teacher in charge was giving them both a signal to enter. Teacher. Well, as I was saying, today 2 students will join our classroom, please be good to them, so please come in. At that moment the two were entering calmly, as soon as both boys entered the classroom all the students became excited. Boy 1. How good a beautiful girl. Boy 2. I'll ask her out. Girl 1. Kaya he's handsome. Girl 2. Does he have a girlfriend? Amidst all the murmurings, one of the girls recognized him at the school entrance. Girl 5. It can't be, Ria's one-Sama's boyfriend will study with us. When the girl said that out loud, everyone looked at the brunette. Boy 4. How is it possible that he is Gremory Sama's boyfriend? Boy 6. That's true, I saw how they arrived holding hands. Girl 7. One-Sama took the new guy. The class was in chaos, the brunette just sighed while the girl next to him watched this with enthusiasm. Zenobia. Wow, it's popular. At that moment, a loud bang on the teacher's table caught everyone's attention. Teacher. That's enough, everyone be quiet, now please introduce yourselves to your new classmates. Zenobia. Nice to meet you, my name is Zenobia Quarta, I come from Rome, I hope we get along. Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, I'm from here, but I just came back from Seinen, I hope to get along with everyone equally. He said the latter with a smile that melted all the girls. Girls. Kaya. Eyes. Oh my god, it's the guy. Professor. Enough with your nonsense and internet references, now take a seat behind Miss Argento and Miss Amano. The two nodded and went to their designated spot, where a blonde was happily greeting Issei, next to her was a black-haired girl with a smile, but Issei stopped suddenly in front of her. Issei. It's interesting to have a fall here, I wonder if you're Ria's ally. The girl stood in front of him and shook his hand. Indeed, my name is Yuma Amano, and I am Ria's Gremory's collaborator, let's hope we get along. Issei. Same here. Receiving the same handshake, they both sat down in their places. Teacher. Well, before starting classes, I must give you an announcement. In 2 weeks, there will be the annual parents' visit. Please send your announcements to your parents so they can be present that day. The students in terrible shape accepted. Teacher. Okay, now let's start with the classes. Thus, classes began peacefully with Issei participating in the most complex problems that the teacher posed to his class. After several hours, lunch had arrived and the chestnut tree was the center of attention as the girls wanted to eat with him. Excuse me Hyoudou-san, do you think we can eat with you? Yes, my friend Caddis and I Murayama would like to know if we can eat with you. Issei. I would really love to, but as you see I didn't bring my food and I'll go to the cafeteria to get some bread, but don't bother you guys eat, and I'll. Suddenly a great commotion broke out in the hallways near Issei's class. Girl 2. 1E-sama, it's an honor to have you in this room. Girl 1. That's right Rias-sama, tell us how we can help you. Rias. Don't worry, I came for a certain boy who forgot his lunch at home, if you'll excuse me. At that moment, the red-haired girl entered the scene, with her older sister Elegance, she made everyone in the room captivated by her beauty. Rias. My ice, I've come for you, I've prepared lunch for the two of us, we're going to eat it at the club, Asia, and Yuma take Zenobia with you. She said as she took the brunette's hand and dragged him with her, holding back the urge to activate Issei's spell, she didn't want the others to consider him a pervert, so she just took his hand and linked his arm to leave the room. The brunette followed her with a noticeable blush, leaving all the boys in the room with a blank stare. Everyone? Yes, they are a couple. The two girls who had gone with Issei were left wanting to continue talking, but they both saw each other and gave a small smile. Caddis. It's just like when I was a kid, right? Murayama. You're right, some things don't change, I just hope our promise doesn't break. Caddis. We'll talk to him later, now eat and let's go to the club room, we must continue practicing. Both girls ate quickly and went to the kendo club, but what they didn't notice was that some perverts heard that and put on a knowing smile. Time skip. Lunch was over and the boys were returning to their classes, except for one. Issei had gotten lost on the way back since he left the club room early, he said he wanted to go to the cafeteria for some chocolate and eat it on the way back, but he didn't count on the school being a big place, so he got lost in the school gym. Issei. What a mess, where did I end up? The chestnut tree was returning through the corridor where it connected to the main building, but something caught his attention. Shut up and show Uo kendo girls are amazing. Sally don't make any noise or. Hey, are you? Issei. Pair of perverts. The boys stopped talking as they had received a blow from Issei to the back of the head that knocked them out, suddenly the two girls who were changing came out in a hurry. Caddis. What's going on here Hyoudou? Issei. Ah hello, well you see I stopped this pair of perverts who were spying on them. Indeed, in front of them were the perverted duo from Kuoh Academy, whose last names were Mitsuda and Motohama. Issei. Listen carefully you pair of perverts, as long as I'm in this school your days of spying on the girls of any club are over, understood? Motohama. Damn pretty boy, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Mitsuda. Mate, you're wretch, how dare you. The chestnut had hit them again on the neck and carried them like a sack of potatoes. Issei. Let's take this to the student council president, let her handle his punishment. The girls just felt their hearts beat fast, to which they both looked at each other and nodded. Caddis Murayama. Hyoudou-kun Nizatras. The girls ran to the brunette and he only felt danger, the moment they turned around both stumbled and went straight to the brunette who from one moment to another the girls fell on top of him. Issei had one hand on Caddis's butt, while his other hand was on the brunette's chest, on the other hand, both girls had their hands on both the boy's butt as well as his chest, but what was surprising was that they both shared a double kiss with Issei. This made the girls blush, but instead of moving away they got closer, this made the brunette turn redder than he already was. Once they got up and ran out of the place while screaming that they were sorry. Murayama Caddis. Issei-kun we have loved you since we were little. The brunette just got out of shock and went to the student council room, complete with knocked out perverts. But he didn't understand one thing. Issei. They said since they were little girls are they little I'd better ask later. Student council room. In the room we see Sona with a chessboard in front of her, next to her was her queen watching the game she was having with her pawn. Sona. And tell me how your new life and that of your brothers is going, Haruka. Haruka. Well, we're doing great, I Haruka Saji am grateful to you for having been reincarnated. Tsubaki. Kaicho, someone is approaching. At that moment, a knock was heard on the council door and a woman with albino hair approached to open it. Issei. Sorry for intruding, President, but I came to bring back this pair of perverts who were spying on the girls' locker room. The girls in the room were shocked. For months, they tried to catch them in the act, but the closer they got to the perverted duo, the more they ran away through the small forest there, and they couldn't catch them. They wondered how Rias' new pawn had caught this pair in one fell swoop. Sona. So thanks Hyoudou, well the best thing would be to take them to the address and… At that moment the council door swung open and in the entrance stood a retard next to a brunette, both were agitated, it seemed as if they had run through the entire academy. Issei. Rias, what's wrong? Rias. Ice, she's my sister. Issei. What step? Venelana. The damned one along with the razor pieces have taken my daughter to the Phoenix territory. Issei. How? Rias. My sister, she's getting married right now. Issei. That damn well take me to Mio, we must prevent a wedding. Flag. The girls of that city were more than gathered to start their plan, search for the beast, search for Issei. Lala. Well, we've already seen how the city of Kuoh is built, the surrounding cities, so it's time to go find Issei. Momo. If and when we find him we can start the harem plan, that's what Issei-kun wants. Id. Daughter, you must first ask for forgiveness for the words and actions that happened, remember. Zaston. In fact, the first thing is for me to talk to Drake Sama and release the memories of the princesses and their friends. Nana. Let me talk to that dragon, celestial or not, it is still an animal and I specialize in them. Yami. I have a question. Id. What's up? Yami. Now that he's in his hometown, he'll most likely want to stay there, no, I don't think he wants to go back. Everyone in the room fell silent at that point of view. Lala. It's true, if he's already with his mom he won't want to go back. Haruna. So what do we do? They all started thinking about some plan, but it was something so simple. Katagawa. What if we move to Kuoh City? The girls saw each other and it was the most obvious thing. Lala. Yes, it will be the best, I don't think Issei wants to leave his home, and more now, the best thing is to go to his city. Id. So the first thing we need to do is find a suitable house where everyone can live comfortably. Sephi. Well tomorrow you and I will go to the city of Kuoh, dear. We will not only look for a house, but also a school for the girls. Meanwhile, the others will begin the process of withdrawing from school. Id. If it will be the best, well go to. At that moment there was a knock on the door of the house, so the brunette went to see who it was. Mikan. Hello Kyoko-san, what can I do for you? Kyoko. Hi Mikan-chan, I was just stopping by to see Issei, my tour is starting today, and I wanted to say goodbye. Can I see him? Mikan just stayed silent and started to tear up. Kyoko. Sorry I said something wrong. Mikan. It's best if you come into the house, we have to tell you something terrible we did. The girl passed by and was surprised to see a lot of people in the Yuuki house, she asked what was happening or what problem had happened, to which Lala began to tell her the problem that her experiment together with Momo had caused and the reason why Issei had left that place. The girl got up and went to the older pink-haired girl to give her a hug and comfort her. Kyoko. Lala-san, none of this is your fault, we know that something always happens and more towards Issei-kun. Lala. I know, but knowing that maybe he'll love us again is something that hurts me. Kyoko. Don't worry, I know he won't stop loving us, well I'm saying goodbye girls, I have to start the autograph signing tour for the show, Run-chan please keep me posted. Run. See Kyoko-chan. At that moment the girl left Issei's aunt's house, leaving Lala calmer by reminding her that it wasn't her fault. Id. Well now that we have everything planned, it's best that you go put your things away and Mikan-chan talks to her mother. Mikan. Okay. Id. Well it's time to. At that moment, an alarm started to sound in the house, more specifically in Issei's room. Id. What's up? Lala. Sorry, it's just that Pete told me that she detected traces of the amplified pollen in Issei's room. Those present went to Issei's room, where in the middle there was an invention of Lala, and began to take out a data sheet. Peek, who was in Issei's room, began to read the results. Peek. This is bad Lala-sama. Lala. Peek, what's wrong? Peek. The pollen in the room became more concentrated when it spread throughout the house, so it's possible that the pollen from the personality change stayed in Issei's body, to be more exact. Id. Issei's sacred gear. Lala. How do you know? Id. Well we were here, I felt Issei's energy, not where he was, I just felt it, but at that moment I felt a change in him, as if he were something bloodthirsty. Peek. Lala-sama, we must find Issei-sama and give him the antidote for this spore that has remained in his body. Id. Yes, we must hurry. Sephi. What problems could that spore cause? Id. Worst case scenario is that it's a nutrient for Nemesis, by the way, someone knows something about her. Yummy. Not since I was defeated. Id. Well, I'll see about that later. Now, go get your things. Tomorrow you're going to Kuoh. Sephi and I will go today. While this was happening in the house, Maya was outside looking worriedly inside. Maya. As I told you, Nemesis hasn't appeared since we defeated her. Underworld. In a place resembling the old territories of Europe, fireworks covered a castle celebrating an unparalleled event. Inside it, a Redeed was seen wearing a wedding dress and had a sad look. Leo. Those damn old men from the council set a trap for me. At that moment, the door to the room opens and a Razor can be seen with a triumphant smile. Razor. My dear Mio, you look beautiful in this dress, but I want to see what's underneath it. Leo. What else is there? Just those damn ancient seals that I can't get rid of unless the active one deactivates the seals or the bastard dies. Razor. And that's the best part, you'll never know who on the council put that on you, now it's better that you cooperate and you'll see that tonight I'll take you to the moon. Leo. The only thing I'll feel is nausea when I feel you touch me. At that moment Razor touched one of her breasts over her dress and made her start to cry. Razor. It's better if I get you used to it, my dear, because it won't just be you, your sister, your queen and your mother will be mine too, and no one will stop it. At that the boy stopped grabbing her breast and walked to the exit of the room. Razor. Don't take long and don't worry, we'll let your mother know when you've said I do. The girl just started crying knowing that she couldn't use magic and her fate was inevitable. Leo. Please Issei-kun, friend. A few minutes later the ceremony had begun in the main hall, Mio was next to a Razor with a triumphant smile, since nothing could stop his wedding or so he thought. Demon. Well now if anyone has any reason why this union shouldn't happen, speak now or shut up. Before he could finish his sentence, several guards at the door flew off toward the altar, where they knocked out the demon performing the wedding. Razor. Who was the bastard who interrupted my wedding? I'm sorry, but our invitation got lost along the way, but I think it's time to say that I'm against it, right? Razor. You. Rias. You're a bastard, you kidnapped my sister to marry her. Councilman 1. Shut up, this matter is none of your concern. Councilman 2. Now what's a disgusting human doing in? Suddenly the old man who approached the chestnut tree felt a blow and spat out blood. Issei. It's better if you leave me alone, damn it, and besides, I'm not coming alone. The other three mass of the underworld appeared next to him, they were three large-bodied girls dressed in different ways. Damned old man's advice, now if they went too far with this act, I Serapho Leviathan will punish them. I seriously didn't think you would stoop so low as to kidnap and place those stamps on Mio, I, Ajuki Beelzebub, condemn you for such an act. Zzzzzzzzzzz just don't make noise and fight for Mio's hand, I Fabiola Asmodeus, approve this fight. Razor. Well if that's what you want, you'll see how I get rid of one more human. Issei. You will only see how you will fall, you damned one. Battle Dimension. In an empty field we see a Razor who was still wearing his boyfriend's clothes and an Issei wearing the uniform of the school he attended. In the Maya room we see the four leaders trying to remove the jealousy that Mio had in her body, on the other hand, Rias was next to her mother who only watched attentively the beginning of this battle. Venelana. Honey, I wish you were here to see this fight. Rias. Don't worry Okasama, everything will be fine I just hope he doesn't go crazy. Venelana. What do you say? Rias. You see, the occasion of the crazy cadre, Issei discovered that because of him his father had died and he would do the same with Miki Okasama, at that moment something took over him, as if he were someone else. Venelana. Let's hope it doesn't happen, but we have to admit that he deserves it for doing this to your sister. Rias. I know. Returning to the battlefield, Razor is more than ready, looking at a special room in the stands. Razor. Good useless human, you will be my last flame as a bachelor, to then become a married man with a delicious woman. Issei. What are you saying? Razor. I want to touch my future wife more now. He said this while making the action with his hand of having touched something of Mio's. Issei. You're a bastard. Grayfia. Okay, the fight for Mio Gremory's hand will take place now. Pawn Hyoudou Issei is allowed to promote his pieces. Begin. Razor. It's your damn end for interrupting my wedding. The blonde boy quickly launched a large fireball at the brunette who dodged the attack in a flash and formed an X with his hands as he watched Razor fly toward him, ready to hit him. As soon as he felt the blonde boy's fist in his arms, he kicked Razor in the pit of his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Razor. Mimi miserable. Issei. That's you, now that I have time I can activate my armor. Balance break. At that moment, a red armor covered the boy, leaving everyone surprised, especially the elders of the council. Before them, they were Councilman 4. The Sekiryuutei. Razor, who was recovering from the lack of air, just looked at the brown-haired man with disgust. Razor. I'll show you that the Phoenix's fire is powerful. Suddenly the gem in Issei's hand began to shine. Breg. I'll just tell you that, little bird, no phoenix in history has been able to defeat a dragon, and no one will be the exception. The brunette flew against the blonde and started a fist fight. Issei gave accurate blows to Razor's body, who, in turn, the blonde had fire wrapped in his hands and tried to hit the brunette who missed. Issei. Give up or you'll find I'm more aggressive than I can be. Razor. I don't believe it. Suddenly the blonde managed to connect a blow to the brunette that caused his armor to begin to break. The others looked at this in surprise until they noticed that Mio was also beginning to suffer. Serafal. Those damn council members put seals on the game and they're activating at the same time as Mio's. This is mentioned when seeing one of the elders with his hands towards the battlefield. Inside the battlefield, Razor began to gain ground in the fight as he took the brunette's arms and connected powerful kicks wrapped in fire, causing the brunette to begin to retreat. Breg. Dude, I feel a strange energy in the place. Issei. I know, those bastards placed seals to diminish my power. Breg. Not only that, I also feel another energy, but this one comes from within the sacred gear. Issei. What are you saying? At that Razor connected a series of blows on the brown-haired boy, managing to bleed him, and then finished him off on the ground with a hammer blow, causing the boy to remain on the floor. Razor. See, you never had a chance with me. Don't worry. When I make Mio mine, I'll send you a video of her screaming for your help. I can't wait to feel that girl's breasts again. Suddenly Razor kicked Issei and sent him to the wall and started walking towards the brown-haired boy. This act caused something in Issei to begin to emerge, a black mist. You know he deserves it, don't give him the chance. Issei. Who are you? I am the unplanned gift when Yami regained consciousness the day Lala defeated me. Issei. Lala. Yami. I see you've lost your memories, that doesn't matter, I'm the darkness in this plant that wants to come out, come on, let's unite and let this guy see the dark justice he deserves. Come on, do this chant with me. Issei. Who are you? Just tell me, Nemesis. Breg, who was watching this conversation, was shocked to see that something from his old life as Issei had followed him. Out of the subconscious the brown-haired boy flew towards the sky and the mist began to cover him, only this time his eyes looked like his, but with a black mist. I who will awaken. I am Celestial Dragon who will show you the consequences of your actions. I will show you despair and fear. And I will sink you in the depths of Crimson Purgatory to receive your punishment. Night mode. Armor purge. Suddenly a black mist began to surround the chestnut that mixed with the reddish color of his armor had given birth to a new warrior who was ready to fight. Issei. Wretch, you will pay for having touched Mio when she did not want it, for wanting to put your hand on Rias and above all, for insulting the Gremory family with your presence. In a single flash, the brunette had black fire in his hand, which flew out in an instant and formed into a sword. In a single blow, he severed Razor's arm. Razor. Aye. Miserable, you'll see how. No, my arm won't regenerate. Issei. Knows the dark Crimson Purgatory fire and suffers from it. The Demon Council feared this act, but those who were in favor of Razor flew towards the battlefield. Councilman 1. Let's quickly put more suppression seals on him. The demon responsible for the seals went towards the brown-haired boy, but as soon as he was about to touch Issei, he disappeared and stood behind him. Issei. You're the one responsible for Mio being touched. With the black fire sword I tear off the councilman's head, thus releasing all the seals, both those on the field and those on Mio's body. Issei. It's time for your stupid traditions to die. Councilman 1. Don't stop, if you do, the mass and my colleagues. Councilman 11. Speak for yourself, we the demonic council that is with the leaders will not punish the Sekiryuutei for the death of half of the council. The one speaking was one of the demons who stayed in the observation box on the other side of the field, and Mio, who looked at him with tear marks on her face. Mio. We sniff the foremass approve this fight. The brown-haired man who was controlled by the dark mist called Nemesis put on a satisfied smile. Issei. To be like that. He flew out and went for the first two councilmen, burying his sword in one's chest while he grabbed the other's head and slammed it against the floor, leaving a blood stain on the floor. The other two went for Issei's back, but as soon as he felt their hostility, he turned around to give them a combination of blows that knocked them out. Busted. A large amount of energy had accumulated in Drake's glove, which gave no reason for this. In an act of speed, the chestnut tree took the remaining councillors, knocking them out with a blow and putting them together. Issei. It's time to disappear. Explosion. From Issei's hand came a powerful dragon shoot that hit the elders without a trace. He then looked at a Razor who was just trembling in fear. The spectators just looked in fear at that boy who came from Mio and was now about to kill a high-class devil. Rias. One-sama, we must stop Issei. Venelana. That's right, let's do something before the darkness consumes us. The girl, who was recovering from the shock, nodded and they flew away from the place. Issei. Now it's your turn to know justice. But the same speed he appeared in front of Razor to give him a series of blows that little by little were disfiguring his face, in that he took the other arm that held the space that Razor's missing hand had left. Issei. It's time to end this. Razor. Please stop, you don't know how important this marriage is. Issei. I don't care what you say, I only remember one thing, and that was how you presumed to touch Mio's body, and that is enough to kill you. The brunette grabbed Razor's torn shirt and first hit him in the stomach before preparing the final blow to his face. Stop. Issei Parya. It's not worth getting your hands dirty. Those who said this were Mio, along with Rias and Venelana. The older Reincarnation took the boy's hand, Rias hugged his waist, and their mother leaned the brunette between her breasts. For this act, Issei dropped an unconscious Razor to the ground, who only had a dead stare as he looked at the brunette. On the other hand, the mist began to leave the brunette's body, and with it, that strange armor went away as well. In front of them appeared a magic circle, the same one from the Phoenix family, from which emerged a blonde-haired girl with large breasts. Please don't do anything to my brother anymore, he learned his lesson. The brunette just moved his head between Venelana's breasts to see the newcomer, this act made the brunette blush. Issei. Just tell him not to bother the Gremorys again, as I will protect them with my life. Saying these words, the three members blushed and gave a loving smile. Thank you very much, I'll tell him. Saying this, she grabbed her brother and disappeared. The same thing happened to Issei, who, without being released by the girls, was shown to the observation room. The brown-haired boy just turned to see Mio who was still holding his hand. Issei. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. From one moment to another Mio took Issei's head and kissed him sweetly. Mio. Good to see you back. The girl kissed Issei again, who, tired from wearing that armor, fainted on Venelana's breasts. Rias. One-sama, that's not nice, Issei is my fiancé, only I can kiss him. Venelana. Rias, I think you'll have to share it not only with your sister. Rias. What do you mean Oka-sama? Venelana. I already found someone to take care of me. Rias just pouted at what her mother said. Suddenly the other mouse went to see their partner Lucifer to see how he was. Serafal. Mio, we must speak with the Sekiryuutei, he is not in trouble or anything, but the council wants to speak with him about the engagement. Mio. Let it be later, now we must take him to sleep at his house, tell them that tomorrow I will wait for them at the residence of the magician Hyoudou. Saying this they disappeared from the place. Serafal. Wow, you got yourself a great match and a great element for the Gremory house. Her two companions approached and only nodded to what the girl in the magical dress said before disappearing from the place. Kuoh. On the outskirts of the city, you can see his two companions, one of them with a tail, looking intently at the city. These were the king and queen of Deviluk. Well, first let's go house hunting. Sephi. And then let's begin the search for the future king of the galaxy. I want to see the boy and tell him it was all a mistake. Two worlds were about to meet, all with one thing in common, what awaits Issei with their next reunion. Chapter 4. Another fiancé. Pool day and arrival at Kuoh. Hyoudou residence. It was a new day at the Hyoudou family residence, where we see a brown-haired boy who was waking up after that battle he had with a certain guy who left him worse than a prostitute's underwear. A delicious aroma reached Issei's nose as he rubbed his eyes in sleep. Issei. But what? He said when he saw that there were two lumps under the sheet on his chest, when he removed it, he saw a pair of red hair on top of it. The girls were slowly waking up with their eyes still half asleep. Rias. Why, is it dawn yet? Leo. I slept so well, oh good morning Issei-kun, Rias Tan. The older Reincarnation kissed the brunette who, still in shock from seeing the girls, reciprocated the kiss. Rias. One-sama Issei is my fiancé, only I can kiss him. She said as she snatched him from her side and gave him a deep kiss. Leo. So the good morning kiss, huh? The girls just started pulling the brown-haired boy's arm, who just kept wondering how two pretty girls were fighting over him. After that scene in the brunette's bed, those present went to change and go down to the house's dining room, where a blonde accompanied by two full-bodied brunettes were setting everything up for breakfast. Mickey. Thank you very much for the help Venelana-sama. Venelana. Don't say that, it's the least I can do for my next partner. Mickey. Mate. What do you mean by that? Venelana. Yufufu, it's a secret. He said this with a blush on his cheeks, something that the brunette's mother understood perfectly and was about to complain about what he had said, but she was interrupted when she saw the boys arrive at the dining room. Issei. Good morning. Venelana. Buenos dias Issei-ku. The brunette was about to give him a hug, but her intentions were different, so she tripped and knocked the brunette over. The brunette had his hands on the retarded's mother's butt while his face was between her breasts. Issei was more than a little dizzy, so he instinctively squeezed Venelana's buttocks. Venelana. Wow, you are very naughty in the morning my eyes, but my breasts no longer produce milk, still enjoy them. The brown-haired boy no longer knew what was happening in his own house. How was it possible that the entire Gremory family lived with them? After that embarrassing moment, all the members who lived in the house began eating their breakfast, which the children's mothers had prepared. Issei. Mom, this is delicious. Mickey. Thank you son, we did it with a lot of love for you. Issei. Seriously? Venelana. Yes, I did it with all the love I have for you, you fufu. The brunette just blushed at what was said, but both daughters just pouted at their mother. Rias. Okasama, leave my fiancé alone. Venelana. I already told you that you will have to share it, also as a dragon that he is he can have more partners or am I wrong Drake-san? At that moment, Drake's glove appeared on the chestnut's left hand. Drake. You're correct. My partner will be able to have more than one partner. Since, thanks to your daughter's pieces, the draconization of his body has begun again, he'll now be able to access my power easily. It's also something my partner was. Suddenly the dragon stopped talking, as if he was going to be silent because he was going to say something inappropriate. Issei. That he was used to it. What do you mean by that? Drake. Nothing mate, forget about that last bit. The brown-haired boy was left in doubt, but the Gremory brown-haired boy saw Issei's mother who put on a complicated look, as if she knew what the dragon was talking about. While they were still having breakfast, Grayfia received a message in a letter. Upon reading it she was surprised by its content. Rias. What happened Grayfia? Grayfia. This is what's left of the Demon Council, they want to talk to Mio-sama and Issei-sama. The aforementioned just put on a serious look. Mio. What time? Grayfia. They're expecting you in 10 minutes at the student council. Mio. Now what are they going to want? Rias. I don't know, but we better hurry. Mickey. By the way, Asia-san, before I forget, we'll have practice with your sacred gear in the afternoon. Asia. Yes Okasama, I'm about to master the healing arrows you taught me. Mickey. After that will come the lesson on manipulating light as a weapon, okay? The blonde nodded with great emotion, because in the short time she had been with the magician Mickey, she had perfected her power and strength when it came to combat, the clearest example being that in the fight against Gabriel, she as support along with Kaneko, had defeated a Cerberus together. After breakfast, the boys, along with Mother Gremory, left the house in the direction of school. What they didn't notice was that a couple was coming out around the corner who looked more like mother and son due to the height of the man who accompanied her. Look at that mansion, we should buy a house just like that so the girls can fit in. Sephi. Yes, but you know this house seems strange to me, and even more so because even though it's eye-catching, no one pays any attention to it. The king reacted and looked around, noticing how the people passing by the house did not give any importance to its size. This is very strange, but well first let's look for the house for the girls and then go to the Kuoh Academy. From the information I got from that city it is one of the best schools and until recently it was only for young ladies. Sephi. Do you think Issei-kun will go to that school? We'll find out later if we don't offer him a scholarship. Sephi. Well, let's go to the house that's for sale near here, according to this we're a few blocks away from this one. I'll follow you. Saying this, the gentleman just continued walking along the same street where the Hyoudou mansion was. Academia de Kuoh. There were 20 minutes left until the start of classes, and in the occult club room was Rias Gremory sitting on a large armchair next to her queen piece who was standing behind her. On the other side of the armchair sat Mio Lucifer, next to a Grayfia who stood at his side. In the middle of the two was the brown-haired boy who was also called for the along with both girls. At the council president's table and as a mediator of the talk is a Sona Sitri who looked very attentively at the demonic council that Issei did not kill yesterday during the game he had against Eraser. Mio. Well, we're here now tell us what you offered to the demonic council. Councilman 1. Well as you know yesterday, more than half of the demon council not only betrayed her by handing her over to the young phoenix with magic suppression seals, but they also interfered during her raiding game and yesterday's fight against the Sekiryuutei Sama. Issei. Sama. Councilman 1. That's right, as we were saying, the few of us who agreed with the new laws they want to put in place in the underworld have decided to end forced marriages only if the last one that the Gremory house has imposed is followed. Rias. Sorry, but which marriage? They're talking about mine, right? Councilman 2. No Riasheim, your marriage is more than settled, you will marry the Sekiryuutei Sama, but we are referring to the new marriage that the matriarch of the Gremory house has decided on. Issei just turned to see a Venelana who stood behind him, gave him a tender smile, and placed her breasts on his head while hugging him by the neck. Mio on the one hand was nervous, she wanted to be mentioned in that forced marriage, on the other hand, Ria was just in shock to see what her mother had done, both with the forced marriage, as well as the sentimental hug she had with the brunette. Councilman 1. Therefore, from this moment on, both the Mao Lucifer and the matriarch of the House of Gremory will be engaged to the Sekiryuutei. We hope for your support in this decision, Sekiryuutei saw. Issei. Please just call me Issei. Councilman 1. Okay Issei-sama. The chestnut just sighed at what they just said about him. Issei. They're sure of this. Venelana. If it weren't for you, who helped us from the first moment of your return, who helped my daughter in her kidnapping by that damn bird, and who promised us that you would protect us, I wouldn't have done this. Leo. I do want to be by your side, of course if that's what you want. Rias. I am your fiancé and I never thought of this move by Okasama, so please take care of us. Issei was just in a sea of doubts, but something in him made him doubt, as if he had already lived this. Greg. Buddy, get rid of that fear and be happy. Besides, as a dragon, you alone attract the most beautiful girls in the land, and some of them are here in this room. If not, look at the Sitri girl who hasn't stopped looking at you. He just turned to see Sona, who was looking at the boy out of the corner of her eye, but she got nervous when they locked eyes. The brown-haired man sighed and looked at the council. Issei. They're sure of this. Councilman 1. That's right, it's possible that more marriage proposals will come your way in the future, just please analyze it carefully, the rest of the mass have given the go-ahead for you to get engaged to more princesses of the underworld if you wish. This made the girl with glasses jump up from her seat with great joy, but she managed to hide it. Sona. Really? Everyone turned to look at her with a doubt, but then she recovered with a fake cough. Sona. Cough I say, don't be a womanizer Hyoudou-kun. Issei. Well, if there's no other option, but before we get married or move on to something bigger, I'd like to go on dates with you first, so we can get to know each other better. Rias Venelana Mio. Yes Issei I'm looking forward to it. Councilman 1. Well that would be all and by the way Mio-sama. Mine yes. Councilman 1. I think it's time I spoke with the other two leaders of the remaining biblical factions, the attack carried out by Cadre Gabriel must not go unpunished. And that's what my mother wants. Yama Amano had entered the room in her school uniform. Councilman 3. What does this mean? Yama. Vera, I am Ria's ally, since we worked together during the Cadre Gabriel attack. Councilman 1. I understand, but what is being offered to you? Yama. My mother and faction leader wishes to have a summit of the three factions, Heaven is aware and has accepted, only the demon faction is missing. Leo. Okay I like this, it will be in 8 days here at the academy, mother we must prepare everything. Venelana. Okay, I'll take care of it. I'll have to move the parents' visit to next week before the summit. Sona, help me with that. Sona. Yes. Councilman. Well, we leave, with your permission. Saying that, what little remained of the demonic council left the room through a magic circle. Rias. Well Sona. Actually, Rias, I wanted to ask you a favor. Rias. What's up? Sona. You see. Time skip. We are in the occult club where Issei and Rias had quality time, since the Redhead kidnapped him leaving her classes, this with the excuse of talking more about her past, but something didn't fit and it was the last year. Rias. So you don't remember anything? Issei. No, I really don't remember that last year, but I don't think this is a topic of conversation, now tell me when I will meet your nobility properly. Rias. It's true that I'm careless, with your return I forgot about the others, when they arrive I'll introduce you. At that moment the door of the club was opening, where the first to enter was the queen of Rias who ran with the brown-haired girl. Ikeno. Issei-kun missed you. Issei. Este Ikeno-san yo igual. Rias. Well let's put this aside and please introduce yourself to your new companions, Zenobia please stand next to Issei. Ikeno. Nice to meet you, my name is Ikeno Himejima, I am Ria's queen. Kaneko. Kaneko Taojo, Tori de Butchu. Kiba. Nice to meet you, my name is Kibayumi, I am a knight of Butchu. Asia. You already know me, Asia Argento, Butchu's bishop. Yama. Nice to meet you, my real name is Rainer, I am Ria's ally. The boys who introduced themselves bowed to their new classmates. Rias. Well now it's your turn. Issei. Zenobia, you first please. Zenobia. Okay, my name is Zenobia Quarta, I am Butchu's second knight. Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, son of the magician Mickey who you seem to know, it's a pleasure. Rias. Well, now that we've introduced ourselves, I have some news for you. The student council has asked for your help cleaning the school pool tomorrow. So, there won't be any contract today so we can prepare everything and help out. They also told us we can use it after cleaning it. Issei. But we have a pool in the house. Rias. I know, but this will be fun, come on cheer up Issei. Issei. Well that means I'll have to go get a swimsuit. Rias. I'll go with you, it might be a good sigh. The Keno. In that case I'll accompany you, I also want a swimsuit. Zenobia. I don't know about those things, it's better to go with you. So the others saw that and nodded. Asia Kaneko Yumi Rainer. Nosotras también vamos. Iridide just sighed at this and pouted because her plan didn't work, so she gave up. Zenobia. But you, before you go, would you allow me to talk to you alone? Rias. Sure, well the rest of you wait for us at the school exit. The boys obeyed, leaving Rias and Zenobia talking privately. At the door we see the girls who surrounded the brunette waiting for their classmates, especially a black-haired girl who took the boy by the arm. This of course caused jealousy in the rest of the students who passed by and looked at the brunette in a bad way. At the exit of the main building, a couple was leaving. Everyone noticed that the lady was wearing a veil, which remained a mystery, while the boy seemed to be wearing cosplay, which was endearing, especially because of his tail. It will be difficult to adapt to this change, especially since they think I'm a child. Sephi. Calm down dear, the good thing is that the girl's registration is already in, the director was really kind, right? If you say so. Sephi. I know you said she was hiding her power, but I didn't see any bad intentions on her part. I know, now all that's left is to go get the girl in on Monday. Suddenly he stopped as he saw a particular person at the exit who was surrounded by several girls. Sephi. Honey, what is say? It seems the supernatural world has already claimed him. Sephi. Why do you say that? Look. At that moment he saw Iridide kiss the boy who took his hand and they left school. That girl is a demon and apparently she's already the boy's girlfriend. Sephi. How could that brat have changed Lala so quickly? Remember, he sealed his memories, so I don't find it strange to see him with another girl, since he doesn't remember Lala. My daughter will have a hard time. Sephi. That's true, but we need to tell him to take it easy, now that he comes next Monday and knows the current situation. Not just her, but all of us, well let's go to Seinen, we must prepare the girl's move. Going to the back of the school, the king took a check from his bag, pressed a button, and was then illuminated by a saucer that was high above the city, which was hidden among the clouds. What they didn't notice is that two girls from the Kendo club observed that. Hadis Murayama. It can't be, aliens. Only to run out of the place with a big surprise. After that, the occult club had their unofficial outing to the mall, where the girls went to buy their swimsuits for the next day, leaving an Issei outside the store to keep a secret how they would dress. The next day. It was morning and both the occult club and the student council were meeting at school. Issei. Tell me, it takes that many people to clean a pool. He said as he looked at the entire student council and the occult club. Rias. Well this is a good opportunity to meet the other demons that are in the city, don't you think Sona? Sona. If it seems alright to me, well Hyoudou, let me introduce you to my family that belongs to the Sitri clan. Nice to meet you, my name is Tsubaki Shinra, I am the queen of Kaicho. Tsubasa Yura is my name, I am Kaicho Tower. Hamo Meguri, it's a pleasure, I'm Kaicho's knight. Nice to meet you, I'm Ryakusaka, I'm a bishop. Momo Hanakai, Kaicho's other bishop, a pleasure. Hello, I'm in first grade, my name is Raruko Nomura, I'm a Kaicho pawn. Haruki. And I am Kaicho's recent pawn, my name is Haruka Saji. Issei. It is a pleasure to meet such beautiful ladies, my name is Hyoudou Issei, feel free to call me by my name. The boy just gave his typical sincere smile to which that's right, all the girls blushed, something that Rias noticed and just sighed. Sona. Well, let's go clean the pool so we can enjoy the day. Rias. I agree with Sona, let's all go. The girls and Issei nodded, leaving the brunette alone in the men's locker room to put on his gym clothes, which were shorts and a white shirt, while the girls put on a t-shirt and their white shirt. Everyone cleaned the pool quickly and efficiently, and it was ready in less than 2 hours. Rias. Okay Akeno, fill up the pool so we can go change. Akeno. See but you. The brunette simply cast a magic circle above the center of the pool, and a large amount of water began to flow out. In less than a few minutes, the pool was more than clean. Sona. Well then it's time to go change. Rias. Issei, I want to give you a surprise, so wait for us. The brown-haired boy just nodded, but he had a bad feeling for some strange reason. Greg. I should call emergency services, I'm sorry my partner needs a blood transfusion. The brunette just ignored that comment and quickly went to put on his red shorts with black dragons, which without wearing a shirt, showed the great training in his abdomen and arms. Rias. Issei, how is my swimsuit? At that, he turned to look at the brown tree where he was called only to see a large number of beautiful girls. Issei. You look beautiful. Rias. Thank you my ice. Bakeno. Kohai-kun, what do you think of my swimsuit? The brown-haired man just gulped and mind to Rias who just gave him a sympathetic look and nodded. Issei. You look beautiful Akeno-san. Asia. Issei-san how do I see myself? Issei. You look beautiful Asia. Asia. I really think so, thank you. Kaneko. Solo no mi Miramucho senpai. Issei. T-ves adorable. Yumi. Issei-kun, how does this swimsuit look on me? Issei. T-quito bien Yumi-chan. Rainer. And what about mine? Issei. You look good Rainer. Sona. I hope you like it. Issei. Este CCTV bien kaicho. The girl just blushed. Tsubaki. Please don't stare at me too long. Ria. This is my first time wearing this, it doesn't look daring. Yura. How lucky you are, Issei, surrounded by so many beauties. Momo. Yura-san, don't say it like that. I'll feel embarrassed if you stare at me too much. Haruko. Don't worry Momo-chan, he's not like those perverts so don't worry. Tomo. That's true, I don't know what I would do if those guys saw us in these swimsuits. Haruka. I just know that Issei is lucky to be here and see us in swimsuits. Issei. I don't know what you were talking about, well it's better to swim for a while. Saying this, he stretched his back and extended his arms to reveal his ample chest and perfectly defined abdomen, as well as his arms and legs. This caused the girls' noses to bleed. Of course, Issei saw this, which cleared his doubts. Issei. Girls are you okay? The girls just nodded with a thumbs up and the other hand covering their nose with a piece of paper. Issei. Well, it's time to take a. Rias. Ice wait, I must ask you a favor. The boy accepted his girlfriend's request after hearing the favor she asked him. Issei. 1-2, 1-2, come on Haruko-chan kick faster. Haruko. It's senpai. At this time I was teaching Sona's piece to swim since she didn't know how to swim. Asia. Come on Haruko-san, Issei-san's classes are easy to learn. Kaneko. You can. Tomo. Come on Haruko, I want to race now. From the edge of the pool, the girls, whom the brunette had already helped teach to swim, were supporting him. The other girls were either swimming or enjoying the sun under the umbrella and a beach chair that Sona summoned while reading a love book. Returning to the brown-haired boy, he took the hands of Sitri's pawn who did not stop kicking. He looked where Rias and Akeno were swimming professionally, which distracted the brown-haired boy and collided with the wall of the pool. This caused the girl to collide with his chest and blush. Issei. Sorry, Haruko-chan. Haruko. No don't worry senpai. She reflexively hugged the brunette, surprising and provoking barely perceptible jealousy in the other girls. Issei. Glad you're okay. Haruko. Thank you for teaching me how to swim, senpai. The girl just swam away quickly with a blush as she reacted to what he was doing. Rias. Ice you can come. The brown-haired boy only approached where Rias was lying on a towel spread out on the floor. Issei. Tell me what you need. Rias. Could you put sunscreen on me, as your fiancé you should take care of my skin. The brown-haired boy just looked away because he blushed at what the girl said. Issei. Of course. Akeno. Wait Kohai-kun, I want to too. The black-haired girl blushing and ran to where the boy was and then tripped over Ria's towel, causing Akeno to fall on top of Issei, who in turn fell on top of the redeed, revealing a scene that only any man would want to be there. It was Issei who had his hand near Ria's intimate area, touching her thigh, while his other hand was between Akeno's breasts. As for the girls, each had her hand on the boy's chest while the other was near Issei's friend. The way he was, the brunette just turned red while the girls just looked at each other and smiled in a macabre way. Rias. Issei, if you want to play there you should wait until you're alone at home. Akeno. Ara, my Kohai-kun already wants to know if I have milk to give him. The others were either shocked or jealous to see this, especially a short-haired brunette wearing glasses. Kaneko. Rias Butchu and Akeno-san, they are perverts. Suddenly a girl who was missing from the place came out. Zenobia. So you're going to make babies, I'm going to join in too. Issei. Excuse me. Zenobia. I asked Butchu for permission yesterday to approach you, she told me that there would be no problem, as long as I remember that she will be the first, and from what I see today will be the big opportunity. The brown-haired boy, with a poker face, looked at Rias, who, even though he was touching her body, only whistled and looked away. Issei. Please I just want to have a normal day, damn spell. After that the girls continued with their recreational and fun activities, while the brown-haired man fulfilled the request by putting suntan lotion on Rias and Akeno, who involuntarily moaned at the touch of Issei, which caused Mini Issei to wake up and he in turn jumped into the pool to get rid of the heat. In the afternoon, everyone went home, but like every gentleman, Issei dropped off each of the girls until he reached the Hyoudou residence in the company of Rias and Asia, who only watched their interaction as they walked hand in hand. She involuntarily pouted in jealousy. After that day everything was quiet in Kuoh, but elsewhere. Flag. The girls were more than ready to start their new life in Kuoh, but we see a more than nervous and, above all, worried Lala after her parents told her what they saw yesterday. Then there was a knock on her bedroom door, but she didn't answer. Momo. One-sama, it's ready. Lala. I am, but if he wants to see us or if he already has another girlfriend, I couldn't. Momo. One-sama, you know what my father told us, he is already in a relationship, but I thought that instead of keeping him away from the others with stupid plans like fights or something like that, we should talk. Lala. Talk. Momo. Let's talk clearly with the girl who is Issei-kun's girlfriend and explain everything to her. Lala. You're right, well now I'm more encouraged, I hope we can get Issei back. Momo. You'll see. Mecha. Lala-san, the space mover just arrived to take the things. Lala. Okay, time to go meet Issei. Monday. In a new house in Kuoh City, a group of girls in Kuoh Academy uniforms were seen heading toward school. Lala. Okay girls, it's time to start the mission to recover Issei. Haruna. Let's go get some breakfast first, there's nothing to eat at home. All. Yes. At the Hyoudou residence, a couple was seen waking up after an exhausting weekend, as on Sunday Issei trained with Asia in creating arrows of light that would cause damage instead of healing. The chestnut tree was waking up and looked out the window. Issei. Well, it's a new one. At that moment, he saw a pink-haired man and a purple-haired man walk past his house, and, incidentally, he mentioned a name. Issei. Lala. That was the first reunion, but time will tell when both worlds will truly come together. Chapter 5. Lala's arrival, a discovery and the first encounter. Hyoudou residence. It was a new day in Kuoh City, and we see a chestnut tree getting up from his bed with a new view he never thought he would see. It was Rias, Mio and Venelana in their bed sleeping peacefully, the three of them were wearing erotic pajamas that any man seeing this would attack without thinking. The boy still didn't understand how the three girls had fallen in love with him, but like the dragon that he is, he began to see them as a treasure. Issei after seeing the girls with a smile, he went to the window and opened the curtains that blocked the sunlight and prevented it from entering the room. Suddenly he saw several students in their academy uniforms walking in front of his house. The brown-haired boy watched these actions and just smiled. He was about to turn around when suddenly a pink and a purple color caught his attention. Turning to see where he looked at these hairs, he simply said one word. Issei. Lala. Who is Lala? He reacted by feeling a hug on his back and feeling the breasts of the girl who arrived with him. Issei. Rias. Rias. Yes honey, tell me who Lala is. Issei. Lala. Rias. Yes, you said that name. The chestnut tree was really surprised to say this name. Issei. I'll tell you the truth, I don't know who he is. The girl was really worried because she knew who that Lala was from the conversation she had with the chestnut-haired boy's mother and she told her what happened that year. Rias. Okay, let's put that aside, my eyes, it's time to go to school. The brunette nodded and went to the bathroom to take a shower and get ready for breakfast, where it was already usual. A couple of brunettes were in the kitchen preparing the boys' food, that is, both were wearing thin robes that left a lot to the imagination. Finishing breakfast with all the girls, Venelana and Issei left the huge Hyoudou mansion heading to school, where he was the center of attention of both boys and girls. Since the boys were dying of envy seeing him surrounded by so many beautiful girls, something that bothered more than one, but this didn't matter to the boy since for some reason he found her very familiar. On the other hand, the girls of the academy envied the others in Issei's group, since for them he was a prince with a ducktail. Even with the uniform on you could see that well-worked body that made more than one of them wet their panties. Upon arriving at the academy, each of them went to their classrooms, where they noticed that in the chestnut's classroom, there were 4 new empty seats, which were behind the chestnut and Asia, who sat together. The boys were talking calmly about how they defeated Razor and the tremendous beating he had received and teaching Zenobia things about school when the class tutor had arrived. Tutor. Good morning guys. Students. Good morning. Tutor. Well, today I have a sad announcement to make. Today is my last day at the school and, consequently, my last day as your tutor. All the students were surprised by this event and murmurs began to form. Earl. Teacher, why are you leaving? Tutor. Well, the scholarship for my master's degree in education from Cambridge University has been approved, so I will go to England and there I will be able to continue my career at one of the high schools affiliated with the university. At that point another girl raises her hand to ask to speak. Girl 2. Well, we just have to say that on behalf of Group 2B, we wish you a good trip. Tutor. Thanks guys, now I'm pleased to introduce you to the new tutor for this group. Saying that, a blonde teacher with glasses and an enviable body had entered. She stood next to the teacher and looked at the entire class, in that her eyes only focused on a certain brunette who was attentive to the presentation. Of course, when the whistling and celebrating that a new teacher, and especially a hexy one, had arrived in their classroom, started. The boys were beyond excited, but they were scolded by the students who belonged to the kendo club. Hyoudou, seeing the brown-haired boy sitting on her bench, had the intention of running to where the boy was and wanting to hug him, but she noticed a look of not recognizing her, which made her sad, but she remembered what King Gid had said. Tutor. Well, this is Professor Hyoudou, from today she will be your new group tutor, they are all yours. The teacher left the classroom leaving the teacher in front of her new group. Hyoudou. Good morning guys, as you heard, starting today I will be your new group tutor. Now not only I have arrived in this room, as you may have noticed there are 4 empty seats in the back, well this is because starting today 4 students will join our class. Saying this, the boys got excited and started whispering again, which annoyed the girls again, and they received kendo sticks for such behavior. Hyoudou. Okay girls, please come in. Saying this, the 4 girls were entering the classroom, where their beauty was more than evident. The first to enter had beautiful sea green hair, her breasts were the same size as Zenovia's, and she was distinguished by having a cheerful smile. The second to pass was a girl with long jet black hair and a respectable figure, but she stood out for her aura of hating perverts, which scared the other boys, except for the brunette, who for some reason found this environment familiar. The third girl had hair that reached men and was purple, she wore a calm smile to dedicate to the others in the class. Finally, a girl with pink hair, a great body and a smile that lit up everyone around her walked in. Hyoudou. Okay girls please say hello to your new classmates. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, and I come from Seinen City. Nice to meet you, my name is Yui Katagawa, and I also come from Seinen City. Nice to meet you, my name is Haruna Sarenji, and like my friends I come from Seinen City. Hello, my name is Lala Deviluk, and I come from Seinen City. The 4 girls greeted each other politely with a bow. At the end of the presentation, the applause was immediate and both boys and girls celebrated. Boys. We are lucky, 4 pretty girls have arrived in our classroom. Girls. They can rival our one Isamas. The girls were smiling when Lala looked to the back of the room, where a brunette was watching the new girl's presentation attentively. The girl forgot everything she was told about what the brown-haired boy did and ran to where he was sitting while tears were coming out of her eyes. Lala. Issei, how good to see you again. The girl threw herself into the arms of the brunette, who reflexively caught the girl, but he was wondering one thing. On one hand, the girls from the occult club opened their eyes wide at this, while Seinen's new students were left wondering, what have you done? On the other hand, the brunette was left with only doubts about the new students' actions. Issei. Sorry, but I know you. This comment made the pink-haired girl's eyes empty, but she remembered what her father had said about the boy, sealing her memories of the year they lived together. Lala. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Issei. Sure, you called me by my name. The girl turned pale as did her friends because it was true she called him by his name. Lala. Hahaha, sorry, I meant I don't know if that will be my new seat. Everyone in the room made a chibi face of I don't believe it. Issei. Well, that doesn't matter, a pleasure, my name is Hyoudou Issei. The girl happily greeted the brunette by taking both of his hands with great happiness, but at that moment an aura of danger was felt in the environment that came from 4 girls in particular. Yumi. Na Issei, who is your new friend? Asia. Issei-san looks so friendly, don't you think? Rainer. Issei Baka. Zenovia. So this is teen romance, huh? That's something you don't see in church. I should take notes on this. This for some reason caused fear in Lala, who quickly moved away from the brown-haired man. Lala. I feel the hug. Issei. This don't worry, and well, if you or one of your friends have problems here at school, don't hesitate to come and tell me, I will gladly help you. Hyoudou. Okay girls please go to your seats, we must start the class. Time skip. Thus the first hours of classes passed and then lunchtime came. Lala and the other seinen girls intended to talk to a certain brunette in their homeroom, but as soon as the break bell rang, they were surrounded by everyone except for the members of a certain club. On the other hand, Issei and the club girls stood up and walked out of the classroom, heading for the old academy building. This caught Lala's attention to what I asked. Lala. One question, where are Issei and the other girls going? At that a girl with pigtails and brown hair answered. I'll tell you, by the way, my name is Murayama and my friend next to me is called Caddis. Caddis. Well, that's because Hyoudou and the others belong to the same club and they all eat there. Lala. Wow, they eat like friends, it makes me want to talk to them. Murayama. I think you'd better give up on that idea. At that the other three seinen girls approached Lala and the others upon hearing that comment. Haruna. Why does Murayama-san say that? Murayama. Well, even though he has been in school for a short time, he is considered the prince of Kuoh. The other girls in the class sighed at that. Girl 2. Yes, he defends us from the perverts at school and more from the perverted duo in the classroom. The girls just smiled at that, even though he's in this school he still defends the girls. Yui. But why should we give up on talking to him? Hadis. Well, he is the boyfriend of our one-sama Rias Gremory. This gave a clear prick to the hearts of the seinen girls. Murayama. And not only that, he's protected by all the girls in the occult club. Girl 3. That's true, Akeno-senpai is very jealous if we get close to Issei. Girl 4. Don't forget that Asia-san, Yumi the princess of Kuoh and Rei-chan are also overprotective of him. Girl 5. Plus first grade Kaneko is always by her side when they leave school. Girl 6. And don't forget that he's Venelana-sensei's pet. Girl 7. By the way, there is a rumor that the entire student council is after the school prince and from what I see he gets along well with them and even more with the Iron Woman Sona Shitori. The girls were impressed by these facts while the men cursed the brunette because he was more manly than them by leaving them in KO when they were too clever. Lala. Hyoudou sure has a reputation here. Murayama. Yes, it's better to give up if you want him as a boyfriend since to get to him you have to go through. At that moment, a group of girls who were in the hallway began to scream with excitement at seeing a scene. Girl 23. Kai. They are Rias-sama and Issei-sama. Girl 24. The best couple in this school. Lala and the others didn't hold back and went out to see what was happening, only to get a surprise for themselves, something that truly hurt them. It was Rias and Issei kissing in the middle of the hallway in a loving way, but in a more romantic position, since the girl seemed like she was going to fall, but she was held by the waist, to which the brunette just kept looking at her, and they both knew it was time for a kiss, regardless of being at school. Rias. My ice, let's go eat something. Issei. Yes, but this time let's go to the tree of the courts, I want to sleep there for a while. Akeno. Ara, then it will be a picnic, good thing I brought a tablecloth. Asia. Then Yumi and I will go get drinks for everyone. Zenobia. I'm going with you. Yumi. Okay, let's go. The occult club members went down to the courtyard while Lala and the others were hurt to see that suddenly other first-year girls had arrived at Lala's class along with Tirju who were watching where Issei was going. Lala. Momo, what are you doing here? Momo. One-sama we should go talk to him now that we know he's okay. Nana. It's not that I mind getting the beast back, but we should keep the conversation to a minimum so I feel better. Yami. It's true, I must talk to him and tell him that my hunt is not over. Lala and the others looked at each other, only to receive a nod of approval. Lala. Okay, let's eat quickly and go find him. But that said, the girls went to the cafeteria to get something to eat quickly and go look for a certain brunette. A few minutes had passed, where Issei and the other girls had finished eating, the brown-haired boy as he said fell asleep on Ria's chest, who in turn was leaning against a tree while looking at her boyfriend. Akeno. It seems she still hasn't recovered from the fight with Razor. Rias. Yes, although he doesn't want to show it, that armor with mist left him more than exhausted. That and not letting him sleep well in the room. The one who said this was Venelana, who was wearing an office suit and approached the boy to caress his cheek. Suddenly, a black light appeared on her fingers and she touched his forehead. Rias. Okasama, why did you do this? Venelana. Well, because right now we'll have visitors along with a conversation that I don't want to say to hear, right Tirju-sensei? The girls from the club turned to see where the others were coming from, they were all surprised to see the new girls. Rias. Who are they? Asia. Haruna-san, Run-san, Lala-san, Yui-san and Tirju-sensei, what are they doing here? Lala. We came to talk to Issei. The Redeed suddenly put on an angry look. Rias. Lala. You're the new girl. I imagine you're from Seinen. Lala. How do you know? Rias. I know because you were the damn one who cheated on Issei with another human and kicked him out of the city, wasn't it? Lala, upon hearing this, began to cry because she knew that, although nothing really happened with the boy, she felt guilty about this. Lala. It wasn't my intention, I never planned for this to happen. Momo. You one-sama, we told you that this is not your fault, it is an experiment that went wrong. Akeno. What? Try it out with other guys and then show it to my Kohai-kun. The girls denied this because this idea was ridiculous, like something out of a badly made story. Nana. Of course not, we are not insensitive beasts to do that. Suddenly Drake's glove appeared on the brown-haired man's hand and he began to speak. Drake. Well if not, explain what happened, since it's your fault Nemesis is here. Yami was surprised by this fact, in that the glove changed to black where a new voice that the Kuoh girls did not recognize. Nemesis. Wow, but it's Yummy-chan. Yummy? What are you doing here? Nemesis. Don't get me wrong, this vessel is better, but I don't want to control it, I just want to see where it goes without my power, and then see what happens. From what I feel in this place things will get better, and I say this for a certain white dragon. Greg. Shut up, he's my rival not yours. Nemesis if as you say, but why not better explain with the failure of your experiment or if you could say it like this. This caught the attention of the seinen girls and especially Lala. Lala? What do you mean by that? Nemesis. Well since we're here, I caused your experiment to fail, I needed to enter this body, and with work it was simple, I just waited for the boy to inhale some of the plant spores and enter, but anyway, I better go to sleep, see you. At that the glove returned to its original color, where Drake was in control again. Drake. That presence is more than heavy now Deviluke girl, explain about your experiment. Lala began to talk about who the three sisters and their teacher really were, what they experienced during the year Issei was by their side, and what really happened with their experiment. The others were surprised, but they also came to the conclusion that it wasn't the older pink-haired girl's fault, so they began to sympathize with them. Greg. I'm sorry to hear that, but I can't just let my partner remember them, since he also had a bad time and as a dragon this could affect him. Lala. But I want to have him by my side again. Rias. I know, she's someone special, but Drake is right. If she releases the seal, she risks falling ill again, and we've read that's a serious problem for a dragon. Venelana. It's true, two things can happen. Either he falls into depression or he seeks revenge. Lala. There's nothing that can be done. Drake. There's one thing. They all paid attention to what the dragon was going to say. Drake, what I can do is, if you create new happy moments with the boy without going overboard wanting to do it for yourselves, I can slowly erase that bad moment and release the seal, but it will be one at a time, okay. The girls looked at each other and agreed. Drake, although there is also another way to remember them, but that way would be stupid. Haruna. And what is it? Drake put them in imminent danger of death, with that I can also release the seal on their memories, but this would be stupid, it's putting them in danger, and I think that if he remembers them this way, he would be more upset with you for doing this kind of acts. The DxD girls nodded at that. Momo. Well, there's no other way, it will be the safe way. Momo. And with that I'll be able to carry out the harem plan, but I see that there will be more girls for Issei-kun, well that doesn't matter. Venelana. Well, it's best if you go to your classroom since classes are about to start. By the way, Lala, I need you to explain to me who you really are. Yui. A question. Venelana. Tell me. Yui. I've heard that there are a lot of perverts at school, even though girls are the majority, they don't have a disciplinary council or anything like that. Venelana. We have the student council, but they can't cope with them. This was true since the council had to carry out their demonic contracts, just like Ria's club does. Yui. Well, I would like to create the disciplinary council in this school. Venelana. Sounds good to me, talk to the council president Sona Shitori in the afternoon, and if she thinks it's okay we'll create it today, you can come by after class. The girl nodded and walked away from where the others were. Rias. I think it's a good idea Okasama. Venelana. It is, now that the three-faction conference is coming up, it's better that we have her support as well. Bekeno. Who would have thought there is also life outside this planet? Venelana. Well, we are supernatural beings, that doesn't surprise me, it's no wonder I felt something strange about that boy who came that day. Oh? Boy? Venelana. He claimed to be Lala's father, but he was too short to be true, well leave Issei awake. The brunette removed the boy from the breast pillow that Rias had made for him and kissed him on the forehead, she couldn't go any further than this since they were at school. The chestnut was waking up from the deep sleep that forced him to be alone to look at a Venelana near him, unconsciously he breathed the delicious perfume that the chestnut used. Venelana. So you like my cinnamon perfume, well it's time to go to class. The brunette was more than red and a trickle of blood came out of his nose when he saw those breasts up close that now seemed to be his. Time skip. Class time was over and all the kids were either going home or to their clubs as dictated by the school. The pink-haired group accompanied the former president of the discipline committee in seinen so that they could implement it in the school they currently attend. After a discussion with Sona Shitori, the girls agreed to create a committee to crack down on perverts and students who didn't abide by the student council's rules. Leaving the office they were on their way to where Director Venelana was waiting for them, but not before passing by two people. The first was the tutor of Issei's group and of course the new nurse of the place, Mikado. Lala. Okay, let's accompany Yui-chan to make the committee official and go home, we have to eat something. They all nodded and walked down the hallway, along the way they noticed how the brunette entered the old academy building, which caught the girls' attention. Momo. That building is strange, don't you think? Lala. Yes, Peak, what do you think? Geek. I don't know Lala-sama, it seems strange to me that even with this new building the old one is still working. Yummy. We should see what's going on there. Lala. Well, it's time to try my new invention, my nai. The girl took out a rather small gun, but in the end instead of having a circular barrel, it looked like a vacuum cleaner. Haruna. And what does this do? Lala. Well, with this device we will be invisible for a period of 30 minutes, with this we will be able to spy on them. Momo. There won't be anything bad, no. Lala. No, this won't hurt our feelings at all, we'll just be invisible. Run. And what do we expect? The girl took the gun and shot her companions, who stopped seeing each other, only their voices and breathing could be heard. Yui. It worked. Lala. Okay, let's go see what's going on in that building. The others somehow followed the girl until they reached the old building, entering very carefully and going to where the voices of the others could be heard. Only to open the door a little and get a big surprise. A red-haired girl with horns came out of the floor, next to her came a silver-haired girl. Rias. One-sama, it's a miracle that you use her real appearance. Leo. The elders of the council told me to use my normal appearance since the conference of the three factions would be soon and it would not look good to have a teenager as leader of the demons. They compared me to Serapho that she looked more mature than me, can you believe it? The girl ran to where Issei was sitting, seeking comfort from him. Leo. I hope that with my true appearance you still love me, I couldn't accept that you no longer like me for using my true form. Issei. Don't worry, you're still beautiful. The girl was happy and quickly kissed the brunette who didn't react. Rias. One-sama did it on purpose. Leo. What can I tell you? Issei. But one question, are those horns real? He said it because curiosity got the better of him and he started touching them, suddenly they fell off Mio's head, alarming the brunette. Issei. I'm sorry Mio-sama. Leo. Don't worry, they're fake. At that a Keno approached with a cart where a teapot and a cake were on top of the vehicle. The Keno. Don't worry Issei-kun, Mio-sama likes to do this kind of cosplay. Rias. And all this One-sama, why are you here? I thought you would return to the underworld to continue with your work. Mio. And not seeing my beloved and my little sister on their visiting day, forget it. Rias. Visit. Or not. Issei. Visit. The Keno. Oh, with Mio-sama we forgot this. Leo. We also have to prepare everything for the summit of the three factions. Rias. Well, it's better to see that for later, by the way, Issei your first regular client requests you. Issei. Her again. Rias. Hey don't repel, it's your first contract, so you should keep her happy okay. Issei. Okay, I'm going, hopefully we can play your video game consoles that I saw that day. Saying this he stood where there was a circle on the floor, only for him to disappear in a few moments, leaving Lala and her friends impressed by it. At that Kaneko began to sniff the air, as if detecting something. Kaneko. But we have intruders. Rias just gave the order and they began to search the place with the help of Kaneko's sense of smell, who suddenly stood at the door and detected the smell with her nose. Kaneko. Here they are, I can't see them, but I can feel their presence standing here. Rias. Well done Kaneko, now demon you better come forward or I'll eliminate you immediately. Lala. Wait, it's me Lala. The girls in the club were impressed by the girl's voice, but even more so by not seeing her. Rias. Lala is you, where are you? Lala. Here at the door. She finished speaking when she saw that she was visible again, but with a small detail that she hadn't foreseen. Seinen girls. Kai our clothes are not here. In fact, Lala's invention had the defect that the clothes disintegrated her, instead of making her invisible like the girls, all except Lala and Momo covered themselves either with their hands or in Nana's case her alien tail. Lala. Boy, did I fail after all. Yui. Lala I told you to test your inventions well. Lala. I made it and used it when I had Peek on me. Peek. Yes, but that time it was like a brooch and allowed me to help her not to get naked when her Devilu clothes appeared. Now I was exhausted since the creation of this new uniform involved me using more energy and therefore I could not help her. Lala. Oh wow, that was it. Rias. Seriously, your experiments can create chaos. Leo. He would get along with two girls I know. Rias and the others created the girl's uniform with magic, which surprised the others. Rias. Well we already know about you, now it's better to explain about the supernatural world. Meanwhile at the house of a certain client of Issei. Issei. Good night, the demon you asked for has arrived. Wow, you got here early, kid, good luck. Issei. Tell me what you want tonight. You see, I spent the whole day working today, so I didn't have time to make dinner. Can you help me with that? Issei. Of course, Miss Azalea. Azalea. I already told you, call me Aza-chan. Issei. Because I feel the same energy that Ray-chan transmits. Dreg, you must know something. Dreg. No, no idea. Dreg. As I say, I caught the attention of the leader of the fallen angels. The dragon just laughed in fear because in front of them was the leader of the fallen angels. What caught his attention the most was why he was here. The next day. It was a new day, and as is customary in Issei's new life, he woke up next to Rias, Mio, in her original form, and Venelana. The classic good morning kiss was present, and then they got ready and went to school, except today in particular there was a change. Rias. Well, today I will go with one Isama to see the surroundings of the place and make sure everything is ready for the audience of the three factions. Issei. We'll see you there. Asia. Let's go, Issei-san, it's going to get late. The boy nodded and they headed towards the academy. Along the way, they were calm, especially the girls, due to the conversation they had yesterday with a certain pink-haired girl. Just as they were about to arrive at the academy, there was a girl with silver hair and a great figure who was leaning on the railing without opening her eyes. Of course, with this figure she was the center of attention with the other kids, but she didn't even flinch at seeing them because to her they were pure trash. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes and looked up when she saw a certain brunette coming. Interesting, so you are the bearer of the red. The girl said as she stood in front of the brown-haired man who blocked her path to the academy. Issei. Sorry, I know you. My name is Valerie and I am the bearer of the white one. While they were face to face, they didn't notice that another power had arrived, but it was hiding itself in the best way possible. The one watching this was the same boy who came days before to enroll a certain dangerous girl and her friends. He only looked at the brunette who had a serious look. Wow, this place is going to get more interesting. I hope everything goes well and Issei becomes strong enough to be the new king of the galaxy. This scene marked the beginning of new events where different worlds would come together. Chapter 6. Parents' Day and the beginning of the faction meeting. Academia de Kuoh. At the entrance of the school academy stood an Alvina girl with long hair and a great figure in front of our brown-haired boy. So you're my rival, the red one. Issei. Sorry, but I don't know you. How rude I am, my name is Valerie, the white one. Hearing this, Issei changed the color of his eyes from hazel to green. Suddenly in front of the girl, there were two swords that prevented her from taking another step. Yumi. You better behave, we don't want you to cause any trouble. Zenobia. We won't allow the celestial dragons to start their fight in the city. The girl just gave a confident laugh and looked at both of them. Valerie. And you will stop me, please. I saw your fight against Gabriel, and if you didn't give him a scratch, do you think you can beat me? Issei. Girls, come here. Taking heed, the two swordswomen returned to the chestnut-haired man's side, who continued to stare. Valerie. Tell me, Hyoudou Issei, what place of power do you think you are in? From what I saw in your fight, you must have at least 3 figures. It's a shame I expected more from my rival, but if one of your friends is the victim of an attack, I think that. Suddenly the girl stopped talking when she felt her rival's aura at her side. Issei. Believe me, I may not have great power and I'm not interested in places, but I warn you that I don't like my loved ones being disturbed. Valerie, as strange as it seemed to be standing next to her rival, blushed. Valerie. Wow, you have a special person here, don't you believe it? Rias Gremory. The others, except for Issei, turned to see where the albino was looking, only to see her mistress arrive with her queen. Rias. So you're here, Sekiryuutei, tell me what you need. Valerie. I have nothing, I just came to greet my rival. Well, it's time for me and Issei to go. Issei. Yes. The albino took his cheek and kissed him on the other free cheek, which surprised everyone. Valerie. I'll see you later, my rival. Saying this, she simply walked past, leaving the other girls with an aura of death for what she did to her brunette. What they didn't notice was that all this was seen by the seinen girls. Lala. What was that? Quick note. Since in the story there will be 2 Momo to identify them, Momo Deviluk is called Momo D and Momo Hanakai is called Momo H. Well, let's continue. Momo D. I don't know, sister, but that girl doesn't inspire me with confidence. Haruna. Kissing Issei-kun on the cheek is something daring, we don't go that far. Well, it seems that the girls in the city are more determined, they have a long battle to recover or be by Issei's side. That's true, dear, this will be fun. They all turned to look at the people who spoke because they immediately recognized their voices. Lala. Otu-san, Oka-san, what are you doing here? Well, what else, we received the announcement that we were supposed to come today. According to the paper, today is Father's Day, and we will see some of your activities today. The girls didn't understand what that was, but they let it go, so they went with their parents towards the academy, meeting up with the Gremory group. Both groups greeted each other and continued on their way to school. Of course, Rias looked at Lala with suspicion, but she chose to see how this approach would develop. The entire group stood where the division between the third and second year classes existed, only to watch with jealousy as the Redeed kissed her goodbye. Not only them, but also the few men in the school were more than jealous of this public display. Venelana. Ara, my daughter shows her love to her fiancé and future son-in-law, but not during class time. Don't do that. Do you want me to get jealous at school? They all turned to see that the school principal and Ria's mother had arrived to where the group was. Rias. I'm sorry Venelana-sensei, but I'm spending time with my boyfriend and this relationship doesn't hinder my studies. Venelana. Well, it's time for you to go to your classrooms and by the way Rias. Rias. Yes. Venelana. Your sister is the one who will be with you and Akeno on today's visit. Rias was simply breathless as her sister had been cheering her on last time with a professional camera, just like an independent filmmaker. Time skip. Special classes were about to start, parents were arriving in the classrooms, and in classroom 2B, you could see the students chatting with the new girls. Suddenly a bald man appeared at the classroom door and just let out a shout that caught the attention of the other kids. Mitsuda. Wow, what a beautiful MILF has arrived. The boys from different classrooms had come out to see the people who had passed in the hallway. Motohama. Woo, I wish she would tuck me in at night. I 1. Mature women are the best. Boy 2. But who will he come to see? Boy 3. I don't know, but I'd like to talk to her and go out with her. This of course caught the brown-haired boy's attention, and when he saw who they were flattering, a vein appeared on his forehead. The person who had arrived saw the chestnut tree and ran towards him. Icon, I already saw where your classroom is. The boys. Icon. Issei. Oka-san, it's good to have you here. All the boys turned white when they saw that the woman they were flattering and wanted to flirt with was none other than the brunette's mother. Mickey. Yes my boy, I want to see these classes and look, I brought the camera. The brunette hugged his mother protectively while giving the other kids a sour look, sending a clear message. Issei. Touch her and I'll kill you. The boys only felt terror in that look Issei had given. At that moment, Professor Tirju was arriving in the classroom and the students and parents took their places. Tirju. Good morning guys, well for the activity we will do today, it will be a sculpture with the material that is on the table. Then I take out a book and search for a specific page and stop until I find the information I needed. Tirju. Well the rule is that they don't do obscene things, other types of objects can be done so. At that moment the door to the living room opened, where a child entered, of course this caught the attention of the other people. I'm sorry, but they wouldn't let me through the school entrance. Tirju. Don't worry Gid-san, come in. The brown-haired boy, when he saw that name, caught his attention as if he already knew it from somewhere. When he saw it, he also looked at him defiantly. For some reason, this made Issei nostalgic. The murmurs in the living room were immediate and everyone was wondering who was a relative or who had come to visit. Tirju. Okay, it's time to get started. So you can begin now. The kids focused on what their teacher said and all started with their work except for the brown-haired boy who seemed to be starting to recover his memories of last year by seeing that boy again. Tirju. Young Issei, start with your work, you're already behind. The boy reacted and began to see the mud he had, but nothing came to his mind. Issei. And now what do? I look like a fool if I don't start. Dreg. Calm down, buddy, I know you'll come up with something. Issei. Thanks Dreg, now the idea is gone. Dreg. What a girl you turned out to be, one supporting you and you not accepting it. Issei. I wish you were out so I could beat you up. Dreg. They try the maggot. Issei. You'll see. Tirju. Young Issei, I'm really fascinated by that statue you made, it looks like it's alive. Issei came out of his trance with a single word. Issei. Eh. Then he looked at his hands and he had a little dragon with a chibi face. Dreg. Wow, that turned out well for you, mate. Tirju. Good work Issei, it looks like the dragon is alive. Murayama. That's true, I'll trade it for my sculpture. Hadis. No, give it to me, I'll give you 500 yen. Girl 1. No, I'll give you 5,000 yen. Girl 2. I won't let them take Issei-sama's work. While there was all this commotion, little Gid looked at the boy in surprise. Mickey. My beautiful son will be a great artist, I know. Issei just looked happily at the sculpture he had made. Time skip. The occult club boys were near the old building. Rias. This dragon is beautiful. Issei. That's little Dreg. Dreg. Hey, I'm not like that. Issei. Sip, see low ears. Akeno. I'm surprised at how well done this is, I'd love to see a nude figure of myself. Issei. But what are you saying, if you wanted something like that I would have to see your naked body. At that moment the girl approaches him flirtatiously and hugs him by the neck. Akeno. I wouldn't mind if you saw me naked. This made the brunette's heart race, even more so when he felt the girl's breasts touching his. Issei. Bueno yo. Rias. That's enough, Akeno, don't do this kind of thing here at school. Akeno. Ara, a jealous woman. Rias. Hey, don't tell me that because. But you. Deed was interrupted when she heard her name, to which she turned to see a girl she knew was arriving. Rias. Gardenia, I see you're here. Gardenia. That's right, the mission in the Gremory territory went well. All the girls smiled when they saw the arrival, except for one brunette because he didn't know who the girl was. Issei. This Rias, who is she? Rias. Oh sorry Issei, let me introduce you to my first bishop, her name is Gardenia Vladi, she is a damper. Gardenia. Nice to meet you, senpai. Issei. Augusto Gardenia. Rias. And tell me how did the mission my sister gave you go? Gardenia. Well, you see. As she was about to speak, she was interrupted by the voices of the students standing nearby. I won. Hey, a cute girl is doing cosplay at the gym. Boy 2. And she has big tits. Boy 5. Let's go see her. This is what I call the club's attendees who stood watching. Issei. What do you think happened? Rias. I think I have an idea of who it is, let's go see. The girls and Issei nodded and followed their king towards the gym. Upon arriving they saw how the one causing the commotion was in a magical girl costume posing for the boys present. Take all the pictures you want because Levi Tan has arrived to save the day. The boys were euphoric with what was said and kept taking pictures when the door suddenly opened only to see a couple of girls with angry faces. Yui. Hey, this is no way to behave, perverts. Haruka. On behalf of the student council and in collaboration with the disciplinary committee, I order you to stop this spectacle. Boy 3. We don't want to, there's a problem. Issei. Well yes there is. Everyone turned to see the boy who had arrived through the other door of the place. Boys. Damn the prince protector. Issei. Okay, you bunch of idiots, you better get out of here before I get bored and take it out on you. The brown-haired boy just cracked his knuckles, which scared the boys and made them feel dangerous with those words, since they remembered the day he beat up a school gang for trying to make out with a girl from school. Guys. Sorry. But that said, the boys ran out of the place, leaving the occult girls with a smile, Haruka satisfied with the help, but Yui with a face of happiness and nostalgia, seeing that the boy had not changed in the slightest despite having sealed his memories. Yui. Thanks for your help Hyo. Issei. Call me Issei, it's good to know that we will have a disciplinary committee here, I don't know this sounds familiar. Yui. Really? Issei. Although it may not seem like it, yes, by the way. At that the brown-haired boy looked at the magical girl who was on the stage. Issei. Seraphol-sama, what are you doing dressed like that, especially in this place? Seraphol. I see you remember me, Mio's fiancé, nice to see you again, I am the magical girl Levi Tan. The pig-tailed Mayu made a magical girl pose as she waved. Rias. It's good to see you again Seraphol-sama, girls I want to introduce you to the Mayu Leviathan. The girls were surprised by what was said because in front of them was one of the leaders of the underworld. Girls. Nice to meet you. Asia. Tell me Issei-san, where do you know her from? Issei. Well when I went to rescue Mio, she helped me break into the wedding. Haruka. But tell me why you came dressed like that if Kaicho finds out. Sona. Finding out about damn One-sama. Seraphol. So Tan, I finally found you. The girl with glasses just stood still with a stoic look which only made him tense up. Seraphol. You're mean so Tan, you didn't tell me about the meeting. Sona. How did you know about this day? Venelana, well I told her, it didn't seem right to me not to warn Seraphol-san. Venelana, along with Mickey and Mio, were entering the gym. Seraphol. True, now that I found you we can do Yuri things. Sona couldn't stand her sister hugging her all the time anymore and she exploded. Old. One-sama baka, alizate to mi. The poor girl ran away, being chased by her sister. Seraphol. Wait so Tan. Yui was left with a tear in her neck at the scene, while the others only gave a forced smile. Haruka. It would be best to go get them, see you guys. Venelana. That girl will never change. Mio. I know, but I need you to behave, the faction meeting is coming up and this time it will be a big meeting. Issei. And what does that do to? Mio. Well, not only will the 3 biblical factions be there, but another unexpected guest will be there. Venelana. It's true, we really didn't expect this surprise, or don't you think, Mr. Gid? Saying that name made the space change rapidly, implying that they were in a pocket dimension. At the entrance of the gym where the boys had run out, the girls from Seinen were about to enter. Along with them came the boy that Issei saw and who was looking at him strangely. Issei. Sorry but what's going on? Venelana. Something my little Issei shouldn't worry about, you'll know everything on the day of the meeting. Rias just looked seriously at Lala, who just gave her a nervous smile at how she looked at her. Venelana. Well, it's better to go home, don't you think? The others nodded and left the pocket dimension Mio had created. Well, we're leaving. Mio. And please, we'll see you at the academy in 2 days. The meeting will be in the evening. Okay. Saying this, the boy and his companions left the gym, leaving the club members in doubt. Rias. Ni Sama, sorry Lucifer Sama, they will soon be at the meeting of the 3 factions. Mio. Yes Rias, knowing about this world and knowing more than us what they are, the council suggested that we include them in the next assembly that will be held of the 3 factions. Issei. I didn't know there would be a meeting of the 3 factions. At that, the older Riti took the brunette and put him between her breasts while hugging her. Mio. Well, that's because of the Gabriel event and your appearance that surprised the 3 factions, but don't worry my little Issei, you'll see that everything will be fine, I'll take care of you that day. The brunette didn't want to acknowledge it, but the boy liked that attention so much that he accidentally started to bleed. Mickey. Well, it's time to go, we have to watch our children's videos. The girls only had a dark face because of what the brunette's mother said, something that Issei didn't understand at all well. Time skip. Night had arrived and at the Hyoudou residence the 2 mothers and Mio were in the living room watching the videos of the special class of the 3 grades. You may wonder how that was possible, because Mickey recorded the second years, Mio recorded her sister and the girl with the ponytail, and finally, Venelana took the time to record little Kaneko. Mickey. Look at Asia and my little one making their sculptures, you can see that Issei's hands are very naughty to make these movements. The mother and daughter nodded at this statement as the brunette moved in the night and with his hands he accidentally played with the girl's breasts. Venelana. I confirm, Issei is naughty. Leo. Now let's watch our Rias video. The girl just had a gloomy expression. Rias. Please take me to the underworld and give me a punishment instead of being here watching this. Asia. Don't worry but you know what your sister is like. Leo. Look how he correctly answers the question the teacher asked. The Redeed couldn't stand this any longer and slammed her hands on the table in front of them. Rias. Moo, I can't stand it anymore, ni sama, okasama baka. The girl got up from the table all angry and was heading towards the top, but suddenly her body went towards the brunette's chest. Rias. Issei. Issei. Calm down Rias, I'm your sister and I'm not doing this to embarrass you. Rias. I know, but I can't stand him behaving like this with me, it's embarrassing. The brown-haired boy just hugged her tenderly, which made the others jealous. Asia. It's not fair Issei-san, I feel ashamed too. Kaneko. Senpai like. Akeno. Ara, my kohai knows how to comfort girls when they feel sad. Yumi. It's not fair, I want a hug too. Yuma. Back off girl, it's my turn. Saying this, the older Riti just smiled seeing that not only her sister, but all the other girls had apparently found the ideal boy. Leo. That's right Rias, you and Akeno could take Issei to the city temple tomorrow afternoon. Rias. And that's unnecessary. Leo. Tomorrow a guest will go to that place and wants to talk to Issei. Rias. Okay, but I think Akeno will go, tomorrow I have a meeting with Sona to go over the final details of where the meeting will be. Leo. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Akeno. Akeno. With pleasure. Rias. By the way, Issei, I want to ask you a favor. Issei. What kind of favor? The brown-haired boy had doubts about what his girlfriend was asking him for, so she began to explain. The next day. Classes had ended and there was time left for Issei's meeting to take place. In the backyard of the occult club we see Issei with Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko and Gardenia, who was in front of the brown-haired boy with a serious look. Issei. Well, you're starting to control your power, but even so, you still lack the ability to freeze me completely. I can follow you with my gaze even if my body freezes. Gardenia. I know senpai, but it's hard to freeze you, you're very strong. Issei. Don't worry, with proper training you can master this power, so you will start training in speed and endurance, so Zenobia will help you. Gardenia. What? The blue-haired girl, upon being mentioned, took her sword out of her dimension and looked at the damper girl with sharp eyes. Zenobia. Alright little vampire, it's time to hunt you down. Gardenia. Don't wait, this isn't fair. The girl, seeing how Zenovia's sacred sword was close to touching her, began to run desperately. Gardenia. Nuo. Help. Issei just watched that scene in a comical way, next to him was Asia who gave him a bottle of water to refresh himself. Wow, this is fun. The brown-haired man turned to see who spoke, only to see his first client as a demon. Issei. Wow, I never thought Azalea-sen would spy on me. Azalea. Hello demon boy or should I call you Sekiryuutei? Issei. Tell me Issei, but could you tell me what a fallen angel of the same level as Gabriel is doing in this city? Azalea. Boy, did you realize he was a fallen angel? Issei. It's simple, you transmit the same energy as Yuma-san, or you don't believe it Yuma. The aforementioned who was arriving with Haruka since she asked him for help was surprised to see the person the brown-haired man was talking to. Yuma. Oka-sama, what are you doing here? Azalea. I was just taking a walk, I wanted to see the bearer of the sacred demonic sword, but I see I had no luck, but I met the boy you are attracted to, right? The girl just blushed fiercely at what her mother said. Yuma. Oka-sama, I told him not to mention that topic. Issei. Wow, so she's your mother. Yuma. Not quite, I call her Oka-sama, but she actually adopted me. Azalea. Okay kid, I won't take up any more of your time. I know you have a meeting in a bit. Just a piece of advice, if you want her to increase her power, give her some of your blood. Gardenia, upon hearing this, her expression changed from fear to disgust. Gardenia. No, I don't like the taste of blood. Azalea. Well, it's just a piece of advice, see you later. Saying this the girl disappeared from the place. Zenobia. What kind of vampire are you? Now for that I will have no mercy, I prepare. Gardenia. No wait, I want to rest. The blonde just kept running around the yard being chased by the blue-haired girl. Hineko. Scary vampire. Asia. But I see that Zenobia enjoys it more. Issei just laughed and an alarm came to his cell phone, checking it to see that it was a message. He put his cell phone back in his bag. Issei. Well, I have to go, Akeno is waiting for me at today's meeting, see you in the afternoon. He said goodbye to the girls and ran in the direction of that temple that stood at the highest point of the city. Kuoh Temple. After a walk, the chestnut tree had reached its destination, the city temple, where at the entrance of the place was Akeno waiting for him with a smile. The girl was wearing her priestess outfit. Akeno. Bienvenido Issei. Issei. Thank you Akeno-san. Akeno. Okay, come in, they're waiting for us. Issei. Sure, I won't get hurt when I get in. Akeno. Don't worry, this temple is under the Gremory cloak, that's why no one visits it, well let's go in and not keep the guest waiting. Both boys entered the place, where it could be seen that in the absence of visitors it was well preserved. The girl led him into the main room where there were two cushions to sit on, one separated from the other by a small tea table. The brunette sat on one, and Akeno stood next to him. Issei. Akeno-san, I don't see anyone. Akeno. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Issei. Who arrived? At that moment a light covered the room in the shape of a cross, and from the middle a voice was heard. Sorry for the delay, but I'm here now. In front of them was a girl with long blonde hair, a beautiful face and a calm aura. Nice to meet the Sekiryuutei of this era, my name is Michelle and I am the leader of heaven. The brown-haired boy was captivated by her beauty, something that Akeno noticed and put on a forced smile. Issei. The pleasure is mine, my name is Hyoudou Issei. They both shook hands, but it was noticeable how the girl blushed at the act that the brunette performed. Michelle. Well Hyoudou Issei, I have asked to speak with you, as you know tomorrow the Summit of the Nations will be held, and as a gift from the angels to the demons, I discussed it with Mio, and it was decided to give you this. At that the girl stretched her arms forward to show a small eye, and a sword could be seen in her hands. Michelle. This is Ascalon, she is a dragon slayer, and we want you to have this sword under your power. Issei felt a chill run through his body as he felt the sword. Greg. Calm down, buddy, nothing will happen to you. Take it and keep it in the sacred gear. The boy did as instructed and took the sword and then put it in his glove. Issei. Thank you very much. Michelle. Well my work here is done, I must leave. Issei. Wait, can I ask you a favor? Michelle. Unfortunately I don't have time, it will be for another time. Saying this he disappeared from the place leaving a beam of light in the place. Issei. Well, by the way, Akeno-san, how is it that this temple is in good condition despite being abandoned? Akeno. Well as I told you, the Gremory took control all for a good reason. Issei. There's something you're hiding, right Akeno-san? It seems there's something else here. Akeno. As suspicious as ever, you'll see this temple once my mother takes care of it. Issei. But there's something that doesn't fit me, because I smell the aura of a fallen angel on you. The girl just tensed up upon hearing that and put on a look of hatred and sadness, then she took off the top of her suit showing her chest, only to then take out her wings. Akeno. I am the product of the union of a human priestess and a cadre-level fallen angel. Seeing these fallen angel wings makes me sicken with my own blood, and it's all their fault. Issei just stayed silent watching as the girl opened up to him. Akeno. When I met Rias, I asked her to reincarnate me so that these wings would disappear, but my mistake was big, since when I reincarnated I was left with one demon wing and another fallen wing, I am an abomination. The brunette began to shed tears instead. Akeno. I know you must hate the fallen angels, they killed your father and made your mother suffer, that's why I feel that you hate me, I don't want. Suddenly she was shocked to see how her kohai had hugged her very tenderly and caressed her wing. Issei. You may be right that I have, but I don't hate you, you are my precious senpai, you are not an abomination, you are Akeno, one of the girls who want to be by my side, that is enough to start loving you, so stop. Without warning, the brunette stole a kiss from the brunette who, although surprised, reciprocated by cupping her cheek. As they separated, a trail of saliva connected their lips. Akeno. Ara, it seems you have just won the heart of this beautiful lightning maiden. Issei. Akeno-san. Akeno. Just call me by my name please. Issei. Akeno yo. Ahem. The two turned to see who had arrived and it was none other than Rias who was standing at the door of the temple. Issei. Rias, what time did you arrive? Rias just walked to where the brown-haired boy was and picked him up, taking him from the temple, but not before seeing her friend. Rias. Akeno, I won't lose. The brunette just laughed calmly. Akeno. I see them more often. Rias just nodded and pulled Issei by the hand. The brown-haired boy, very doubtful as he didn't understand what was happening, caught the Retide's attention. Issei. This Rias, what's wrong? Rias. Tell me one thing, Akeno is Akeno right? Issei. That's right. Rias. And what am I to you? The brunette understood what was going through the girl's mind when she heard that and quickly hugged her from behind while intertwining his hands with hers. Issei. You are Rias Gremory, the girl who cursed me to only bump into girls who truly love me. I know this because you are the one I bump into the most, but every time I do it is because I know that our feelings are reciprocated and no one can erase them, not a childhood friend or someone who wants to pretend to be me. Rias. I know, that's why I did this, to know that I will always be with the original Issei and not fall for anyone, because my love for you is unique. Both boys, without thinking, kissed each other as the sunset set behind the temple, creating a beautiful postcard to frame. In the city. We see the silver-haired girl looking at where Rias and Issei were kissing. Valeri. Why do I feel angry when I see him kissing that girl? Everything is fine, Valeri. The girl turned to see who spoke to her, only to see a girl with a gothic style, and her breasts were covered by two bands. Valeri. Office, I see you're here. Office. Tell me, Valeri, will you fight by my side? The albino just stood up and walked beside her. Valeri. It all depends on what happens tomorrow, you know the rules of dragons. After that he disappeared from the place. The little girl just looked where Valeri was looking with curiosity. Office. I see that the white dragon has noticed the red one, I wonder what kind of dance they will do. Saying that he disappeared from the top of the building. Ball's house. The pink-haired girl only thought one thing, and that was how to talk to the brunette and win back his love, not with stupid plans to kill the others, because by talking to the Retide and clarifying what really happened, she had given her free rein to talk to the brunette. Despite thinking of a way to talk to her, the girl was making a new invention in her room, so she was unaware of the conversation taking place in the living room, where the others, including her parents and Zaston, were present. As you'll see, tomorrow your director asked us to go at night. Apparently, since they were the first to contact us and with an assembly coming up, they'll want to call a kind of truce. Nana. Do you think it's the right thing to do, father? Well, the truth is I don't have any negative thoughts, besides the fact that it would be impossible for them to beat me, only the boy is capable of giving me a fight, but I don't think they want me to remember everything at once and be suffering. Momo. So father, what shall we do? I'll take your invitation. I thought only humans lived on this planet, but seeing that there's another kind of life, I'm more interested. Yui. But we are not aliens, is it okay to go? Run. You're under the protection of the Deviluk royal family, so it's only right. By the way, we should tell Lala to behave herself when she sees Issei-kun tomorrow. Let's hope everything goes well. I don't know why I have a bad feeling about tomorrow. The next day. It was night, the students were no longer on the school grounds. In the sky, 3 armies could be seen in the sky, they were groups of different factions who looked at each other with determination. The 3 factions surrounded the academy, where guests and leaders of each faction were present inside. On Michelle's side was her sister, an angel who rivaled her body, and behind them was Irina in her white robe. On the fallen angel's side was the brunette with glasses, Issei's client. Next to her was a black-haired girl, and behind them was Valeri, who was leaning against a wall. And on the part of the demons were Mio and Serafo, behind them the Gremory and Sitri entourage. But what caught our attention was that there was one more place at the table. Michelle. Excuse me Mio, but we're waiting for someone. Mio. Yes, a last-minute guest who appeared in our territory and is key to starting a new treaty between us all. Suddenly the door to the classroom opened, revealing Gid. Next to him was his wife and behind them the new girls in the class, along with teacher Tirju and Dr. Mikado. Leo. I see you're running late. Gid. Sorry, but a girl delayed us from leaving. He said while looking at Lala, who just stuck out her tongue. Lala. Sorry, it was my fault. Leo. Well, we're all here, so let's start this meeting. In a dark place, two silhouettes were seen. Well, the meeting has just started. Just don't let us down, we must make him believe that we are on his side with this attack. Don't worry, there's that fake one too, I want to go and destroy them even more. Well, go all out and finish off those fakes, don't fail us like that idiot Gabriel did Kateria. Kateria? As you say, Risevim. Apparently it was the attack of an enemy among the shadows that was moving and was responsible for the previous time. What events will this new meeting bring? Chapter 7. The meeting, Red vs White, the truth to say. Kuoh Academy. In the hall of the room where the three factions were gathered, they looked at the newcomers in the doorway. Leo. Good night Gid Dono. Bid. It's a pleasure to be here. Azalea. Mio, could you tell us who they are? Leo. It's better if he shows up himself, don't you think? Bid. Sounds good to me. At that the boy took the empty seat at the table, behind him were all the new girls who had arrived from Seine and stood up. The pink-haired girl and her friends, upon seeing the brunette, only sent him a friendly greeting, which he reciprocated, but as soon as he moved his hand to respond to the gesture the girl made, a cold feeling reached his back. Issei. What could it be? He just turned to see where that feeling was coming from, only to look at all the girls with a fake smile, and behind them he swore he saw what was the face of a Japanese demon, one of those they talked about in their history books. Issei. Girls, is everything okay? Girls. Yes, Issei-kun. The boy knew he was in trouble because of how they answered him, and even more so because it was in unison, so he desperately sought Mio's help, but only got the same result, since the Mayu gave him the same smile. Michelle. Well, please tell us who you are. Bid. Gladly, first of all. Given my shape, you'd think I'm a child, but no. My name is Gid Deviluk, and I am the emperor of this universe. The people behind me are my beloved wife. Sephi. A pleasure. Bid. My daughters, the princesses, Lala, Momo and Nana. Lala. Hello, it's a pleasure. Momo. Nice to meet you. She said it politely, but she gave a certain brunette a perverted look, which the others noticed. Bid. And the rest are people from planet Earth who are under our protection and are friends of my daughters. Girls. Nice to meet you. Everyone in the room fell silent, thinking it was a joke, so they were somewhat incredulous at this information. Bid. I can see from your looks that you don't believe me, but first I'd like to meet you all. Leo. My name is Mio Gremory, current Mayu Lucifer and leader of the demon faction. Behind me is my sister and her entourage. Rias. Nice to meet you, my name is Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory house, and they are my family. All the girls bowed in greeting. Seraphol. My name is Seraphol Sitri, and I am the current Mayu Leviathan, behind me is my sister. Sona. It's a pleasure, I am the heir to the Sitri house, and they are my peers. Azalea. Hello, my name is Azalea, and I am the ruler of the fallen angels. At my side is the white dragon empress herself. Valeri just opened her eyes and looked at a certain brunette with lustful eyes. Azalea. Along with me, my sister and assistant Penum. Penum. Nice to meet you. Michelle. Now it's my turn. My name is Michelle, and I'm the leader of the angels in my father's absence. My sister Gabriel and Irina-chan are accompanying me. Gabriel Irina. It's a pleasure. Bid. Well, this gave me an idea of who lives here, but I feel like they still don't believe I come from space. Leo. Yes, we are sorry. Bid. Well, I'd better show them, Lala please. Lala. Yes, father. At that moment, the girl took a metal sphere out of her bag, placed it in the center of the table, and began to project several images. Bid. Well, here I present to you a real image of space, as you will see you are really not alone in this world, just as I did not think there would be anything beyond humans on this planet. Of course he said this as a lie, since he already knew the supernatural world when he met Drag and Issei in Seinen. Then the projection showed a particular planet. Bid. Here I show you our home planet and where I control my kingdom. The others were impressed by the great technology that the planet displayed, and a certain girl with glasses eyes lit up when she saw this. Azalea. This is all incredible. At that moment the image froze and smoke began to come out of the sphere. Bid. Lala, what's up? Lala. I don't know father, let me check it. The girl approached the metallic ball, but it began to glow, something that surprised the factions, but also her friends. Momo de. Oh no, not again. The other girls only took a few steps back, which worried the Gremory and Sitri entourages. Lala. No problem at all. The metallic ball just shone brighter and brighter until. Thud. The ball had exploded in front of her, leaving smoke trailing across her face. Seeing this, the brown-haired man just ran to where she was, as if this had already become familiar to him. Issei. Lala, are you okay? Lala. Don't worry, this happens all the time. Issei. I know. He said this without thinking, to which the pink-haired girl looked at him in astonishment. Lala. Issei you. Id. Clearing throat, I think we should continue with this meeting. Lala. I'm sorry. The pink-haired girl just bowed apologetically and returned to her place with a smoke mark on her face. Michelle. And tell us Gid Dono, what is your intention of being on this planet? Leo. Perhaps he wants to invade it. Id. Quite the contrary, what I'm looking for here are two things. The first is a place of retreat when I leave my place on the throne and give it to my eldest daughter. Seraphol. And the second thing? She asked the alien leader, intrigued. At that, the boy turned to look at our chestnut in a furtive manner but was seen by a certain fallen person. Id. I'm looking for someone worthy to be the next king of the galaxy, only my search was extended a little longer by a certain incident. Everyone in the room didn't understand what he said, but they just nodded. Leo. Well, with this clarified, let's go to the second topic, the attack said, Gabriel to my dear Rias and Sona. Seraphol. Tell us Azalea, what happened in this case? Azalea. What can I say, he did those things on his own. Michelle. But why didn't you stop him? Azalea. I actually did, I asked Valeri to go stop him. Valeri. Yes, but someone got there first. Issei. Well, I wouldn't allow my mother to be killed, and at that time I wasn't under anyone's command, so I saw it as a threat and had to stop it. Azalea. And I thank you for that. Michelle. So how will the relationship between the factions be after this act? Azalea. Fine, I apologize for what that idiot did, and I offer an alliance of peace to the demonic and angel factions. Leo. Just tell me one thing, how do you assure me that that guy won't do something like that again? Azalea. I'll just tell you that I gave him an exemplary punishment, it will serve as a sign to other fools who want to do the same. He said as he revealed an image through a magic circle, showing Gabriel frozen with an expression of fury and all beaten up. In a low voice the Redeed spoke to the brown-haired man who was standing next to her. Rias. Look Issei, you went too far this time. The brown-haired boy just looked away, but he was right. Leo. Well, if that is so, I accept the alliance of the governor of the fallen angels, and in the same way I offer the alliance of peace to the angels. Michelle. We, the heaven faction, accept the proposed alliances. Azalea. It only remains to see the opinion of the two most powerful entities in the room, I mean the celestial dragons. All the leaders looked at both boys. Azalea. Well Valeri, tell me what you have decided. Valeri. I don't care, I just want to fight strong beings. Azalea. You can do it in peacetime too. Valeri. Okay. Azalea. And you Issei, what does he want? The brown-haired boy only turned to look at the girls, Ria's mother and the aforementioned sister. Issei. I just want to live in peace with the girls I love. Hearing this, a certain pink-haired girl felt a pang in her heart, but she had to endure it since she had to wait for the seal to break on its own. Azalea. Okay, then it's decided. Michelle. There will be peace between the factions. Mio. And thus is born the biblical alliance, which we ask for, an alliance of peace towards the interstellar kingdom of Deviluk. Id. I accept on the condition that we are allowed to continue in the city in peace. Michelle. We accept. Azalea. Well, if there's nothing else left to say, it's time to. He didn't finish the sentence because an explosion occurred near the academy building. Rias. What's going on? He said, looking out the window, only to see how the three armies were fighting against hooded beings, and they continued to appear in greater numbers. Azalea. Wow, it seems we are being attacked, Valeri, would you mind taking care of it? Valeri. It will be a pleasure. Saying this, the girl took out her silver wings from her back and flew against the beings that had appeared. Leo. Apparently they are magicians, but who is behind that? That would be me. Everyone turned to see whose voice was coming from a magic circle, where two people were surprised to see it. It was a brunette girl with glasses and great attributes. Seraphol. Kateria-chan, what does this mean? Kateria. Good evening, false leaders. What does that mean? Nothing, just that I'm here for what truly belongs to me. Seraphol. What thing? Kateria. My title is Mau Leviathan that you took from me, but well, if I eliminate you it will be mine again. Suddenly the brunette gathered power in her hand and threw it towards both Mau. Issei. I won't allow it. The brown-haired boy quickly summoned Drake's armor and got in the middle of the attack that was for the girls. Kateria. So the Sekiryuutei is here. Issei. I should calm you down, we're all allies here. Kateria. I will not allow that alliance to be made. Saying that, the girl launched herself at the brown-haired boy, who stopped the girl's blow with his open hand. The girl created power in her hand and began to quickly punch the brunette, who dodged to avoid being hit by it. He knew that a blow like that would be bad for her. Issei. Drake, any ideas on how to subdue her? Drake. I can only think of one, and the result will be funny Kikiki. Issei. I hear you well. The brown-haired boy only dodged the blows and rays that the brunette threw, and the latter returned the act in the same way. Everyone was watching this in their fight, while a certain white-haired girl continued eliminating the magicians, but she couldn't stop watching the boy. There was just a group that was concerned about what was happening right now. Lala. Father, we shouldn't help Issei. Bid. Don't worry, he'll be able to take her on without any problems. Momo de. I hope so. The brunette continued to fight, landing accurate but non-fatal blows on the girl, who spat out blood mixed with saliva with each blow. The brunette grew frustrated because she couldn't land a hit. It was as if something was preventing her, but she didn't know what it was. Issei. That's all. Viteria. But what does this mean? I'm supposed to have office's power, how am I being beaten up by a boy I can't even touch? Issei. It seems you've already started to notice. Viteria. Notice, what thing? Issei. You should look at your left hand. She looked at him with great doubt, but when she saw what he had she was very surprised. Viteria. What is this mark? Issei. It's just my temporary obedience mark, thanks to Drake I managed to put a little of my magic in your body with each hit you received. Viteria. Take it away from me or else. Suddenly he gathered a large amount of magic in his hand and threw it at a certain group of girls who were there, to be more exact. Viteria. They will die because of you. The energy that was released went directly towards the older pink-haired girl, who was stunned in place by the shock. Issei, seeing that attack that was going towards the girl, didn't think twice and went to protect her. For some reason, as the chestnut tree flew towards her, a series of images came to her head. These were the moments of happiness that had passed the previous year, the laughter and the embarrassing moments of both boys, until the moment of Lala's betrayal. When she arrived with her, she received the attack, worrying all the girls. Rias. Ice. Bekeno. Issei-kun. Asia. Issei-san. The others just remained silent, thinking of the worst scenario, but they all calmed down when they saw the brunette with the armor still on and his arms in the shape of an X. Lala was just expecting that impact, but seeing the person she still loved standing in front of her and having received the blow that was meant for her was what worried her the most. Lala. Hyoudou-san. Issei. I always have to come save you, right Lala-chan? The girl only shed tears when she heard what the brunette said to her, who took off his helmet and gave her a complicated look. Well, he had already remembered a little about who she was, but the image of having told him all that was what bothered him. Issei. You and I will have a talk after this, now go with the others. The girl just nodded and took refuge with her father, who looked at the brunette and he returned the same serious look he once gave her when she met him. Issei. Well Kateria, you've done something wrong and I think it's time I gave you a punishment. The brown-haired boy just raised his hand and out of nowhere a red ray began to shine on the brunette, who just writhed in pain. Kateria. Enough. The girl just fell on the ground after having received a reprimand from Issei, who made her to carry her and take her where the others were. Issei. Rias, I want you to tie her up and put a seal on her, I'll talk to her later and… Without warning, the chestnut-haired boy was sent flying into a school wall. Everyone turned to see who was responsible, only to see a white suit of armor, bearing the marks of having struck that wall. Azalea. So you're going to show your true identity Valeri. Valeri. Sorry Azalea, but this side is more fun. No one except the governor knew what was happening at this time. Azalea. Tell me Valeri, my informant has told me that there is a new terrorist group lurking in the shadows, they call themselves the Chaos Brigade. Tell me Valeri, you joined them only to claim what is rightfully yours, the position of leader of the underworld. Leo. What do you mean Azalea-chan? Valeri. You're wrong, I only joined them because I could fight more powerful beings. At that moment he managed to dodge a shot coming from the rubble of the academy where Issei had been sent flying. Issei. Answer what I ask you Azalea-san, what does she mean by claiming what's yours? Valeri. Well that's simple, my full name is Valeri Lucifer. The girl, upon finishing that prayer, showed her 12 wings, implying that she belonged to that lineage. Everyone was impressed to see before them a descendant of the original Lucifer. Seraphol. Impossible, how is it possible that you have a sacred gear? Valeri. It's simple, my mother is a human, so I'm half demon and half human. The shell. That's why you were able to have a sacred gear. The faction members were frozen by this statement. Sorry, but what does this mean? Is she Mio-san's cousin? Leo. You're mistaken, Gid Dono. As I told you, my real name is Mio Gremory, but I hold the title of Lucifer, since that house is the leader of our 72 pillars. The reason I have that title is because there are no more survivors loyal to our faction to take that place. What do you mean by that? Valeri. My idiot father is dead, but I don't care about ruling the underworld, I just want to fight with strong people. At that moment the girl turned to see Issei, who was walking calmly towards her. Valeri. Tell me, Hyoudou Issei, it's a don't you think? Issei. What thing? Valeri. Our demands are very different. On the one hand, you are just a simple human who was fortunate enough to obtain that power, but on the other hand, I am just a clear example of what a miracle is. The brown-haired boy just looked at the girl in a bad way for this statement. Valeri. Son of a simple magician, it's not something you can boast about with pride, but I have a solution to give your life more meaning. The brown-haired man continued to look seriously at the girl. Valeri. I'll turn you into an Avenger, and for that I'll kill your precious mother. At this phrase, the chestnut-haired man's eyes opened wide. Just imagining how his mother would die filled him with rage. Issei. You're more than lost, girl. Without thinking twice, the brown-haired boy launched himself at Valeri, who was in heaven waiting for her predestined rival for the upcoming fight. It looked like two comets dancing in the sky as the two dragons flew side by side, constantly striking out in each other's direction. Both suffered from the pain of each blow, but they gave each other no respite. The brown-haired man launched punches at the girl's abdomen, and she responded with kicks to his stomach and chest in order to knock him down, but without any success. The blow that both gave to each other's hooves sent them in the opposite direction to which they had received the impact, but as soon as they recovered, they both launched their magical power towards each other. Issei. Valeri. Dragon shoot. Both powers collided to disappear with each other. Issei. Drag, give me several augmentations. Drag. Understood, mate. Boost 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 boost. Burst. Without warning, the chestnut tree fired that shot at the girl who had just confidently spread her wings. Valeri. Well, Albion now. Albion. Understood. Divide 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 divide. The brown-haired boy just watched as the attack he launched at his rival diminished in size until nothing remained. Issei. I see, divide is power. Drag. In effect, partner, unlike the Bullied gear, the divining gear divides the enemy's power and gives it to the host. The girl just snorted as she watched the absorbed power flow out of her silver wings. Valeri. How pathetic, my dear. I think I should give you a more provocative incentive to fight seriously, and that's why. The girl just flew towards the blonde who was with her companions. Issei. I won't allow it. The boy just flew to where his rival was going and quickly grabbed her by both wings to rise, hit her in the stomach, and throw her to the ground with a kick to the head. The girls of the underworld were impressed by the way the brunette fought, but the girls of Seinen were something else. Yui. He's fighting the same way he did when Lala-san's fourth suitor came. Nana. It's true, I've never seen him so determined. Haruna. In protecting someone. Lala just watched the brown-haired boys fight very closely because she knew well that after this her fight would be the next one. Valeri and Issei continued their fight, but little by little the girl was losing ground. The explanation was simple. Valeri. Albion, why do I feel this heat? Albion. I hate to admit it, mate, but your body and my power are beginning to recognize Red as a life partner. Valeri. That means. Albion. You're starting to see it as a couple. The albino only blushed at what was said, causing her to become distracted in the middle of the fight, so she didn't see a blow coming towards her. Issei. Well, this will end with the next hit. Drag. No mate, wait. The brunette didn't hear his dragon's warning and quickly hit his rival on the back of the head, causing her to plummet to the ground while her armor had disappeared. Issei didn't think twice and flew into Valeri's path only to carry her bridal style. Issei. Tell me, Drag, what happened? Drag. I'll just tell you that you messed up. Issei. Why do you say that? The brown-haired boy had that doubt, but at that moment he felt someone grab his cheeks and without thinking twice, a kiss was stolen from him, leaving everyone in shock. Valeri. Darling, what a great dance that was, but next time let's dance differently. The boy was only left in shock by what she said, but the others gave off an aura of death. Rias. Ice. Leo. Dear. The brown-haired boy was just sweating cold because of what had happened and looked at the albino who was still in his arms. Issei. Tell me what happened. Drag. I answer, you see, when you face a dragon and defeat her in combat, this makes her recognize you as her life partner. Issei. So. Valeri. I belong to you body and soul, my beloved Rojo. Once again she stole another kiss from the brunette, which Rias and company couldn't resist any longer, and they pushed her boyfriend or love interest away from the albino side. Rias. Stay away from him, lizard. Bakeno. Ara, I won't let them take my Kohai. Asia. Issei-san is our One-Sama's boyfriend and I still haven't told him how I feel about him. Irina. As a childhood friend, I must look after Issei's well-being. Zenobia. He'll only make strong babies with me. Yuma. That's true, it belongs to us, right, Yumi? Yumi. Yes, we will protect him. Sona. As student council president, she's under our care, right girls? Dip. Yes. Lala. I also have to fix things with him, I can't let you take him away from me. Iridi turned to look at the pink-haired girl, who only gave a complicated smile, while Rias only gave a suspicious look. Valeri. It's inevitable, he will also be my partner, the advantage of being a dragon is that he can have more than one, so I as his alpha will give you permission to be by his side. Rias. As in, his alpha, that's me. I'm Isa's girlfriend and fiancé. This was decided by my One-Sama and my mother. Venelana. As my future husband and son-in-law, I can't let someone take that place away from my daughter. The brown-haired man was just distracted from the conversation they were having in front of him. Issei. Drake, what just happened? Drake. I'll just tell you, buddy, that you'll need a lawyer to end this whole problem and a good medicine to reduce the inflammation of your little you. The chestnut tree was only left with a twitch because of what his friend said, but this whole mess ended when the barrier they were in was destroyed. Wow, I never thought everything would end like this, you as a lover of red, Valeri. Valeri. Biku, what are you doing here? Everyone was surprised to see the newcomer, a Buddhist-style warrior with a staff in his hand. Biku. I've come for you, we're about to start an attack against those in the north, and we need you. Valeri. I understand, but I'll be a little busy for now. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Biku. Okay, see you tomorrow. Azalea. Wow, Sun Wukong's descendant joined the brigade, that's interesting. Biku. PFF, the governor and the leaders of heaven and hell, it would be best if I left here and Sekiryuutei. Issei. Yes. Biku. Don't get Valeri pregnant yet, we need her for the next fights. Issei. Miserable. The monkey simply disappeared through a transportation circle, leaving the factions with a mess caused by both dragons and a prisoner of war. The brown-haired boy had only fallen backwards due to exhaustion, causing fear in the girls, but he calmed them down by making a gesture of being okay. At that, I turned to see the pink-haired girl, who only had a look of sadness because she knew it was her moment. Issei. Okay Lala, it's time for you and me to talk alone. He said as he pointed to a part where they both walked side by side, away from the rest. The leaders just watched both boys walk with a calm expression, more so childish. Leo. Well, I think with this the alliance is sealed. Azalea. Sounds good to me. Michelle. Well then it's time to. Rias. Wait Michelle-sama, my ice wants to ask you something, but let him tell you now to come back. Michelle. Sounds good to me. While the others waited, the brunette and the pink-haired girl arrived at their destination. Issei. Well Lala, after almost receiving that impact from Kateria, one of the seals on my memory has opened. Lala. So you remember me, right? The brown-haired man nodded seriously at what was said. Issei. I thought I was just a pervert, a bastard, a game to you, and that you didn't love me. Okay, tell me now why you're looking for me. The pink-haired girl only started to sob at what the brunette said, but she knew it wasn't her at that moment. Lala. Okay, let me explain what happened. The girl began to recount what had happened, from the invention to make them be the ones who would throw themselves at the brunette and formally confess the feelings they had towards the boy, how their plan failed, causing a double personality that they could not control and the consequences of this. Lala. But let me tell you that everything I told you was not true, I love you, and I still love you. The brown-haired boy continued to look seriously at the girl. Lala. It was my incompetence with my inventions that caused you to move away from me, and you don't know how much I regret it, but I can tell you one thing for sure, that even being with the other personality I never gave myself to anyone. The girl simply fell onto the brown-haired man's chest as she continued to cry. Lala. Every day away from you is torture, I always have that same nightmare of seeing you leave our side, please Issei, give me the chance to stay in your heart, and not just me, but all the girls who love you, that includes Ria's friends. The brown-haired boy couldn't resist any longer and hugged the girl protectively. Issei. This was what I really wanted to hear, to know that it was an invention of yours that caused this, and not that you just looked at me as a game and regretted knowing my true love when you realized that another only looked at you for your body. Lala. I have always loved you and I will love you. Issei. I love you too and forgive me for leaving in that cowardly way, but I had to stop the curse of the loss of love that I was going to suffer. Issei and Lala didn't think twice and both kissed, leaving all the girls with their mouths open, but two had an aura of death, which were already inches away from both boys. Rias. Ice. Valeri. HALVE. The brown-haired man at that moment felt true terror and saw what it meant to make a woman angry. Issei without thinking went to kiss the Redeed to calm her down, which he achieved. After finishing with her, he went to the albino to calm her down in the same way. Both girls just smiled at that fact. Issei. I think I'll introduce you to my first girlfriend, Rias, she's Lala Deviluk. Rias. Yes, I already know her and I had already accepted your deal. Bid. And open another new one. Issei. Which other one? He, along with the underworld leaders and the rest of the girls, approached where the brunette and the other women were. Bid. As a seal of the alliance between Deviluk and the biblical factions, Issei and Lala will also be engaged. All the girls except Lala and Rias just screamed to the heavens. Girls? What? In a dark place we can see four shadows discussing the first mistake they have had. Lightning, we lost Kateria. It doesn't matter, we must continue with the plan, so tell Lucy that she will be next. Understood. Two shadows left leaving the other two at the table. Tell me Risevim Sama or rather Rita Sama, when will you stop pretending? Risevim, what are you talking about Claudia? Claudia. I know very well that he is a man and that he uses illusionary magic. Risevim. They shouldn't know that, it's better if they continue thinking that I'm a man or else they'll want the lineage of the ancient mass to continue. You know that my only purpose is to have fun and show what a true demon should be like, or in my case. Without finishing his sentence, he transformed to show a lady with albino hair and large breasts. Rita. A succubus. What plans does Rita really have for the factions? Chapter 8. The move, Lala's glasses and some news. Academia de Kuoh. The battle between Issei and Valeri had ended with a result in favor of our chestnut. On the main court of the school, everyone who had been in the meeting had already joined their own faction. We see a blonde and a blue-haired girl crying with happiness, while the latter smiles, as Michelle gave them the opportunity to pray again. This is thanks to the conversation she had with Issei after clearing things up with Lala. The fallen angels and the angels of heaven had already withdrawn from the place, leaving the demons and those from Tannin, since certain girls wanted to talk to our protagonist. Issei. Tell me, what's going on? Karuna. It's true that you already remembered Lala-san, right? Issei. Indeed, the seal on my memory that had to do with her was released. Momo. So that means. The brunette understood where this was going, so he bowed in front of the rest of the girls. Issei. Excuse me, but I still don't remember you. This clearly made their hearts feel a pang of rejection, which made more than one of them sad. Issei. But it's true that, with you, something warm is present in my heart and it's something I would like to feel again. Lala. Issei-kun. Issei. What I mean is that it's best for everyone to start from scratch and for these feelings I once had for you to come to the surface. The girls didn't quite understand what the brunette was saying, so his partner came out to explain what was happening. Greg. What my partner means is that if you want him back, you have to make him fall in love with you again, like the Redeed's friends are doing. Rias, upon hearing that, turned to look at her entire entourage, including Sona's and herself, who only whistled while looking elsewhere. Rias. Girls, you too. Asia. Sorry Wani-sama, but I feel peace when I'm with Issei-san, and I want to know if this feeling is love or admiration. Bakeno. Ara, I'm smitten by the attack against Gabriel, and it seems that he is a person who will give us his love if he accepts our feelings. Yumi. I'm sorry but like Asia, I feel peace when I'm by her side. Zenobia. I want to have strong babies, but for that I have to make him fall in love with me. Yuma. I really liked him since I saw him, but when I found out he was your fiancé I knew that sooner or later I had to talk to you. Sona. Don't look at me, it's not like I'm interested in you romantically, and I don't think my pieces love your pawn, right girls? Tsubaki. Sorry Sona-sama, but I think we don't agree. We were attracted to Issei since the day we were at the pool. Girls. That's true. Tsubaki. Also, you have a picture of Issei in a swimsuit when we went to clean the pool and… At that moment, the girl's mouth was covered by Sona's hands, whose face was all red from that clarification. Sona. I don't know what you're talking about. The brunette only had a huge drop of sweat on the back of his neck because it was clear that everyone had declared their love or liking for him. Greg. As you can see, you two must fight to recover or make new feelings for my bearer if you truly love him. I'll see if I can then begin to remove the seal from his mind and replace those last bad memories with the new ones you will make. Seinen girls. We accept, we will fight to have Issei's love again. The brunette only had a blush on his face at that statement. Id. Well, it's time to go in Mio-san. My. Yes, Gidono. Id. I hope to count on your support so that the agreement that was made is fulfilled. Iridi just exhaled and nodded. Id. Okay, see you later. Saying this, the alien walked towards the exit of the academy, behind him were all the girls except one. Lala. Then Rias-san, you give me permission to stay with you starting today. Irideed, being a bit spoiled, didn't think it was right to share Issei, but he just gave her a smile that would reassure her. Rias. Okay, you can come with us. Lala. That's great, I'll sleep with you again my Issei-kun. The girl just ran to hug the brunette, who welcomed her with open arms. This scene was seen by a certain albino, who cleared her throat to get their attention. Valeri. Well dear, it's time for me to go, my colleagues are waiting for me to attend to other matters. Issei. Are you sure you don't want to stay? I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Valeri. Don't worry dear, I can defend myself. Issei. But if someone beats you. The girl saw where this was going, as the brunette's concern about her being defeated was true. But that, and removing the pink-haired girl from his grasp, he took Issei, hugged him by the neck and gave him a small bite on it, then sealed his wound with a kiss. Valeri. I took some of your blood, so I could create this seal. On her hand appeared the mark of Issei, which shone a beautiful crimson red. Valeri. I would like my mark to be complete when you and I give ourselves to each other, but for now, let this work so you don't have to worry. At that moment, a transportation circle appeared at the albino's feet and before disappearing, she gave the brunette a chaste kiss, who, by inertia, took the girl by the waist, pressing his chest against hers. Valeri. See you later. Saying this the girl left the place, leaving only the demons in the academy. Leo. Well it's time to go, we should rest since tomorrow I will give some announcements. Venelana. I'll be back in a bit, come on Sona, we have to fix all this. The girl with glasses nodded and they began to clean up the mess the terrorists had caused when they attacked the school. Issei and the others walked towards the chestnut's house, but what caught their attention was that Mio was pulling an unconscious Kateria, who was lying in a toy car. Leo. What are we going to do with her? The brown-haired boy turned to look at his beloved, who only gave him a smile. Issei. For now we'll lock her in one of the rooms in the house and seal her powers. Also, I think Grayfia-san will appreciate the extra help she'll soon have. They were all surprised by what the brown-haired man said. After half an hour they arrived at the chestnut's home, without any interruption they all went to their rooms to sleep, where Rias, along with Mio and Lala, slept next to the chestnut. Some time later Venelana arrived and snuggled up to his chest, to be able to sleep comfortably. The next day. In the occult club room several people were gathered, but there was one person they didn't expect to be there. Yuma. Mother, but what does this mean? Azalea. It's not obvious, from today I will be the advisor of the occult club. Rias. But how is that possible, also get out of my seat. Azalea. Calm down girl, this was approved by your mother and sister, plus I have 2 more purposes for which I have to be in the club. Rias. Does. Azalea. That's right, the first is to train your group, miss, having several high-quality sacred gear under your care and not giving them the necessary training is frowned upon for a king. Irideed just puffed out her cheeks as she pouted, everyone in the room laughing out of nervousness. Azalea. I also have to watch over and inform the new members of your club. Rias. Which members? At that the door opened to reveal all of Issei's new friends and old loves who wanted to win him back. At the front of them all was Lala, who bowed slightly in reverence. Lala. We will be under your care. Azalea. One more thing. Rias. There's more. Azalea. Mio has observed these days the healthy coexistence of your pieces with Issei, and at King Gibb's request, starting today, all the girls of the occult club, including the new members, will be living at the mansion of the magician Mickey Hyoudou. This news shocked everyone, but only 2 people managed to respond. Issei. Huh. Time skip. At Issei's new mansion, all the members of the occult club were cleaning the house to welcome those from Seinen to their new home. Issei. I wonder if they would like this home. Rias. Don't worry, as long as they're by your side, they'd even live in an average-sized house. Issei. Right well it's already happened. The girl heard that and just gave a small laugh, because the night after the battle, both Lala and Issei had told her what they had really experienced the year that Drake sealed, of course, only saying the facts that had to do with the older pink-haired girl, and thus prevent the still existing curse that Issei had due to the lack of love from being activated towards the other girls. Do you want anything else Issei-sama can help you with? The 2 turned to see the new maid of the Hyoudou house, who was none other than the former Leviathan, Kateria, who was wearing an outfit somewhat similar to Grayfia's. Issei. Don't worry, we're fine for now. At that moment the doorbell rang and the head maid of the house went to the door to open it and admit the new tenants. The others were in the mansion's lobby to welcome them, but what they didn't expect was what happened next. Momo-de. Issei-kun, I missed you so much. Lala. Ice, your dear Lala has come to live with you again. Both girls ran to the boy with the intention of hugging him, but the love spell that Issei had wanted to stay out of this encounter and… Issei. No, Esperin. Crash. The brunette was on the floor, in a position that everyone was envious of the girls who hugged him. The brunette's hand was on Lala's chest, while she was sitting on his pelvis, while Momo felt Issei's face chair for the first time. Seeing this, the brunette inadvertently squeezed Lala's breast, while his face involuntarily moved. Lala Momo D. Kaya eyes. Of course, a certain Riti didn't like the scene, but when she was about to act. Nana. You're a beast, stay away from my sister. The girl literally pulled Momo to her side, along with Lala, leaving a red-faced Issei with a bit of sweat on it. Lala. I'm sorry Ice, I didn't mean to do this, but I still don't understand how we always end up with these kinds of scenes. The brown-haired boy had just gotten up from the floor, but upon hearing this comment he looked at a certain girl. Rias, who knew this, just looked away while secretly whistling. This was of course noticed by all the girls, which made her the first suspect, attracting everyone's attention. Rias. What do you see in me? It's not like I cast a pure spicy love spell on Ice when we were kids or anything. But this comment, it was clear that she was the one responsible for what was always presented to Issei. The boy just gave a nervous smile, but by pure reflex, he saw that a small shadow had launched itself towards him, managing to capture it in the process. Selen. Always. Issei. Selen-chan. The brown-haired boy just picked her up in his arms, turned her around a few times, and hugged her like a father. The girls, seeing this, the first thing that came to mind was. Girls. He will be a loving father. The Riti just gave a tender smile and went to the brunette to stand next to him. Rias. So she's the little girl you told me about yesterday. Issei. Indeed, Selen greets Rias, meet little Selen. The girl whose head was covered by a flower jumped slightly in Issei's arms and energetically greeted Rias. Rias. Nice to meet you little one. At the door of the house, the other girls were arriving with their things in hand, and upon seeing that scene of Issei with Rias and Selen, and then Lala standing next to him, for some reason they felt that pang in their hearts, something that Akeno noticed and with a calm smile, went to where they were. Akeno. Ara, I see you're sad, but remember what Drake-sen said, you have to fight to be in my Anada's heart. Seinen girls. Anada. Akeno. Yufufu, well I'm also my Anada's girlfriend, so don't give up. The other humans looked at each other and nodded at what was said. At that moment the new maid of the house had arrived where the others were. Kateria. The rooms for the new residents are ready, if you'd like to join me please. The girls were hesitant and didn't want to go, but when they saw the brunette who said nothing's wrong with a look, they accepted and followed Kateria. Lala, who was with Rias and Issei, who was still carrying Selen, caught the brown-haired boy's attention. Lala. Hey Issei, what did you do with her? Issei. Why do you say that? Lala. I see you look a little sad. Issei. Oh, well, it's because we came to an agreement as master-slave, but since she is a high-class devil, by acting like this, she thinks that I hurt her pride. Rias. And so it was, but in order to live, I accept this deal. Lal was left with doubts about the last point, but she let it go. After that, they all went to their new rooms. Seeing how big they were, they decided to sleep 2 girls in each room to feel more comfortable. Of course, Lala, upon rekindling her engagement to the brunette, began sleeping with him in his room, just like Rias does. They did, however, give her her own room to use as her laboratory. The next morning. It was the last day of the semester at Kuoh Academy, and everyone was more than ready to go to school, since, according to their advisor, she would give them an announcement in the afternoon. All in their uniforms, they were waiting for a certain brunette and a certain pink-haired girl, who were not yet with them at the breakfast table. Rias. It's better if I go find them, they've already taken too long and won't take their. Issei. Good morning girls. Girls. Good morning. Issei. What's wrong Rias? Rias. Well, breakfast is ready, but Lala-san hasn't come down yet. Issei. Okay I'll go get her, I think she's in her lab. Having said that, the brown-haired boy went to that room, upon entering it and going further back he heard that they were bathing, so he decided to leave, but something caught his attention, an object that was on the table. Issei. Wow, what strange glasses. The brown-haired boy tried them on out of curiosity, but didn't notice that they had closed. Issei looked with great nostalgia at Lala's inventions that kept getting him into trouble. Peek. Issei don't know, what are you doing here? He looked at the entrance to the bathroom where Lala's little robot helper was coming out to greet the newcomer. Issei. I'm coming to get Lala to go to school, she's already late. Peek. I won't tell you, Lala-sama will go with her father in the morning for some things in Seinen, she will arrive at school later. At that moment, he received a text from Rias telling him they were leaving early for school. After reading the message, he closed his phone and looked at Peek. Issei. I understand, tell him not to take long to return to the academy since we have a meeting with Azalea. Peek. Don't worry about that, Issei Dono. The brown-haired boy nodded and left Lala's room to go to school. With time already upon him, he headed towards the dining room where his breakfast was more than ready. Nikki. Issei Karino eats fast. This was what the lady, who was in the kitchen, commented. Her voice sounded louder, implying that she was heading towards the dining room. Issei. Yes, Oka-san, I'll eat something light and. The brown-haired boy just threw away the toast he was holding, since, upon seeing his mother, he clearly saw that she was in her underwear. Issei. Oka-san, what are you wearing? Nikki. What are you saying? It's my usual clothes. Issei. I think you must be hot, right? Nikki. No son, go eat quickly or you'll be late for school. The brown-haired boy didn't understand why his mother was walking around the house in her underwear, but he didn't give it any importance. Once he finished eating, he ran out since he was late. The clear evidence was that the street where he normally walked was already empty. Issei. Damn, I'll be late and I'll have to listen to Kaicho's sermon of QQQQ what happened to my clothes. He shouted this last thing to the air, since in front of him there was a mirror, where it was clear that he was not wearing anything, only his underwear. Issei. But what? The boy approached and felt his body, noticing that he did indeed have his red shirt on, as well as his pants, but he couldn't see them. Issei. What's wrong? Look at us, we're not the last ones to be late. Hadis. I know Murayama, Hyoudou, it's time to go. The brunette turned to look at the two companions who had spoken to him, and the only thing that came out of his mouth was the color of the underwear they were wearing. Issei. Pink and blue. Girls. Excuse me. Issei. I'm saying it's getting late, we should go. The brunette unconsciously took both girls' hands and ran towards the school, avoiding looking at them because one thing was clear. Issei. This must be the work of these glasses. The boy, upon arriving at school, noticed that both Sona and Tsubaki were at the door. Issei. What are you both wearing? Sona. Run, boys, before you get a good punishment. The brunette just walked quickly, avoiding looking at the already hexy Kaicho and Fukecho, who noticed the boys blush as they passed by him. Tsubaki. I think Hyoudou likes us today. Sona. I hope so, well tomorrow I'll ask him for a chess set, let's see what happens. She said this with a small smile. Time skip. The boy had already arrived at his class, where he couldn't keep his eyes up as he looked at all the girls in their underwear and also at his classmates. Issei. This is the worst. Greg. You can't even say it, mate, this is hell, seeing packed logs is no good at all. Issei. And all because of these glasses. The brunette only grabbed the glasses without being able to remove them, but what he had just discovered was a small knob on the side of it. Issei. What will this be for? The motto that's always clear in life, especially for programming people, as if it works, don't touch it. Something the chestnut tree forgot, and so, by turning that knob, everything worsened for his morale. Issei. What the hell? He shouted this because of the shock of seeing everyone naked, both boys and girls. Issei's face was more than red, seeing all his companions without any clothing. Asia. Issei-san, are you okay? Haruna. Issei-kun, what's wrong? The boy turned to see his two friends and of course, they were naked, the only thing hiding their privacy were those pubic hairs that protected that area. Issei. I have to go to the bathroom. The brunette ran out of the class, which worried all the girls. Girl 1. What's wrong with our prince? Girl 2. I don't know, but her face has been red since morning. Girl 3. Could he have gotten sick? Haruna and Asia looked at each other, as they had doubts about that, if the boy was okay in the morning. Asia. How strange that Issei-sen behaves like that, especially when he's wearing those glasses. Haruna. Yes, what will he have? Wait, did you say glasses? Asia. Yes, Haruna-san, I didn't notice that Issei-sen was wearing glasses. The purple-haired girl stared up at the sky and then a memory came to her. Haruna. Oh no, we have to take off those glasses. Asia. But what's wrong with them? At that Haruna approached the blonde's ear, who upon hearing what she said, turned redder than her mistress's hair and, by reflection, covered her chest. The seinen girl on the other hand took her phone and immediately called her classmate and future harem sister. Haruna. Lala-san, hey, Issei is wearing your inspection glasses. Lala. Hi Haruna, you're talking about the ones I used to see inside my robots. Haruna. Those same ones, how do I take them off? Lala. It's simple, you just have to press the button behind the union, well I'll see you at 12 at school, I'm on my way there. The purple-haired girl hung up her phone and took Asia's hand. Haruna. Come on Asia-chan, we have to help Issei before he faints from seeing so many girls. Asia. Yeah, let's go. Meanwhile with the chestnut. Issei ran towards the occult club so he could stay calm until Lala arrived and helped him. But along the way he met Yumi and Zenobia, who were talking calmly until they noticed the presence of the brown-haired boy. The girls. Issei. They jumped on that chestnut tree to be able to hug him and greet him, now that he wasn't with Rias. Of course the three of them fell on the face of an Issei who was already red. Issei. On. Things got even worse when he felt the three of them hugging him and pressing his face against their attributes, which woke up a certain member and was noticed by one of the girls. Yuma. Issei, do you bring gum? Yumi. I want one. Zenobia. Me too. The brown-haired boy really didn't know what to say anymore as he was against the wall, so he quickly got up and ran away, leaving a small pool of blood. Issei. Sorry girls, but I don't feel well. Leaving the girls on the ground, he ran off to the occult club. Zenobia. Now what's wrong with him? Yumi. I don't know. The girls had gotten up and at that moment Haruna, along with Asia who was repeating the phrase, I can't get married anymore had arrived. Haruna. Han visto Issei. Yumi. Yes, he was here a minute ago, but I think he was in poor health since he left for the club. I imagine he'll want to rest for a while. Haruna. Just out of curiosity, were you wearing glasses? The three girls looked at each other and after a few seconds of reflection, they nodded to the question. Yuma. Why do you ask? Is something wrong? Haruna. Well, bad as such no, but it is something delicate. Zenobia. Could you explain to us? The girl had to tell them what the glasses did and judging by Issei's reaction when he left the classroom, it only meant one thing. Yuma Zenobia. I can't get married anymore, they've seen me naked boy, she doesn't waste any time. Haruna. Come on girls, we have to go after him. The others nodded and ran to go to the occult club. On the other hand, the brunette was about to arrive, but the moment he entered, he bumped into a girl who was on the other side of the door. The Keno, who was that girl, only felt Issei's hands as he fell on her, one of his hands was near her thigh stretching her crotch, and the other was on her chest. The Keno. Ara, my kohai wants to have fun with me for a while, you fufu. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes, and all he could see was the beautiful peach that Akeno was saving for the person to whom she would give her love completely, leaving Issei knocked out by the revelation he saw. The Keno. Issei-kun, are you okay? The brunette just continued in shock with his eyes rolled back after having observed that spectacle that the school had literally given him. Time skip. After that event and having taken off Issei's glasses, everyone including Lala, who had arrived, waited for a teacher who, according to her, had some news. Issei. How long do you think Azalea-sensei will take? Rias. I don't know, it shouldn't be long now. Azalea. Don't worry, I'm here. Everyone turned to look at Ria's chair since that's where the voice of their club advisor came from. Rias. But how, I didn't notice your presence. Azalea. That means you need to train more, you're below what's required as a high-class demon. Iridi just pouted angrily and ran into Issei's arms, who comforted her. Asia. Tell us, Azalea-sensei, what is today's meeting for? Azalea. Well, it's simple. The girl got up from her chair and looked at everyone in the room. Azalea. Next week we're all going to the underworld. All? Huh? This news was a big surprise for most of the girls. The Sekiryuutei's visit to the underworld was closer. Chapter 9. New move, let's go to the underworld and fiancé. Hyoudou residence. In the Hyoudou family residence, we see several silhouettes in the master bedroom on a king-size bed, which was covered by a thin curtain that separated the bed from the rest of the room. In bed, we see a brunette surrounded by several girls, some wearing overly erotic pajamas and others sleeping naked. But through all this, we see our protagonist, who has an annoyed or worried expression while he sleeps. Issei's subconscious. The chestnut tree was in a dark space, his hand was the only thing he could make out. Issei. Where am I? Greg. Mate, good to have you here. Issei. What's wrong? Greg. I need you to come with me, we must speak with the presence of Nemesis. Upon hearing that name, the brown-haired boy felt memories of last year come back to him, how he had problems with a certain person who was still seen in a haze for him, but the one he could distinguish was Lala. Issei. Nemesis. She's supposed to have stayed on Seinen after Lala defeated her, right? Nemesis. Well, let me tell you, not entirely. Both Drake and Issei turned to look at the shadow that spoke to them, only to obtain a human form, without any face. Issei. So you are Nemesis. Nemesis. They are correct. Hyoudou Issei, tell me how you have been. Issei. What do you need? Nemesis. Nothing, I just came to stay in this place, the truth is that fight of yours that you'll soon have sounds fun, plus your rival is very pretty, just like you like them. The brown-haired boy just blushed at that because his dragon instincts made him see Valeria as a beautiful treasure in the brown-haired boy's eyes. Issei. But that doesn't answer my question, what are you doing here? Nemesis. I already told you, I just want to see you grow. I'm really interested in you, kid, so I'll help you when you run into a problem you can't solve. Issei. Is this a joke? Nemesis. No, and now get out of here, Lala and the Redeed are calling you. Abruptly, the brunette opened his eyes to wake up and notice something in his room. To his right was Rias asleep, on his left side, who had now taken that place was Lala, both of them hugging the boy's arm. Issei remembered that the night before they had come to an agreement that each night the girls would rotate sleeping with him, 2 per day. That had been the agreement. Issei. What was that dream? That was the brunette's thought, which was replaced by the feeling of an extra weight on his chest. Issei lifted his blanket to see and was in for a surprise. Akeno. Good morning Issei-kun. Issei. Akeno-san. The girl slowly approached the boy while revealing her beautiful body as she moved, causing something in him to awaken that shouldn't have. Akeno. Ara, I think you like what you see, right? Issei just looked away, causing a small laugh in the girl, who took Issei's face with her delicate hands, causing him to see her. Akeno. Am I not beautiful to you? Issei. It's not that, with your beauty and in this position it makes me want to take you right now. Akeno. Then don't stop, my heart is sure that you are the only one I love. Without thinking, the brunette brought Akeno's face closer and delicately began to kiss the girl, who reciprocated immediately, letting her body fall on Issei's chest. The boys just kissed quietly, ignoring the atmosphere around them. Rias. I wake up after the new remodeling of the mansion, and the first thing I see is my fiancé and my best friend kissing next to me. Both Issei and Akeno had separated from that kiss, only to notice Ria's accusatory look, seeing them giving each other affection. Causing the girl to get up from Issei's chest, showing hers in the open air, causing the brunette to blush. Akeno. Ara, the official fiancé just discovered the deception of being a boyfriend. Issei. Hi Rias, good morning. On the other hand, Lala, who was sleeping on the other side of the bed, was beginning to wake up from the noise they had made. Lala. Is it daylight yet? Issei. Calm down Lala, keep sleeping. Lala. I'll take you at your word, Issei. The pink-haired girl fell asleep again, clinging to Issei's chest and hugging him in Kuoh form. Boom. Akeno had received a pillow hit from the Redeed, who looked at her seriously. Rias. May I know what you're doing here Akeno, regarding sleeping with Issei, it's not your turn. Akeno. Ara, I just came to say good morning to my cute suitor and give him a proper morning kiss. Rias. Wow, first my sister and now you, seriously, how many more girls are there after Issei? Issei just stared avertedly, as this could be seen as a reproach, but then the honey-eyed man realized it when he heard a phrase. Issei. Wait, you said new remodel. Upon hearing that, the brown-haired boy looked at his room and noticed that if it was already big, it was now immense. Running into the hallway, he left the room and looked toward the stairs, noticing something strange. Issei. Rias, tell me what happened. Upon leaving the room I noticed that it had 3 extra floors of the 5 already existing, since this was a mansion, where Rias parody already lived in the place. Rias. Well this is because Lala-san and the others came to live here. Issei. But if we lived comfortably, how come they added 3 more floors of rooms? Rias. The girls shared a room and Lala, Momo and Nana wanted a room to leave their things, in Nana and Momo's case, where they could put the animals and plants respectively. Issei. Still, we all fit comfortably. Rias. But I didn't tell you that either. At that moment, the mansion's doorbell rang. The boys, who were already awake, ran to see who it was. Upon opening the door, the brunette noticed several girls standing in front of it, all smiling and noticing they weren't alone. Several suitcases were with them. Issei. Sona Kaicho, her parody and Valeri. The white-haired girl didn't hesitate for a moment and threw her suitcase to throw herself into the arms of the brunette, who instinctively grabbed her by the waist to prevent it from falling to the ground. Valeri. Hello dear, I have come with you to live in your home. The girl gave him a small kiss on the lips which the brunette reciprocated, after that they separated to leave her standing on the ground. Issei. I thought you were with your group in a fight in the north. Valeri. Actually, we're still planning the attack, but that's the least of it. I took advantage of the moment to move in with you, so I'll leave my things and go with them. Issei. I see, but Sona Kaicho, why are you here? Sona. Well by order of my sister and the alliance. Issei. I mean. At that moment, the faction leaders appeared behind them. Azalea. This is for protection for the group of demons in the city, they may at some point be targeted by groups seeking to start a new war, and since the sisters of the 2 mass of the underworld are here, they are easy targets. Leo. Sorry for not telling you anything Issei-kun, but with this alliance and the upcoming young demon meeting, my head has been spinning. Issei. Bored. Rias. I'll explain that to you later. The boy nodded as he looked at the rest of Sona's peers standing before them. Issei. So everyone will come to live here, phew, well I'll tell Kateria to show them where their rooms are. Azalea. And hurry up, we have a meeting in 15 minutes with King Gid. This impressed Lala, as her father was mentioned at that moment. Lala? My father? Michelle. Yes, we'll tell you later to see what the topic will be in the coming days. At that Issei's stomach rumbled loudly, causing him to blush in embarrassment and the other girls to giggle. Rias. It would be best to go have breakfast, Akeno, come with me to see if everything is ready. Akeno. Of course. Both girls walked quietly into the house, followed by the Riteed's older sister. Viteria walked past them, already wearing her housemaid uniform. Viteria. Need something from my Issei-sama. Issei. Yes, please take the new tenants to the newly built apartments and assign them a room to leave their things. At that I turned to see Sona, who had a doubtful face due to the presence of the Leviathan in the house. Issei. Don't worry about her, she's under the Sekiryuutei seal and won't be able to attack them. Sona. Okay, I trust you Hyoudou. Issei. Don't worry and Valeri. Valeri. Yes dear. Issei. Follow them and you will be assigned a room. The girl nodded and kissed the brunette on the lips, who reciprocated by hugging her around the waist. Of course it provoked jealousy in the girls of the Sitri family, who just looked on with narrowed eyes. That same moment the albino had finished settling in, kissed Issei goodbye and left because as she said she only came to drop off her things, but a certain loli with the same hair color noticed something about her that she didn't like. An annoying and familiar essence. Kaneko. I don't think it's her, is it? Student council room. The last day of classes had passed, the members of the occult club and the student council were in the room where Sona held her entourage meetings, waiting for the leaders to arrive after breakfast, with it was very calm, well, without considering that Rias, Akeno, Lala, Valeri and Mio were fighting over who was going to occupy a seat next to Issei, since the other one that was empty had already been taken by Venelana, who took advantage of this and fed him in the mouth. After a few minutes, the three leaders of the biblical factions, Mickey Hyoudou and Lala's parents, had arrived in the room. Mio. Thank you for coming to this meeting. The topic we'll be discussing today is the heiress's journey to the underworld this summer. This surprised the brown-haired boy. He was thinking about advancing his relationship with Rias and the others during the summer because despite knowing that they had feelings for him or her who had already declared their feelings to him, the boy wanted to grow that love that had developed. Issei. Wow, so you're going away during the holidays. Rias. Let's go. Issei. Oh come on wait what? Rias. Yes, as part of my equality everyone must accompany me to the underworld, plus you are my fiancé and must be by my side. Issei. I didn't know that one. Azalea. Also, we need to discuss this with King Gid. Id. Why with me? Michelle. Vera, we want you to join us at the meeting so you can learn about the supernatural world. Id. Sounds good to me, but I also need to get back to my planet. I'm returning to Earth in a month. Leo. Perfect, since the meeting will be 32 days from today, but we want to ask your permission for your daughters and friends to accompany us on a tour of the underworld. Lala and the others' eyes lit up at this proposal and they looked at Gid with pleading puppy eyes. Girls. We can go, right? The king tried not to look at them, but little by little he gave in until he saw a little green-haired girl with a flower on her head. Selen. Meow. Id. Okay, you can go with Issei and the others. Kid, I'm leaving my daughter's safety in your hands. Issei. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for her being okay. The girl was delighted and ran to hug him from behind and give him a kiss on the cheek, causing the brunette to blush, but not to be nervous. Leo. Well, prepare your things today, since tomorrow we leave for the underworld. The boys. Yes. Everyone was leaving the council room until the chestnut tree was taken by the hand. Issei. What's up Sona Kaicho? Sona. I want to ask you a favor. Issei. Of course, whichever you like. Sona. Well, I'll tell you tomorrow when we're on the train. Issei. Train. The next day. The boys were already ready with their things stored in a pocket dimension that Mio created. The two pairs of demons, accompanied by the girls who came from Seinen, had arrived at the train station in the city of Kuoh. Issei and the others followed Sona and Rias, who were at the head of the group along with Mio, who guided the entire group until they reached an elevator that was in the station, missing Issei and the new members of the club that had joined this year, along with the entire student council. The first to enter the elevator was Mio with Lala's group. After a few minutes, Sona and her peers came by to take the elevator. Finally, Rias and her entourage took the elevator. At that moment, the brunette noticed a button that allowed them to move floors, which Rias pressed. Issei. Rias, what floor are we going to? Rias. To one where humans have no access, you see Issei, this station has a hidden floor, which we demons use to go to the underworld. Issei. But why don't we go like the one who went to rescue Mio? Rias. Well that was a special occasion, and by protocol I must register my new pieces for the first time when they enter the underworld. Issei didn't fully understand, and this was noticed on his face, which Rias looked at. Rias. Don't worry, all your questions will be answered shortly. Upon arriving at the selected floor, Ria's new pieces were in for a big surprise. In front of them was an overly elegant train station, with gold decorations and the seals of the Gremory and Sitri houses. On the main platform was a crimson-colored train, which had the Gremory logo on the front of the engine. The cars also shared the same color and the same seal on the entrance doors. Both they and Lala and her friends had been impressed by it. Erna. Wow, this is a lot of luxury for a mere human. Yui. That's true. Run. But what surprises me most is the train, it looks a lot like the ones you see in history books at school. Leo. Okay, girls, please form a line. You'll be in the middle car. Sona. We'll go in the back car. Issei. Then. Rias. That's right, we'll go in the front car. The boys obeyed and entered the car in order. Sitting in fairly comfortable seats, they waited for it to move, but then the door connecting to the service car opened. Miss Gremory, it's a pleasure to see you once again. Rias. Ronaldo, how have you been? Ronaldo. Well, the life of a demon is boring if he only has one job, but it's good to see it again. For those new to the show, nice to meet you. My name is Ronaldo, and I'm the conductor of this private train for the Gremory family. All. It's a pleasure. Rias. Please Issei, Asia and Zenobia introduce yourself personally. Asia. It's a pleasure, my name is Asia Argento, and I am Rias Gremory Sama's bishop. Zenobia. Hello, my name is Zenobia Quarta, but use other knight. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, I am Rias Gremory's only pawn. The boys had bowed as they greeted the person who had arrived. At that moment, the figure stood in front of Issei and bowed to him. Ronaldo. It's a pleasure to meet you, young master. Issei. Young master. Ronaldo. That's right, you are famous here in the underworld for being the fiancé of Miss Rias Sama, Mio Sama and Venelana Sama. The boy was impressed by this, but he knew that this could be the work of the demonic council that had spread all this. Out of nowhere the driver pulled out a pocket-sized device and took a picture of Ria's new members, who were surprised by it. Ronaldo. Sorry if I scared you, but I must confirm that the information Miss Rias gave me is correct, and with that I can assure you. On the screen appeared photos of the new ones, along with information about the parts it had. Ronaldo. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must go to the next carriages to register Sona Sama's peers and deliver the permission passes to Mio Sama's guests. Rias. Go ahead. The conductor said goodbye and headed toward the rear cars to do his homework. After a few minutes, they noticed the train begin to move out of the station, heading for the underworld. Issei. Rias a question, how long is the trip? Rias. A few hours, so you better relax and enjoy the ride. The boy was about to do it, but he remembered something so he got up from his seat. Rias. Where are you going Issei? Issei. I remembered Sona asking me to come to her car once the train was moving, she told me she wanted to talk to me. Rias. Okay, but don't take too long, yeah. The boy nodded and walked to the door, only to see it open on the other side, revealing Lala and the others coming from their car. Lala. Sorry Rias, but we felt lonely in that car, and Mio told us it would be fine to come to yours and spend time with you. Rias. Yes, no problem. Issei. Well, I'll see you now. I'll be right back. The girl nodded and just watched as the brunette left the car toward Sona's. Upon arriving at the Sitri carriage, the brown-haired boy opened the door to see Sona's family chatting pleasantly, while Sona was in front of a chessboard, next to her was Tsubaki, as she served her a cup of tea. Issei. Excuse the intrusion. Sona. Please come in and sit in front of me. The chestnut obeyed and sat in front of the chessboard. Issei. And tell me Kaicho, what do you need from me? Sona. Just get to know you better over a game of chess, what do you say? Issei. Well, it's not for nothing that he was the champion in Seinen, let's play with pleasure. Sona. Okay, I choose the white ones. The girls went to where the brown-haired boy and his mistress were playing that game, since it was known that she was a master when it came to chess, since on more than one occasion during the time they had been with her she had not lost a game, they did not know the reasons, but her opponents were usually men, to be more exact, high-class demons. While this was happening in the Sitri wagon, I was chatting pleasantly with Rias and the others, until the girl brought up a particular topic when she saw an object on the table. Momo. Look sister, a chessboard, let's play for a while Issei-san comes. Nana. If we seize the opportunity before the beast comes and humiliates us. This clearly alerted Rias, as she clearly knew Sona's situation regarding her engagement. Rias. Sorry, but what do you mean by that? Momo. Well, insane, and he was the champion of the region, there was no one who could compare to him in chess, to the point of going to an international competition, but he declined since we were in trouble with Nemesis at that time. Haruna. Let's see how it goes with Sona-sama. Akeno. What did you mean? Haruna. Well, what I heard is that she will ask Issei-kun for a game of chess. Momo. Poor her, she'll lose soon. Rias, already with all the suspicions of him because he asked Issei to go where she had clarified, quickly Rias, along with Akeno and Mio who was paying attention to the conversation, ran to the Sitri family wagon. It took them no more than 3 minutes to arrive at the place when they saw a jealous scene. It was Sona who had grabbed Issei's shirt collar and pulled him towards her to kiss him calmly. On the table were the chess pieces shining where they noticed Sona's king piece was lying. Rias. Sona, that's not right. Sona. I'm sorry Rias, but I had to take advantage of this opportunity. The brown-haired boy was more than confused by what just happened, since at the moment he had won the game in only 8 moves, he ended up being kissed by Sona. Issei. Sorry, but what's going on? Rias. It just happened that she cheated on you, and now you're her fiancé too. It was clear the brown-haired boy was more than confused by what had happened, because out of nowhere he already had a 4th fiancé from the underworld, who was beautiful, but he still didn't understand how. The brown-haired boy was about to speak, but was interrupted by Mio. Mio. Rias and Sona, please accompany me, we have to see some things with Ronaldo in the cabin. The girls nodded and went to their sister, but of course the two of them started arguing about what the dark-haired girl with glasses had done, who had a blush on her face. Issei. Seriously, what just happened? Momo S. We don't know, but one thing is for sure, we'll see him more in the student council. The brunette, still with doubts, sat on the chair where he had played the game against Sona, but out of nowhere the train suddenly stopped, causing Momo of Sona's parody to fall on the brunette. Of course she landed on top of the boy's pelvis, while with her hand, she touched Issei's well-formed abdomen. Momo S. Sorry Hyoudou-san, I didn't mean to. The girl just looked away while giving a small smile, something her companion noticed. Baruko. That's not true, you did it on purpose. The silver-haired girl just blushed, continuing to touch the brunette's body. At that point the other girls went to where Issei and the others were to see if something had happened to them. Akeno. Issei-kun, are you okay? Issei. Yes Akeno, don't worry, but what could have happened? Akeno. I don't know, out of nowhere the train stopped and simply the car where all the girls were had disappeared, leaving all the boys to fall as the train traveled through the sky, thus causing the demons to take out their wings, but for the girls it wasn't. Girls. Kiai, we are falling. Quickly Issei, Akeno, Yumi, Rainer and Zenobia took Momo, Nana, Yui, Haruna and Run, who had tears in their eyes from that scare. In Lala's case she was helped by Peak, who took out his wings and helped her fly. For some reason Issei was the most desperate to reach the second daughter of the Devluk Empire, as if something was begging him to go with her. Momo. I was scared Ai-san, thank you for helping me. The girl, who was hugging the brunette by the neck as she was carried bridal style, gave him a small kiss on the lips. A kiss that made something in him feel the same quality he had with Lala. That kiss brought back a memory and a keyword that the brunette understood and was now giving. Flashback. In Issei's bedroom in Seinen, we see a brown-haired boy lying on his bed, next to him was Momo who hugged him from behind while pressing her head to him. Momo de. So Issei-san, what do you think about making the harem so that we girls can be happy? Issei. I don't know, I'm not sure they really love me. Momo de. For me, you can't doubt it, the love I feel for you is the same as my sister's, you could say that it rivals to be the first. The brown-haired boy turned to look at the girl, to look at her face. Issei. You love me that much? Momo de. I will never abandon him and if something happens to him, I will look for him to be by his side. They just let themselves go with a moment and a little make-out session took place on the spot. This was interrupted when Selin ran over to where Issei was and jumped on him to play. End of flashback. The chestnut tree had remembered that moment, thus releasing a little of the seal that he had, where the memories of this one with the second daughter had reached him. Issei. Really Momo-chan, always helping you with everything. Momo de. I know it will always be wait what did you call me? Issei. That your tender and fragile side, along with that kiss you gave me was enough to free my memories, well that's how it happened. The pink-haired girl wanted to cry with joy, but from one moment to the next, she felt how both of them moved quickly, since the brunette looked away. Issei. Careful, an attack is coming. And just as he said this, a powerful flare coming from one of the nearby mountains shot towards them. They all moved quickly and hid behind one of the nearby rocks. They were greatly surprised to see a large dragon staring in the direction they had been hiding. Akeno. Okay guys, we must be alert, the priority is Lala-san and her friends, so we must take care of them. Everyone heeded that instruction, but out of nowhere Kaneko, who had been acting strange since Valeri's visit yesterday, just ran towards the dragon, who with a single swipe of its tail, sent her flying towards the rocks. Kaneko. Ah. Issei. You're a miserable person. Without thinking twice, Issei activated balance break and, already with his armor on, flew towards the dragon, which only spit fire from its mouth and tried to hit the brown-haired boy. Akeno. Damn, we must save Kaneko and help Issei. In the absence of Rias, I will play the role of king, so please follow my instructions. Rias parody. Yes, Akeno-san. Tsubaki. As for us, our duty is to protect the girls who can't fight, so we must create a barrier strong enough to help protect them. Sona parody. Understood. Akeno. Okay, Yumi and Zenobia please help Issei in close combat, Gasper covers Asia, and Rainer help me bring Kaneko to this area to be treated for that blow. The boys nodded and did as instructed. On the other hand, the chestnut and with the help of Drake to recharge his energy, began to fight against that dragon, which gave several blows to this one in his sides, and the other returned with one or another blow, which were too powerful, causing the chestnut to hit the mountains. Yumi. Don't worry Issei-kun, we've come to help you. Zenobia. Fighting a dragon wasn't in my early plans, but this will be fun. The two girls had already summoned their swords, thus beginning the fight against the dragon, which only roared in pain every time it failed to block a blow. This was because Akeno managed to hit the target with her powerful rays, resulting in it paralyzing for a moment. But it also counterattacked and returned those blows with its tail and legs, making the two girls retreat. The chestnut tree had emerged from the wall where it had been embedded and returned to where the dragon was fighting with its companions. Boost 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 boost. Issei. Yumi and Zenobia, move. The girls, upon hearing that, moved out of Issei's path against the dragon, seeing a great energy in his hand. Issei. Take this. Burst. The attack came from Issei's hand towards the dragon which, seeing how that large amount of energy was coming, crossed its arms and protected itself from that attack. A large cloud of smoke had surrounded him, which little by little was dissipating and revealing the dragon, a little injured and with his knee on the ground. Issei. That's not enough, then I'll have to. Enough. Everyone turned to look up, only to see Azalea along with Mio, Rias and Sona, who were flying above them. Azalea. It was a great battle, thanks for your help Tannin. Tannin. You're welcome, I'm surprised by the power of the current Sekiryuutei, with a little training he'll have the level of a middle-class demon without any problem. The boys were impressed more than anything because the dragon spoke, causing intrigue in what was happening. Issei. Sorry but what's going on here? Sona. I'm so sorry, but they wanted to know what each of their levels were. Issei. And what's that for? Azalea. To determine the next training I will give you during this vacation and before the meeting of the young demons. Without thinking, all the boys looked at each other and shouted to the heavens. Boys. What a thing. One thing was clear to them, this vacation would not be easy. Gremory Mansion. In the Gremory family house we see a girl with a good body who was in the bathtub. Butler. Excuse me, Miss Lilith, but I came to let you know that your stepmother and stepsisters are about to arrive. Thanks for letting me know. The girl was just looking at a photograph that had an open necklace, where she was shown as a child with Rias, Mio and Venelana, all of them next to a red-haired character. Lilith. It's good to have you back. The girl got out of the bathtub and walked calmly to her room. Chapter 10. Ria's cousin, Sealing Love, 18. Territorio Gremory. Halfway to the Gremory mansion, we see a building with an old design, which had an advertisement at the top of it, the sign indicating that it was a hot spring, thanks to a drawing of a demon with a restful look and a towel on his head. Further down, there was another sign discouraging those who wanted to come in and cool off for a while after a busy day. The sign read closed by reservation. But why would such a sign say that? Well that's because at that moment the Gremory family, Sitri, Deviluk and two of the three faction leaders, were taking a bath in a quiet manner, or that's what a chestnut would have wished. Rias. Ice let me soap your back. Akeno. Ara, mi lindo novio kohai kun, permitim laver tu abdomen. Sona. Ananta it is my duty to carve your arms so that they shine. Mio. Mu Issei is also my fiancé, and it is my duty to wash his chest. Venelana. Yufufufu, dear let me demonstrate the benefits you will have by being the next leader of the Gremory clan by marrying me. Lala. It's not fair, I also want Issei to feel my wet skin. Momo de. With this, the harem bread is more than a fact, how good that Issei has Drag Sama and his dragon part wants a harem. The brunette was sitting alone on a bench surrounded by all the women he had already kissed and opened his feelings towards, while they took a piece of soap and either with their hands or in the case of Akeno and Momo, used their breasts to delicately scrub a brunette who was already more than red from feeling all the affection he received from the girls. On the other hand, we see the other girls of both parodies and friends of Lala with a gloomy expression when they see what the others were doing. Asia. It's not fair, I want to be like this with Issei-san too. Zenobia. I must note down these kinds of scenes to make babies with Issei-kun in the future. Yumi. Wow, Issei-kun seems to be enjoying this. Kaneko. Akeno-senpai, you're a pervert to do that to Issei-kun. Rainer. I want to have my turn doing that. Momo-s. Sona-sama seems to enjoy that. Baruko. I believe it. Haruka. Since she won the chess game, it's clear that she's happy. Tomo. Well, we noticed it when we were coming here, I never stopped hugging him. Yeah. But I wouldn't waste that either, or don't you think so, Yura? Yura. With the body that Hyoudou has, I would also like to have him hugged like that, don't you think, Tsubaki-san? The queen just adjusted her glasses, while they were fogged up, many thought it was because of the water, but her thoughts were different. Tsubaki. I would also like to be like Kaicho, I will ask his permission to go on a date with him. As for the seinen girls, they cried comically upon seeing this. Haruna. I also want to be like this with Issei-kun. Yami. He is my prey and as such I must make his days the best before I end up hunting him. Yui. But how indecent of Issei to do that in this place. Run. But you also did that on the train or I remember a certain trip where you found it on the way back from the shopping center. The raven-haired girl just turned red as she turned her gaze to the other side. Nana. That beast is going to desecrate my sisters. Furju. Calm down Nana-san, we know you want me to remember you too, right Mikado? Mikado. That's right. Indeed, Lala's school teachers and friends had also been invited to the trip by Ria's mother. The brown-haired boy said nothing because his mind was elsewhere. Issei. Drake, I don't think I can hold out any longer, my dragon impulses are starting to take over. Drake. Hang in there buddy, you don't want to attack them here, but I see it's true, your little buddy just woke up. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes, noticing how Akeno was on top of him, while rubbing her breasts on his abdomen, causing the mini Issei to wake up and have contact with the fallen one. Akeno. Ara, I feel like Issei-kun is enjoying this bath girls, we must give our best effort. The others didn't understand what the girl was saying, but then Akeno pointed at the part below Issei, they noticed a lump that seconds before wasn't there, causing everyone to blush. The girls. Kaiaya. Hearing this, and provoked by the heat of the place, the brown-haired boy went to the cold bathroom so that he would stop thinking about insane things, or that his dragon features would do something that he would later regret or provoke the lust of the girls, and he himself knew it. All this was watched by a certain cadre, who had a glass of sake in their hand and a towel on their head. Azalea. Hahaha, today's youth but that guy doesn't look bad at all. Azalea. Valeri, hurry up or I'll give you a new little brother. The girl continued with her drink in her hand and with a blush while she watched how the brunette was taken out of the cold water while her fiancés argued to see who would dry the brunette. Later. Upon leaving the waters, Sona and her children took a train to her family's territory. The girl took the brown-haired boy by the hand and pulled him towards her to give him a kiss, at first it would be short but it lengthened when Issei took her by the waist and Sona hugged him by the neck. When she finished, the girl asked him to visit her in a few weeks since he had to speak to her family and announce their engagement, which the boy agreed to. After a few hours of traveling, the boys from Ria's family, as well as Lala's friends, had arrived at their destination. The Gremory mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, Grayfia and Kateria were waiting for them. They had come from the Hyoudou mansion to attend to their masters wherever they were. Behind them, girls in servant outfits stood in 2 rows, bowing forward in a reverence. Maids. Welcome to Ria's Oju-sama's family. They all greeted at the same time, impressing most of those who had arrived at the house, except for the Deviluk sisters, who were also welcomed in the same way in their castle. Grayfia. Rias-sama, Venelana-sama, Mio-sama, Issei-sama and more company, welcome to the Gremory family residence. The others appreciated the gesture and entered the mansion in an orderly manner. Girls like Asia, Zenobia, Yui and Haruna were more than surprised by the size and elegance within the mansion. Paintings and arrangements, as well as various pieces of art from the human world, were displayed throughout the house. Venelana. Grayfia-san where is she? Grayfia. Well she didn't finish speaking, as they both felt the presence of a girl who was just a few meters away from them, walking elegantly and waving her hand just like a high society girl. And Venelana, it's a pleasure to have you back at the Gremory mansion. Venelana. It's a pleasure to see you again Millie, I hope you haven't felt lonely since we left for the human world. Millie. Don't worry, Mio One-sama has come on several occasions to see how I've been, but where is Ria's One-sama? Venelana just put her hand over her own mouth and giggled a little. Venelana. She's showing our new fiancé the mansion. Millie. Oh I see, so are our. Venelana. That's right, my dear, I'm going to get married again to a wonderful man who will take care of me as well as your cousins. The girl was shocked to hear that not only was her cousin getting married, but also her aunt and older cousin was about to marry the same man. Millie. But how did this happen? I'll find that womanizer and tell him what I think. Most likely, he's a fat guy or an old man who's manipulating them. I'll talk to him and he'll know that he doesn't mess with the Gremory family. The girl ran out towards one of the hallways in the house. She was seen by Venelana and Grayfia. The latter just gave a small laugh, while the other simply exhaled in heaviness. The Redeed was running down the hallway, and as she turned she collided with something soft according to her sense, but at the same time it made her go backwards, and she was caught by hands that felt firm. Are you okay? Millie? Yes, thank you for letting me nod. At that moment the girl looked at the face of the person she had collided with, only to get one of the best surprises of her life. In front of her was a brunette with a smile of relief, knowing that the girl was not hurt. He held her in his arms so that she would not fall to the ground, causing a blush and a silly smile from the girl. Issei, where are you? Come, I must show you the whole house. Issei. This here, I got lost and bumped into this cute girl. The aforementioned blushed more upon hearing from the boy that she was pretty. Rias. Pretty girl. The Redeed fleetingly arrived at the brunette's side just to see who her fiancé was holding in his arms. Rias. Ara, Millie, so you're the pretty girl. Millie. Rias Wani-sama. Issei. Do you know her? Rias. Yes, but it's a bit complicated to explain, I'll just tell you that she's my cousin. Millie, let me introduce you to my fiancé, Hyoudou Issei. The girl who was still in the brown-haired boy's arms was surprised to know his name. In front of her was the person who would marry the members of her family, but for some reason instead of feeling anger, she felt jealousy. Millie. Could you let me go? Issei. Yes, I'm sorry. The brunette stopped hugging the girl, who was blushing, discreetly looked at the brunette who had Rias in his arms since she launched herself towards them. Rias. Tell me, you like the mansion, it's spacious, isn't it? Issei. Indeed, yes, by the way, where are the others? Rias. They're with Akeno and Mio, showing the mansion to all the girls who hadn't come before. Come, let's go to the room where you'll sleep. The girl took the brown-haired boy by the hand and led him to an address that her cousin knew perfectly well. Millie. Wani-sama, that direction is your room, the guest rooms are on the other side. The girl turned to look at her cousin, just gave her a little laugh and winked. Rias. I know, he'll sleep with me. Millie was shocked by what he said as she watched the two walk away. For some reason, she felt a little annoyed, not for Issei, but for her cousin, seeing how the brunette's arm was pressed against his chest. Time skip. A few hours had passed, and the visitors had already settled into the mansion's rooms. At this moment they were in the mansion's dining room, tasting the dishes that the chefs had prepared for dinner. Issei. Wow, this is delicious, but it doesn't compare to Rias and my mother's cooking. Redeed just blushed profusely, while the older brunette nodded at what her son said. The others were impressed to hear that statement. Issei. Sorry, I think I thought that out loud, right? They all nodded, leaving a brunette blushing. On the other hand, Millie was eating elegantly, but she couldn't stop looking at the brown-haired boy who was next to her cousin and that girl with pink hair who was also hugging Issei in a romantic way by putting his arm between her breasts. Venelana. I know you praise my daughter's cooking, but you should also try other types of dishes. As the next husband of the Gremory clan leader, you will attend different events and you should try the foods that are offered to you. Issei. I understand. Lala. It's the same with me, you'll be the king of the universe and you must learn to eat everything. Hearing that statement, the brown-haired boy choked a little because it was true, it was also his destiny to be Lala's fiancé. This information surprised the girl who lived in that mansion, which made her not stop looking at the brunette with a serious look. Issei felt a penetrating gaze from the girl, which made a drop of sweat fall down his neck. Issei. Sorry, but is everything okay? Millie. Don't worry, everything's fine. Venelana watched as her niece looked at the brunette, which made her give a funny laugh. Venelana. How rude I have been, dear, let me introduce you to Millie Gremory, you could say she is my niece. The girl just stood up and gave a little bow. Millie. A placer. Lala. Wow, they look a lot like your Rias, your cousin is very pretty. Rias. This yes I know Lala. With that, I put my cutlery on the table and clear my throat to get everyone's attention. Rias. Well, since we're all here, let me tell you what activities there will be during these holidays. The others paid attention to what the girl and owner of the mansion had said. Rias. Tomorrow as Alia Sensei will come to give us our training instructions. Lala. Training. The other seinen girls also wondered what she meant by training. Rias. Well Lala, here in the underworld we have an event known as the rating game, where the pairs of the demonic houses compete among ourselves, either to obtain a benefit from the other house with which they fought, or to position themselves among the best demons there are. Lala. So they are games. Rias. Something like that, I'll show you later. Lala. Sure, sorry for interrupting you. Rias. No worries, as I said we have won one or another simulated game, and we have quickly defeated some renegade demons, but with the inclusion of Issei in my party, we are at a great disadvantage. The brown-haired boy looked at his fiancée in an impressed manner, thinking that she was something of a hindrance. Issei. What do you mean? Rias. Well, you're a cute boy, but you have tremendous power. If I compare your power level to ours, you have a clear advantage over us. I'd say you have a huge advantage, and we don't want to be a hindrance when it comes to fighting. Besides, your developed body is perfect for a full contact fight. I commented this last thing while I placed my hand on Issei's broad chest and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The brunette's heart was left at the rhythm of a lover when he felt those lips. Rias. That's why I asked Sensei to help us with a training program after seeing what happened with Tannin-san. This was a hard blow for the rest of the Gremory family, especially a little Nekomata who only had her gaze on the floor. Rias. So it's better to go rest in your rooms today and get up early tomorrow to start. The girls in Ria's group nodded, but for Lala and her friends there was a doubt. Lala. Sorry Rias, what are we going to do? The aforementioned Redeed looked at her cousin, who gave her a small smile and nodded. Rias. In fact, you will be sightseeing throughout the Gremory region, my cousin will accompany you so you can enjoy your trip. The girls looked at the other Redeed who nodded calmly. Lily. I'll be your guide while you're here, so don't worry. Venelana. Well, it's better if you go and rest, tomorrow you'll have a very busy day. Rias. Girls, please pack your things so you're comfortable, we don't know who will have a strenuous workout. The girls nodded and each went to their rooms to prepare their things. Redeed was about to leave the table when something interrupted her. In Russian. Hija. Rias. Yes mother. Venelana. Two things, one Issei must know about that, as your future husband there must be no family secrets between us, you understand. Redeed looked where her cousin went and she nodded. Venelana. One more thing, I know you're going to sleep together starting today in the house, so don't give me grandchildren so quickly, I want to give you a little brother first. The girl turned extremely red upon hearing that statement, so smoke came out of her ears. The girl simply took the brunette by the hand, and with her face red and bent down they left there. The brunette's mother only saw this with a tender pout, while the other girls never found out about this, since they had already left the room. Later. In Ria's room, the Redeed and the brunette were enjoying a moment alone, since this time Lala would sleep in another room with her sisters. The young people were kissing affectionately and quietly, one sitting next to the other, enjoying his partner's breath and touching her face. The Redeed only felt the brunette grab her hands and intertwine their fingers while he got on top of her without making her uncomfortable. Breaking away from the kiss, they both looked into each other's eyes and smiled, but her mother's words came back. She knew that sooner or later her cousin would approach her and the brunette just to be together. Causing her to put on a somewhat serious face. Issei. What's wrong? Rias. Issei, you know that I love you, really, really much. Issei. I know that, you have shown me that you love me more than anything and well the spell you cast on me corroborates it, why the question? Rias. Well you know, as a couple I want us to tell each other everything, our dreams and especially our secrets, even though these are more familiar than anything. The brown-haired boy was surprised by that and moved away a little from what Rias said. Issei. I know, but if it's a family secret, it would be best not to. Rias. I have to do it, I have to tell you, but don't worry, it's not a bad thing. The brown-haired boy nodded and, without leaving Ria's side, gave her a kiss on the forehead. Rias. Tell me, what do you think about illegitimate children and how to deal with them? This already got the brown-haired man off guard, causing his curiosity to win the internal fight over whether or not to know the secret. Issei. Well, there's nothing wrong with that child. The parents of that child may have made a mistake that would be frowned upon, but the child is not to blame, and even less should he be mistreated or ignored, since he is just another person. The Redeed just looked kindly at the boy, who gave her a kiss after hearing the answer. Issei. Why do you ask? Rias. I just wanted to know your opinion, but I have to tell you something, the Gremory family has this kind of secret. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes and looked at the girl. Issei. Do you? Rias. No, my cousin. Issei. Or rather your illegitimate sister, right? The girl nodded and hid her face in his chest. Rias. The truth is I don't know how to treat Millie-san, I don't hate her or anything, but I recently found out that she is my father's daughter with another girl. My father, unlike other demons who have harems, swore that he would be faithful to my mother at all times. Issei. Is he? Rias shook her head at Issei's assumption. Rias. It's not what you think. During my mother's pregnancy when she had me, she was cared for by one of her cousins from the Bale house, but on a night of drinks, the two of them ended up having Hex, and then they had Millie. Issei only heard the girl talking, but a doubt came to him. Issei. Why are you telling me this? Rias. Since you're going to be part of the family, there shouldn't be any secrets between us, and I noticed that he's already had his eye on you. The brunette just turned his gaze because he had already seen that the girl did not stop looking at him at all times. Issei. Don't worry, just like with Lala, you'll decide if you want her by my side or not. The girl nodded. Issei. But was this talk necessary? Rias. As a future member of the Gremory house, it is important that you know everything about our family, including the people who make it up. Issei. Well, it's good to know who he really is. The brunette kissed Rias again, who enjoyed the contact that the brunette made with his mouth, but with an impulse from her, the Redede touched Issei's butt and a little of his member, causing the kiss to stop. Issei. I know this wasn't what you were thinking, having to share myself with the other girls, but I can swear that I won't leave any of them aside or look down on them. If you and the others love me with your hearts, it's my duty to reciprocate. Rias. I know, just because I'm a dragon. Issei. Being a dragon, I see them as something invaluable, and that is something you should never doubt. The girl just leaned against his chest and gave a small, satisfied smile. Rias. You alone know how to calm the heart of this Lovelorn girl. The other two just had a calm smile, as if they enjoyed watching this scene. Issei. Okay, I'm off. I'll be back in the afternoon. The brunette and the others left the room and headed to the mansion's door, where a demon dressed as a butler was waiting for the brunette to arrive. The aforementioned demon simply stood next to the person waiting for him, then disappeared through a magic circle. Sitri Mansion. The butler and Issei had arrived at the door of the mansion, who looked with impression at the house of the girl he came to see. Butler. Please follow me. The butler began walking into the mansion, followed by the chestnut tree. In the hallway I see large paintings of the Sitri family, one of Sona at a younger age, who was reading a book with a look of astonishment on her face. And another one, Seraphil is with Sona, the former hugging the younger one and the latter trying to escape from her sister's grasp. The central painting depicted the entire family together, with the father and mother sitting in two large armchairs. Seraphil was sitting next to her father, while Sona was being carried by her mother and sitting on her mother's lap. The butler continued walking and guiding the chestnut until they reached a large room, where Sona and her parents were. Butler. Sona-sama, I have brought young Master Issei Hyoudou. Sona. Thank you very much, please let him in. The butler nodded and asked the brunette to enter the room. Upon entering, he searched for Sona until she walked calmly toward him, leaned close to his face, and placed a small kiss on his lips. Sona. Thanks for coming. Issei. You're welcome, tell me, are you ready to tell them? The girl nodded and both holding hands went to her parents, who watched their interaction. Sona. Mother, father. I want to introduce you to the boy who beat me in a chess match and who has become my fiancé. Issei. It's a pleasure, my name is Hyoudou Issei. The chestnut-haired boy gave a small bow, then looked at his parents. To Sona. Honey, what a polite boy, I already like him, nice to meet you, my name is Cecilia Sitri. The girl's mother, who looked similar to Sona only with long hair, stood up from her seat and extended her hand for them to shake hands. Issei. A Sitri sent haste. Cecilia. Please call me Cecilia or Oka-san. The brown-haired boy nodded and then looked at Sona's father. To Sona. Hey kid, my name is David Sitri, well I want to be clear right away. At that he made a small chess set and a glass table appear between the two. David. Let's play a game. If you beat me, I'll accept that you and my daughter are engaged. If not, I'll ask you to leave. The girl with glasses got angry at what her father said and was going to reprimand him. Sona. Why are you doing this, father? You. David. I know what the terms of your engagement were, but I don't think a guy who's already engaged to another high-class devil and the matriarch of a house of the 72 pillars is smart and analytical enough to beat you. The brown-haired boy felt underestimated for a moment and looked at his father seriously. Issei. Okay, let's play, Mr. Sitri. The truth is that it didn't take more than 15 moves for the chestnut to corner Sona's father, who, no matter how hard he tried to make a move, would be in checkmate in 2 more. Issei. Sirind. David. I can't believe it, I thought that because you're a teenager I could beat you, I know I don't like this, and even more so because of who you're engaged to, but I accept my defeat. The knight just let the king fall in surrender and looked away. Issei. Lord Sitri, I know you see me badly for being engaged to the ladies of the Gremory house, but let me tell you something. As a half-dragon, I see the girls who have opened their hearts to me as something unique, so I would give everything for them to be safe, that includes Sona. The girl just blushed and went to the brunette to stand next to him. Sona. Are you serious? Issei. That's right Sona, your serious but mysterious character was what caught my attention. This unique style of yours could captivate many, and I'm thankful that I managed to stay by your side. The girl didn't think twice, these words that the brunette said to her captivated her heart and she jumped into his arms, she wrapped her arms around the brunette's neck and gave him a deep kiss, which Issei reciprocated by hugging her by the waist and pressing her closer to his body. Seeing this, the parents understood that Sona had found the ideal boy for her, and they smiled. All was quiet in the Sitri mansion until a loud bang was heard in the house. The parents knew what this was and just put their hand to their foreheads as a sign of what will he do now. The living room door swung open and heavy footsteps were heard entering. Serafal. Who is the damn guy who wants to take my Sotan away? The black-haired woman with pigtails dressed as a magical girl searched the room, aiming her staff to eliminate the person responsible. She only noticed a certain brunette hugging her sister, who had a scared expression. Greg. It was a pleasure being your partner, but I'm leaving as you will die at the hands of the Leviathan. Issei. Damn, don't leave me alone with this. I'm Skip. In the dining room, there were 5 people. Sona's parents, who were eating peacefully. Serafal, who was glaring at a chestnut tree. Sona, who was feeding a chestnut tree, who was bandaged on the head and had an eye patch. David. You know Mio would kill you for doing this to her fiancé, right? Serafal. I don't care, because you had to beat Sotan in that chess game. It's not fair, I should. Cecilia. Well, daughter, I'm also surprised that he endured your blows for so long. Another demon would have died from that flurry of blows you gave the boy. David. So that shows you're strong. Sona. Not for nothing is the Sekiryuutei. This last thing made the parents throw down their cutlery and look at the boy expectantly. Cecilia. So you. David. You are the one who defeated the son of the Phoenix in a terrifying way. Issei. This I did, but it was to defend Mio from that pervert. Cecilia. Now I feel confident that my daughter is in good hands. The girl with pigtails just pouted and looked at the brunette. Serafal. Don't think I'll give you my Sotan that easily, but if the engagement has already been accepted, I ask you to take care of her like you do with Mio and Rias. Issei. I can assure you of that. The dinner continued calmly, where Sona's parents asked about the boy's life. It was time to leave for the Gremory mansion, where he said goodbye to Sona's parents with a handshake. After receiving an invitation from them to return whenever he wanted, that he would be welcome in this house, Sona accompanied him to the exit of the mansion and gave him a small piece of paper. Sona. With this you can come to the mansion without anyone having to come for you. Issei. Okay. They both looked at each other, then kissed slowly and calmly, a kiss that lasted a few minutes until the lack of air forced them to separate. The two said their goodbyes, and he left through a magic circle to Ria's mansion. Upon arriving at the place and being greeted by Venelana, she asked him if they could talk in the living room. They both went to the aforementioned room and sat next to each other, where the brunette forced him to lie on her thighs, a sensation that the brunette liked when he felt that pair on his head. Venelana. This will be quick so you can enjoy this atmosphere for a while. Starting tomorrow, you'll start receiving lessons from me. Issei. What do you mean? Venelana. As the next patriarch of the House of Gremory, it is your duty to know the history of the underworld, eat politely, and above all, know how to dance. Issei. What? Venelana. In the upcoming events there will be occasions where you will have to dance with me, Rias, Mio and now Sona, in which you will have to learn to dance waltz and ballroom dancing. At that moment Rias also entered with Azalea and Lala. Rias. Also your training will start next week. Issei. Then. Azalea. Yes, the dragon that will train you is now available and has asked to train all morning until the afternoon. Venelana. After that, you will have dinner and my lessons will begin. Issei. Oh, my vacation is over and I couldn't enjoy it. Rias. I wouldn't say that. She said it with a blush, to which the brunette understood why she said it and blushed too. Venelana. Well, with this over and done with, let's stop talking and enjoy this moment. The brunette only caressed the boy's hair while he involuntarily settled further into his mother's thighs. 3 weeks later. 3 weeks had passed, where the brown-haired boy trained in an extreme way with the same dragon that had attacked him upon his arrival in the underworld. The progress he made with this was a secret to all the girls, including Rias herself. I also enjoy good evenings with the seinen girls, with movie nights and nights out, which made the brunette feel more comfortable with them. Now we find ourselves in Mio's castle, Lucifer's castle, where many young demons and their parents were gathered, as well as the old members of the demonic council, who did not betray Mio with the wedding she would have with Razor. The brown-haired boy was accompanied by a certain Redeed who had her arm linked with him, while on the other side she was holding Lala's hand. Both girls were wearing beautiful dresses that matched the color of their eyes. Issei. Looks like it's an important meeting. Rias. Actually, it is for the Gremory family and Sitri. Issei. Why so? Rias. Starting with our introduction, we'll be able to compete against professionals in the rating games. The girls walked behind them, but they felt the lustful glances the others gave them. Haruna. This is very uncomfortable, don't you think? Akeno. Stay calm Serenji-san, we will protect them. Asia. Also Issei-san won't like these acts that they do. Upon reaching the anteroom of the hall, they saw all the young demons, who were looking pervertedly at the seinen girls. This of course was noticed by a certain brunette, and without realizing it, he began to raise his aura. Rias. Ice, calm down. Issei. Sorry, but for some reason I can't. Look who we have here. They all heard that voice coming from a few meters away from their location. If she is nothing more than the heiress of the Agares house. Stop bothering me, you damn idiot. See, that's why nobody wants to commit to you. At that moment, the boy who was talking to the young lady approached her face. But today I'm in a good mood, let me turn you into a woman, and you'll see how men will seek you out after I tell them the pleasure of having you in my bed. You're a disgusting idiot. Saying this and with anger the girl with glasses slapped the demon. Bitch, now you'll see. The girl didn't even flinch in wanting to protect herself, and with the intention of giving him another slap, she waited for the demon that offended her, but quickly saw how he flew away. Next to her a brunette with a serious look was in a fighting position. The other demons were only left with the impression that a reincarnated person had sent that air flying. Issei. You better shut up. Thank you so much for your help. Issei. Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure to meet you, miss. Sorry, my name is Seekvaira Agares, just now you said Hyoudou, you're the Sekiryuutei, right? The brunette nodded, earning everyone's astonishment. The bearer of that legendary dragon was now with them. But one of them was glaring at the brunette, especially because there was a certain girl in the group whom he hadn't stopped staring at since he entered. Wow, and I was thinking of stopping that troublemaker, but it's good that your fiancé helped Rias. Another voice caught the attention of the Gremory and those from Seinen. Rias. Serekh, it's nice to see you again. Serekh. Likewise, and it's a pleasure to meet your peer. Rias. Let me introduce you, Ice. The brown-haired man approached and went to his fiancé's side. Rias. Serekh, I want you to meet my fiancé Hyoudou Issei. Serekh. It's a pleasure, my name is Serekh Baal, heir to the house of Baal. The boy extended his hand to shake it, which was answered by the brunette, but at the moment of shaking, which was normal, a small spark ignited. Serekh. I really hope to face you soon. Issei. I will yo. At that moment, everyone was called into the living room, where he ran into Sona and her partner. She kissed him, then hugged him and complained about why he didn't come with her last week. After a little blackmail from Sona to earn another deeper kiss from the brunette, everyone entered the room. In the middle of that room, the demonic council sat alongside the four Mao. As Alia stood watching, along with a blonde-haired loli. At that moment the Redid, who gave a warm smile to a certain brunette, furtively returned her gaze to the young people who were in the middle of the room. Leo. Welcome, you who are the next generation of demons, you are recognized among the other young people, because your knowledge and power, which have already been evaluated, have reached a great level to honor your respective houses. Seraphol. Please, young people, introduce yourselves to the other members of the upper class, so that they may know you. Rias. Rias Gremory, of the Gremory house. Iodora Astaroth, from the Astaroth pillar. Sona. Sona Sitri, from the Sitri house. Serekh. Serekh Baal, next leader of House Baal. Seekvaira. Seekvaira Agares, from the house of Duke Agares. Zephyr Glacial Bolas. Mio. Here before you are the 6 demons of the new generation. People began to applaud calmly, while the boy stood seriously in the middle. Leo. Now I would like to know what dream each of you has. Serekh. My dream is to become a Mao. Councilman 1. Wow, that's a great dream. Councilman 2. It would be something new to see a Mao who comes from the house of the great king. Rias. My dream is to be the queen of the rating games. This, said by her sister, provoked a healthy pride in Mio, who just nodded. Councilman 3. You have a tough girl, but it's a big dream. Councilman 4. You have the champion as a big obstacle, let's hope you make it. Sona. My dream is to open a rating games school. Councilman 1. But there's already one for the children of demonic families, why need another one? Sona. No, I want my school to be for the children of middle class or lower class demons. This comment earned the ridicule of everyone in the room, especially the leaders of the demonic houses. Haruka. Wretches, no. Out of nowhere she was silenced by her mistress's gaze, trying to say don't interfere, something the girl understood and better stayed quiet. Leo. Well, the truth is, Sona-san, if it's your dream, tell me how you'll do it. Sona. With my knowledge, I will train the first teachers to teach in school, and from there I will be able to provide my service. Counselor 1. You feel so sure of this dream? Sona. Yes. Mio looked at the council demons, to which they nodded. Mio. Okay, this is the last point we wanted to go over with you. The reason for the meeting is to inform you that we'll be testing your strength. Sirzechs. So they won't send us to fight the Chaos Brigade. Mio. I'm afraid not, you being the new generation of demons are the treasure of the underworld, so we must protect you at all costs. Bajuki. That's why we decided to have you fight each other to see your strength level. Councilman 2. That's why we've decided that the first game will be between the Gremory house and the Sitri house. Everyone in the room was surprised by what was said, but in that atmosphere a chestnut tree was left with a single thought. Issei. This is going to get ugly. In another room of the castle. We see a Michelle who was looking behind everything at the meeting that was taking place at that moment. Wow, I never thought those kids had those dreams. Michelle. Then if I accept the invitation Mio offered, it's a pleasure to see you here Frigg-san. Frigg. It's a pleasure that you invited my husband, unfortunately he fell into autumn sleep and we don't know until when he will wake up. Michelle. I know things are a little murky in your faction, that's what we're requesting for a meeting and to be able to make an alliance. Frigg. I really would like to see how things turn out, especially with the game between those two girls. She should also return and watch it with the main gods. Michelle. I understand, but please enjoy your stay here. Frigg. Low hair. What kind of events will this meeting bring? Chapter 12. A bitter reunion, a very big bet. Mio's castle. The counselors had set the first matches. The Sitri house would face the Gremory family. The Astaroth demon clan would have to play against the Glacial Ebola's family. While Agares and the Bale Demon King's family would have their own game. The young people stared at each other defiantly until one of the counselors spoke up. Councilman 2. Before you go, we have a special rule for the Gremory house. Rias and the entire party looked at the person from the council who spoke. Rias. What rule? Councilman 1. We have asked Miss Beelzebub to scan the current power of the Gremory family's pawn, so that in the matches he participates, he will be very balanced between his rivals, to which we have decided the following. Councilman 3. Due to the great power that the Gremory house pawn has, he will only be allowed to fight against the Astaroth house and the Bale house. The girls were impressed by what was said, especially the king of Gremory's entourage. Rias. Wait a minute, that would give us a huge disadvantage against the other houses, I don't feel that. Councilman 4. Allow us, Miss Gremory, we are not finished. Councilman 2. That's right, as such, to better compete against the other houses, we have decided that Miss Rias will have temporary pawns. At that moment, the Mayu Beelzebub approached Rias quickly, as if he wanted to show what was inside the box he had in his hand. Bajuki. Look Rias-san, this is one of my first prototypes of temporary evil pieces. Rias. But how do they work? Bajuki. Well, these pieces, just like when we reincarnate one of our servants, both parties must agree in order to reincarnate them as demons. Only these will be for a limited time, so the maximum time a human person or a magical being can become a demon would be for a year. After that, the piece would come out of its interior and disappear without harming the wearer. Rias. Wow, they look unique. Bajuki. Yes, I only had this type of pieces in mind as a pure test, but in the end we got good results. Rias. But what if the person or people I put this on want to be demons in the end? Bajuki. Well, it's simple, you look for a good high-class demon to be his master, and from what I understand in the Gremory house, there will be a new high-class demon, or am I wrong? She commented mischievously, while both looked over Ria's shoulder at a certain brunette who was being taken by the arm by her queen. Rias. Well that's right. Bajuki. Well with this you will be able to reincarnate future servants for your husband. Giving Rias the pieces, the Mayu returned to her seat. Councilman 1. That said, everyone is dismissed. Later. The meeting had ended, the counselors loyal to Mio had left the meeting room where the meeting with the young demons took place. The guests returned to the main square to enjoy the exquisite dinner that the best chefs of the underworld had prepared for the gathering. Rias and her peers, along with Lala, her friends, and Rainer, were gathered in a part of the room. The girls were sitting elegantly, drinking apple cider instead of the champagne the adults were enjoying. Issei, on the other hand, was glancing at a certain albino with a cat brooch who was staring out of one of the windows in the room. Rias. Wow, I never thought I would face Sona in the first battle of this tournament. The Keno. We must prepare as best we can for this match. Rias. I know, we must show the power that the Gremory family has to everyone to be closer to my dream. Asia. But what I find strangest was Issei-san's clause for participating in these games. Issei. I wanted to have fun at these events. The brown-haired boy only sighed in defeat for what had been imposed on him, but that's when he reacted when he felt arms around his neck. When he turned around he saw his other fiancée. Mio. Excuse me dear, but your restriction was necessary. Unlike these young people who have only had friendly matches between demons of their level, you have faced Gid-san. His strength cannot be compared with the level of current young people. That is why we decided that you would only fight with the two heirs who have had a great result. The brown-haired man only grabbed the girl by the waist, causing her to blush at the sudden act. Issei. Okay, I listen to you on this. The girl smiled at his understanding, although a look of annoyance appeared on her face, and she gave him a tender kiss while hugging the brunette by the neck. All the girls were beyond jealous of the act that the Mao Lucifer was doing, except for one. Kaneko out of nowhere looked towards a large window in the classroom and ran out of the place. This was noticed by the brunette who ended the kiss with Mio. Issei. Mio-chan, that was great, but I think you should attend to the other guests. Mio. Mu Issei-kun, I want to spend more time with you. Issei. I know, but Rias and I have to do something of utmost importance. Mio. Okay, but you have to make it up to me later. Lala and the others follow me, I'll introduce you to the mass. The girls nodded and followed the red-haired Mao, while Rias and Issei ran towards the same door where Kaneko had left. Rias. What will happen to Kaneko? Issei. I don't know, but since we arrived in the underworld I've noticed she's very distracted. Rias. I thought I was the only one who noticed this. Issei. Whatever's wrong with him, something caught his attention, it's better to go. The boys followed the little albino closely towards a forest near the castle, something that surprised them greatly, but they would ask when they caught up with her. Forest. Meanwhile Kaneko was following a trail, her senses were on edge when suddenly a voice caught her attention. Do Shirin, long time no see Naya. The little girl just turned to see where there was a large stone. When she looked up she saw a girl with cat-like features and a black kimono. The dress was not long enough to cover her breasts. Kaneko. Kuroka ni sama. Kuroka. Wow, look how you've grown, but I see that you haven't accepted your power, right? Kaneko. What have you come for? Kuroka. What do you mean? It's obvious Valeri told me you were in the Gremory group and I came to take you with me Naya. Kaneko. And why would I go with you? Kuroka. We both know that I'm the only one who can help you handle your power, so don't object and come with me. Kaneko. I would never go with a murderer. This of course hurt the girl, but she had to hide it. Kuroka. Don't be silly and let's go already. Kaneko. Never. Kuroka. Well, I wanted to do it the easy way, but since I see that you are not cooperating, I will take you with me by force Naya. The girl had created a circle behind her back, began gathering energy in her hands, and without thinking, launched her attack. Kaneko simply took a stance to protect herself from the attack, which never arrived. Issei. Wow, what a great family reunion. In front of Kaneko stood the brown-haired man with his glove extended, implying that he stopped the attack with his own hand. Kuroka. TSK, Sekiryuutei. Issei. I prefer to be called Issei, but hey, that's no way to treat your sister. Kaneko. Issei-senpai, she's not my sister, she's a murderer. Issei. We'll discuss that later, now why don't you tell that monkey to come out, of course if he still wants to dress up as a monkey. Iku. How did you realize that? Issei. Were you a woman? Please, girl. You can fool as many people as you want with your illusion magic, but you'll never be able to fool the sense of smell of a dragon, much less a celestial class. Iku. Well, I think it's time to stop pretending. Without further ado, the monkey spun his cane in front of him, causing his body to begin to glow and change shape to resemble a girl. Issei. Okay, tell us what your real name is. Iku. My name is Mei Ling, but that's the least of it. We're here for my partner's sister, and we won't leave until with little time to react. The girl is already able to cover herself with her staff. You're fast, Sekiryuutei. Issei. Only when it really suits me, in other matters I prefer to take my time. This of course made the Redeed blush and give a silly laugh, something that Kaneko's sister noticed. Kuroka. Ara, so you already did that Naya. Rias. That's none of your business, the important thing is that I won't let you take part of my family. With a protective hug he covered little Kaneko, which provoked anger in the girl wearing the kimono. Kuroka. Well then I'll take my sister by force Naya. Once again a seal was created on Kuroka's back, something the Redeed recognized. Rias. Senjutsu. Kuroka. So you know him, so you know you won't stand a chance against me. Rias. We'll see about that. She commented as she left Kaneko behind her and charged her power of destruction in her hands. The long-distance battle began between them while in the sky Mei Ling and Issei fought. The brown-haired man only had his glove, while he flew with dragon wings that he took out of his back, while the descendant of Sun Wukong flew on her magic cloud that she took out of her feet. Without warning, a close combat erupted between the two opponents in the sky, resulting in a vigorous fight. Punches, kicks, and blocks were all present in the battle. A blow to Issei's stomach was countered by a blow to the girl's back. The battle was worthy of both adversaries until something unexpected happened. The brunette threw a punch towards the girl's stomach with enough force to knock her out. Mei-ling. You won't. The girl deflected the attack that was coming towards her, but she should have taken it straight to her Kaya pervert. The brunette had grabbed the girl's breast and accidentally squeezed it, causing a small moan from her. Issei. Th the Simi. Mei-ling. Perverted Sekiryuutei. The girl slapped him, causing him to fall to where Rias was fighting with Kuroka. Of course, they saw the little monkey's action. Meanwhile, the aforementioned girl went after her teammate. Kuroka. Don't tell me you liked being played by the Sekiryuutei. Mei-ling. Shut up, you know very well that I can't get married now. Issei. I wouldn't worry about that. He said as he stood up. Tell me, does Valeri know you're both here? The girls turned wide upon hearing their team leader's name. Kuroka. I don't know what you're talking about. Issei. From what I heard from his mouth, he doesn't like things done behind his back. Valeri. And you're right, darling. Valeri had come out from behind a door, her arms crossed, looking angrily at her companions. Valeri. I see you showed yourself as you are, Mei-ling. Valeri yo. Valeri. And you Kuroka, you know very well that you can't be in the underworld for long, you want to be arrested just for stepping on these lands. Kuroka. But Valeri-chan, I came for my sister, she. Valeri. She'll be fine with my beloved, so it's time to go. The aforementioned women just left with their heads down through the portal created by the girl, while she went to the brown-haired man. Valeri. Thanks for letting me know, dear. I wouldn't have been able to bear for them to be hurt now that another fight is coming, but how did you know it was from my group? Issei. I'm not your man, I recognize my wife's smell anywhere. He hugged her by the waist while giving her a tender kiss, which caused the girl to feel hot. Valeri. Wow, you're behaving more like a dragon now. Issei. Training with Tannin-san causes this to happen, so be careful with other men, or else they'll pay for it. Valeri. Same here, don't think I don't notice that the Gremory and you already danced. The girl finished giving him another kiss and walked towards her door in a sensual manner, provoking the brunette in more than one way. Valeri. Take care, dear, and next time I want to be next. The brown-haired boy just laughed confidently and raised his hand in farewell, watching as the girl passed through the portal. He went to Rias until a sound caught his attention, or rather a scream. Scream, aayyyy that hurt Valeri. Without further ado, the portal closed, leaving the three with a tear in their eye at what they had just heard. Kaneko. Issei-senpai, yo. Issei. We'll see about that tomorrow with Rias in the mansion's library, now it's time to go with the others, there's something I don't like about that meeting. Issei. Or rather, someone. The brunette took Ria's hand, which she gladly accepted. Well Kaneko, like a scolded child, took Ria's other hand and, with her gaze lowered, walked alongside her companions towards the castle. Mio's castle. In the castle, the faction leaders were talking peacefully, the high-class demons and clan heads were discussing matters, whether it was politics, exchanging pieces, or closing trade deals between clans. Young people, on the other hand. Demon J1. Come on, darling, allow me this piece. Demon J2. Yes, they will have fun with us like you have no idea. These two boys were surrounding the Gremory clan, the Sitri clan and Lala's group, who were more than uncomfortable with the situation. Bakeno. No thanks, we're already with someone and we don't want to be disrespectful. Lala. Sorry, but I only dance with Issei-kun. Sona. We ask that you please withdraw in the most respectful manner. These answers clearly pleased a group of young demons surrounding the girls, which caused them to raise their auras as a sign of strength. Demon J7. Listen, Sitri bitch, you and your entourage of boars will dance with us and then we'll have fun with your bodies. Demon J15. This goes for you too, either you dance with us and give your all, or your first time will be the worst. Yes, and who will do it? Demon J12. Us, so don't get involved The demon who answered quickly looked at the one who demanded an answer, but his impression and fear were great when he saw the fiancé of the Gremory house and the male Lucifer in front of him Sekiryuutei. The other demons turned to look at the aforementioned. They had heard of his great power and how he had defeated Mio's previous promised lieutenant. This impressed not only them, but their family leaders as well. Issei. Right, let me tell you that I didn't like how they talked to my friends, girlfriends and especially fiancés. Demon J7. Promised. Issei. That's right, if you didn't know, Miss Lala and Sona Sitri are also my fiancés. And the fact that they were disrespectful I didn't like it. At that moment he summoned his dragon wings, which scared them even more. Issei. Now, you have until the count of 3 to. Without finishing speaking, the young people quickly ran from the room, causing a drop of sweat to form on the back of their necks. Issei. They never let me count to 3. Lala. It's always been like this. I also remember that this happened after the result of the fight between you and my father was announced. Yummy. Only I can defeat my prey. If they are afraid of me, it means that the battle will be the best. The others just laughed at what the blonde said, but the brunette noticed how a high-class demon looked at a certain companion with unkind eyes. The music began to play, signaling the start of the dance. At that moment, they noticed the demon approaching them. Issei. Well, why don't we dance a little? Stretching his hand towards Asia, who blushed at the act one promised to dance with everyone, but Asia, will you grant me this piece? Asia. See Issei-san. The girls just watched this act with a cute pout, where Mio was no exception. Issei and Asia began to dance calmly, with the brunette leading the rhythm and the steps. Still smiling, he simply glanced sideways at the demon and noticed it was close to them. Idora. Excuse me, miss, would you like to dance with me? Extending his hand politely, he asked for a dance number. But of course, this made Asia uncomfortable, as she'd already noticed the stares he was giving her. Asia. Sorry, but. Issei. Excuse me, but I'm dancing with her, and it's more than clear that she doesn't want to. Idora. I didn't talk to you, low-class demon. He turned to look at Asia again, waiting for her answer. And what does it say? Asia. No thanks. Already a little angry at the treatment her secret love received, I'm with Issei-san. Issei. If you excuse us. The boys continued dancing, ridiculing the high-class demon, who simply left the room, more than angry, with a single thought. Idora. You'll pay for this, you dirty dragon. After that unpleasant event, the night continued peacefully. Issei danced with his other girlfriends, friends, and fellow members of Sona's entourage. They all thoroughly enjoyed Issei's company and rhythm, and more than one blushed at his gentleness with the boy. The next day. Most of the guests and the Gremory family group were having breakfast, except for 3 people. Rias, Issei and Kaneko were in the library of the house, sitting in front of a table. Issei and Rias shared one side, while at the other end was Kaneko with her gaze lowered. Rias. You know Kaneko-san, I didn't like what happened yesterday at all. The aforementioned girl only lowered her head further. Leaving without saying anything and putting yourself at risk like that makes me think that you don't like being by my side as my entourage. The girl, without saying anything, began to sob, something that the brunette noticed and decided to speak. Issei. Sorry to butt in, but I want to ask why. Kaneko. Why senpai? Issei. Why are you afraid of your sister and want to face her alone? Kaneko. Speaks in a low voice. Rias. What did you say? Kaneko. Because of her power. Both were impressed by the answer, but of course it generated another question. Issei. Could you explain to us? Kaneko. It's just that I'm afraid it might get out of control again and attack them, or that I might do the same. Rias. I don't quite understand. I do. The 3 looked at the door and saw that the Mao Lucifer was standing there. Rias. Wani-sama. Leo. Let me explain what happened to Kaneko. Rias. You only asked me to take care of her, but never why. Leo. You see, she and Kuroka were together until her sister was reincarnated by a high-class devil. Both Issei and Rias paid attention to what was explained. Leo. But one day, Kuroka killed her master and left little Kaneko to her fate. Kaneko. She used her yokai traits and killed the master mercilessly. He commented while his hands trembled with fear, a fear that Issei recognized. Flashback. The battle against Gabriel was over, the brown-haired boy was lying in his own bed after a long time of being away from Kuoh, but sleep never came to him. The brown-haired boy only remembered the fearful reaction he saw in his mother when she stopped him. The power he had gained was more fearsome than he expected. Issei. I don't want to see her like that again. The chestnut tree only remembered that with fear until Morpheus gave him his best blow. End of flashback. Issei approached the little girl and gently took her hand in order to convey security to her. Issei. I see what's going on. Kaneko. What does senpai say? Issei. You're afraid that you look just like her when you use that power, right? The little girl opened her eyes in shock as her worst fear was revealed to her out of nowhere, to which she nodded fearfully. Issei. But I'll tell you one thing, that's your power, you are not your sister. Kaneko. But if I use it, the president and the others will fear me. Both Issei and Rias hugged her affectionately, giving her the confidence she needed. Rias. We would never do that, we all know that you are Kaneko Taojo, and that will never change even if you use your power. Issei. I promise you that nothing will happen to you, and if anything does, I'll make you see a reason myself. I hug her tighter to be close to her because you matter to me a lot too. The girl without hesitation began to cry and reciprocated the hug of the two. Kaneko. But you Issei-senpai, thank you. They both smiled as they continued hugging, where the only spectator was Mio. Later. In the Gremory house tea room where all the demon girls gathered and Lala, since her other friends had met with Millie to visit one of the best stores in the Gremory territory and buy some dresses they saw on their first visit. The theme they would see was something important, the participation of temporary pieces for Rias games. Rias. Well, I have these 8 pawn pieces, but I really don't know what I can do with them. Rainer. Well, you can count on me. Rias. You say that because you want to be part of Issei's entourage in the future, right? The girl just smiled in a funny way, implying that that was her true intention. Rias. Whatever, but now I need 1 or 2 more people to help me with this. And this is where I come in. They all looked at the newcomer. It was none other than Azalea, who was accompanied by 2 other girls. A blonde with pigtails and a cane, and a blue-haired girl with a great figure. They both looked at the brunette sitting next to Rias and licked their lips sensually. Rias. Who are they, Azalea-sensei? Azalea. Well, they are fallen angels under my command, Rainer's companions who expressed their desire to be with her and in her future group under the Sekiryuutei's rule. Their names are Middlet and Kalwerner. Middlet. S. Placer. Kalwerner. Nice to meet you, you can call me Kala. This is to avoid writing your whole name. The aforementioned was surprised by what was said, but of course this generated doubt. Issei. Why? Kala. Well, we heard the story of how he defeated that traitor Gabriel, and we were very fascinated. Middlet. We want to stand by you and fight for you, because you didn't just defend a city, you prevented a war. Both. Besides being very handsome. The girls, upon hearing that, made sharp eyes not only at them, but also at Issei. Azalea. Well, what do you say, Rias? Rias. I have no other choice, the game against Sona is in a month, and training another human with a sacred gear will take me more time than I need. Azalea. Say no more. And just like a reincarnation ritual, the girls went through almost the same process. A few minutes later they were all looking at their temporary partners for the games. Lala. Okay, now it's my turn to help. Rias. Wait, what are you saying? Lala. Issei-kun felt guilty for not being able to help them in these fights because of me. Rias. What do you mean it's your fault? He said this angrily, because thanks to her he wouldn't have his pawn. Lala. You see, half a year ago Issei asked me to create a training chamber, it worked so well that it made his strength suddenly increase. Issei. Well, at first it was extreme, but with that camera, they'll be able to train even if they struggle at first. Rias. Why do you say that? Lala. Let's go outside. The girls followed the pink-haired girl, who led them to the mansion's garden. Once there, Lala asked Peek to take out the object. Peek. Okay, Lala-sama. Taking this into account, he set up a small cube on the lawn, which began to grow rapidly until it was the size of one of the rooms in the mansion. Lala. Okay, come in very carefully. The girls didn't understand what he was saying, but the moment they entered. Girls. Kai. Everyone except Lala and Issei fell to the floor. Rias. But what's going on here? Lala. This is Issei-kun's training room, the room down. Rias. How? Lala. The name is in English, since it was for practice, and the concept is simple. Issei. This room has 10 times the gravity of Earth, so if you weigh 32 kilograms, your weight now would be 320 kilograms. Lala. Plus, there's endless space here for them to train. The advantage is that if they wander too far away and want to come back, the room will automatically put them as close to the door as possible. The girls were surprised by what the brunette said, and of course the change in gravity was noticeable. Rias. Well girls, we must improve our strength. The Keno. Ara, so with this training Issei-kun got a tremendous body, Yufufu. Issei. The goal is not for them to become muscular, but rather that with their demonic power they can train normally, to the point where they can run without any difficulty. The girls understood and tried to stand up, managing to do so with Issei's help. When he went to Kaneko, he spoke to her closely. Issei. Don't worry, use your power, I trust you. The girl blushed at how he carried her and nodded at what he asked. For the rest of the time they managed to complete the training imposed by Issei, who took the opportunity to continue training in his dragon training. Some time later. Today is the day of the game between the Gremory and Sitri houses, kicking off the tournament between young devils. Rias and the rest of her entourage, with the exception of Issei, were in the game preparation room. The day before, Issei and Mio had left the Gremory house and had not returned at night, worrying Rias about the whereabouts of her fiancé. Rias. What happened to Ice? Asia. I don't know but you'll see that he'll be there for the start of the game, he promised us yesterday during breakfast. Zenobia. It's true, he never breaks his promises. Kaneko nodded as she put on her combat gloves. At that moment the Sitri family appeared in their preparation space and went in front of Rias, whom they greeted cordially. Rias. Let it be a good game. Sona. Same here, but since this is going to be a rating game, I'd like to make a good bet. Rias. Bet. At that, the girl turned to look at the stadium stage where the Mau were. Rias did the same and was surprised by who was there. In the box, tied up and wearing a wedding suit, was Issei, who was writhing like a worm in despair. Rias. Sona, what did you do? Sona. As you know, I found out you and him already had your first time. This made the Redhead blush. That's why I want to make this bet with you. The winner will be the first to get married. Rias opened her eyes in surprise at the proposal. She was about to decline, but her eyes fell on Issei. A simple glance was enough to fill the girl with confidence. Rias. Fine, I accept the bet. Shaking hands, both girls smiled and went to their respective places. Chapter 13. Rias vs Sona, Issei's spell. Rating game dimension. Rias' group, along with their 2 temporary pieces, had appeared in what appeared to be a department store. Upon closer inspection, I confirmed the scene. Rias. Kuoh Mall. Bekeno. Ara, it seems we are in an ideal place for a date with my beloved. Asia. Why are we fighting in this place, One-sama? Rias. I don't know. At that moment, an image appeared in the center of the field, at the very top of the stage. It then revealed the image of Lucifer's queen. Mio sat next to her, and the brunette was being pampered by her breasts, although he was still tied to the rope. Grayfia. Welcome to the game that kicks off the Young Demon Tournament. Today, the nobility of the House of Gremory will face off against the House of Sitri. In the guest box, the girls from Seinen were looking at the chosen space, but above all. Bala. Look Haruna, there's that clothing store here too, let's go down to buy the beautiful dress we saw in Seinen. Haruna. Are you sure? I don't think this is real. Actually, it isn't. The others turned to see where the voice came from, only to see a blonde girl with 2 drill-shaped pigtails, who was wearing a beautiful violet dress. Next to her came Ria's cousin. Bala. Millie, hello, I thought it would take you longer to arrive. Millie. It was going to be like that, but I managed to complete the work my aunt left me, plus I met a friend at the mansion. The red-haired girl looked at the newcomer, who had a straight and elegant pose. Bala. Nice to meet you, my name is Lala Deviluk, these are my friends and sisters. Nice to meet you, my name is Ravel Phoenix. Yui. I remember you, I saw you at the demon party. Ravel. Indeed, there I looked for the person responsible for my brother being so scared and for his desire to fight going away. Yami. You say Issei, well he is there. Pointing towards the other box where the leaders were, he looked at the brown-haired man on the Mau Lucifer's breasts. Bala. By the way, it seems that not everything on the stage is real. Lily. Well, they took as a sample the place where Rias and Sona go to visit when they have free time with friends. Ravel. Let's keep listening. Back to the rating game. Grayfia. The rules for this game will be simple, you must eliminate the king to end the game, if a pawn reaches the enemy's base, they will have permission to class up. The setting chosen for today's game is the Kuoh Mall. At that moment, images of the mall began to appear. The king's bases are located at each end of the center. On one side, the Sitri house is located in the movie theater, while the Gremory family's base is located in the department store. They will have 10 minutes to plan their strategy. The girls looked out from their base at the enormous map of the mall, which was known for its enormous size and length and its multiple levels. Grayfia. One more thing to clarify, today is not only played to obtain a good position within the tournament, but also an extra bet has been added. The heiress who emerges victorious today will be the first to marry the fiancé of both. I am referring to the young Hyoudou Issei. In that a brunette tied up and in a wedding suit is shown on the screen. Well, from now on the strategy time begins. With Rias. The Redhead looked at the map with some attention from the entrance of the store. Rias. We can definitely go in groups. The mall is made up of 3 levels, so we should cover everything. The point we need to control is the food court. The others looked at the indicated point. Bekeno. I suggest a knight and a rook be the ones to occupy that spot, with a pawn to go along with it so it can be promoted. Rias. Yes, that seems most appropriate to me. At that, she turns to look at her peer. Yumi, you, along with Kaneko and Rainer, will go to that point. You've worked as a team before, and I know you'll be able to organize yourselves properly. Yumi. Understood, but you. Rias. Kala, you, Gardenia and Zenobia will go through the middle floor. It's of utmost importance to prevent Sona's pawns from reaching this area. Halwerner. Understood, we'll do our best to prevent them from reaching here. The Redhead nodded, then looked at her last 3 pieces. Rias. Akeno, you and Middle will go with Asia and me on the lower level, you will go ahead of us. Akeno. See but you. Rias. We don't know what Sona's strategy will be, but we must prioritize having one of the 3 pawns reach the enemy base and thus ascend. Girls. Yes, but you. Grayfia. Time's up, the game starts now. Private stage. In the box that was supposedly closed, 2 figures can be seen watching the start of the game. Michelle. What do you think of this kind of games, Frig Sama? Frig. That they are the best option to solve the problems between the pillars instead of absurd wars. Michelle. Both as Alia and I thought about creating something like this, but in the future, you know, not only demons will participate in these events, but other races as well. Frig. That would be even more interesting. Michelle. And what did you think of the alliance that the biblical faction offered you? Frig. After this game I will go back to Asgard and discuss it with the other gods, so you will have my answer when I return. Michelle. Sounds good to me, now it's better to enjoy the game. Battlefield. In the now defunct shopping mall, we see the 2 teams moving stealthily through the aisles, trying to avoid each other's casualties. Or so the initial plan was, as they were about to meet on the 3rd floor. In the hallway that connects to the soda fountain, we see Yumi's group who were hiding in a store that faced one of the fast food establishments. Rainer. You know, I'm craving a chocolate shake now that I'm looking at the store in front of me. Kaneko. Calm down Rainer senpai, first we must win this game and prevent Issei senpai from falling to the Sitri house first. Yumi. That's right, now this game isn't just about the best position for the tournament, we must prevent Issei-kun from leaving with Sona Kaicho. At that she looked at her little companion Kaneko-chan, please use your power and track down any girl from the council who is on this floor. The girl nodded and taking out her cat ears began to move them. Kaneko. We have 2 in front of us, but they will be a problem. Yumi. Who are they? At that moment, the girls felt a magical aura coming at high speed from where they were, and they left the store and saw how it exploded. Kaneko. Sun Hanakai senpai white Tsubaki Fukakeicho. The other 2 looked ahead and indeed, on the other side of the food court were the 2 mentioned, Tsubaki had a katana in her hand, while Momo released demonic power. Yumi. Wow, this is going to be interesting. 1st floor. In the hallways of level 1, 2 blue-haired women, accompanied by a certain damper, stared intently ahead. This is because this hallway could be the most difficult, as hiding would be very difficult, and this is due to the shops on the floor. Hala. Let's see, according to the map shown, we are in the middle of the mall. The girl looked at the map intently, but what she didn't notice was that her companion's thoughts were elsewhere. Zenobia. If you saw Issei-kun, the suit he was wearing highlighted his toned body. Gardenia. I know, senpai is beautiful, I'll ask the president to let me go on a date with him after they get married of course. Upon hearing the name of her savior, the fallen angel returned to her companions to continue the conversation. Hala. They talk about Issei, our savior. Zenobia. That's true, why do you call him that? Hala. You see, when we defeated that wretched Gabriel, the mind control we were trapped in disappeared. Rainer, who had us imprisoned to stop us from doing any more stupid things, didn't let go and showed us the video of who defeated that idiot. Zenobia remembered that moment as it seemed very strange that Ria's ally took out a cell phone at the moment the fight was taking place. Hala. We owe our lives to him, plus with his armor on he looks even more handsome. Gardenia. I hope I get to see him wearing that armor. Zenobia. It's true, you weren't there at that time. Gardenia. Yes, I was in the Gremory mansion completing my power training, thanks to Grayfia-sama I was able to complete the exercise regimen that was measured. Zenobia. I see, that's the good thing that. At that the girl ran in front of Kalwerner, who was shocked to see how Zenobia took out her sword and put it on her back as protection. The girl turned around and saw a black line stuck to her sword and she knew what it was. Zenobia. Who would have thought? We're going up against the most hyperactive girl on the student council. Saji. That's me. He commented while he had his sacred gear of Vitra's soul in his hand. Beside him were 2 more pieces, which were Sona's rook and knight. Out of nowhere, Saji's line was cut by a light spear, causing the girl to fall to the ground from the act. Allah. Wait Zenobia-san let me fight her, this would be a pawn duel. Zenobia. Well if that's the case, Gardenia, you and I will go get Sona's other 2 pieces. Gardenia. Yes, I see. On the other side of the corridor were Sona's 2 pieces, ready to begin combat. Meguri. I expect a good night fight, Zenobia. Ground floor. On the ground floor of the mall was Rias, along with Asia, Akeno and Middled, who took a secondary corridor to walk through. Middled. Is it safe for you to come with us? I mean, the king should stay as hidden as possible, or is that what I've seen in chess games? Rias. Normally it would be like this, but this game is special for one reason. Middled. It has to do with Issei-sama, right? Rias. That's right, this game determines who will be the first heiress to marry Issei. Akeno. Ara, then we must win, so we can do NTRSA and I with you. Iridied just put on a tired look. She knew of her queen's attraction to the brunette and on more than one occasion, she asked her king's permission to have a relationship with Issei. Rias looked at her friend as if she were another sister and well, if she already had to share her boyfriend with her other sister and mother, giving Akeno access to this didn't seem bad. Asia. Rias One-sama, you will also give me permission to try something with Issei-san, right? The girl rolled her eyes in pleading mode, which worked on the Rias. Rias. We must first win this game and not allow Sona to get married first. Asia. Yes, One-sama. Middled. Wow, I never thought Issei-sama had. Huff. An explosion was heard near them, caused by a broken wall in front of them. In front of them, Sona's bishop stood with its arm raised and signs of having cast a spell. Sona. I found you, Rias. Without waiting any longer, both Akeno and Middled moved the two remaining pieces away from Sona, with which she was accompanied. Rias. This will be interesting. She commented with a ball of power of destruction in her hand. Sona. Same here. The IP stage. In the hall of the luxury guests, the patriarchs of the Sitri house, along with Ria's mother and the four mass, watched attentively the development of the battles. On Venelana's breasts was our brunette still with the ties on his hands, the brunette already fainted at this point from being between the breasts of both Gremory. Feeling the softness and bounce they gave upon contact. Sona's parents only had a drop of sweat for the boy's position, although in Mr. Sitri's thoughts, he envied the boy a lot for being like this, since he wanted the same with his wife. David. Don't you think you should leave the boy where he is? Venelana. Ara, jealous that your wife doesn't do the same? David. As you think. It was a total lie, which came to light because of the blush she had. Cecilia. Yes, my dear. She took her husband's head and placed it between her breasts. Come, let me give you my love. The gentleman in his mind raised his arms for that victory, to which the others only gave a smile. Cecilia. The fights have already begun and in a big way. She commented as she returned her gaze to the screen and saw how Zenobia and Meguri fought side by side in their night battle. Venelana. Yes, I know, but it's all because of that bed our daughter's made. Mio. It's not fair. With a pout on her face, she pulled the brunette towards her breasts. I also want to fight to be the first to get married. Cecilia. That would be a big disadvantage, don't you think? Mio. But he's also my boyfriend. Serafal. Yes, I say they get married and leave my Sotan alone, he. Cecilia. We already told you to leave the boy, he won the position of your sister's fiancé, and you must accept him. The girl just pouted while looking at Mio and Issei, this of course gave her an idea. Serafal. I know, I'll do the same as Mio. Mio? How? Serafal took the boy and woke him up with a light slap. Serafal. You Hyoudou Issei, from now on you will be my fiancé. To say the atmosphere fell silent was an understatement. Literally everyone in the room was frozen by the statement the girl in the magical robe had made. Mio Venelan. What? Cecilia just put on a complicated smile, well David he was enjoying his wife's pillow-shaped breasts. What they didn't know was that the demonic council was in the other room watching the game, which they arrived at in less than 5 seconds. Councilman 1. That's a wonderful idea, having more offspring of the Red Emperor Dragon will be beneficial not only for the underworld, but for the entire alliance. Councilman 4. That's true. What do the others say? Is it approved? All the councillors agreed by raising their hands. Ria's mother was shocked by this. She never thought they would agree. Mio was speechless. Serafal. That's great, now I'll be with Sotan, and with you we'll do not only Yuri things, but a threesome, it will be the best. I just hugged him and placed a kiss on his lips, something that the brown-haired boy noticed and turned redder than he already was. Best room. The Seinen girls watched the game very closely. Bala. This is fun. Selen. Yes. Yummy. I totally agree with you princess, what better way to solve the problems that may arise. Haruna. I wish Issei-kun had fought, I was looking forward to seeing him with his armor on. Yui. Like the time we helped him get to Gid-sama's ship, seeing him like that attracted me a lot. Momo. There's just one thing I'm worried about. Nana. You say that because of the presence of Nemesis in it. The twin just nodded at what was said. Bala. Don't worry, father is checking on that issue, but the surprising thing is that she herself said she was with Ice because of the fights, she's not interested in anything else. The teachers who accompanied the girls just nodded as they watched the game. Team Yumi versus Team Tsubaki. Rainer and Momo were fighting in the food court, the holy spears and demonic powers coming from the white-haired girl collided against each other, causing the residue of those attacks to explode the food stalls and benches in the place. On the other hand, Kaneko and Yumi were fighting 2 versus 1 against Tsubaki. The queen of Sitri was known for her skill with the katana, so her fight was currently at a standstill. Both Yumi and Tsubaki fought elegantly, their blows seeming like a well-practiced choreography between two swordmasters, but Kaneko took advantage of this, using her yakai form to land occasional blows on the girl with glasses. She managed to deflect the attacks in such a way that the little kitten was injured. Yumi? Are you okay? Kaneko? Yeah. Yumi? It must be. The girl was interrupted when she saw a spear of light going towards her opponent and an announcement was given. Grayfia. On the part of the Sitri house, a pawn withdraws. Tsubaki just watched as Rainer arrived alongside her companions. Tsubaki. Well, I think it's time to use that. He just activated his power, showing a mirror in his hand. Kaneko. Come on Rainer-san, talk to her. The girl launched a power from her hand, similar to that of her sister, in the direction of Tsubaki. Yumi. No Kaneko-esp. The warning was too late, he just watched as the mirror broke and headed towards the albino, who was perplexed by it. Tsubaki. It's my chance. The girl flew off in another direction, only a little tired from the battle. On the other hand, Kaneko was just waiting for the attack back at her, but Grayfia, on Ria's Gremory's side, a pawn retreats. The little kitten looked ahead and noticed that Rainer had gotten in the way of her return, giving a smile and disappearing from the game. Yumi. Calm down. Taking Kaneko's shoulder, it's better to defeat Tsubaki-senpai, her sacred gear is something we must deal with. The little girl reacted and went with her companion in the direction the Queen of Sitri had taken. Team Zenovia vs Team Saji. Grayfia. On Ria's Gremory's side, a pawn retreats. The announcement of this retirement caused a fight between Meguri and Zenovia to stop for a moment. Zenovia. We're already starting to fall little by little, I think the time has come. Meguri. Memento. Zenovia, without wasting time, kicked her opponent in the stomach, causing her fighting stance to become a little unbalanced, which she took advantage of and went after her partner. Zenovia. Gardenia, it's time. Gardenia. Yes. The girl was fighting Tsubasa at a clear disadvantage, as she was a long-range fighter, making it difficult for the blue-haired girl to land a hit on the damper. But at that moment, she was surprised to see the dark blonde stop. Tsubasa. It's my chance. He quickly approached the girl and, believing that she would give him a close blow, he prepared his strength in his fist. Gardenia. Forbidden Baylor view. At that moment, within the space of the game, time stood still, something that impressed the spectators. The girl went to her partner and looked at her before removing her power over her. Gardenia. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Zenovia nodded and quickly slashed at the frozen tower. Without being able to control his time pause anymore, everything returned to normal, just with a small difference. Grayfia. On the side of Sona Sitri, a tower retreats. Both girls looked at each other with joy because she had stopped the greatest force in blows with a good strategy. Zenovia. Well done Gardenia. Gardenia. Thank you Sem. Out of nowhere the girl fell forward, all weakened. Zenovia. Gardenia, what happened? The girl just watched as she breathed with great difficulty, but it was too late when she saw that there was a black line on her foot. Grayfia. On Ria's Gremory's side, a bishop retreats. Hearing that I only noticed how the girl had disappeared from the place, on the other side of the black line, her carrier along with her partner looked at Zenovia and a hurt Kalawerner who arrived at her side. Saji. Let's end this, Tsubasa-san. Tsubasa. See Haruka-chan. Ria's group versus Sona's group. Both Rias and Sona just looked at each other defiantly while they watched Ria's queen fight against Ria's bishop. On the other side the two pawns fought at long distance with their magical power, causing several explosions in the area. Rias. Okay Sona, I think it's time for our fight. Sona. Same here. The two girls looked at each other seriously after the announcement of Ria's second bishop's withdrawal. The Redeed without thinking sent a ray of destruction towards Sona, who created a wall of water as protection from it and returned the attack with a water whip. Rias just took out her demon wings and flew back without stopping looking at her friend and rival. At that moment he felt how Sona's power grew a little more and her attacks were more powerful. Sona. How dare you? Rias. Excuse me. Sona. How dare you take our fiancé's first time? Rias understood that, she was really angry. Rias. I'm sorry, but I had the right since we were children, he and I were predestined a long time ago and with good reason I took him and he took me. Sona. What do you say? Rias. If you have noticed, Issei always trips over my sister Lala-san on different occasions. The black-haired girl tried to remember and it was true, since after the talk with her parents, Issei tripped over Lala upon his arrival at the Gremory territory, he thought it was an accident, but do the same with Ria's mother. Sona. And what does that have to do with it? Rias. I'm the one responsible for that, a true love spell that unfortunately is attracting more and more girls. I really don't think this will stop. Sona. You mean to tell me that the fact that he bumped into them or they bumped into him is because Rias. They are attracted to more than just the physical, and a red bond is born that predestines to be with that person. The girls who were in Lala's box as guests were surprised by this. The same thing happened to the brunette whose mouthpiece had been removed but who was still tied to Seraphol's arms. VIP stage. Seraphol. Is it true that the spell works? Mio. Wait, you know the spell. Seraphol. A true love spell. This spell works to determine who your soulmate will be, your destined love in exchange for shameful acts. Also, with this spell, the cursed can't see their unbreakable red thread. Issei. How is it achieved? I comment on this with my consciousness recovered. Seraphol. If I remember correctly, just by putting a little of your blood on your little finger and placing some magic, you will be able to see your slit or in this case your red threads. The brunette didn't think twice and cut a little off his index finger, then placed it on his pinky finger and cast some magic. He was extremely surprised to see the large number of threads coming out in all directions. Some were in the room, all the others toward Lala's box. Many were directed toward the game's location, others went toward the box's exit to another room, and as if they were heading toward the human world, a seal was created where several threads passed through on the other side. Seraphol. Wow, you are quite a little thing, my new fiancé, look at that with 3 mass and other female leaders of the alliance. The result was so overwhelming that the brunette was left lying on the floor with his eyes in the form of spirals, mostly due to a thread that went towards a specific person. Mickey. Lord, how northern this is. Planet Earth. At Issei's mansion we see the one who was once Lala's protector, who became the protector of the Hyoudou family when the engagement between Issei and Lala was resumed. It was none other than Zastan, who was wearing his battle armor. In front of him 2 silhouettes were all injured, but it was clear that the wounds were not caused to kill, but to give them training. Zastan. Who would have thought 2 humans achieved my exhaustive training to serve the Hyoudou Deviluk family house. Thank you Zastan-sensei, with your help and Gid-sama's acceptance, we will be able to protect our beloved Issei-kun. It's true, we never thought that not only aliens existed, but also things like demons and supernatural beings. Zastan. You should have seen my reaction the first time I fought Issei Dono, but anyway, let's continue with the training, so that you can prove that you are worthy of being by the royal family's side, Murayama-san, Kata-san. Murayama Katas. Hi, Zastan-sensei. They nodded well from their hands, a bow and a shotgun came out of each of their hands, and on their little finger, you could see what was a bright red ribbon. Big surprises were coming for the chestnut and his friends. Chapter 14. The end of the game, 18, the Sitri family's concern. Raiding game dimension. We continued with the fights between the 3 squads that had formed. On all 3 floors, the fights were already reaching their climax, and with that, some pieces had retreated. But the fight that really mattered was the one between a certain king, who was on par. Sona vs Rias. Both girls had a serious look, their best spells were repelled and answered by each other. Sona. Wow Rias, I never thought this would be balanced. Rias. You don't even need to say it, your water power has a lot of reference to what your sister represents. Sona. Same here, but I think it's time for us to end this. I want to go try on my wedding dress since I'm the first to marry Anata. Rias. Sona, the first one to get married without ice, will be me. The girl began to be surrounded by the power of destruction, a power that came from her mother's house, and that was a great example to the Bale family. While in Sona's ear a circle of communication had appeared in her. Sona. How are you doing Saji-chan? Haruka. Kaicho, I'm having trouble with Gremory-sama's new piece. Sona. What kind of problems? Haruka. Gremory-sama's night won't allow us to go any further than the clothing store, which still leaves us halfway to the enemy base. Sona. Try to meet with Tsubaki so we can plan something else. Haruka. Understood. Without further communication between the two, Rias ended up feeling a little more refreshed to continue the fight. Rias. Shall we continue? Best room. In the room where Lala and her friends were watching the game very closely, they were surprised by Rias' attitude. Lala. I haven't known Rias for long, but it's clear that she's more than motivated to win that game. Millie. It's just that if my cousin likes something, she won't hesitate to fight until she gets it, she got that from Aunt Venelana. Haruna. By the way, where is Issei-kun? He said he would come with us for a while to watch the game. Millie. My cousin Mio told me that he is a little unwell. Momo de. Being the prize of this competition true. The Redeed nodded to what was said. If we hadn't done that experiment, the 3 of us would already be married to Issei-sama by now. Lala. I know, I wish darkness hadn't interfered, but well, as long as we can make Ice-kun happy, there's nothing else I can ask for. Nana. That is if another suitor doesn't come to fight for your hand. Yui. Don't invoke that kind of situation, Nana-san. The last thing we want is another invasion or fight that doesn't belong to this world. Nana. I'm sorry. Yami. I don't think anyone is worthy of defeating my prey. The others nodded and went back to watching the match. At that moment they watched as Zenovia and Haruka fought energetically. The IPE room. In the room where the leaders were watching the game very closely, there was a certain brunette now leaning on Mio's breasts, who was calmly caressing his hair. Issei. Boy, are they giving it their all in this game. You don't even need to say it, seeing my cousin fight like that means she's focused on her dream. Everyone turned to see the owner of that voice who was present in the room. Mio. Seryerg, what is the reason for your visit? Seryerg. I came to watch Rias and Sona's game, to distract myself a little from what will be my first battle in this tournament. What impresses me is seeing how the Sekiryuutei enjoys this. He said while looking at the brunette over his cousin's breasts. Mio. Don't complain, cousin, when your queen does the same thing I don't see why it bothers you. The boy just laughed at that comment while the others looked on attentively. Seryerg. That's true. With that he focuses his gaze on the brown-haired man. Tell me, Sekiryuutei, who do you think will win the battle? Issei. Honestly, I don't know. Each one has something to gain, but their determination will be what brings them victory. Seryerg. Same here. Ria's cousin just sat down to continue watching the fight that was being broadcast on that screen. Seryerg. You know, Sekiryuutei, I want our fight to start now. Testing the power of the Red Emperor Dragon is something that few demons have done and lived to tell about it. Issei. I'm also looking forward to that fight and being able to help Rias fulfill her dream. Yumi vs Tsubaki. The fight between the two girls, whose mastery of the sword was more than evident, reached a stalemate as neither of them presented any opening. Tsubaki. Me impression is Kiba-chan. Note. For those who don't know, the last name is Kiba from Hyoudou, or in this case from Yumi. Yumi. I say the same, Vice President, but I think it's time to end this fight so Issei-kun can become a Gremory. Tsubaki. Are you just doing this to make your mistress happy? Worthy of a horse. Yumi. You're wrong, I'm doing this so the president can give us the opportunity to establish something with Issei-kun. I don't know how Akeno-san managed to do it, but none of us want to be left behind. The girls simply wanted to end the fight, so she took out her new sacred demonic sword. Tsubaki. I won't allow it, we will be the ones who win, and we will ask Kaicho to give us the chance to go out with Hyoudou-san. Both girls ran towards each other with their defense high, preparing their best attack. Only a flash of light was observed, this caused by the blow of both swords. Like an ancient samurai movie, both girls stood with their swords, not looking at each other. One of the fast food stands witnessed the attack and Grayfia. On Sona Sitri's side, the queen retreats. All he saw was the vice president's glasses falling off her delicate face. The girl simply fell to the ground as she began to disappear. Tsubaki. I'm sorry, Kaicho, I failed as your queen. Haneko, on the other hand, and at Yumi's request, did not get involved in the fight between the two girls. Once the fight was over, the albino ran to help her companion. Haneko. What a good fight, Yumi-senpai. Yumi. Let's go with the others, the fights must be almost over. Without further ado, the girls went down a level in the shopping plaza in order to see how the other fights were going. Zenovia vs Saji. Both Zenovia and Saji dodged her attacks, while the blue-haired girl cut the lines of her rival's sacred gear. Saji Haruka evaded the slashes. But that wasn't all, as he had to evade the blows that Sona's tower was inflicting. Zenovia. This is bad, if I don't do something everything will be lost. The girl was so focused on the fight that she didn't notice something behind her back. Tsubasa. This is your defeat, Zenovia-san. 5. The blue-haired girl on Sona's side flew off towards one of the clothing stores on the middle level. Zenovia just looked to her side to see who had come to her rescue. Haneko. Sorry for the delay, Zenovia-senpai. Yumi. We arrived just in time. Zenovia. Thanks both of you, Kaneko-chan. Do you think you can take care of the tower? Haneko. If not, don't worry. Yumi. I've got your back, it's your fight versus Saji-chan. Without further ado, the towers launched themselves to fight each other. A close combat fight was what both showed. Hits and blocks in the form of an X were what Yumi saw. Haruka. Well, Zenovia-san, let's continue with our fight. He said with a smile. Zenovia and Saji continued their fight. The Sitri girl threw blows, and these were blocked by Zenovia's sword. The fight was even until Saji was careless and received a cut, but not before hitting the blue-haired girl in the stomach. Zenovia. It was a great fight, I admit you were giving me trouble, purr. At that moment the girl managed to hold onto her sword because she felt it was weak. Zenovia. What's wrong? Haruka. I think you barely notice. The girl held her stomach with her right hand while her left hand was pointed at Ariva. I only needed one touch, and then I could defeat you. Zenobia. But what are you saying? Haruka. It's better if you see it. At that moment, the girl's glove's eyes lit up, showing a black line on Zenovia's stomach and several cut lines stuck to her sword. Zenobia. What is this? Haruka. This is part of my sacred gear, if you don't remember the time we fought those idiots from the church. Only now I managed to make the rope invisible. Don't tell me you didn't notice how your energy was slowly fading away. At that moment the blue-haired girl opened her eyes, as she couldn't have noticed, feeling that her strength was diminishing. Haruka. I just needed to touch your body, and Vitra's tongue did the rest. Suddenly, she coughed up a little blood, and the glow of the emergency exit began to cover it. It's a shame I can't fight anymore, but if I leave, I'll take you with me. A bitter victory. Without further ado, the girl disappeared from the game, and Grayfia's voice was heard. Grayfia. On Sona Sitri's side, a pawn is removed. Yumi ran to her new companion to help her, but it was too late, and her healer was with her king. Zenobia. I'm sorry Yumi-san. Saying this, the girl fell to the floor while accompanying her sword, which was already thrown away. Grayfia. On Rias Gremory's side, a knight withdraws. Without further ado, the girl looked at her albino friend, who continued her bare-knuckle fight against the other blue-haired girl, where both of them gave each other no respite. Sona vs Rias. Both kings had heard the retreat of their pieces, a hard blow to Sona's strategy, upon hearing that her best piece had fallen in the fight. Sona. She is a girl named Zenobia, she is seen to be a great warrior. Rias. I know, I'm very grateful that my sister wanted to join my side. Without further ado, she prepared a ball of energy larger than the previous ones, which she pointed at the short-haired raven-haired girl with a nice butt. Admit it, Sona, with your pawn gone, you can't go on. The girl just clicked her tongue because it was true, her pawn was no match for Ria's queen, and her queen had been defeated by Yumi. Sona. I hate to admit it, but I think he's gotten the better of me. Rias. I'm sorry my friend, but as I'm seeing it, the first one to marry Ice will be me. The IPE room. Sona's parents the mother, since the father was still on his beautiful breast pillow, looked at his daughter with a little sadness. Cecilia. Poor Sona, she was already looking forward to trying on the dress. Venelana. But my daughter managed to defeat her, which means that the weddings with the Gremory family will take place first. Serafal. Hey Sotan, I was so excited to get married. She said this while holding the brunette between her breasts. But anyway, Issei-kun, we'll have to wait for the wedding, although. Then she kissed him on the lips while she put her tongue in his cavity, which led to a kiss full of lust. Serafal. We can do the trio whenever we want. The brown-haired boy, whose eyes were dizzy from so much chest, no longer reacted well to what they were saying to him. Secret room. In the room where Michelle and Frigg were watching the end of the fight, they observed how Sona's hand was raised above her head. Frigg. An honorable retreat is the best thing you can do to continue fighting something that is already beyond hope. Michelle. How did you find the game? Frigg. Splendid, I'm fascinated by how the demons make their agreements. Michelle. I know, I had that impression too the first time I saw a game like this. Now, what do you think about the alliance with us? Frigg. If my husband isn't awake yet or he's not cheating on me like always, then there won't be a problem with that. Michelle. Cheat. Frigg. Last time I saw that lustful old man cheating on me with the captain of the Valkyries, I told him that if he did the same thing he should forget about me. Michelle. Wow, I never thought it was the god Odin, but anyway, we're looking forward to it. Frigg. Don't worry, we'll be here. Without further ado, both girls shook hands and then, through a magic circle, the goddess of Norse mythology left the place. Sona vs Rias. For some reason, Sona began to cry silently, which surprised Rias a lot, leaving her with doubts. Rias. What's wrong Sona? Sona. Laughing. Iridide was surprised by what she heard because she thought she would give everything in the end. Rias. But it's no reason to cry, seriously you. Sona. Shut up, I'm not crying because I'm giving up. Rias. So? Sona. I cry because you will be the first to marry Anata. The mothers of both girls just laughed at that comment in their box, while the Iridide in front of her placed her hand on her forehead. Rias. You already scared me. Sona. It's not fair, you and Anna already did that, and I can't even give her a kiss without asking her. Rias. Well so you can see that I'm good, tomorrow Issei will spend the whole day with you. The girl's eyes lit up at that comment, which made her happy with a discreet smile. Rias. I also found out that your pieces want to be part of Issei's harem, I will see that as his first wife. Sona. Poor girls, that's why they tried so hard in this game. Rias. I imagined it. At that a screen is placed in the center of the field and showing the photo of Rias as the winner. Grayfia. The winner of the first game of this tournament is Miss Rias Gremory. In the observation rooms, everyone applauded enthusiastically, which delighted the girls. Moments later, they were all transported to the main game room. Competition room. In the room where they had been transported at the beginning of the game, Sona, Rias and the others who had not been defeated were received by everyone who watched that game. Of course, the Redeed looked around for her love and prize. Rias. Ice. The girl ran to her fiancé, who had already had the rope removed, and welcomed his girlfriend with open arms. Issei. Congratulations Rias, you have managed to take the first step towards your goal. The boy took her chin and gave her a delicate kiss, which made the Redeed blush, but she accepted with pleasure. Rias. Thank you my Ice, but more than that I now managed to be the first girl to marry you, you know this color suit looks great on you. The boy just smiled at her, that smile she liked so much, and that made her remember the culmination of having taken her first time, that she didn't think twice and kissed him again, now surprising him. Rias. I love you Ice. The boy smiled simply and wrapped his arms around her. At that moment, the other girls who hadn't been defeated gathered around them to be with them. The Keno. Ara, now we can be Issei-kun's official girlfriends. Asia. But it would also give me the chance to have a relationship with Issei-san. On the other hand, Sona just watched that interaction, but because she was so tired she couldn't go to her beloved. Cecilia. Congratulations, daughter. Even though you didn't win, your strategies and mastery showed that your dream is far from impossible. Issei. I agree with that. Said he who hugged Sona from behind and held her to his chest. You played a great game there. Sona. Thanks Anata. She suddenly kissed him on the lips, which the brown-haired boy liked. Issei. And like Rias said, tomorrow it will just be you and me, this as a reward for having tried hard. The girl only noticed how her vision was cloudy due to the steam that it released, from where nobody knows, but well with that Sona leaned on Issei's chest. At that moment, one of the counselors arrived where Sona was in Issei's arms. Councilman 2. Sitri-sama, it's a shame that you lost your fight against Gremory-sama, but that doesn't prove that your dream isn't the right one. Councilman 1. That's why we've decided that the day he wants to start his academy, he'll receive the support of the demonic council. The girl was happy about it and began to cry with joy even in Issei's chest. Lala and the others arrived where everyone was gathered to take Ria's hand. Lala. Congratulations on your victory Rias-san, you really managed to be the first to marry Ice-kun. Rias. I wasn't going to let anyone get ahead of me, and that includes you Lala-san. Leo. What do you say we hold a banquet at the Gremory mansion to celebrate? The Sitri family is more than welcome. David. We gladly accept your invitation. But the exception of the counselors, those gathered in the playing arena, enjoyed a good afternoon with food to celebrate the end of the first game. The next day. At the entrance of the Gremory mansion we see the brown-haired man in more casual clothes, in front of him Rias and Lala had accompanied him as they were waiting for the transport or the person who would take him to the Sitri territory. Rias. Well Issei, I told Sona that they would do everything on their day off, just promise that if they do that she won't call. Issei. Why would I do that? Rias. Well, she told me that they called her when we finished doing it, if not ask Lala-san. The aforementioned just turned her face and began to whistle. A few minutes later, the person in charge of taking Issei to Sona had arrived, he said goodbye to both girls with a kiss that lasted half a second with each one, and without further ado he left. Lala. Do you think they'll do that? Rias. Well her family represents nudity so it's most likely. Lala. It's not fair, I wanted to be second. She said with a pout. Rias. In your case, you have more girls in front of you who have earned points. Remember what happened with your experiment. You literally reset yourself. Lala. Don't remind me. Rias. Well let's go with the others, today is our last day here and tomorrow we must have everything ready to return to Earth, so let's have an afternoon of shopping with the girls. Lala. Yes. Sitri's mansion. Lemon skipped. The brown-haired boy had fallen next to the girl due to tiredness, which she took advantage of and took his chest as a personal pillow. Sona. You were wonderful, understanding and passionate at key moments. Issei. All to see you happy, the good thing is that your family is not here. Sona. Yes, it's for the best. The girl simply kissed the brown-haired boy and leaned against his chest. Everything was magical and special for those in the house well, that is, if we don't count the servants who were given the day off. But television wasn't the only witness to that. In the living room, Sona's mother had Serafal tied up, who only moved desperately. Cecilia. These children. Then she turned to look at her husband, who was asleep and had a worried look on his face. I hope it's just a little sleepiness and not that damn illness. The next day. In the Sitri family living room everyone had a sad look. Sona. How did it happen? Cecilia. We don't know, you know what this disease is like. Issei. Is there a cure? Cecilia. Not at the moment. Sleeping sickness can strike any demon at the least expected moment. The girl with glasses was just leaning on Issei's chest while being comforted. Within a few minutes several people from the Gremory family had arrived. Rias. Excuse the intrusion, but we just learned what happened to David Sama. Sona. Thank you for your support, Rias. Rias. That's what friends are for. Lala, Momo and Nana had also arrived where Sona's father was sleeping. Momo. You know, this reminds me a lot of the disease caused by an animal from the planet Kazui. I know, but I don't know any more planets and it's key to the story. Cecilia. Excuse me. Nana. You see, on that planet there is an animal whose venom can cause eternal sleep, you don't age, but you also can't wake up. Sona. And is there a cure? Nana. Normally a serum is made from the animal's venom, but it's only on that planet, removing the animal from its ecosystem could cause its death. Serafal. And do you think the antidote will work on this? Lala. It could be, we have nothing to lose by trying. Cecilia politely bowed to Lala and the others. Cecilia. Please, I ask for your help. Could you do me the favor of going for that antidote? Lala. No problem, if an Issei girl is in trouble, we all support her. Rias. That's true, allow me to accompany you. Issei. Why yo? Lala. Okay, tomorrow when we're on Earth we'll go to planet Kazui. Without further ado, everyone nodded happily as Cecilia took her husband's hand. What awaits our heroes with this improvised adventure? Chapter 15. Awkward situation, journey to planet Kazui. Issei's mansion. The boys had returned from the underworld 2 days ago, they were resting after the trip they had, but 2 boys in particular had other thoughts due to what happened when they just returned. Flashback. The members of the Gremory family, the Deviluk family and their friends, had gotten off the train that brought them back to the human world, this because they had to return earlier to help Sona Sitri and her family. Her father fell ill with sleeping sickness, and according to Nana Deviluk's theory, there might be a cure for it on another planet. Therefore, they had to prepare Lala's ship and refuel it for the voyage. They had already spoken with the king of the universe and he agreed to the trip in addition to providing the energy to move Lala's ship, but that would take 3 days. Lala. Okay, my father will take care of the details and food for us to leave the planet. He also told me that we shouldn't worry about the security of the house since he's hired 2 new bodyguards to keep us safe. Momo. According to what they sent us, they are 2 people from planet Earth from Issei-kun City. Nana. Wow, who could it be that father would trust to protect our integrity? Lala. I don't know, but it will be great to meet more people. With her characteristic humor, the girl raised her arms which caused Haruna to be pushed to the side and collided with a person. Haruna. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't worry, beautiful lady, it was my mistake not realizing I bumped into you. With a gesture of taking her hand, the girl felt a little uncomfortable. Haruna. Excuse me, but could you let go of my hand? Oh, what a mistake, mine. He let go of the girl's hand reluctantly and looked at her with simple but penetrating eyes. Excuse me, I'm Diodora Asterith. May I know the name of such a beautiful lady? Haruna. My name is Haruna Sarenji. The girl's discomfort was evident when she saw that person, as she remembered her from the demon party. Haruna. This guy was the one who looked at Asia-san the same way he looks at me. With just a signal to the chestnut tree, it quickly came to his aid. Issei. Are you okay? Haruna. Yes, thank you Issei-san. Issei. That's good. With that, he turns to look at the demon who had introduced himself with his last name. I apologize for my partner. Diodora. No problem at all. At that he turns to look at Haruna again. You know, I'd like to ask you out on a date sometime next week, Sarenji-san. Haruna. Sorry, she said, bowing slightly. But I'm not interested in dating right now. Diodora. No problem, but that doesn't mean we can't meet again another time. Without further ado, he began to walk and stood next to Issei, who only had a serious look for a mocking one from Diodora. Diodora. I look forward to the duel I will have against the Gremory family, I hope Sarenji-san can't see my victory. Without further ado, he continued walking towards one of the train station platforms that headed towards the underworld. The others just looked where the boy went, but our blonde from the church noticed that Haruna was shaking a little. Asia. Sarenji-san, are you okay? Haruna. Don't worry. After that, the others went to the elevator that led to the train terminal of the human world, without noticing that a kind of bat was following them from afar. The next day, a bouquet of roses and some chocolates arrived at Issei's house with a card indicating that the gifts were intended for the purple-haired girl. The note said they were from a secret admirer, but a small seal was placed on the card. End of flashback. In the mansion's living room, Rias and Issei were thinking about the gifts Haruna had received from that secret admirer. The girl was sitting on Issei's lap, looking at the card in great detail, while the brunette was drinking a cup of tea that Akeno had recently brought them. Issei. Any idea who it could be? Rias. No, the symbol is too incomplete to give a clue, it could be a boy from school who found out that Haruna-san had lived here. Issei. This is nonsense, it's more than clear that he has a stalker. Rias. I think the same. At that, she turns to look at him and cup his cheek. Do you really not remember her? Or anything about your old relationship? Issei. Unfortunately no, the spell that Drake put on us to prevent us from falling into that rage that blinds dragons for losing a love is very powerful, to the point that I've had to recall Lala and Momo for dangerous situations, and I really don't want to fall into that. Rias. The girls have done their part to make you remember them for the beautiful moments you had with them, but I see that it is not enough. Issei. And that's what pisses me off. He said while hugging the redeed. Even so, I will never let anything bad happen to them, but. Rias. But. Issei. If both of you get bored of being by my side or don't love me, you are more than free to. Without letting him finish, the redeed stole a kiss from him in a demanding manner. Rias. I assure you, neither they nor we nor Sona and her friends will ever get bored of you. For me and the girls in my entourage, your actions and the way you protect and help us make us love you more every day. Issei. I know. Rias. And I can tell you without fear of being wrong that Sona and her sister, along with Lala and her friends, feel the same way. Otherwise, they would have already left or never made it to the city. Issei. You're unique, you know. Normally, other girls are possessive about what they love the most, but you surprise me. Rias. I do it because I know that as a dragon, having a harem is common. At that, she began to pull his cheek. And that's why I will be the one who decides who can enter your heart, as your future first wife it is my duty. Rias. Also, I won't lose to Valeri, who herself wants to be the alpha of your harem. The girl leaned back on his chest again. Rias. You just have to protect us and love us, and we will do the same with you. Issei. Okay. Without further ado, they turned on the television to start watching a program about the underworld. Soon the girls from the Gremory house arrived and surrounded the boy. Lala's special room. The Seinen girls were in a bit of a hurry to help a certain pink-haired girl fix her spaceship. The girl who had that encounter was a bit distracted. Lala. Haruna, pass me the 8 Spectre key. Without looking at her, he said as he stretched his hand back. Haruna. Sorry. She said as she returned to reality. Here's the 3/4 parakeet. Lala. Thanks, but I didn't ask for that. Haruna. Seriously, please excuse me. Lala. Is there something worrying you? Haruna. Actually, yes. She said as she sat down and everyone else turned to look at her. I didn't like that boy's look at me at all. Momo. You mean that demon we saw at the party, right? Haruna simply nodded. Yui. What I find strange is that first he noticed Lala-chan, and now he noticed you. Yami. And when I got to the station I just looked at her, but with indifference. He said it with the same cold tone. Nana. Look, don't worry. She said without stopping looking at the command she was typing on her computer. I know that that Hyoudou-san will protect you from that boy. Haruna. But he still doesn't remember me, I wish he would soon. I miss his kisses a lot. Remembering those accidental kisses or those already consensual by both of us in that pool, a sad smile appeared on her face. Lala. Don't be sad, Haruna. You'll see that Issei-kun will remember you all as quickly as possible. The girl hugged her, implying that their friendship serves as a great support. At that an approval alarm sounded. Okay, the ship is ready for us to leave tomorrow. We must notify Rias so she can notify Sona and go to Planet Kazui. Without further ado, the girls went to where the others were, letting them know that everything was ready for the trip in question. Many will say it's selfish to leave the Seinens to prepare for the trip, while the Gremorys enjoyed the challenge with Issei. But what really happened is that, just as they didn't know about the underworld and its magic, the Gremorys didn't know anything about ships and the like that the Seinens had already experienced. Without further ado, Rias told Sona to return to the human world since she stayed a little longer in the underworld taking care of her father. And considering her possible promotion to leader of the Sitri house. The next day. In the garage of the house were Issei with Rias, Akeno, Asia. On Sona's side, she was accompanied by Tsubaki, Yura and Haruka. While Lala came with Momo, Nana and Yami. The other girls only had civilian clothes except for those mentioned, who had suitcases in their hands or rather Issei with the other suitcases. Yumi. It's a shame I can't go with you. Lala. I'm really sorry, but my ship doesn't have the capacity like my father's to hold more passengers, plus we have to hurry and go get the antidote, and with this ship we'll make the trip faster. Momo S. Please Kaicho come back safely, your father is waiting for you. Sona. I know, that's why we have to hurry. Haruna only had a worried expression that Lala noticed. Lala. Don't worry, you'll see that we'll be back before more gifts arrive from your secret admirer. Aston. Also. The aforementioned arrived from one side of the courtyard with two silhouettes behind him. I have brought Lala-sama and Issei-sama's new guard who will protect you. Everyone turned to look at the aforementioned. Great was their surprise to see that. Issei. Murayama-san, Kata-san. Murayama Katas. Hello, Issei-kun. The girls greeted while giving a small bow. Zaston. These are the new guards I've trained. Issei. But how? Zaston. Well, to sum up, they saw Gid-sama's ship and entered it thinking of stopping an invasion. I faced them and was surprised to find that they are good at swordsmanship. The boys were impressed by that story. Then the older pink-haired girl noticed what was on the girl's waist. Lala. Those are adamantium swords, right? Zaston. Exactly. This proves that both of them belong to the Deviluk family's royal guard. Both of them and I will protect Issei Dono's house. Issei. Please, I am entrusting you with a lot. It is not only my house, it is the house of my mother and my fiancés, so I am counting on you. With a small bow he asked the new guardians for a favor. Murayama Katas. We will do it. With great determination they said it, which caused the brown-haired boy to look up at them and give them a smile, which made them blush. Kaya, how handsome. Rias and Sona's foreheads appeared with a vein, while the others just gave a complicated smile. Lala. Okay, time to go. Without further ado, the selected crew members boarded the ship and settled into their respective places to leave the planet. Lala prepared everything for the takeoff, and without further ado, they flew off the planet, being seen off by the others on Earth. Not even 10 minutes passed and the boys were already off the planet observing the cosmos. To say they were amazed was an understatement, as their reactions were the same as Seinen's families when they saw the underworld. Demons. It's incredible. Lala. Okay, let's set a course for planet Kazui. If I am not mistaken, with the speed of this ship we'll arrive in half a day from Earth. Issei. Half a day. That means. Without further ado, they just saw a wormhole form in front of the ship and then enter it. Planet Kazui. On that planet, it was evident that it was similar to Earth, its ecological systems visible from the farthest reaches. It had large glaciers, as well as vast forests and golden deserts. The view from that planet was breathtaking, but we'll focus on one of its regions. In what appears to be a huge forest, whose main tree was the biggest attraction of the place, explosions were heard all around it. Don't stand there useless and look for those golden pieces. The one speaking was a guy in a trench coat whose face was not visible, but in his hand a staff with purple rays was present. He began shouting at several people in army uniforms. Soldier. Sir, we have found 5 gold pieces. Excellent, keep it up. Soldier 2. Sir. He came running with a digital tablet in his hands. We've detected 3 samples of the gold pieces in the desert area. Okay, let's finish here and head over to that area right away. Soldier 2. Yes, sir. The guy in the trench coat took a photograph of our pink-haired girl out of one of his bags. Soon, my dear Lala, I will go to your planet and ask the king for your hand and then kill him and take over the entire universe. With our protagonists. The boys had landed in what appeared to be a desert area, but in a town that was colorful and full of life. Lala. Okay guys, we've arrived. Rias. Incredible to think that there is life in other worlds. Sona. I know. The girls were wearing exploration outfits as if they were going on a safari. Issei, on the other hand, was quite cool for the place. Momo-de. Come on One-sama, we must go to the rental center to move around the desert. Asia. And how will we move through the desert? Nana. Well, the animal we're looking for is in the ruins around here, and what better way to get around than by using desert transportation? Rias. Will we use cars? Nana. Not exactly. The girls followed the people they knew from the place to an establishment whose logo was Rias. No. Kamiluos. Like lightning falling to the ground with her speed, Rias hid behind Issei's back. The Deviluk sisters looked at the Redeed's reaction in surprise. Yami only had a serious look as usual. Asia, along with Akeno, Sona and her peers, a drop of sweat fell at how their partner acted. Issei. Seriously? You're Gremory and you're afraid of camels. Rias. It's just that they are dangerous animals. Issei. But the camel is supposed to be their animal that represents them. Rias. Don't tell me anymore. The girl began to cry comically. I'm very afraid of them. At that moment a camel approached the girl and stuck out his tongue at her in greeting. Rias. No. Such a baby koala with its mother, so was Rias on Issei's back to cover herself. Issei. Lala-chan. Lala. Yes. Issei. There will be another way to travel, I don't think Rias wants to get on the camel. Nana. Unfortunately not. These camels have been trained to stay safe in the desert and safely reach the surrounding ruins. If we use any other type of vehicle, we could get lost in the sandstorms that rage around the area. Sona. Is there a way for Rias to get on the camel? At that moment Akeno took the boy's shoulder and he looked at her. Akeno. Leave this to me. The girl took her king and took her with her and a camel. A few seconds later Akeno came out with the camel's leash in her hand and with Rias. Issei. Seriously. What could be seen was a tied-up Rias, with a rod in her mouth and her eyes covered by a mask. The girl only spit out saliva, she moved in desperation, and her tears could be seen through the cloth covering her eyes. Akeno. You don't like me? Tsubaki. Kaicho. She leaned closer to her mistress's ear. This could be interpreted as a scene from one of those movies. Sona. I know. Issei. I think I'd better take care of it. He said while wiping his nose as a little blood was coming out of it. Go get ready. A few minutes passed and each girl paired off in pairs to ride a camel. Akeno and Asia shared the camel on behalf of the Gremory family. They were all more than ready to start the trip, only the brunette and the DxD were missing. Issei. Well, it's time to go. He said this while carrying Rias on his legs, she came hugging the boy's neck. Sona. It's not fair. She pouted at the sight. Why is Anata carrying you in her arms? Issei. It was the only way to take her, I wouldn't want her to be left alone in a place we don't know. Nana. Well, let's not waste any more time, it's time to go. With a slightly noticeable pout, the girls began to leave. Rias. Thank you my ice. She kissed him on the cheek without letting go of his grip. Several hours passed on the road, whereas Nana had predicted a sandstorm hit them in the middle of their journey, but for the camels it was nothing. After a long time they arrived at what was an area of pyramids similar to those on Earth, including their figures and sphinxes. Sona. This is awesome. Haruka. A question Nana-san. Nana. Yes, tell me. Haruka. What kind of animal are we looking for? Nana. Okay, what we're looking for is a type of beetle, let me look for a picture. The girl takes her tablet out of her backpack and searches for the image to find it and show it to the others. Nana. This is it, we must be very careful because of its eyes and its bite or you could fall into the same dream. Without further ado, the boys arrived at Gobi Valley, the resting place of several kings of that planet. Nana. Well, we don't have to separate, the beetle lives inside the ruins of this place, so we just have to take one and extract its poison, from there I will make the serum while we return home. Without further ado, with Nana's guidance, the boys went deeper until they reached one of the ruins. Very carefully, Issei lowered the DxD from the camel, as her fear was more than evident. Issei. Okay, let's start looking for a certain bug. With their magical powers and modern flashlights, the children ventured deeper into the site, carefully observing the ruins and drawings there. Outside the ruins. On the outskirts of the valley, we see the person who was previously wearing a trench coat. The enormous size of the person, or in this case, the being, was noticeable and he only looked towards the ruins. Soldier 1. Mr. Rajam, the readings show that there are 2 pieces inside the ruins. The now identified as Rajam just put on a sinister smile as his plans were almost complete. Rajam. Okay, let's start with. Soldier 5. Sir. Excuse the shout, but the life readings show 12 living beings inside the ruins, and we have also seen some desert transports at the entrance. The leader took out binoculars to observe what had been said, and indeed, at the entrance of the ruins were the camels, but on one of them, a backpack with the symbol of the Deviluk family was displayed. Soldier 1, what do we do, sir? Rajam. I see a member of the Deviluk family is in those ruins, we'll wait for him to come out and take him hostage, and with that I'll use him to force a marriage with Lala. Soldier 2. Should we deploy forces at the entrance? Rajam. Yes, do it. Without further ado, the small troop went to the entrance of the ruins where our heroes had entered. Hiding in the dunes near the site, they waited for the right moment. But Issei. And the girls ran desperately towards the exit of the place, behind them a mob of beetles and mummies that ran despite their bandages chased them. Asia was being carried on Issei's back because she was already tired of running and asked him in a friendly manner to carry her. Nana. Idiot, I told you not to take that piece. Issei. I'm sorry, but it looks pretty and I want it as a souvenir. Momo. What do you mean? I've seen that piece in books, but I don't know what it's for. Sona. That doesn't matter, we already have the poison, we must get out of here. Without further ado, the boys continued running for their lives toward the exit. Upon arriving, Yura and Yami quickly kicked the entrance to the building, causing it to collapse, sealing it shut. Haruka. We almost didn't count it. Yura. That's true. The others were lying on the floor and breathing rapidly, except for Yami, who hid her wings. Rias. How did it not occur to us to use our wings? Issei. I think it was because of the time we lived in. Yami removed his stoic gaze to change to a serious one. Yami. Get out of there, you can't hide. Out of nowhere, several soldiers emerged from their hiding place, surrounded them, and held guns pointed at them in case they made a move. Rajam. But look what we have here. He left behind his soldiers. If it's none other than the princesses of the planet Deviluk. Lala. You. Who are you? Everyone, and I literally mean everyone, fell to the ground on their backs because of Lala's reaction. Issei. I thought you knew him from the way you reacted. Lala. Well no, I really don't know who it is. Rajam. How can you not remember me? We met 2 years ago at one of the dinners on the planet Deviluk. Lala. Like that I don't remember. Rajam. Well that doesn't matter, I Rajam from the planet Shambhala, take you as my wife because you don't have. Lala. That won't work. Interlacing her arm with the brunette's, she brought him too close to her. He is Issei-kun, my fiancé, he has already been accepted by my father. Rajam. What? Suddenly, he takes out a kind of scanner from his bag and photographs the boy. But he's just an earthling, a simple human from the least advanced planet in this universe. Lala. It doesn't matter, I love him very much and I have already agreed to be his third wife. Sona. Third. Who's second? Lala. Well first there's Rias, her sister, me, her mother, let's see who's missing the most. Sona. Hey no, I want to be wife number 2. Akeno. Ara, I wouldn't mind being the lover in these cases. Asia. Issei-san, if you already wanted to get married just tell me and we can ask Okasama for permission to get married, I also want to be by your side. Tsubaki. I'll ask Kaicho to allow us to go on a date with Issei, so the road to marriage will be faster, what do you think? Haruka. As a dragon, it is my duty to find strong dragons, and with Issei I know my offspring will be the best. The girls were still lost in their conversation, which bothered the spaceman. Rajam. This is nonsense. Soldiers attack. Like a storm hitting a beach during a hurricane, the energy bullets headed in the boys' direction. A cloud of dust began to cover them as the shots continued. Rajam. Ceasefire. He said when he saw that the cloud covered them all, it's a shame that the princess died, but with her things here and with the Deviluk symbol I will tell her father to try to rescue her from her oppressive fiancé, and they both died, I hope he gives me a good reward. Issei. Seriously, that's the worst lie I've ever heard. Rajam's eyes widened as he saw that there was an energy barrier around them that Akeno and Tsubaki quickly placed. Yami-san, will you help me with them? Yami. This will be something simple. Both Issei and Yami flew towards where the soldiers were, or in the case of the brown-haired man, where their leader had ordered them to shoot. Rajam. It's not possible, you're just human. Issei. You know. He quickly put on his Sekiryuutei suit and with the propulsion on his back, he approached the villain faster. I hate being underestimated. While Yami knocked out the small battalion of soldiers and threw them to the ground, the brunette landed 3 blows to the stomach and a kick to knock out the alien. Lala. Okay, I'll call Deviluk Special Fleet. You'll be arrested for shooting my fiancé. The arrival of that troop had been swift thanks to Lala's command of their location. With that, and the fact that they brought the ship from Deviluk's prison, they watched as the creature was imprisoned by Lala's family soldiers. Rias. Well let's go with them and avoid that. Momo. I'm sorry Rias-san, but we have to leave the desert transports where they are. Our father will be upset if he gets a fine for it. Rias. I don't want to ride on that again. Issei. Calm down Rias. He took her by the waist and sat her on his legs. Come on, I'll take you. With a huge blush on the part of the girl she just nodded. After watching the arrest ship leave, the others returned with the beetle venom in Nana's pouch. Sona. How long will it take to get the antidote? Nana. Well, I say about 2 weeks at the most. I have to check carefully that the antidote works first to counteract the poison, and if it works, we will try it on his father. Sona. Please, I ask you very much. With a bow she thanked the pink-haired Pentaco for the gesture. Lala. Okay, let's go home now. I'll ask to have a bath with Issei alone. Sona. Rias. What? Lala. It's only fair, you already did that, it's my turn. The brown-haired boy just blushed at what was said while looking away. Idora's mansion. We see that demon with ulterior motives looking at a couple of photos he had in his hand. Idora. What beautiful women surround that filthy dragon. He looked at the photo of Asia and Haruna, both wearing their cocktail dresses from the demon party. I will soon get them, and it will be thanks to the help of the Chaos Brigade. In his hand, a black snake surrounded him. I can't wait to try those girls and subdue them before me. He just laughed quietly. In front of him, a group of girls surrounded him, but their gazes were more than dead. What is this guy preparing for our protagonists? Chapter 16. Valeri's warning, interviews in the underworld. The cult club. And that building that was once part of the academy and where classes were given, now serves as a space to house the highly acclaimed occult club, where 2 of the great one Isamas attended, as well as the new girl who had just arrived. There is usually an aura of peace and relaxation in that place, where only a few know that it is actually the base of a demon, to be more explicit, the base of Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory house. As I said, the atmosphere there is always peaceful and joyful, but right now, that's not the case. In the club room we see Rias Gremory sitting in her club president chair, behind her was her peer standing formally. To one side, on one of the armchairs, we see the group of Lala Deviluk, princess of that planet, along with her friends, all of whom wished they were anywhere other than the occult club. The tension was evident as across the room, in a single armchair, sat an uncomfortable and unexpected visitor. Sitting on that piece of furniture was the heir to the house of Astaroth and brother of the current Mao Beelzebub, Diodora. Rias. I don't want to sound rude, but what's the reason for your visit? The girl looked seriously at the demon in front of her. It was clear that she was not comfortable with his visit because her posture was straight compared to the other times when she relaxes in her seat. Diodora. I've only come to your territory for 2 reasons. First, he turns to look at Asia, who was standing behind the chestnut. I want to trade servants with you, to be more specific, I want to exchange your bishop for mine. The brunette placed a serious look towards the demon who spoke, protectively taking the hand of his blonde companion to make her understand that he would not leave her alone. Gardenia. No thanks, I don't want to leave but you and go with you. I commented while playing with a portable console, which the brown-haired boy gave me a short time ago. Diodora. I'm not talking about you, half-breed. I'm talking about your healer, Miss Asia Argento. The girl tensed at the sound of her name. Part of me, I want to thank her for helping me a long time ago. The blonde opened her eyes in surprise. At that moment an image of a hurt person came to her. Asia. No, I don't want to go with you, I'm happy with Butchu and Issei-san. Rias, I'm sorry Diodora. At that moment, she intervened upon seeing her piece's reaction. For me, my servants are more than that, they are my family, and I wouldn't change them at all. Diodora. That's a pity, but well my second matter is that I have come to propose to Miss Serenji. Everyone in the room was in complete shock, but instead of blushing, the person involved was filled with fear. Diodora. I fell madly in love with your beauty at that young demon's party. He stood up and went straight to where the girl was sitting, to kneel. Please allow me to take you as my future wife. The boy, with all the intention in the world, wanted to take the purple-haired girl's hand and kiss it on her palm. But what he didn't expect was for his hand to be taken by the brown-haired girl, whose gaze showed that her eyes were no longer honey-colored, but a dull black. Yumi. How fast? Zenobia. I didn't see what time it moved. Yami, on the other hand, knew that this speed was provided by the entity that now lived inside the chestnut tree. Issei. I ask you politely not to touch her. The boy with sea-green hair changed his calm face to a more serious one and angrily hit the brown-haired boy's hand, rejecting the contact he had made. Diodora. Don't touch me, you dirty dragon, you're just a. Out of nowhere, a slap sounded in the place where the purple-haired girl with a disgusted face had delivered that blow to the visiting demon. Haruna. Don't talk about Issei-san like that, it's not right, especially if you don't know him. Diodora. An apology, beautiful lady. At that, he turned to look at Rias, who still had a serious look. I'm leaving for the moment, but please think about the exchange of pieces. Rias. There's nothing to think about, I won't exchange anything. Diodora. Well, before I leave, I remind you that our game is the next one. Rias. I don't forget. Diodora. What do you say we bet? Rias. Forget it, I know what you want to bet, and I repeat, the answer is no. Diodora. I was going to tell you something else, I know that Miss Serenji is under the care of the Gremory family. Rias. So what? Diodora. I'll bet you my lands, for the girl's protection. Rias. You really won't give up on having them, right? Diodora. What can I say? I am a young man who has fallen in love. Rias. I'll tell you the same, there's no bet. Diodora. I understand. Without further ado, the boy began to create a transportation circle to begin his journey. Even so, I will not give up on conquering girls. Without further ado, the guy left, not without first giving a somewhat sinister smile, which only the brown-haired man, who still had dark eyes, noticed. Issei. That doesn't please me at all. Greg. You noticed it too, right, mate? Nemesis. Of course I can tell, since I helped him enhance his vision with my power. Boy, that guy gives me a bad feeling. Issei. I'm surprised you helped me notice things. Nemesis. I want you to fight strong guys, but he doesn't have good intentions, and I noticed it immediately. Rias. Ice, are you okay? She commented while touching the shoulder of the brunette who was still looking into space. Issei. Rias, don't worry, I was talking to Drake about some things. At that, I turned to see Haruna, who was sitting on the couch, but it was obvious that she was trembling with fear. Issei. Don't worry about anything Serenji-san, I promise that not only you, but also Asia, will not have any problems. He commented as he took the girl's hand to relax her, which she reciprocated with a grip by squeezing her hand with his. Perna. Gracious Issei-san. Asia. I also thank you Issei-san. She said taking Issei's other free hand. Lala. It's clear that guy really liked Haruna-chan. Nana. I don't think so, what do you think Yami-san? Yami? I think the same as you Nana-sama. Rias. As long as you are under the protection of the Gremory house and ice, we promise that nothing will happen. Just then, her sister's familiar appeared in the club room, holding a scroll to give to Rias. The moment Rias took the paper, the familiar simply disappeared. Rias. What a note from my sister, if I send her relative it shows that she is very busy. She began to read what the note said and was amazed by the content. Issei. What does it say? Rias. They want to invite us to an interview in 2 days in the underworld. At that moment I saved that note to Keno, let's go to my sister's castle and check this out, if I send her familiar, it means she won't be coming home for a while. The Keno. Hi Butchu. Rias. Yumi-chan, I leave you in charge of the contracts. Yumi. See Butchu. Rias. Okay, we're going to Keno. Without further ado, the girl went with her queen and went through a magic circle to the underworld. Yumi. Well, today there is only one contract and it is for Issei-kun. Issei. Well, the story goes. At that he felt a hand grab his white shirt and he turned to see Kaneko blushing as she looked down. Issei. Kaneko-chan. Kaneko. I would like to accompany you, senpai. Issei. Of course, no problem. In fact, the contract says it's not urgent. How about we go on my bike? Kaneko. I would love to. Asia. It's not fair, she said with a cute pout. I want to go on a date with Issei-san too. Momo-de. I'd also like to go out with Issei-kun to see about the harem king thing. Issei. Calm down now. He commented while scratching the back of his neck. I promise I'll take you all out. The girls just smiled at what the brunette said while Kaneko was blushing heavily. Kaneko. Will I have a date with senpai? Issei. Okay Kaneko-chan, it's time to go. Without further ado, the brown-haired boy took his bike out of the back of the club and together with Kaneko, they went in the direction of Issei's client. Lala. Well, the rest of us should plan everyone's dates with Issei. Zenobia. Do you think it's okay to leave Butchu out? Yumi. I assure you that when they get home they will join us quickly. The others were leaving, but a blonde girl stayed behind with a thoughtful look, something her companion noticed. Yumi. What's up Gardenia-chan? Gardenia. I'm really worried about you, senpai. Yumi. Why do you say that? Gardenia. I don't know if you noticed his gaze, but it seemed sinister and meant to hurt. Yumi. Well you know how he protects us, so he must not have liked Serenji-san's discomfort. Gardenia. I'd like to do something to help you relax, senpai. Run. And this is where I come in. He said as he hugged both girls by the neck. Yumi. What do you have planned? Run. I'll tell them at home now that we get there. Gardenia. Okay, let's go with the others. Without further ado, the girls left the occult club heading to the house where they and the brunette live. Later. We see the brunette riding his bike, Kaneko was blushing because she was hugging the brunette's waist so that she wouldn't fall off the vehicle. Issei. What do you say we go for some ice cream? Kaneko. I would really love to sem. At that moment the girl took out her cat ears and tail and then noticed how the sky turned purple. Kaneko. What are you doing here? Wow, so my little sister and the red dragon are on a date, I'm really jealous of that. The two turned to look at a rooftop where the voice came from. Issei. Kuroka, what are you doing here? Kaneko. Are you planning to take me with you again? Kuroka. Yo. Without further ado, she didn't finish her sentence as she received a blow which caused her to fall from the roof. Valeri. I told you not to do that to me, Kuroka. Issei. Valerie. Valeri. Hello my little dragon, it seems you've been very busy. Issei. Why do you say that? Valeri. I notice more than one essence in you. With that she quickly went down and jumped towards the brown-haired boy who instinctively carried her by the legs while she crossed them so as not to fall off Issei's body and put her face in his neck. So Rias Gremory and Sona Sitri. Issei. How? Valeri. Love, remember that as a dragon you can distinguish the smells of others, I had already foreseen that he put you with Gremory, but the Sitri. Issei. Well we've been through a lot of things and… At that moment, he fell silent upon receiving a kiss filled with passion and desire from the albino, who barely reacted to reciprocate. A battle of tongues erupted in the chestnut's cavity, causing the little Nico to blush, while her sister looked on with desire at the kiss. Kuroka. You can tell he's quite the dragon, Naya. The kiss ended due to the brunette's lack of air, while the albino turned to the boy's neck and he gave her a small bite. Issei. Also. Valeri. I'm sorry, dear, but I want to mark my territory. The others may give you kisses and caresses, but your neck is mine. Issei. That sounded like a vampire. The girl just winked and kissed her boyfriend again. Kuroka. Valeri-chan, remember why we came. Valeri. It's true, I heard that they will soon have their game against a demon Astaroth, right? Issei. That's right. Valeri. I just came to warn you something, my dear. The girl climbed off the brunette's torso and became serious. In their previous match, everything was going normally with the loss of this one. But out of nowhere, his power increased rapidly. Issei. That's strange. Valeri. It's a power that I still don't recognize well, but please be careful with it, I wouldn't like anything to happen to you. I told him while putting my hand on his cheek. Issei. Don't worry, you'll see that nothing will happen to me. Valeri. Well, dear, it's better if I go, but don't forget, the next one to score will be me. At that moment, she leaned closer to his ear so only he could hear. I want your game to end now so I can be yours. Issei. What? Without further ado, the girl gave the brown-haired boy another kiss and, dragging Kuroka, who was screaming that she wanted to take her sister, they returned through a magic circle. Hineko. What happened, senpai? Issei. We must talk to Rias and the others, it seems this game got complicated. Without further ado, the two decided to cancel their outing, as this issue would be more important. The next day. The boys who lived in Issei's mansion were currently in a waiting room. On one side, the girls from the Gremory house were getting simple makeup and hair done, while the brunette was being styled by an underworld stylist. Where were they to receive such treatment? Issei. All this to be on TV? It's absurd. Bala. Calm down, Ice-kun, remember that they will interview you along with Rias about the tournament. Rias. That's true, she commented upon entering the room where the others were. They'll only ask us questions about the young demon tournament, so you don't have to worry about anything. Bala. Plus you look really handsome on TV, I just hope no one falls in love with you more, he. The brown-haired boy just laughed nervously, but Rias pouted angrily upon hearing that. Without further ado, the boys went to the forum where Rias and the others would be interviewed. At that moment, they saw how Diodora, who was in that place, went to Asia and Haruna to greet them. Diodora. How beautiful you look today, girls. The two of them hid behind the brunette, who cast a serious look at the demon. He only returned the gesture with another smile, but this one was sinister. Without further ado, he continued on his way to the exit of the forum. Rias. I'm not liking this anymore, Ice, he clearly wants to conquer girls. She said, showing a bag with several gifts, movie passes and invitations to expensive restaurants. Issei. I know, in fact I have to talk to my mother about this. He commented when he saw little Asia, who hugged his torso. Wow, but they are my cousin and her fiancé. The boys turned to see the person who spoke to them, in front of them the heir of the Bale house, Serekh, was with a smile and his typical greeting expression. Rias. Serekh. Serekh. How are you guys? I haven't seen you in a while. At that, his gaze fell on the brunette, giving him a rival smile. Hyoudou Issei. Issei. How is the status? Serekh. I've been looking forward to our game, I want to see your true strength. Issei. Me too, I want to become the strongest in the underworld and protect what I love most. Serekh. I'm glad to hear that. I know my cousin is in good hands. I also congratulate you on your engagement to Sona Sitri. Issei. I don't know whether to feel proud or sorry about that, but thank you anyway. Bala. Hey, I'm also his fiancé. She said with a pout, but she wasn't seen because she was in the back. Momo. Yuwani-sama, you know that Issei-kun loves us equally. The other girls just nodded, he may not remember them yet, but that doesn't mean they don't know the value of Issei's feelings. Serekh. I hope that on the day of our game I can beat you with all my power. He commented while stretching out his hand to say goodbye to the brown-haired boy. Issei. Same here. He answered that act by squeezing the Bale boy's hand. Nemesis. I do like this guy. Greg. You just think about fighting, right? Nemesis. Who knows? Without further ado, Serekh continued on his way. Hello everyone, I am the announcer for terrestrial television station 1. Rias. Nice to meet you. Announcer. Well, for the interview the television station asked me to have the whole family present, except for 3 people. Boys? What? Lakuta. Yes, Miss Gremory will be with her family behind her, only one question will be asked. But to Miss Akeno Himejima. Akeno. Yes. Announcer. Miss Kibayumi. Yumi. Yo. Announcer. And young Hyoudou Issei. Issei. That would be me. Announcer. You will have an individual interview, in fact Hyoudou-sama I need you to accompany me to another forum, Mayumio and Cadre's Alia are waiting for you. Issei. Why do they want me? Rias. I don't know, but I'm sure you'll do well. Issei. What if I fail the interview? Or what if I embarrass the family? I don't want to make them look bad. Without saying anything else, Rias stole a kiss from the brunette who began to relax his body and put on a silly smile. Rias. I know you'll do well Ice. Announcer. How nice, I want a relationship like that too. She commented while she started to smile and imagine things. Well, it's better if you follow me Hyoudou-sama, the others will come for you in a moment. Without further ado, the brunette headed off with the girl to another venue for their interview. What he didn't expect was something different that day. Later. The brown-haired boy was more than tired, the day he had in the underworld was not what he expected, much less because of what he had been through. Issei. I'm more than dead. He said to himself while he was in the large bathtub of the house. Greg. The heroic red dragon, I like that title. Issei. I don't understand how I earned that title. Nemesis. It could be because of your fight with that black dove when you arrived. Issei. I remember Rias telling me that this event would start a new war, I imagine everyone was on the lookout to make sure that didn't happen. Greg. Still, I like how it sounds, it's not the same as the big domination dragon, but the heroic dragon doesn't sound that bad. Issei. But what I experienced today was not an interview at all. At that moment, the brown-haired man, who was talking to his guests with his eyes closed, woke up when he felt someone next to him. Issei. Asia, what are you doing here? Asia. I came to take a bath with you Issei-san. She said as she settled down next to him. Issei. Tell me how the training with Oka-sama is going. Asia. It is really hard, but I have learned to defend and my reflexes have improved. Issei. Really? At that moment the brown-haired boy began to tickle the girl, who was blushing and laughing at that act. Asia. Stop Issei-san, jahahaja. The girl, in an attempt to stop the brunette, launched herself at him and fell on his chest. Issei, on the other hand, reacting to the fact that they were falling backward, grabbed the girl in his arms, causing them both to fall on top of each other. Issei. Ha. Asia. Ha. The girl looked the brown-haired boy in the eyes, then hid her face in his chest. Thank you for protecting us Issei-san. Issei. You don't have to thank me, you are great people to me and my mother, who would do anything to make you feel good. They both looked at each other's faces again, without saying another word, and after losing themselves in each other's gaze, they stole a kiss, the blonde's first kiss, as she placed her hand on Issei's chest. After a few minutes, they both broke away, turning red from the act. Issei. Asia, yo. Asia. Issei-san, I really like you. Issei. You too Asia, I know it will sound bad for having other girls, but. Asia. Issei-san, as long as he loves me I'll be happy. Issei. So you want to be my girlfriend? Asia. Yes Issei-san, I would love that. Without further ado, they kissed again, then continued with their bath and talked about how Ria's interview went, saying that Gardenia was uninterested and that in the middle of the interview, she took out her portable game. Issei. Now I understand why there was garlic in her room. Asia. Yes, but you punished her with that. Kanharuna. She was in Lala's invention room, the Seinen girls, along with Akeno and Rainer were drinking tea. Lala. What a day with the interviews. Momo. But what does one Isama say, this same thing happens in Deviluk when they interview Dad. Yui. But this is the first time we've seen this kind of thing. Yumi. Poor Gardenia for the punishment she got. Rainer. And I signaled her to stop playing that game, but it was too late when Rias saw her. Akeno. Ara, that's what happens when you don't pay enough attention to these kinds of things. The others just laughed, but Haruna showed some concern. Akeno. Sarenji-san, are you okay? Haruna. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry. Of course she gave a fake laugh when answering that. Lala. Haruna, we're your friends, what's up? Haruna. It's just that I'm afraid of tomorrow I feel like something bad is going to happen during their game against that demon. Akeno. Don't worry, the faction leaders will be in the room and you'll be close to them, so if Diodora wants to do something, he won't be able to do it. Lala. Also remember that Ice-kun is there to protect us. Haruna. I know that, I just hope they don't do anything against Asia. Rainer. You'll see, nothing will happen. At that moment the girl stood up from her seat. Okay, girls, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I have to escort a guest to the game and they want me to be on time. Akeno. As Alia-san has you busy, right? Rainer. I can't complain, she's my mother anyway and you don't want to see her when she's angry, well see you. Akeno. We're leaving too, we have the game tomorrow and we need to be well rested to win. Yumi. Okay, Lala-san and the others rest. Without further ado, they left the Seinen girls in the pink-haired girl's room. Lala. You shouldn't worry, you'll see that everything will be fine. Karina. Okay. Without further ado, everyone in the house went to rest without thinking about what was happening elsewhere. In an abandoned castle we see several silhouettes, but among them we recognize the demon of Astaroth. Idora. Well, tomorrow is my game against the House of Gremory, it's the perfect time to attack. I don't understand what made you take our side. Idora. I'm tired of the regime that the Ma has in the underworld. You mean the false Mao? Idora. Well, my sister is one of them and usurped my place. Idora. Anyway, the point is that tomorrow we can take over the underworld once we kill the false Mao who will be there. That seems perfect to me. Idora. Still, I would like your help in taking a girl for my amusement while I watch that useless dragon fight against our troops. Just use 2 demons on our side, we don't care what you do with the girl. Idora. Excellent. Okay, everyone be ready for tomorrow and remember to use that power in case of emergency, it will drive you crazy if you don't know how to use it. Idora. I don't care, I just want to see that dragon lose what he holds most dear right in front of his eyes for me. It was a fact that tomorrow would be one of the most eventful days not only for the Gremorys but for the entire underworld. Chapter 17. Sabotage in the raiding game, Haruna's Seal. The Cult Club. We found ourselves in the club room where not only Rias Gremory's entourage was gathered, Sona Sitri's entourage and Lala's group of friends were there. Lala. How exciting, it's Ria's second game in this tournament. Momo de. And the best thing is that we will see Issei Sama fight, it had been a while since what happened with Nemesis and my father. Haruna on the other hand, had a worried face, something Asia noticed. Asia. Is everything okay Haruna-san? Haruna. Yes Asia-san, don't worry. Asia. What's wrong with you? Haruna. You'll believe me if I say I have a bad feeling about what will happen in today's game. Asia. Don't worry, you'll see that everything will be fine. Rias. Okay Asia. The Redeed arrived where her room was talking, it's time to go. Asia. Yes, but you. Lala. We'll be supporting them from the stadium stands. Rias. Thanks Lala. Issei. Well, it's time to go. The boy commented with determination, but then he felt a hand on his shoulder and when he saw who it was he looked into her eyes. Issei. What's up Lala? Lala. I just want to give you something for luck. Her other friends became jealous because they already knew what the girl would do. Issei. Of course. Without further ado, the girl jumped into Issei's arms to steal a kiss. Unfortunately, when he tried to catch the girl in midair, the brunette tripped over a small table, causing them both to fall to the floor in a compromising position. Issei had grabbed those masses of flesh that made up Lala's butt while she continued to hug Issei's neck. The brunette's gaze was lost when he felt his fiancée's butt between his hands, which caused him to squeeze them. Lala. Kaya. To say that the others were jealous was an understatement. They were embarrassed, but above all, they felt a warmth in their bodies from that scene. Yui. Pervert, don't do that here. Issei. Boo boo, but that wasn't my intention. Lala was happy and blushing from that scene, which caused smoke to come out of her head. Rias. Let's go. Without saying anything else, Rias took Issei to be on her side, while Lala went with Sona and the others to see the brown-haired boy's participation in this game. Observation room. We found ourselves at the stadium where Ria's raiding game against the House of Astaroth was to be played. It was an event that drew a lot of attention, simply because the fiancé and future head of the House of Gremory, Hyoudou Issei, was about to make his debut at this kind of spectacle. Recently, rumors began circulating about the possible launch of the chestnut show, the heroic red dragon, which had sparked interest among everyone in the underworld, especially among children. But we're going to focus on the observation room of the Sitri house, where the girls had arrived. Sona. Well, we have arrived. Lala. I want to see Issei play and use his power. The girls were smiling and talking about how cool the brunette would look in the game, but one girl had a serious look on her face. Yummy. Something I don't like, it's very quiet and lonely here. The girl looked from one side to the other because she felt that something was not right. At that moment she noticed a blue cloud surrounding the room. Yummy. Don't breathe. The others were alarmed when they heard the girl scream, but it was too late. One by one, they fell to the floor from the sleeping pill they'd inhaled, and she was the last to try to resist the gas. Suddenly, she saw 2 masked figures enter the room. Well, they all fell. Quick, we must take the girl that Diodora-sama is asking for. Yami only managed to hear a couple of girls talking and see how her friend Haruna was taken like a sack of potatoes to leave the room by means of a magic circle. Yami. Haruna-san. Playing field. The Gremory family had been transported to the game board where the raiding game against Diodora would begin. When the boys arrived they noticed something they really didn't like, and that was an obvious silence. Issei. This is very strange, Diodora and his parody are supposed to be here. Rias. I don't like this at all. And that the brunette took the blonde's hand to bring it towards her, as if he sensed that something bad could happen to her. Asia. What's up Issei-san? Issei. Whatever happens, don't leave me. Asia. Of course Issei-san. Rias. What's wrong Issei? The brown-haired boy was looking around for something out of place, something wrong. At that moment an explosion was heard in the distance where the boys were, causing the others to turn around to see, except for the brunette who grabbed the blonde, hugged her to his chest and jumped from the place. Rias. Ice. The brown-haired man quickly activated his glove and sent a dragon shot into the sky, where it was repelled by a person who was floating. Issei. What do you think you're doing, Diodora? Diodora. I come only for what is rightfully mine. Issei. What are you talking about? Diodora. I mean my beautiful Asia. At that moment he snapped his fingers to show Haruna who was tied by a rope and being carried by a hooded woman. I already have the beautiful Haruna in my hands, now I just need to have my lovely Asia for everything to be complete. Issei. I won't allow that, you'll see that I'll go for Haruna. Diodora. I hope it's after I make her mine, haha. At that he turns to see the blonde, who, instead of having a face of fear, was angry. Sooner or later you'll come to me, I know it. Rias. That's unheard of Diodora, how dare you bring Haruna into this game? Diodora. And who said this was still a game? At that moment, several magic circles appeared in the skies, where several demons, fallen angels, and hooded wizards emerged. Don't you see, this is already a real battle, the Chaos Brigade is now more than present. The girls were shocked by what was happening, around them were no longer just them, but also several angels, fallen and demons of alliance, that had appeared to fight against the enemy that was in front of them. Diodora. I'll wait for you at the top of the temple and don't be late, I want you to see how I make the beautiful Haruna mine. Issei. Damn you. The chestnut tree had launched another ray into the sky, but it missed its target because its target had disappeared from the scene. Asia. But you, what do we do now? Rias. We have to go after Haruna-san, but we can't let the brigade do their thing. Issei. I know, but I'm very worried about Haruna's well-being, she's an innocent girl, and having her purity taken away like that. You don't have to worry. A person spoke, surprising the others, who went straight to where the brunette was standing. Wow, that's a huge chest. Besides, you could easily grate cheese on this abdomen. The brunette was more than red, since a beautiful young lady was touching him and groping his body, this caused the brunette to accidentally go forward and fall on the girl, of course he fell on her breasts, while his hands were under her skirt touching her beautiful legs. Wow, you're brave enough to touch Odin's ex-wife. The girls. Odin's ex-wife. Issei. What? What? Careless of me, let me introduce myself, my name is Frigg, the goddess of the skies of Asgard, and as I said ex-wife of that perverted god. Rias. Ice get up right now. Issei. Yes. He quickly stood up over the goddess's body, helped her get back up, and then bowed repeatedly I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Frigg. It's okay, darling, it was my fault for scaring you, but I can assure you that the Gremory are lucky to have you as a fiancé. At that, she turns to look at Rias. You won't be left wanting, girl. Rias. I already know that. She told him with her face redder than her hair, because she already knew what he meant. Bekeno. Excuse me Frigg-sama, what have you come for? Frigg. It's true I'm getting off topic, I'm here because we had already anticipated this attack by the Chaos Brigade, but that it's during an underworld game is the least of our thoughts. Kaneko. She says this because it could be transmitted to the underworld and imply that the alliance is weak. Don't worry about that. Rias. Ni-sama. Leo. The match broadcasts have already been blocked, so this won't be seen by the underworld. At that another magic circle appeared, showing Sona and the others that she was in the room. Lala. Issei-kun, Haruna-chan is not here, they took her away says Yami. Issei. I know, it was that damn Diodora, but don't worry, we'll go after her. Leo. Please Rias, we have confirmed that Diodora was the one who betrayed the demon faction, I ask you to stop him. Rias. If Mao Lucifer asks me to, I have no reason to disobey. She looked at her entire entourage, who already had their weapons ready. Come on, my dear, we must go after Diodora. Lala. Please Issei-kun. The girl took the brown-haired boy's hand and placed it on her chest, I ask you to recover Haruna-chan and bring her back. Issei. Don't worry Lala-chan, I promise to bring her back safe and sound. The boy gave her a small kiss on the lips to convey the security the girl needed, then he looked back at his companions and activated his glove. We have to go after that son of a bitch. Asia. Issei-san, language. Issei. Sorry. Without further ado, the boys ran down the stairs that had appeared in the middle of the battlefield, which led to the temple where Diodora took the purple-haired girl from Seinen. Frig. Fine, let them take care of that boy, we should go stop those responsible for the attack and their subordinates. Mio. Of course, the others are waiting for us on the battlefield, we have to hurry. At that the Redeed turns to see the black-haired girl with short hair and glasses. Sona-chan, I ask you to take Lala and the others to a safe place. Sona. Don't worry, I'll do it. Without further ado, both leaders left the place, leaving Sitri's group with Lala's group there. Sona. We must go. Lala. Yes, you heard girls. The others nodded and returned through another magic circle and left the place. With Rias. The group had continued climbing the stairs, which began to bore them. Gardenia. What's this? It feels like we're climbing up the Knights of the Zodiac's Athena sanctuary. Yumi. I felt the same way too. Bakeno. Rias, look ahead. I watched as the path split in two, which gave us the impression that they wanted to weaken the group. Bakeno. What do we do? Rias. Okay, Akeno, Yumi, and Asia will come with me. Gardenia, Kaneko, and Zenobia will go with Issei the other way. Boys. Understood. Issei. Okay group, it's time to go. I turned to see the Redeeds group that had already separated. I'll see you upstairs. Without saying another word, both groups took the path they had chosen to stop the enemy who had captured their friend. But Issei. The chestnut and his group had arrived at a room where several Diodora pieces were waiting for them, all of them had hoods on, so that their clothes could not be seen. Bishop. This is as far as they go, in the name of Diodora Astaroth we will stop them. The boys were more than ready for the fight, but then Kaneko noticed something that caught her attention. Kaneko? Can you tell yet, senpai? Issei. What thing Kaneko-chan? Kaneko. Her eyes, you can see they've lost their shine. The brunette noticed the look better and in fact, the looks of those girls lack that touch of life that people normally have, even when they are reincarnated. Zenobia. I wonder what Diodora did to make them like this. Issei. I don't know, but we must prevent this from happening to her and San. Without another word, Kaneko launched herself at two girls who appeared to be towers. Zenobia and Gardenia were standing together ready to fight while the brunette began to augment his glove. The fight itself was simple, since Kaneko fought against those towers in her Nekomata form, which gave her better reflexes against her opponents, dodging every blow that came at her. Zenobia was fighting against two knights, but it was something easy for her, since they didn't have good coordination when fighting together. Gardenia was behind her, watching her back and stopping the girl's movements for a moment so that Zenobia could only deliver the finishing blow to both of them. The brown-haired boy, on the other hand, fought hand-to-hand against the rest of the girls, who, no matter how hard they tried to hit Issei, he returned them. All this was observed by Diodora, who only looked from a crystal ball. Diodora. This is fun and it will be more fun when I make you mine in front of that damn dragon. I look up where Haruna was hanging from across my beautiful Haruna. Returning to the fight, the chestnut began to lose patience as the pawns were getting up, even though they were in the worst conditions. The brown-haired boy couldn't hold back any longer and hit each girl so they were in a row, then stood in front of them and showed them his glove. Issei. They're in my way. Was the last thing those women heard as they saw a crimson ray absorb them. Fortunately for them, the game system was still activated, which caused them to be taken out of the premises. Zenobia. Boy, did you make him mad. Kaneko. It's true. I commented when I saw all the destroyed walls of the place. Gardenia. Well, we're done, we just need to get to the other side. I commented as I saw several black and yellow rays flying everywhere in the other temple. Issei. What will happen? With Rias. Iridid along with her queen was having trouble with Diodora's queen since her shield was strong enough to withstand the combined power of both. Rias. How is this possible? Bakeno. I don't know, but we have to hurry. The chestnut tree was worried about what was happening in that place. Issei. What can we do? Kaneko. Senpai, I have an idea. The girl approached his ear to tell him the plan, which made the brown-haired boy blush. Issei. Do you think it will work? Kaneko. She will. She answered while placing an OK symbol with her hand. Back with Rias, she and her queen continued the fight in front of the queen. At that moment a magic circle appeared in Akeno's ear. Issei. Akeno-san. Both Akeno and Rias were surprised to hear their beloved's voice. Rias. Ice. Issei. Listen Akeno-san, if you defeat the enemy that's causing them trouble, I promise to take you on a date. The chestnut tree was hesitant as it didn't seem to improve the situation. Issei. Kaneko-chan, I don't think it's what. It was Issei's impression when he saw how the lightning began to gain power and overflow all over the place. Akeno was more than happy to hear that proposal, which made her power increase more and more out of joy. Rias. I'm not enough for you. Mecha. That proves that my love for him has arrived. Rias. I won't listen to a girl who's just excited about getting a date. She commented as her power increased to surpass that of the raven-haired girl. Mecha. I don't want to hear that from a girl who hasn't taken the initiative yet. She responded and increased her power further. Rias. That's not true, he and I. Mecha. You're what? Rias. We've already done it. The other girls didn't believe what they heard. Asia was impressed by that statement, Yumi was blushing because of it, but Mecha. I don't care about that, you'll see that I'll make him fall in love with me and I'll give him his first child. Rias. I won't allow that. While they were arguing, on the other side of the barrier was an angry girl. Queen. Stop ignoring me. How can you fight over a pathetic man? The girls turned to look at her with a look that promised pain, a lot of pain. Rias. You shut up. The power of both was such that they made the girl disappear from the place, well this was thanks to the game system. Asia. Wow, but you and Akeno-san are serious when they fight. Yumi just nodded at what was said and followed her master, who was still verbally fighting with Akeno as they continued up the stairs. After a few minutes, the boys met again at the entrance to the main temple. Rias, seeing the brunette, pulled his ears, criticizing him for the date. The brunette calmed her down by telling her there was a huge advantage between them. This caused the girl to blush profusely. Without another word, they entered the place to see a huge hallway leading to the main door. But what do we have here, the tomatoes entourage? Tell me this time, that lovely woman who accompanied them didn't come. The Redeed looked ahead to see an old enemy standing before them. Rias. Fred the crazy exorcist, what are you doing here? Fred. What do I do? Well, I'm just here to put an end to the lives of those filthy demons and make love to that woman. She was a delight and her body is even better. The brown-haired boy, for some strange reason, began to get angry, but this amplified when he heard the following sentence. Fred. I think her name was Mickey Hyoudou or something like that, anyway, I wait for the moment to make her mine and for her to scream to stop while I make her see the sky and then make her life hell, haha pua. The brown-haired boy was more than furious upon hearing everything he would do to his mother, so he couldn't resist any longer and gave her a huge blow to the stomach. Issei. You're a bastard, how dare you talk about my mother like that? Fred. Who are you, damn it? I asked since the priest didn't know the boy. Issei. I'll be your. Yumi. Wait Issei-kun, let me fight this guy. Fred. The Gremory Knight, I haven't seen you in a while. Yumi. Since I beat you that day in the fight against Gabriel, you left like a coward. Fred. Damn it. The boy began to increase his power, causing his form to change in a more grotesque way, implying that he lost his humanity. Fred. With this form you'll never be able to. He didn't finish speaking as Yumi quickly and sharply cut the guy in front of them in half, he felt immense pain when he saw the sword. Fred. How is it possible that? Yumi. Shut up already. Without saying anything else the boys continued running leaving Fred's broken body, which only had a face of horror at seeing itself split in half. It took them a few minutes to reach the main room, where upon entering they saw something that left everyone outraged, it was Haruna hanging on a cross with revealing clothing, under this was Diodora who only had a sick smile, then looked towards the front where the boys had arrived. Diodora. You're more than welcome to my humble enclosure. At that, his gaze rests on the chestnut tree. Do you like what you see? This highlights Haruna-chan's enormous beauty. I hope you'll join us soon, Asia-chan. Asia. This is cruel. Diodora. What are you saying? I love this and I enjoyed it even more when I put these clothes on her. This comment began to make the brown-haired boy get angry. Feeling her soft skin between my hands, touching her delicate waist when I put this outfit on her, made me lose my sanity even more. The chestnut was already at a point where he couldn't stand having this type of front, causing his power to begin to rise. Diodora. I ask you, have you marked this girl? Because I wouldn't like to use things, much less from a dragon. But with that, I put back on the sick smile, but I'd still like to hear her screams, asking for your help, while I make her mine again and again, until her mind only asks for me to punish her, ha 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 ha. Issei. You're more than dead. He whispered this to himself. At that moment Issei's glove began to take on a dark crimson color, in that the gem instead of being green, had a yin-yang symbol style, but instead of having a white part, it was green, representing Dreg. Nemesis. Okay, time to play with this demon attempt. Dreg. Buddy, show him what happens when he messes with the heroic dragon. Balance breaker boosted gear scale male. Without saying anything, the brown-haired boy had already put on his armor and without saying anything else he flew towards Diodora, who, instead of having a smile, changed his face to one of pain. Diodora. Boo, but how? The others watched Issei's fight very closely but were impressed by the brunette's speed when hitting his opponent. Zenobia. How fast? Hineko. I didn't see the moment when it moved. Returning to the fight between the men, Diodora tried to cast a spell towards the brunette thanks to the fact that he was close to him, but he couldn't even move his hand when he felt that the brunette had caught his wrist and bent it like a straw. Diodora. Damn you. The brown-haired man didn't pay attention, he was more than focused on finishing off his enemy, so he took him by the arms and gave him a couple of knees to his stomach, causing him to spit blood from his mouth, then a dozen blows to his face were direct, causing it to kneel down and begin to turn a purple color due to the enormous blow it received, to end up kicking him and sending him flying, so that he crashed into his throne. Diodora. Wretched. He spat blood and quickly created a barrier to prevent Issei from passing. Now you'll see how I'll make your little friend mine and you won't be able to. Issei. Pathetic barrier. The brown-haired boy said this as he broke the barrier that prevented his passage and thus managed to silence Diodora. Diodora. No, like it is. Taking another blow sent him crashing into a pillar in the same spot. The brunette simply walked over to where the boy was, completely defeated, watching as his body began to shake with fear the closer he got. He began to create a ball of energy in his hand and pointed it at his face. Issei. This is your end. Rias. No eyes, wait. The girl tried to stop him, but it was too late, the brown-haired boy had launched his power in Diodora's direction. The others turned to see where the boy's body or remains were supposed to be, but they were pleasantly surprised. Issei. You're not worth me killing you, living with your punishment that the Alliance puts on you will be worse. He said to a Diodora who had fainted, or so we can assume due to the blows received, his face was already unrecognizable. The chestnut tree began to walk towards the cross where Haruna was unconscious, he tried to remove the wooden ties that had her tied, but it was useless. Diodora. Esho no Shervira. He tried to speak with his swollen face. Esho Klusla Quatarashuin at that moment he went into shock when he saw that Issei ripped off those ties with extreme force, but trying not to hurt Haruna. The brunette quickly grabbed the girl before she fell to the ground and, like a maiden, took her in his arms. At that moment, a flash of light came to his mind. Flashback. In Seinen City, there was an entertainment center that was usually packed during the hot season. It was a tourist resort where children enjoyed their vacations or went to cool off. Near the pool, we see Lala and the other girls having fun while excitedly shouting that they would no longer be just a family of 3, thanks to Haruna. The others just stared at her, while the brunette was red-faced from what she was saying. On the other hand, the purple-haired girl had a blush on her cheeks while holding the brunette's hand. Haruna. So you like Issei-san too. Issei. That's right Surenji, the truth is that I've liked you since high school, but I was afraid of losing your friendship with you if I revealed my feelings to you. Haruna. To tell you the truth, I've always liked you. At that the girl leaned towards the brunette who blushed when he saw her breasts due to the position. Please take care of me Issei. Issei. Surenji you're your breasts. The girl looked where the brunette pointed to see that her swimsuit revealed too much of her breasts. This caused the girl to go into shock and she threw herself at the brunette so he could cover her from any other boys who were there, causing both of them to fall into the pool. Issei Haruna. Ha 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 ha. They both laughed at this scene because it amused them and then they looked at each other and saw each other in the eyes, causing them to get closer and closer to end with a beautiful kiss on the lips. Haruna. Please take care of me. Issei. I always will. The brown-haired boy stole another kiss from her which she gladly accepted. After that, the others joined them upon seeing that wonderful scene and celebrated, especially the pink-haired girl. End of flashback. The brunette looked at that delicate face and kissed her forehead, this caused the girl to begin to wake up from her faint. Issei. I promise to always take care of you. Haruna. Issei-san, Issei-san. The girl cried from the fear she experienced while hiding her face in his chest. Issei. I hope you are well, my Surenji. Haruna. Remember me? The brunette nodded, causing the girl to cry. I missed you so much. Without saying anything else, the brunette delicately took the girl's lips, who gladly accepted the kiss while hugging the boy by the neck. Diodora. How impossible. I had the power of office. He asked himself before falling to the ground defeated. The other girls went to where the couple who had reunited was and without wasting time they checked that the girl was okay. Asia. You had us so worried, Haruna-san. Haruna. Asia-san. Rias. Well this is over, it's time to. She had barely finished speaking when she noticed the brown-haired boy above them and with her hands, she deflected an attack that was going towards the girls and hit Diodora, who gave a scream of horror upon receiving it. Issei. What's wrong with you, damn it. Wow, I thought you wouldn't notice this attack, but I was wrong. The others looked up to see a brown-haired man wearing armor with a symbol in his hand that had the infinity sign in the middle. I present myself before you, filthy reincarnated ones and followers of the false ones, my name is Shalba Beelzebub. But the serious face a new person had appeared, but what they didn't notice was the serious look in the different eyes that the brown-haired man began to show. Chapter 18. Humiliation of a Demon, Our First Time, 18. Warning, there is delicious. Battlefield. In that place, whose structure was damaged by the impacts received by a sad Diodora that was now turned into dust, this thanks to the new being that appeared. The brown-haired boy had a look from today towards the new unwanted guest who arrived at the party. Issei. Who are you? And why did you attack Asia? The brown-haired boy asked angrily as he released a dark aura from his glove. Shalba. What a stupid reincarnated, I already told you my name, I'm Shalba Beelzebub, answered the other brown-haired man, but with long hair. Now answering your other question, it's easy. He pointed at the little blonde things like her shouldn't exist. Issei. Did you say something to Asia? He asked more angrily. Shalba. That's right, just like the parody of the idiot who just died, that girl shouldn't be on this side, she said, while taking her hand out of her cloak, thinking that two energies that are opposite by nature are together makes me angry and nauseous. Issei. You mean the sacred side and the demonic side? You knew that idiot caused the downfall of many girls in the church. Shalba. And that's why they're dead now, it disgusts me to see that mixture, and that's why the idiot's hand began to create another ray. It must disappear. The demon simply launched that beam at the girl, ignoring the surroundings. But a brown and black flash reached the girls and stopped the attack with a crimson beam. Shalba. So you want to die first? Rias. Shalba Beelzebub, said the girl angrily upon seeing what that person was doing, I won't let you touch anyone in my family. Shalba. But what do we have here, if not the sister of that annoying Mio? Rias Gremory, the princess of destruction. The demon gave her a glance and put on a tiny smile. Despite being one of the traitors to the demon side for reincarnating these abnormals, you still have pure blood. The girl in reaction covered her breasts. I should take you with me, and thus the new generation of demons would be born. Rias. Don't talk nonsense, I would never go with you and be your incubator for children, I'd rather die than have you touch me. Shalba. That's a shame, it's time to. At that moment, everyone turned to see where a power began to grow exponentially. They all noticed that it was the brunette who had a downcast look, but his glove was shining with a combination of crimson and black. Rias. Issei. The brunette continued walking towards where the demon was, stepping next to the redeed to just touch her shoulder and continue on his way. Greg. Hey, you commented the jewel on Issei's glove. You said that you were an original demon, right? Shalba. So in front of me I have the powerful Sekiryuutei, he said seriously, but arrogantly. This will be simple. Greg. I'll just tell you that you just made the worst mistake in your life, and that's why you will disappear from this world. Shalba. Don't make me laugh, that human will never have the power to beat me, even if you give him yours. Greg. And who said that only I will give him power? Nemesis. So I can play, commented the jewel, which now changed from jade to a dark color. This will be fun. Shalba. What is that? Nemesis. I'm something you don't care about, because you'll be dead by the time I'm done. Come on lazy dragon, let's get this started. The brown-haired boy quickly raised his gaze, his eyes showing the combination of each power, as he had a different colored eye. I am the one who is about to wake up. I am the Sekiryuutei who has attained power beyond this plane. Sleep is a hindrance, and infinity is worthless. I will become the dragon of astral domination. Since I will reach a force that transcends the corners of space. And this will never end. Nemesis Dragon Drive. A huge explosion occurred around the boy, his armor had appeared, but this time it was somewhat different. Rias. Why that color? She asked with intrigue, seeing that instead of being crimson, it was black with purple ice. Worried, the girl wanted to run towards the boy, but a voice stopped her. Issei. Rias, please step back, don't even think about getting involved in this fight, the brown-haired boy commented, but with a voice that was too deep. Without further ado, he flew towards Shalba, who watched the chestnut tree's path with a certain arrogance. Shalba. This won't tickle me. Creating a shield, which hid the infinity symbol, he placed it in front of it. He only watched as the brown-haired boy had crashed in front of that shield, trying to break it to reach it without any success. This is what's going on? He asked himself when he noticed that the shield began to crack. Issei. How dare you want to hurt my Asia? He shouted this in such a way that the blonde girl blushed and put on a lovelorn smile. Without thinking, the brunette punched him 3 times in the stomach and then kicked him in the neck, sending him tumbling against the wall of the temple they were in. The blow was so strong, even the wall couldn't stop him, and he fell onto a large piece of land. Shalba. Miserable, creating several attacks from the palm of his hand, he launched it at the same chestnut tree. He didn't even flinch from trying to counter those demonic rays. He simply deflected each attack that came his way with his right hand. They took another path before impacting the ground, creating enormous craters in the ground where they fell. Zenobia. Impressive, said the girl, seeing all the destruction caused by the original demon. Issei. You won't get away with it, the brown-haired boy threw several energy balls from his gloves, but they were black mixed with crimson. Shalba, feeling the great power of those attacks, flew desperately to get away, but he never imagined that the first impact would create a crater even bigger than the one he had made with the power of infinity. Shalba. What power is that? He asked himself as he saw how each impact from the chestnut created an even bigger crater than the previous one. He didn't finish that sentence as he felt a blow from the chestnut which appeared out of nowhere and in front of him. The blow he received sent him straight to the ground, causing him to spit blood from the attack. While that was happening with the chestnut tree, the girls were watching everything from the top of what remained of Diodora's temple. Bekeno. In all the time we've known him, I've never seen Issei-kun angry like this. Yumi. What impresses me is the enormous power that is emanating. That's because of his power as a dragon. The girls turned to look to the side, where a golden-colored crack in space had formed. The fact that that idiot wanted to hurt one of my harem sisters makes the dragon side of my love come out. Rias. Valeri, when did you arrive? Valeri. Hello everyone, she said this seriously. I arrived here at the moment when I felt my husband's power increase. Rias. What do you mean, your husband? Remember, I'm my Ice's official girlfriend. Valeri. Yes, as you say, he answered in a bored manner, which caused Rias to pout in annoyance. What intrigues me is knowing what that power is, that is mixed with that of the red dragon. Haruna. Maybe already Yami-san knows, commented a newly awakened Haruna, who was barely able to open her eyes. Asia. Haruna-san, are you okay? Asked an anguished Asia. The question girl only nodded with a nod which calmed the blonde. How nice. Rias. Asia, please try to give Haruna-san some energy. Asia. Yes, the girl nodded, and without wasting time she began to heal the girl. Rias. By the way, who is the other girl coming with you? Valeri. Valeri. Well, she's my partner Artemis. Artemis. Nice to meet you, said the girl in a more than polite way. It was clear that the girl came from a family of knights. Valeri. It's clear that Issei-kun is really angry, I commented while looking at the boy's hand creating a huge sphere of energy. Rias. Would it be right to stop him? She asked, distressed seeing her boyfriend's actions. Don't worry, Nemesis's power right now is not harmful to my prey. The girls turned to look back, where Sona, her pair and the Seinen girls had arrived. Asia. Does Yami-san know this power? Yami. Yes, the entity we know as Nemesis is one of the strongest outside this planet. This impressed the girls. I was truly impressed to know that she would collaborate with my prey. Rias. It's just that I've never seen Ice fight like this before, she commented, somewhat worried. There's a noticeable hatred toward that demon. Lala. Ice-kun has always been like this since we've known him, always looking out for others before himself. I remember the time my father came to Earth to take me away and the battlefield where they both fought was completely destroyed. Returning to the fight between Issei and Shalba, we see that the high-class devil was embedded in a wall, his right hand was missing, and blood was coming out of his right eye. Shalba. How is this possible? I'm a demon of the original family. This is losing to a dirty dragon. Without a second thought, the long-haired man launched himself at our protagonist. Upon contact, Issei didn't even flinch, stepping aside and taking the blow. The result filled Shalba with terror, as it merely moved the brunette's head, not dislodging him from his spot. Issei. This is over. He quickly delivered 3 blows to the stomach and a hammer blow to the back of the head to send him to the ground and leave him unconscious in the crater that Shalba's body created when it hit the floor. Without further ado, the chestnut's armor disappeared from him, leaving only his demon wings on his back and his glove on his hand. Issei. Thank you, Nemesis. Nemesis. You're welcome, kid, this fight was fun. I can't wait to test this power against that white dragon. Greg. I already told you that's my rival, get yours. Nemesis. How much are you hiding, fat dragon? It's very strange that you don't want me to fight him. The dragon simply stopped responding to what was said by the other entity living inside the chestnut tree and simply. Issei. These two will never get along, he commented to himself as he sat on a rock in front of Shalba, who was knocked out. Rias. Ice. The girl shouted as she flew to where her beloved fiancé was, who raised his hand so they could see where he was resting. When she arrived, the girl hugged him with all her strength while she was more than relieved. I'm glad you're okay. Issei. Don't worry, I managed to defeat this guy who wanted to take you and kill Asia. The aforementioned simply jumped into the brown-haired boy's arms while stealing a kiss. Asia. Thank you very much for defending me, Issei-san, said the blonde with great joy. Haruna. Issei-san, the girl, upon seeing the boy she likes and after he remembered her, also jumped towards him while hugging him by the neck. Thank you for saving me from that guy, she told him with teary eyes and a certain fear in her voice. Issei. Don't worry, I'll always come for you whenever you find yourself in danger. Without receiving any answer to this, the girl stole a kiss, a chaste and pure one, but one that she had missed giving to the boy for a long time. The other seinen girls had different reactions to this. Lala was happy that Issei remembered her best friend. Momo was smiling and seemed to think her plan would return to the ashes. Nana had a grimace of disgust, but the others had a look of hope, knowing that if Haruna could do it, they could too. The girls at the club were happy to see the brunette recovering more and more of his memories, but above all, that he wasn't leaving them out. Amid all the joy, they didn't notice that two people had arrived at the scene of the fight. Leo. Wow, so you managed to defeat this traitor, commented the girl with the demon cosplay. Frig. I never thought the bearer of the red dragon was this strong, she said flirtatiously while touching his chest. He may not have been hurt, but his shirt had somehow been torn. Tell me, wouldn't you like to be part of the Nordic faction? Issei. What does it say? I ask with some fear. Frig. That wouldn't be bad, my husband left me before falling into autumn sleep, so I've been free for a while now. The brunette was more than red when he saw the goddess's enormous cleavage when she bent down. Rias. I won't allow it, he's my fiancé, she said possessively, while hugging him like a koala. Her peers also nodded to what her king said. Valeri. That's right, I won't let another girl take my dragon away from me. Lala. That would be fun, meeting more girlfriends from this world, I commented with a smile and a sparkle. I think the same, that would be fun, and more so seeing beings from other worlds, said a new voice that alerted everyone. Sitting on a rock was a girl with black hair and black eyes, her gaze was serious and she was looking into nothingness. Issei. Who is that girl? He, like the girls, looked curiously at the newcomer. But Frigg and Mio became alert at her presence. Valeri. Office, what are you doing here? The girl commented seriously. Office. I'm just waiting, the girl replied without losing sight of an empty space. Issei. Sorry, but who is she? I asked with great curiosity. She is Office, the dragon of infinity and leader of the Chaos Brigade. The one who answered was none other than Azalea, who arrived flying alongside Michelle and Irina. Irina. Hello, Issei-kun commented to the girl as she ran to the brown-haired boy to climb onto his neck. Issei. Irina. Azalea. Well, Office, tell us, what is your purpose with this group you have created? Office. It's here, she said to the air, something that surprised everyone. At that moment, a huge crack formed in the sky near where they were, revealing a massive red dragon. Its size was exaggerated compared to Lala's father's ship, or so the brunette thought when he saw it flying. Issei. Who is it? Valeri. That is the great red one of the dragons that is at the top of the powerful existences. The girl pointed at the dragon in a defiant manner. One day I will defeat him, and I will take his title of dragon god. Issei. God. Wait, so the girl. Office. Nice to meet you, Sekiryuutei. My name is Office, the dragon god of infinity, she commented without changing her expression. Azalea. Tell me, Office. The fall approached with some caution to where the little girl was. What is the purpose of doing all this? Office. I just want to return to my land, which the big red one took from me. Issei. Land. Valeri. It talks about the dimensional gap, it's a place between this plane and the underworld. Office. I just want to recover the silence, nothing more, I commented to the little girl, who from one moment to the next disappeared from the place. Vala. Wow, this was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Yui. I don't think so. Your experiments say otherwise, the girl commented playfully, causing the others to laugh at it. Lala just pouted angrily and went to hug the brunette. Valeri. Tell me, Anada. The brown-haired boy turned to look at the albino who spoke to him. Will you help me with my goal? Issei. Well, I don't know if we can fight that dragon god, but I'll help you with everything, he said with a smile, which caused the girl to smile back with a blush. Well, it's better if we go, or else. At that moment the chestnut's vision blurred, and without giving him the chance to say another word, he fell face first onto the floor. Rias. Eyes. They all went to see what had happened, only to notice that the brunette had his eyes closed and was breathing calmly. His glove had not disappeared yet, but the jewel was purple. Nemesis. Don't worry, this boy's body has reached its limit, he's just resting. The others just sighed in relief at what had been said, and without further ado, taking the boy they left that place, leaving the leaders of the underworld along with Ashalba, who was knocked out. Azalea. What do we do with this guy? Leo. We will take him to Kasido. In that prison he will never get out, and he will pay for his crimes against the underworld, the girl said seriously, while creating a circle that began to transport him. Michelle. By the way, what happened to the other demon? Leo. He was eliminated at that moment. I turned to see the current leader of the Nordic faction, so, will he join the alliance? Frigg. Most likely so, the lady commented as she pulled out a sheet of paper with a rune symbol. I'm very worried that these guys had these kinds of spells in their possession. Leo. Where do I get it from? I asked worriedly when I saw that. Frig. One of those mages had this symbol. I'm very worried that that brigade has this type of spells from my faction. Azalea. It would be best if we talk this over somewhere more welcoming, she said when she saw all the destruction around her. Leo. That's true, we should go. By the way, Azalea the aforementioned turned to look at the redeed. Azalea. Yes. Leo. How is that project going? Azalea. She gave a somewhat mischievous smile. The first episode comes out tomorrow. This will generate profits for the entire Gremory family. Leo. This is going to make my mother very happy, I commented with a beautiful smile. Without further ado, the faction leaders simply left the place, leaving behind all the chaos caused by the terrorist brigade. The next day. In the castle of the Formas, which was rarely used as it was only used for important or emerging class announcements, the four devils were gathered. The sad face of one of them was noticeable, as a member of her family was responsible for the next announcement. Ajuki, with the pain of the world, announced her younger brother's betrayal to the underworld and how he was defeated by the Gremory pawn. To say that the girl was upset by saying all this, but not with Issei, but with herself for not helping her brother correct his path. The demon pillar families were impressed by the brunette's performance. This caught the attention of several girls who were watching the fight within the game dimension between the Gremory family and the Astaroth family. The video itself was used for game endorsements, and if a family felt they were being cheated. The fight between the Sekiryuutei and Shalba Beelzebub was also shown, where the latter was humiliated by our protagonist to the point where his blows were something light for the brown-haired man who didn't even flinch from dodging. As the video was watched by the entire underworld, we see that things were a little off at the Gremory family mansion. Akeno. How long do you think it will be before Issei-kun wakes up? The girl asked with a worried expression. Yui. From what Nemesis said, he should wake up in a few hours. Bala. This same thing happened the first time I fought my dad. Momo. I remembers Aston telling us with great astonishment that our father had lost for the first time, although Issei-sama was the one who took a long time to wake up. Bala. I'll go see him and give him this medicine, the girl commented as she took out a bottle, which looked like a perfume. Rias. What is that? Momo. I see, I will give him the fragrance to wake him up from deep sleep. Bala. Yes, I hope Issei reacts quickly with this, I'll be right back. The girl ran to the brown-haired boy's room, who was still sleeping peacefully. Upon reaching the room and entering, he sat next to the brown-haired man and watched him as he slept. Bala. He looks like an angel being a demon, she said in a funny way because of the little joke about what the brown-haired man was. Without further ado, the girl took out the bottle and sprayed it upwards so that the brunette's body would be covered by that fragrance. In the process, she herself was sprayed, but it would have no consequences. Bala. Well, in a few minutes you'll be waking up, I'd better let you rest, the girl commented as she began to leave the room. As he moved towards the door, she began to breathe heavily. He didn't notice that her nipples began to firm up and his hand involuntarily took him to her private area. Bala. What's wrong? The girl commented excitedly as she began to touch her most sensitive parts. He reached the door and instead of leaving the room, he locked it and prevented anyone from entering. His gaze was gloomy because his hair covered his eyes and without further ado, he turned back to where the brown hair rested. Bala. Ice. Lala's gaze revealed the girl's loving desire for her boyfriend. Without further ado, she walked over to the brunette and, without thinking, sat on his pelvis while caressing his bare chest. On the other hand, and suddenly the brown-haired man woke up, he noticed that the girl was on top of him. Issei. Lala, how beautiful you look, said the brown-haired boy, who like her was breathing heavily, but with a desire towards the girl as he hugged her hip. Lala. Ice. Without further ado, she quickly took the brunette's lips while quickly taking off her shirt, leaving her in her bra. Issei. You're wearing clothes. Where's Peak? Lala. I left him resting in my room, so that's why I'm wearing my clothes. Issei. Then no one will interrupt us. Lala. Exactly. Without further ado, the boys continued enjoying the moment. In the living room of the house, Momo was checking her bag because inside it, besides having fragrances, she also had candy. Momo. Where did I leave that mint candy? The girl said as she unpacked her things. She pulled out another bottle of perfume. Not there. The girls were alerted by the scream and went to where the girl was sitting. Rias. What's up? Momo. Lala One-sama took the wrong bottle. Nana. What do you mean, the wrong bottle? Momo. Yes, in my bag I had 2 bottles, one that we made to wake up Sona-san's father, she said while showing the bottle. Rias. And the other bottle you had? Momo. Well, I was experimenting on one of my sister's animals and… Nana. What kind of experiment? I asked a little irritated. Momo. Well, it was an aphrodisiac and see what effect it had on the… Nana. How dare you? she said furiously while violently shaking Momo. Now I will have many babies because of you. The other girl separated them, leaving an angry Nana and a Momo too dizzy from what was happening. Rias. Wait, that means. Asia. Issei and the girl ran to where the brown-haired boy was resting, being followed by the others. Rias. How long does the effect last? I asked as they ran to the room. Momo. It doesn't last long, the effect lasts for about 2 minutes, and after that everyone returns to a more serene state, but if both love each other then. Nana. We must go quickly before that guy desecrates our sister. As the girls ran towards Issei's room, something incredible had happened inside. Lemon skipped. They both continued with their act until after 3 hours, the brunette had come inside her on more than one occasion, and Lala, despite being her first time, had already had her 5th orgasm. Both boys were lying in bed while hugging each other, even with the sweat on their skin, this did not matter to them, they kissed and said their last I love you before falling asleep. Underworld. We see Valeri practicing her fighting style, but she suddenly stopped her training, which surprised her teammates. Artemis. What's up Valeri? Valeri. For some reason I want to mince a pink-haired girl. The others remained doubtful about what their leader had said and continued with their training. In an icy region we see a silhouette looking towards the bottom of a ravine. That idiot failed, he said as he walked into a cave that appeared behind the silhouette. It will be my turn to intervene. Chapter 19. Space Problems, Drake's Secret and the Date. The Cult Club. The holidays were over and with that, another semester of school life for the children began. In the club room, Rias and Lala were observing the new extension they had made so that everyone could spend more time in the building. Rias. What did you think? Lala. Incredible, your sister really did great with this, said the girl who had a dragon mark on her shoulder. I never thought that my technology with yours could create something like this. Rias. Well actually all this is thanks to Ajuki-sama, she managed to find the error that was in your camera to enlarge a confined space. You may be wondering, what are Rias and Lala talking about? Well let me give you a little summary. After Issei and Lala made love in the brown-haired boy's room. Flashback. In the previous episode, we saw our protagonist with the pink-haired girl. They were both naked and kept cuddling and kissing each other, whether on the neck, mouth, or forehead. The two boys were sharing a beautiful moment as a couple. But in the living room of the Gremory mansion the atmosphere was different, the girls had returned to the main room, all with very different expressions. Asia, Yumi and Momo were defeated since Lala had gotten closer to the brunette before them. Zenobia, Haruna and Yui were blushing heavily, but their faces showed shock when they heard the pink-haired girl's moans. On the other hand, Kaneko, Yami and Nana had a blush, but their looks showed annoyance, in the style of any tsundere girl. Akeno also had a blush and was talking to herself. Akeno. Ara, how wild is Issei-kun, I want to have my turn to tame the dragon, Yufufu. Rias and Sona just watched the girls' reactions and smiled in a complicated way. Sona. Wow, Lala's friends and your peers really like Issei. Rias. What can I say, that human side he's shown us hasn't made us fall in love with him more. Sona. Yes, it really is unique, she said while lovingly taking her left hand, since Issei's mark had appeared on it after making love. Asia. It's not fair, said the girl angrily, something that surprised the others because they had never seen her like that. I wanted to tell Issei-san everything I feel for him after what happened in the game. Haruna. Calm down, Asia-san, said the purple-haired girl as she sat next to her, removing the handbag that Lala had left on the couch. You'll see that she'll be able to tell Issei-san all her feelings. Asia. Yes, I'm sorry if I behave like that, the girl commented embarrassedly. Haruna. That's how you talk, she said happily while raising her hands in encouragement. But he didn't measure the distance between his arm and the table where he had left Lala's bag, which caused it to fall to the floor, and from there a silver-colored ball came out. Yumi. What is that thing? Momo looked at what the blonde girl saw, causing her gaze to change to a blue one. Momo. We have to lift that thing, said the girl as she launched herself Matrix style to catch the ball, but it was too late. At that moment the ball shone, causing an explosion that caused the doors of the room to close. Some time passed and Lala, along with Issei, headed towards the living room, where the others were supposedly waiting for them. Issei. How strange, the brown-haired boy commented as he turned towards the living room. Lala. What's up? Issei. Look, the lights in the living room are purple, I commented while looking at a small light coming out from under the door. Lala. That light reminds me of my space expander that I carry with me. Issei. It's the same one you use in your room to have more space, right? The girl nodded. Lala. I have one in my bag since I was testing with it, but I got to a point where the expander doesn't exceed the confined space where it was activated, but it also doesn't stop producing more free space. Issei. Like a constellation inside a room, the brown-haired boy commented as he opened the door. Lala. I would say it's like the girl looked inside the room and noticed that everything in there was wrong galaxy at that moment the girl remained silent while looking forward. Issei. What's going on? Asked the brunette who at that moment observed what was in front of him. A huge space that had no end. What is all this? Help. Ice. Issei. Rias. Only a small red dot could be seen in that vast space. Venelana and Mio had also arrived at the place and observed the enormous space that existed. Mio. What shall we do? Bala. I don't know, this is the same problem I have when I activate the room, only for safety I stay close to the activation button to quickly turn this off, the girl commented with a certain sadness in her voice. Issei. We could really use the help of someone who knows all about technology, the boy commented as he looked at the space in amazement. Bala. The bad thing is that I don't have my piece detector, the girl commented with her hand on her menthol, plus due to space, we would need a transport to go to where the center is and deactivate everything. Venelana and Mio looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Venelana. You're thinking of the same person, right? Mio. That's right, mother, the girl commented as she made a communication circle appear in her ear. Both Issei and Lala were left wondering who the Redeed had spoken to. But that didn't last long when the symbol of Beelzebub appeared on the ground and from there, a thin figure appeared. Ajuki. I hope it's not just a joke of yours, Mio. Mio. Not at all, the girl pointed towards the entrance of the room, go for yourself. The newcomer looked over and her eyes lit up as she saw that what her friend had said was true. Ajuki. Amazing. Mio. Do you think you can help my sister and Lala-san with this problem? Ajuki. Don't worry, I created a magic symbol from the ground where a ship and a detector emerged. Lala. Great. The girl ran when she saw both devices coming out of the ground. This is amazing, she said to turn to look at the Mau. Tell me, did you do this? Ajuki. That's right, the girl puffed out her chest in pride. Everything you see here I made myself. Lala. It's magnificent. At that moment she took the Mau's hands. Please let me work with you. Ajuki. Yes, I would like to work with you, I have heard about all the inventions you have said, the girl with her eyes lit up. Issei. Lala, the girls, he commented while pointing at the space created and with a drop of sweat on his neck. Lala. It's true, the girl reacted to the problem presented, we must help others. Ajuki. Tell me, how can I help you? So both girls set sail on that ship into the room, leaving Issei, Mio and Venelana outside, with a drop of sweat on the back of each of their necks. This was mostly due to the way the girls behaved. After a few minutes, the three were still looking inside the room when suddenly a small light began to spread throughout the place. Issei. What's wrong? The boy asked upon seeing this. At that moment, the room had returned to normal. In the middle of the room, the ship Lala and Ajuki had left for appeared, and around it, all the girls appeared. Momo and Kaneko were on top of the ship, while the second girl found herself lying on her back. Lala. This ship is great, she said with shining eyes, what great speed it has. Rias. Please don't activate this again, she said with spiral-shaped eyes. The other girls were vomiting. End of flashback. Lala. I'm sorry again for what happened that time, the girl commented while bowing. Rias. Don't worry, even though it was a bad experience, your device is worth it now. And it was true, since from being the small club room they were used to, they now had a space that was 5 times the size of the room. There were more armchairs for comfortable seating, a huge television for the kids to entertain themselves while they weren't making any contracts, and a pool table to kill time. Of course, this was reluctantly agreed to by Sona, who approved it as long as her servants could come once they finished their work with the student council. At that moment the Redeed looked at her wristwatch and noticed what time it was. Rias. We must hurry, the one sent from heaven is about to arrive. Lala. Yes, let's go. Both girls entered the classroom, where in a larger space for transportation the symbol of heaven lit up, showing one girl in particular. Hello, it's a pleasure to be here as a representative of heaven. Rias. It's a pleasure to have you here, Irina, said the Redeed while smiling. Irina. Sorry for the delay, but I had to go to heaven first to see the details Miss Michelle told me. Rias. If you don't worry, at that moment she gave him a sheet of paper with the school logo. This is the group you're in, as well as the classes you'll be taking. Irina. And who will I have classes with? Class time. In front of Issei's classroom was Irina with a smile and her eyes shining, knowing where she was. The girl was in front of everyone, she was the center of attention because she was the newcomer, and above all her beauty radiated to the boys in the room, especially to 2 perverts in particular. On the other hand, the brown-haired boy was lying on his table, this because he still hadn't recovered from the transformation he had with Nemesis and Dreg. In fact, the fatigue was such that it was unconsciously present in the core of the carriers. Core. The brown-haired boy was sitting on the ground as he watched Dreg and Nemesis in his mist form fight verbally. Nemesis. Tell me the truth, fat dragon, why don't you let me fight your rival too? Dreg. How many times do I have to tell you? He's my rival, period. Nemesis. I don't believe you, tell me, are you one of those who bat for the other side? This caught the chestnut's attention. Issei. I want to know that too. Tell me, do you like chorizo? Breg. Of course not, you pair of idiots. Nemesis. So tell us what you're hiding. Breg. Well, here rather she. Issei. Her. Is the white dragon female? Breg. Yeah boy, she's female. Nemesis. I knew it, I knew you had something hidden with her to keep me from fighting. Tell us, what is it? Is she your partner or an ex? Bragan. Ella. At that moment, the whole atmosphere turned black for the brunette as he abruptly woke up from the dream he was in. In the classroom. Issei. Ouch. He said while rubbing his head. Professor. I hope this brought you back to us, Mr. Hyoudou. The laughter in the room was immediate while Irina stood next to him with a look of embarrassment. Issei. What happened? Teacher. Really with you, I exhaled tiredly. Look, go to the hallway and stay there for the rest of the class, then you can talk to a new seat neighbor. At that moment I turned to see Irina. Please Miss Shido, take a seat. The brunette had reacted to what was happening and with his face red, just like the hair color of his official girlfriend, he left the classroom earning everyone's tiny laughter. Later. The brunette was in the clubroom on his knees while being subdued by Sona, since the complaint that he had fallen asleep in the room reached his ears. Sona. This can't happen again, darling, said the girl with a ruler in her hand. As your fiancé, I can't allow you to develop these habits. Rias. Don't you think you're exaggerating? She said when she saw poor Issei with a repentant puppy look. Bekeno. Ara. Poor Issei-kun. The girl went down to hug the brown-haired boy from behind while she pressed her breasts against Issei's body and rested her head on his neck. You'll see that with tomorrow's date, you won't remember this. The girl, without wasting any more time, kissed the brown-haired boy on the cheek. This clearly triggered jealousy alarms in all the girls, especially those who already had Issei's seal. Irina. Wow, this has turned into a war to keep Issei-kun, right? She commented to Zenobia, who was playing on the pool table. Zenobia. Yes, these days are more fun with the arrival of Lala and her friends, as well as the council president. Asia. Yes, the days here are more fun, said the girl, while drinking some of the juice she had near her. Irina. Asia. The brunette bowed apologetically in front of her once again. I apologize for how I treated you on that occasion. Asia. You don't have to worry, that's in the past, she replied with a beautiful smile. Let's start a good relationship. Irina. I think it's fine. At that moment the girl put her hands in prayer. Oh Michelle-sama, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be friends with the demons of the Alliance. Baruka. Wow, they really take religion very seriously here, I commented to Lala, who was looking over some papers. Lala. Well, she's an angel, I think it's normal. Baruka. An angel. The pink-haired girl nodded, earning the purple-haired girl's curiosity. Returning to our beloved raven-haired girl and the brown-haired boy, she still had Issei in her arms, who was secretly enjoying the breast pillow he was being subjected to. Bekeno. I have many plans for tomorrow, Issei-kun, I'm looking forward to it. Issei. Me too, he replied while he was red from the enormous sensation he had on his back. Issei. Calm down, you're not a pervert. Breg. Ha, no one will believe that, my crazy foals, Lala and the others can disprove that idea. Nemesis. I confirm what the fat dragon said. Breg. Who are you calling an obese dragon, a shapeless girl, you look like a black cloud in this space. Nemesis. You'll see when I get my physical form back. Issei. You both want to shut up. What a discussion was going on in our protagonist's head, but we can see a smiling Akeno who had 1,000 ideas in her head. The next morning. We see the chestnut tree in front of what is the temple that is under Akeno's care. Issei. I wonder why, if we live under the same roof, she made me wait for her in this place. With her hands on the back of her neck, she had asked herself that question. Akeno. Issei-kun. The boy turned to see the person who just arrived, only to notice a beautiful girl in a red dress, loose hair and without the need to wear makeup, since her natural beauty captivated every boy who passed by. Tell me, did I keep you waiting? Issei. No, just arrived. The boy looked at Akeno, not in a lustful way but in amazement. Akeno. What's wrong? Do I look bad? I asked timidly, seeing Issei's reaction. Issei. It's not that, it's just that you really look beautiful. Akeno. Yes. First step successful, she answered in a childish way, which made the brown-haired boy blush. At that moment the girl took his free arm and stuck it to her body. Today you will be my boyfriend, can I call you Issei? Issei. Sure, no problem for me. Akeno. Perfect, then let's go to our date. Thus, both boys walked towards the center of the city of Kuoh, where they strolled through a park without the girl detaching herself from that hug she had given Issei and with which she continued walking. Near the park fountains, there was a crepe stand where everyone bought their own, and Akeno, who took the initiative, gave the boy some of her dessert. He reacted in kind by sharing his own. After that, they went to the city aquarium, where the main attraction was a walkway beneath a huge fish tank, allowing marine animals to swim overhead. This captivated Akeno greatly, as the brunette noticed the girl's dreamy gaze. During their tour, Issei wanted to respond to Akeno's initial suggestion, so he took her hand, and she responded by interlacing their fingers. After that, the two boys went to the clothing sales area, where the raven-haired girl took advantage and gave him a short walk with the clothes she'd chosen. The brunette was somehow captivated by this, as each outfit Akeno tried on only brought out her beauty. On the way to a small cafe, both boys were holding hands, but a thought came to the brunette. Issei. Why am I feeling discomfort right now? Greg. What do you mean, buddy? Issei. I don't know, holding her hand, I like it, but at that moment he saw how the girl earned the gaze of the other boys who passed near her, this is what bothers me. Greg. Hey buddy, this is very easy, as a dragon you are one of the strongest people, but at the same time your sense of possessing something and protecting it grows, in short, it is jealousy that you do not want another male to take what is yours. Issei. It's true, it makes me angry to know that this could be temporary, he looked at that smile that Akeno gave him to think that someone else could be the owner of this smile. Issei. Come on Akeno-san, let's continue our walk. He gently pulled the girl to continue their walk, causing her to smile, because he knew they were enjoying that outing. After that, they went to the place where they would enjoy their lunch and finish their date at the arcade, where they played on that dance machine, and then on the skill games, with the goal of obtaining tickets and exchanging them for prizes. The date had been perfect for the boy, that was clear in his thoughts. Akeno. Thank you so much for today, I really had fun, she commented while clinging to his shoulder and hugging his arm. Issei. I had a lot of fun too, he said with a smile, which turned into a grimace of embarrassment if it weren't for the fact that we had company all day. What did the chestnut tree mean by that? Well, near where the boys were, some silhouettes watched closely every move they made. These people were Rias and the entire occult club, along with Sona, Tsubaki, Lala, Momo and Nana. Rias. I know we gave him permission for the date, but I didn't allow him to hug Ice like that. Lala. Wow, this day was fun, she commented with a dolphin hat on her head, the visit to the aquarium was really cool. Nana. I was surprised by how many animals there were in the place. Momo. This is good for the harem plan, she said aloud while writing in a small notebook. Sona. What's this harem plan? Said the girl with a certain tone of annoyance, while her queen also gave a look to the pink-haired girl. Kaneko. Gardenia-chan, use your time-stopping power if you see something bad happening. Gardenia. Hey, isn't this spying on a person? She asked with a drop of sweat on her neck. Valeri. I don't think so, said the girl while drinking from a can of soda. My man might go further with a beauty like this. The others were shocked to hear the voice of the newcomer. Rias. What time did you arrive? Valeri. I've been here for a while, you know my speed is such that I even seem invisible, she said, while taking a small snack out of a bag, not even can they see how I eat this food. Asia. Valeri-san, yes we can see her. Valeri. No, that's not true. Zenobia. Of course, we can see that you even move in slow motion. Valeri. He takes me. Tiba. Hey, where are Issei-kun and Akeno-san? Asked a girl when she saw that those two were no longer inside of them. Rias. It takes me a. But the two lovebirds. Akeno and Issei, who took advantage of the moment when Valeri arrived and distracted the others, ran out of sight of everyone. Issei. I think I'm a dead man, he said to the air when he remembered his 3 girlfriends with the dragon mark, and more when he looked at where they were. Akeno-san, we must go or else they will think badly of us. You might wonder, where had those kids run off to? Well, it was one of the streets most used by lovers, a street lined with buildings no more than 7 stories high, and they all shared one thing in common. A sign with prices and heart symbols. That's right, both boys had arrived at Kuoh's Love Street, where the hotels were all there was in the place. Issei. Let's go or else. The boy tried to pull Akeno, but she resisted and pulled the brunette to hug her. Akeno-san. Akeno. It's okay if it's with you, there's nothing wrong, the girl commented as she got closer to the brown-haired boy and stole a kiss on his lips. The brunette wanted to react to this, but as time passed, the display of affection that the girl had shown to our protagonist intensified more and more. The kiss started out as something clumsy, but as time passed, it became more and more passionate, as could be seen since the girl had placed her hands on the boy's well-worked chest, while Issei responded by taking her by the waist and pressing her against him. Akeno. Both boys had stopped the kiss upon hearing that voice that called the girl Akeno. What are you doing in this place? Wow, I see the Sekiryuutei is wasting no time, first the Mao Leviathan and now the Daughter of Thunder. Issei. Frig Sama, what are you doing here? asked the boy, but at that moment he looked at a large bearded man who quickened his pace towards them. Akeno. What are you doing here, Baraquiel? Baraquiel. Hey, that's not the way to talk to me, besides, what are you doing with a dirty human, you idiot? Let her go now, he said as he went to take the brown-haired man's hand, but at that moment, he felt pain. Issei. I'm not going to let you touch a hair on Akeno-san's head, said the boy while putting on a serious look. Akeno-san, who is this guy? Frig. Wow, I never thought the Red Dragon would have the balls to talk like that to a Gregory cadre, and he happens to be that girl's father. Issei's face went from serious to scared, even his eyes changed from normal to two small dots. Issei. Frig. Allow me to introduce you to Baraquiel, a Gregory cadre who rules lightning and. Baraquiel. Akeno Himejima's father. Saying this, the aforementioned girl made a face of disgust. It was clear that the girl did not like having this person in front of her. But the chestnut tree was left with a single thought. Issei. Wow, how a situation can change when you least expect it. Chapter 20. The Asgardians appear, problems with Selen. Hyoudou Issei's mansion. We met at our chestnut-colored mansion, where he lived with his fiancées and mother. The lack of men was evident, as he was the only boy there. Something that truly displeased a person who was there at the time. Rias. And tell me, Frig Sama, what are you doing in the city? Frig. I have come with the intention of making an alliance with the biblical factions and the Japanese gods, my dear. The woman took a cup of tea that Rias herself offered her. Thank you, my dear. Rias. I understand, and she suddenly turned her gaze to a girl wearing an office suit. Don't you want some tea? Nice to meet you, my name is Roswis, I am Frig Sama's bodyguard. Rias. The pleasure is mine, I introduce myself, Rias Gremory. Lala. Nice to meet you, my name is Lala Deviluk and. Frig. You're one of those girls who comes from space, aren't you? The other girls were surprised that the Norse goddess knew this. Katagawa. Wow, she doesn't have the title of Goddess of Wisdom for nothing, she knows everything, the girl commented, impressed, while looking at a book on Norse mythology. Frig. Of course it is, she commented while puffing out her chest with pride. Frig. Good thing Azalia told me this during the game. The others in the room were trying to start this conversation, since a not-so-pleasant chat was taking place in the dining room. Baraquiel. What were you thinking, Akeno? Getting involved with the Red Emperor, who's the fiancé of two devils and a womanizing pervert. What would your mother think of this? Akeno. This has nothing to do with you. The girl said angrily, and how dare you mention Myoka-san? You were the one who let her die. What he said made Issei and Baraquiel open their eyes suddenly. Baraquiel. Akeno. Akeno. I'll ask you to stay out of my life and not interfere in my business. Without further ado, the girl left the room and headed for the elevator, leaving the two boys alone. Issei. This. Baraquiel, without saying anything else, simply stood up and walked towards where the Norse goddess was. Baraquiel. I'll wait outside the house. The goddess understood, and without further ado she saw her bodyguard leaving the mansion. Zenobia. Wow, this whole thing was a bit awkward, she commented to Asia, who just had a look with tears in her eyes. Frig. Well, it's better if I leave, the goddess commented, not without first giving the brown-haired man a look, who at that moment felt some perversity in the atmosphere. It's clear that Lucifer's sister has nothing to complain about. The gaze clearly went towards Issei's pants, which he involuntarily covered with his hands. Roswis. Frig Sama, please respect Lucifer's sister's fiancé. Frig. That's why you'll be a spinster, Valkyrie, you're still so closed off, no man will want you like that. The Valkyrie, hearing this, got teary-eyed. Roswis. Why? The girl began to cry a lot. I didn't ask not to have a partner, I also want a boyfriend to do lewd things with. Frig. Leave that alone, well I'll see you soon, since trouble is brewing just around the corner. This clearly alerted everyone, which made Brown change his look from worried to serious. Issei. What kind of problems? Frig. We have a person under our faction who does not agree with the ideologies of who will soon be my ex-husband. The woman put on her serious look and began to murmur, look at you, he faked Odin's dream to go green-tailed with one of the minor goddesses. The girls only had a drop on their necks when they heard the goddess murmur. Frig. Sorry, the problem is this guy wants to start Ragnarok in my faction, and that means. Kaneko. Kill the god Odin. Frig. Exactly, that's why I came to Japan, to ask for the support of the Japanese gods and the Biblical Alliance to prevent all this. Bala. Sorry, but what is Ragnarok? Haruka. According to the book Katagawa was holding in his hand, he said as he snatched the book from the girl. Katagawa. Hey. Haruka. Sorry, as I was saying, Ragnarok is the end of the world, it begins with the death of the father of all. Frig. That's why, even if he doesn't want to, we must protect that foolish god. And that's why we're here, to make this meeting happen. Rias. First my club president chair, now Issei's place, has no respect or what Azalea-sensei said the girl irritated to a person who was in Issei's individual chair. Azalea. I like these places the teacher commented while adjusting her glasses, so we must be prepared, as soon as the meeting takes place we will go to Asgard to protect that perverted god, who I imagine is now under Odin's sleep. Frig. Yes, the green tail before falling asleep for real went to a party with all those young women in Asgard. Issei. Wow, what a party god. Azalea. So, we must be prepared for any event, the best thing will be to train. Frig. By the way the goddess put her finger on Issei's chest. I'm staying in this city for a few days, and I'd like someone as handsome and similar as you to be my guide to visit the most interesting places. The brown-haired boy turned red at this fact, which alarmed all the girls in the mansion, but they knew they would have no chance against that deity. Frig. Let's go Roswas, I want to go rest for a while. The girl said goodbye to everyone in the room, and both she and Azalea followed the goddess, who walked while moving her hips provocatively. The door closed, causing the atmosphere in the room to become too heavy. Issei. Kai girls I don't. Bala. Wow, so our fiancé lets himself be flirted with by a goddess of that caliber. The brown-haired boy began to sweat coldly when he saw that Rias, Lala and Sona, who magically appeared in the room, took him. Rias. I think we should mark our territory. Sona. Sounds good to me. Issei. Wait, what time did you show up? Sona. That's the least of it. Lala. Okay, time to use my new invention. With it I take out a doorknob, which I stick to a door, and from there a somewhat erotic room appeared. Okay, it's time to play with Issei-kun. Without further ado, the three girls took the brown-haired boy and carried him inside the new room. Asia. It's not fair, I would like to be there too, I commented when I saw that the door was closed and a do not disturb sign was put up. Kaneko. Rias Butchu and the others are perverts, she said with a blush. Momo de. I also want to go in and see how the harem plan is formed. Valeri. It's not fair, she said, appearing in the same room through a dimensional opening. I was next. Zenobia. I think this would interest a certain faction, she said while taking a photo of that object. The girls in the room were just complaining about what was happening, but we see a girl who was staring into her room and her eyes showed pure hatred at that moment. Bekeno. Barakwil, I will never forgive you. The girl just lay on her bed on her side, not caring what was going on in the house. The next day. We can see our chestnut with a thin face, as if his energy had been absorbed. On the other hand, Rias, Sona and Lala had a special shine. The girls were more than happy about what had happened the day before. The other girls, except for Akeno, had accusatory looks, and the other three were jealous. Of course they were, since all three of them had been receiving the boys' love all night. Akeno, well, she was in automatic mode at that moment and with a look of, don't even think about talking to me right now. The brunette understood the message when she asked him for a napkin to clean himself during breakfast and she didn't even give him the time. Greg. Wow, mate, I'm really surprised by your stamina. Issei. Shut up, will you? The three of them didn't give me a break. Nemesis. I was also surprised by what you went through, to the point that now I will see your face as another seed, hahaha. Breakfast itself passed quietly as little Selin ate with the help of Momo, who kept looking at Issei in a flirtatious manner. Rias. So what shall we do while we wait for the day of the meeting between Frigg and the Japanese faction? Lala. I'll be in my laboratory with Ajuki-san, he wants to see one of my inventions that I have in safekeeping, and it's also the time I have to give maintenance to Peak. Momo. Issei-kun and I will go to the back garden, he promised me that we would take care of the plant that was brought to me from the planet Nabu. Issei. That's true, plus little Selin wants to spend time with us. Selin. Mao, she commented happily while nodding her head. Rias. What do you say, Akeno? Let's go shopping. He asked his queen, but she just gave a serious look and returned to her room. Issei. Will it be okay? Rias. I don't know, it's been a while since she acted like that, since I reincarnated her. The brunette had a worried look on his face as he watched his partner leave the room. Rias. Asia, do you want to join me? Asia. Yes, One-sama, I would like to go buy some things for my room. Nana. Can we go too? Rias. Sure, the more we go the better, said the girl with a smile. Haruka. I want to go too, she said raising her hand. Rias. So, girls who want to go shopping, we'll meet in 20 minutes at the entrance of the mansion. Hadagawa. I'd like to go, but Sona and I have a meeting at school, so it will be for the other one. Without further ado, all the inhabitants of the mansion began their activities planned for today, since there were no classes for the other students that day, only for the council presidents. Thus, each of them went their own way, leaving Momo, Akeno and Issei at the house with Selin in the mansion. The boys began planting a rare seed that had arrived for the girl via galactic mail. It was a plant she'd been waiting for a long time, and well, we already know what this type of service is like. Momo. This seed was supposed to arrive 2 months ago and it's only just here now. These services really take a while, she commented, a little annoyed while preparing the soil. Issei. Don't worry, the good thing is that he's already here, he commented with a drop of sweat on his neck. Selen. Mao, the girl also said angrily. Issei. Well, it's time for a little break, the brown-haired boy commented as he left the small shovel aside. I'll go get some drinks. The chestnut tree entered the kitchen of the house to go to the refrigerator. Issei. Let's see what's here, the brown-haired boy commented to himself as he looked inside the device. Wow, I hadn't seen this drink, he commented as he took a transparent bottle, and on it, there was an image of Serapho making a peace sign. Well, if she appears, and in that pose, it must be water. The boy took 3 identical bottles to take them to the patio. He closed a refrigerator and in front of it he found Akeno, who had a serious look. Issei. Akeno-san, is everything okay? Akeno. Yes, Issei-kun, don't worry, she answered seriously. Issei. If you have something, you can con. Akeno. I appreciate it, but I want to be alone, the girl commented as she took a bottle just like Issei's and returned to her room. Issei. It's really not right, he said to himself as he walked out into the courtyard. The chestnut tree arrived at the small garden where Selen played with the soil while Momo covered the seed with earth to give it the finishing touches. Issei. Here, Selen, he commented while uncorking the bottle, you should cool off for a while. Selen. Mao, she replied happily while drinking from the happy bottle. Issei. This is yours, Momo, he said while giving her a bottle. Momo. Thank you, said the girl while taking a sip of the liquid from the bottle. Wow, that's delicious soda, Issei. This must be the new soda that Serapho brought for us to try at home. The brown-haired boy was drinking from the bottle when his eyes suddenly opened. Issei. What? The boys turned to look at little Selen, who looked down at the ground. Issei. Oh no, not again. Momo. Quick, let's grab Selen before she. Selen. May I? Ooh. The little girl didn't wait any longer and ran out of the house towards the city center while releasing a pink cloud wherever she went. Issei. Not again, the boy commented as he ran after the little girl. Mall. Rias and the other girls who went to the mall were trying on clothes at a store selling elegant and casual clothing for the summer season. Rias. This outfit is beautiful, the girl commented as she left the window and looked at herself in the mirror. Haruka. You really look good, Rias-san. Rias. Do you think so? Do you think Ice would like it? Haruka. Seriously, and I think Issei-kun will love whatever you wear. Rias. No more talk, I'll take it, the girl commented happily. After about 5 minutes, they both walked out with bags in hand. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out nearby as the store was at the entrance to the mall. Rias. What could it be? They both turned to see, it was Selen, who had a drunk smile. Haruka. Selen. Selen. Mao. The little girl jumped into Ria's arms, who held her so she wouldn't fall to the ground. Rias. It seems like she's been taking it, I commented upon seeing the little girl's face. Haruka. Rias-san, let. Selen. Mao. Too late, the little girl blew that pink smoke in both of their faces and moved away from the Riti's arms. Momo and Issei had entered the mall and saw Rias and Haruka staring at the ground. Issei. This is bad, he said while observing that both girls had a blush on their faces. Haruka. Issei-kun. Rias. Ice. The girls wasted no time and attacked the brunette while pressing their bodies sensually against the boy. Issei. Wait, please, the boy commented desperately while he felt Rias playing with his right hand and running it over the brown-haired boy's body. Issei. Calm down, Issei, think about the satanic Bible, he thought while his body was tempted by both of their hands. At that moment a Riti began to rub a specific spot which began to grow. Rias. Are you happy to see me? Ice. Issei. Momo, stop Selen before more supernatural girls get affected, and at that moment he felt Ria's weight on his pelvis. Want to grape me here? Haruka. It's not fair, she commented while leaning on Issei's chest. I also want to be one with Issei-kun. Issei. Quick, Momo. He said as he managed to get out of the grip of both girls and ran in the other direction where Selen went. Momo. Yes, Issei-kun, the girl commented somewhat worried upon seeing the next victim of the little flower. Rias. Oh no, you won't leave my Ice. He said while licking his lips sensually. At that moment, and without being seen, the spell on the chestnut pawn pieces was activated, causing the chestnut to fall to the ground. Issei. Dreg, help me. Dreg. I wish I hadn't, but I don't know if you've already realized that besides being in a pocket dimension. Issei. How? At what point? The brunette said, seeing that the entire mall was purple. Dreg. We are not alone. Issei. What do you mean? Valeri. My love, the girl commented as she released little Selin and let her run. I think this is in heat, and not just me. The girl took out her sacred gear and began to absorb Issei's power. Larry. Albie is also the same. Albie. It's time, my little drag, for you and me to finish that battle. At this point, the chestnut tree already had a more than blue look, as a somewhat delicious death was about to arrive. At that moment a magic circle appeared below it with a Gremory symbol and simply disappeared. Rias. Come on girls, I already told the others that we'll be in the club room. The others nodded and through a circle of Rias they disappeared from the place. Momo on the other hand, followed little Selin, who arrived at a weapons store where Zenobia, Asia, Yumi and Gardenia were looking at the products. Asia. What weird message did one Isama give us? Yumi. What does a piece of Issei-kun mean? Zenobia. I don't know, but the message is really confusing. Gardenia. Hey, isn't that Selin? The girl commented while pointing where the little green-haired girl was coming from and running Naruto style. She came to the girls and took the little girl to cuddle her. Momo. Please, don't breathe. The girl shouted desperately as she ran all exhausted. Zenobia. What? Selin. Oh my. The girl threw that cloud and ran towards the exit of the shopping center, which headed towards the academy. Yumi. I see the message now, the girl commented with a blush on her face. Zenobia. Let's go before we run out of fun, the girl commented while the others nodded. The four of them went to Kuoh's academy. Momo. I need someone's help, I know, she said as she took out her phone. Kuoh Academy. Near the main courtyard, we see little Selin, who ran unstoppably towards the student council. Sona and Katagawa were walking towards the exit of the building. Sona. What a strange message from Rias. Katagawa. What does Issei-kun's feast mean? Sona. I don't know. Both girls were heading to the occult club where they had been summoned. Selin. Mao, the girl shouted, which caught the attention of both girls, and they turned to look. Katagawa. Selin, why are you here? Sona. I don't know, the girl commented as she adjusted her glasses. The little girl ran past both of them and blew out the same cloud. The girls changed their faces from serious to perverted. Katagawa. She still hasn't forgiven me, but I don't want to miss the feast, come on Sona. Sona. You read my mind, both girls ran while being watched by Momo. Momo. Issei-kun is more than dead. Selin was running through the schoolyard when suddenly a lock of blonde hair caught her. Momo. Yami-san. Yami. I caught this little scandalous girl, he commented while making her sleep in his hair. Don't tell me, she released that spore again. Momo. Now it's worse, the club girls were also affected and I'm afraid that Issei. Issei. Help. The girls heard the brunette scream coming from the occult club. Momo. I think it's too late, the girl commented upon hearing that scream. Yami. You have the antidote from last time. Momo. I always carry my antidotes with me, the girl commented as she made it appear through her phone. Yami. Give it to me, I'll go spread the antidote. The girl quickly entered and expelled the antidote on the girls, then left through the same window. Momo. Ready? Yami. Yes, but I don't think you want to go in right now. The girl ignored him and entered the club room. Momo. What happened here? She said when she saw the brunette with only boxers on, kiss marks and hickeys all over his body, while the girls fainted from the antidote they smelled in the air. Momo. Is Issei-kun okay? Issei. I don't want to talk about that, commented the boy with spiral eyes. Only Yami and Momo looked at the environment with pity and envy, while in the blonde's arms was a sleeping Selin with a smile. Time skip. The chestnut tree was next to the occult club, what seemed to be a Nordic carriage, inside was Frigg with Azalea. Outside of this were Yumi and Zenobia, who were more than ready with their swords. The reason for all this was the meeting that the goddess herself would have with the Japanese gods to request their support. Issei turned to look at Akeno, who had a sour face, apparently she was really affected by seeing her father. Rias and the others were more than focused, since according to rumors, there could be a possible attack on the convoy carrying the goddess. Issei. The atmosphere really feels tense, he commented while looking out the carriage window. Rias. We must be alert in any case, the girl commented while taking her partner's hand, we don't know what the road holds for us. Issei. I know, that's why at that moment he showed his gauntlet, I already have accumulated energy. The girl smiled at what was said. Zenobia. Yumi, the girl commented seriously as she looked ahead. Yumi. I see it, the girl commented, at that moment she touched the roof of the carriage to give notice. Rias. Looks like we have company, the girl commented seriously as she changed her gaze. The chestnut tree looked out the window and from there looked at a thin silhouette. Issei. Who could it be? The carriage stopped so as not to collide with the newcomer. The chestnut tree and the others got off the carriage and saw who the person was who was there. Rias. Who are you? I won't let her make an alliance with such pathetic creatures as the Japanese gods and those inferior beings of the biblical factions. Before them stood a young man with silver hair, thin and with a fine face, who looked seriously at the carriage. Frig. I knew you would come here, I don't understand your hatred or repulsion for all this, the goddess commented seriously. Loki. This matter is only for the Norse gods, I, Loki, god of evil and lies, firmly opposed this alliance being made. The others took up defensive positions, waiting for him to make the first move. Space. We see a huge spaceship, it emitted lights while it was moving. Sir, we will soon be on planet 40521 of the solar system in the Milky Way, the planet called Earth. Excellent, he commented as he stood up from his seat, I'll see you soon, and I'll finally make you my wife, and with this I'll be the king of the universe. From his bag, he took out a photo of Lala with a suit that Peak made for her. Apparently more than one problem was coming for the brown-haired man and his companions, both extraterrestrial and from the underworld. Chapter 21. Loki's attack, an empty heart and an unexpected visit. Akkad Dimension. We see the Gremory group in a fighting stance, as in front of them was the Norse god of lies, who was against the alliance between his faction and the new biblical front. Also with them was the governor of the fallen angels, who only looked with tension at the person in front of them, since his aura or the intentions he sent towards them were too hostile. Frig. What does this mean, Loki? Is it because of that organization called the Chaos Brigade? This sentence that the goddess said made the ruler of the fallen angels tense up. Azalea. If this god is involved with them, the threat is truly serious, she thought to herself as she adjusted her glasses. Hearing this, the god made a face of repulsion towards the temporary leader of the Asgardians. Loki. I'm disgusted that you mix me up with those pathetic terrorists, not that I came here of my own free will. Hearing this, Azalea relaxed her body, but her concern did not go beyond that. Azalea. You may not be part of that organization, but even so, from what I see from the goddess here present, she took out her black wings, you are a threat to the peace we are creating. Frig. That's right, said the goddess while looking seriously at Loki, he is the one who wants to start Ragnarok by killing the old green tail. Issei. Boy, does the god Odin have any courage, he thought as a drop of sweat ran down his neck. Loki. Well, let's not waste any more time, he commented as he began to take his hands out of his pockets, which he had kept there during the time he continued talking to the boys. Roswis. Loki-sama, you are not allowed to stand up to your leaders, I ask you to reconsider your actions. Loki looked at the girl who spoke, but her gaze was one of indifference and above all repulsion. Loki. How does a Valkyrie use to address me? He said with disgust as he released his hands from his pockets. Terror. That was the feeling that the brown-haired boy and the entire Gremory group felt the moment a wave of power came out of Loki's body, which could only mean one thing. This was no ordinary enemy. Zenobia. Whoever strikes first wins, said the girl as she quickly stepped out to slash with her sacred sword in hand. Loki. Interesting, but this wouldn't hurt me at all, he commented while dodging. Yumi. It's not just her. The bearer of the holy demonic sword had gone to the aid of her harem partner, well she aspires to achieve that. This action made the god just laugh at how pathetic these attacks were. Issei. Well, I think it's my turn to participate, he commented seriously while summoning his glove. Loki. It's true, the Sekiryuutei is also here, I commented upon seeing the brown-haired boy. This could complicate things a bit. The chestnut tree flew towards the god, while one made his armor appear and threw a punch at the god of evil. Greg. Buddy, be very careful, I feel like this guy hasn't shown his full power. Issei. It is, he said while watching Loki dodge each of his attacks. Loki. You are truly someone to be feared, Sekiryuutei, he said as he launched a lightning bolt from his hand, and the brown-haired man managed to dodge it. A power to kill the gods is not to be taken lightly. Issei. I'm not achieving anything with this, he said while stepping back a little to get some air. Rias. What's wrong, Ice? Issei. Please use peace promotion, he commented as he flew again against the opponent. The redeed heeded Issei's prompt and activated it, causing her armor to change size to give her more power. As this happened, the brunette got ahead of Loki's movements and managed to land a hit. Loki. Not bad, dragon, look how much blood he managed to take off me, he said while wiping the blood from the wound. Rias and Akeno flew out of the carriage, spreading their wings to reach the battlefield. The occult club president was covered in a crimson aura, while Akeno was wearing her priestess attire. Loki. Crimson hair and aura with demon wings, you must be part of that stupid Lucifer's family. Rias. I won't let you insult one Isama, she said seriously while gathering destruction magic in the palm of her hands. Loki. House of Gremory, 2 fallen angels, 1 angel, many servant demons and above all the Sekiryuutei. Wow, Frig, you really have a large number of characters behind you, he said sarcastically. Frig. This is the power of a good alliance, Loki. Loki. Since you say alliance, now it's my turn to act. It's time for me to call him. At that moment, a circle was created in front of the god who only had a calm look. Come here, my son. Hearing this, Frigg, Roswis and Azalea tensed, knowing exactly who she had called. Issei. Did he say son? At that moment a shadow of enormous eyes began to emerge from the circle it had created. The longer it took to emerge, the greater its height and size. Yumi. A dog. Arena. No, it looks more like a wolf. Azalea. Alert guys, this is not just any animal, it is one of Loki's children, capable of killing anyone with its claws or fangs. Loki. So you know Fenrir's power. This takes away the introduction I should make about him. The pressure in the air was too dense at the moment Fenrir made his appearance. Issei and the others didn't know why their bodies started to tremble the moment he made eye contact with the others. Greg. Mate, this is dangerous, try to avoid a fight against him at all costs. At that moment the green jewel began to turn purple. Nemesis. The fat dragon in here is right, you shouldn't take that thing lightly, boy, commented the new resident of the sacred gear. Greg. Who are you calling a fat dragon? Nemesis. Come on, it's just a joke between us. I comment with a gesture that it was not important. Issei. These two get along well, he thought to himself while putting on a complicated smile. Azalea. Pay attention, the teacher commented seriously. The others were waiting for the moment when he would make a move. Roswis. Now. She launched rays from her hands, in addition to several seals being present on her backs. The attacks occurred when she saw that Fenrir moved towards the boys. Loki. TSK, this girl will be a problem, the god commented to himself. Even so, Son attacks Lucifer's sister, it's time we leave her a message. This attack did not stop Fenrir, who went against Rias and Akeno, who launched their power at him, but he did not suffer enough damage to stop his onslaught. Issei. I won't allow it. He shouted as he hit the wolf's snout and diverted its trajectory. Rias. Thank you, Ice, she said in a relieved manner. Issei. I'm here to defend you, he replied while looking at her. That was his expression when he saw that he was covered by a black mist on his stomach and abdomen. Nemesis. Fool, I told you to be careful with this guy, commented the voice coming from her jewel. The boy looked at his abdomen and noticed that the wolf's claw was embedded in front of it, but it had not managed to pierce his entire stomach. It was only superficial damage. Even so, it had caused his armor to break. Issei. At what time? Loki. How is it possible that my son's claw didn't pierce you? He asked incredulously, seeing that there was no significant damage to the chestnut. The wolf, who was still trying to hurt the chestnut tree, flew off to the side again, provoked by another blow he received unexpectedly. Valeri. I won't let you hurt my man, you heard, commented the girl who was wearing her white dragon armor. Behind her, her group mates had arrived. Loki. This got complicated, I didn't expect to see the two celestial dragons in the same place. A magic circle appeared from his feet, causing him to begin to disappear from the place. We'll see each other another time, I won't rest until I bring about Ragnarok. Both the god and his son had disappeared from the place, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Seeing that Issei, one of the strongest people they know, was unable to do much damage to the enemy, presented only meant one thing. Azalea. We are in imminent danger. The others nodded while Rias and Valeri looked at a chestnut tree, which, despite not being a fatal wound, had received great damage. Hyoudou Issei's mansion. The meeting with the Japanese gods had ended a few hours ago. Rias and the others returned with Issei, who protested that he wasn't tired or hurt and forced him to rest. Thanks to Valeri and her ability to absorb her enemy's power, she managed to weaken the brunette so he could take a nap and Asia could heal him. At the mansion were Rias and her peers, along with Sona and her peers, Valeri's team, and the faction leaders along with Frigg. They were discussing Loki's appearance and attack. Frigg. He does this out of pride, the goddess commented with a frown. He doesn't want us to make the alliance, he takes it as an act of weakness. Mio. But he'll pay for it, how dare he hurt my fiancé, the girl commented with fury in her eyes. Girls. Our fiancé. Said those who had a relationship with the brunette, including Ria's mother who entered the room. Azalea. Anyway, we must have a plan for the next time Loki appears and wants to attack us again, the teacher commented while adjusting her glasses. Frigg. The good part is that the Sekiryuutei didn't take any considerable damage. Rias. But the stubborn mute didn't want to go to rest, she said with a pout, as she was worried about her beloved's well-being. Valeri. But I took care of that, he said with a somewhat lustful smile while licking his lips. Rias. Was it necessary to kiss him like that? Valeri. Yes. Rias. And squeeze his butt like that? She asked, irritated, remembering how the albino was groping the boy's lower part. Frigg. So the white dragon really likes butts, especially if it belongs to his beloved, she said mockingly, which made the albino blush. Valeri. Hey, I haven't had him as long as you and I wanted to take advantage of it to touch that beautiful butt of his, she said playfully, but changed her gaze with a pout. Besides, I still haven't danced with him, and you already did, and not just you, that Pentaco and the bubblegum-haired girl got there before me. Sona. Pentaco? She said, but with clear annoyance in her voice. Who was called bubblegum hair? Asked innocently Alala, who had arrived at the house, along with Ajuki, through a magic circle. Mio. Ajuki, did something happen in the underworld? Ajuki. No, but I received your message that something had happened in the human world, so Lala and I returned to see what was going on. Azalea. We're getting off topic, said the fallen angel as he tried to get back on topic. We must plan the attack we will make against Loki. Valeri. It's simple, my love and I will go to the battlefront. We saw that this one son is strong against a celestial dragon, but if he fights against two at the same time we will have the advantage. Frig. That doesn't sound so bad. Valeri. I also have another purpose for fighting that god, he said with a somewhat mocking smile. May. Could it be that he still wants to, she said in a low voice to her group member. Artemis. SHHH. Frig. Anyway, then the rest of us will be the support for the celestial dragons for the next battle. The others nodded at what was said. Lala, who had arrived, was informed of what was happening. But while this conversation was taking place in the main living room of the house, another event was taking place in the chestnut tree's room. Issei's room. We see the chestnut tree wake up after being forced to sleep by Valeri's ability. Issei. This time he really went too far, he said with a blush as he remembered how his butt had been groped. Does he have a fetish with butts? Greg. Look who says it, the guy who, even though he notices it, loves girls' breasts. Issei. Hey, I don't just notice that, I comment with a blush, I also like the hips. Greg. Haha, look at my partner, such a pervert, said the dragon to annoy his carrier. Issei. Anyway, I have to go see what's going on. The brunette stood up and was heading towards his bedroom door when at that moment the boy collided with someone who was about to enter his room, causing them both to fall to the floor. Issei's hands were on the girl's breasts. Issei. Hey Akeno-san, ooh, an apology, I don't. Akeno. Please make me forget this pain. The brunette blushed upon hearing this, even more so when the girl brought the boy's hand to her chest. The brunette's face turned red upon seeing that action, but it didn't last long, as he observed Akeno's gaze. Her eyes reflected the lifelessness in her. Issei. Akeno-san, are you okay? Akeno. Please take me and make me forget this pain I have inside. Quickly, the girl took the brunette and took him to the bed, but for this the brunette never reciprocated the act performed, leaving the girl angry for not having any reaction. Akeno. Don't you like me? Aren't you attracted to my body? Issei. No Esiso Akeno-san, yo. Akeno. It's because I'm a monster, right? That's why you're not attracted to me. I'm just an aberration that shouldn't have been born. And the brunette didn't let the girl finish speaking. As he pulled her into his arms, he paid her to his chest and began to caress her hair delicately. The girl did not expect this action from the brunette. She was in shock at that moment by how she was being treated, with a love that reminded her of her mother when she was still a child. Issei. Let it out, Akeno-san, but remember that you will never be a monster. The brown-haired boy simply comforted her. I don't want you to think that way about yourself. You are my beautiful senpai, an incredible girl that anyone who is on your side will have the joy of having a beautiful woman by their side. Your charisma and your one-isama personality will make more than one boy fall in love. The girl still didn't react, but that hug was making her heart begin to feel warm inside. Issei. I don't know what you've been through, but please try to heal. Don't let this feeling of hatred invade your heart. I'll be here for whatever you need. You really are a beautiful girl, but I'm not going to take advantage of you in this situation. If you still have these feelings of love towards me, I'll gladly accept them. Akeno's eyes regained their characteristic shine, her beautiful smile had returned to its place. Seeing this, the brunette felt a blush return to his face. Akeno. Thank you, Issei-kun, you really are a unique person. Issei. I will always worry about my loved ones being okay, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. The girl nodded and gave him a kiss on the cheek, one that was warm. And I was worried to see how you were, and I found you flirting with Akeno. I think someone deserves a punishment, right girls? The brunette, upon hearing that voice, began to sweat cold and his face seemed to lose color. In front of his room's door were Rias, Sona, Mio, Lala, Venelana and Valeri, each of the official fiancés who already have a relationship with the boy. Valeri. I already made my appointment, darling. After this issue with that idiot Loki happened, you and I will finally be one, she said with hearts in her eyes and steam coming out of her nose. Akeno. Ara, I think the official brides have arrived. It's better if the mistress leaves the room before she too suffers any harm. Issei. No, please Akeno-san, wait. Very late, the girls had taken the boy and brought him back to his bed. Rias. We must remind you that we are the ones who love you, and I, as the leader of your harem, will decide who enters or not. Issei. What if we leave it for later? Bullied. Don't worry, honey, it'll just be something light, I want my first time in private. Venelana. Come on Issei-kun, it's time to have fun. The other guests in the room only started to blush after hearing the brunette moan in pleasure. Azalea. I think the meeting ends here, in the morning we will see the plan against Loki. Frigg. Hey, do you think I can take a look at what's going on up there? Roswis. Frigg-sama, that would be rude to the owners of the house, and it's a private act so. Frigg. Ash, because I brought a spinster Valkyrie with me, because of that attitude you'll be left alone. The silver-haired girl simply started crying upon hearing this as she backed into a corner. Roswis. I want a boyfriend to do eki things too, it's not fair. The others in the room looked at the girl with pity, while smiling very awkwardly. The next day. It was a beautiful day at the Hyoudou mansion. Its inhabitants were in their daily routine, Zenobia together with Yumi and Yami trained in the art of sword combat, while Yami helped them thanks to his power to transform his body into a weapon. The Keno, who recovered some of the joy she had lost since her father's visit, helped Issei's mother with breakfast, along with Rias and Asia, the latter of whom is considered by the same brunette to inherit the seasoning of the Hyoudou household. Lala and her friend Seinen had gone out to the shopping mall, since they wanted to enjoy the city and its surroundings, and the pink-haired girl wanted to give the brunette a gift. And well, this last one. The chestnut tree next to the Nana were in the backyard since the latter asked for his support in her style, in its sundear way. Nana. You should be grateful that I asked for your help Issei-kun, she said this last bit in a low voice. Issei. Yes, said the brown-haired boy as he dropped a sack in the yard, what's in the sacks anyway? Nana. It's food for my pets, since I discovered that on this planet there is food similar to what I give to some of the animals I have. Issei. Okay. But why does this bag weigh as much as if it were carrying a piece of iron? Nana. It's easy, silly, because it's iron. The brown-haired man's eyes opened wide when he looked inside the sack, and indeed there was iron. Issei. What thing? Nana. Well, on the plane. The girl didn't finish her sentence as she looked up at the sky and noticed a very strange cloud there, which was shaped like a fried egg. Issei. What's wrong? The brown-haired boy looked towards the cloud, what's wrong with it? Nana. That's not a cloud, it's the camouflage of a spaceship from the planet Spark. Indeed Princess Nana, it is my ship that looks in the sky. The boys looked behind them and saw a new being. Issei. And you are? I am the Archduke of the planet Spark, my name is not very important, but my objective is and that is. Nana. Another idiot coming from my sister's hand, I commented while looking at the contents of another sack. You should get lost, the boy you see here is my sister's official fiancé, and he already has my father's blessing, so it's better if you disappear. The being, upon hearing this, was in shock. The question he asked himself was what did the king of the entire galaxy see in a boy of a simple race to be the fiancé of his daughter, the next heir to the universe? Alien. I will not allow control of the entire galaxy to fall to a lesser being, Out of nowhere he flew towards a wall, caused by a blow that the chestnut gave him. Issei. I see, another idiot who only sees Lala as a prize, he commented seriously, while making his glove appear. Nana, will there be a problem if I return him to his planet? Nana. Just don't kill him, we don't want to get into trouble with them or have a court-martial for this fool's death. Alien. How could I allow it? From his clothes, he pulled out a strange weapon, which Nana immediately identified. Nana. A creature summoner. She said excitedly, seeing it in her hand. Issei. Is that bad? Nana. For you yes, for me it is an infinite possibility of seeing any creature in the universe that can come out of there. At that moment the alien fired that weapon, causing a mound of rocks to appear on the ground. This clearly caught the attention of everyone in the house, causing them to go out to the patio to see what was happening. Rias. What's up? Alien. More inferior beings, he commented with disdain, but his eyes went to the girl's breasts, but with great quality, wouldn't you like to be part of my wives? Issei. Hey, leave them out of this. Alien. TSK, I forgot you're here, it's time for you to melt, he said with a gloomy tone. At that moment the mound of rocks began to turn orange and a strong heat began to emanate from it. Issei. What is that thing? Nana. Wow. It's a Magmanus. Issei. And that's it? Nana. From the planet Sulfur is a beast of magma and rocks, capable of. At that moment the mound of rocks began to grow and take the form of a beast, and it didn't take long for it to start spitting lava from its mouth towards Momo's garden. Rias. I won't allow that, Akeno, said the girl as she created a sphere of destruction and threw it at the pile of molten rocks. Akeno. Yes, President, she replied while creating a different space, which had taken them to a pocket dimension. Alien. So this underdeveloped planet hides more things than one would believe. He spoke seriously, while taking out his weapon again. I think I should call for more reinforcements. Attack after attack was received by Issei and his friends, to which he wondered, when would there be peace? Chapter 22. Unforeseen fights, what the heart holds. Hyoudou Mansion. We found ourselves in the courtyard of our chestnut tree's mansion, who was currently watching a rock creature threatening to melt everything in its path. Rias. What shall we do now? Issei. I don't know, but this can't get any worse, he commented while making his glove appear. We have to put up a barrier, so this doesn't get out of control. Frig. Don't worry, boy, commented the newcomer along with Azalea and Akeno's father, who looked seriously at the alien in front of them. We will take care of creating the barrier and making sure your house doesn't suffer any damage. Alien. What are you people? He asked seriously while pointing his gun towards the mansion's courtyard. Baraquiel. The real question is, who are you? You're ugly, he said with a touch of humor to lighten the mood. Of course this caused some people to laugh and angered the alien. Alien. I'm tired. I shoot 4 different beams towards the ground. It's time for you to die, and I took Lala so I can take my rightful place as king of the galaxy. At that moment several figures began to form, showing different beasts of enormous eyes that impressed the boys. Issei. Okay, this couldn't be worse. Commented the brown-haired boy while summoning his armor. But just at that moment 3 magic circles appeared. The first one next to Frigg was none other than her bodyguard who was arriving. Roswis. Frigg-sama, we have a problem. Loki-sama is about to arrive here. Otten's wife opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing this, as another Norse symbol had appeared in front of them, but this time the aura that arrived felt heavy and powerful. Loki. So this is where you are. At that moment he was surprised to see a being out of this world for him. I see that we have the same common enemy. Alien. Shut up, you inferior being, he said with superiority. The only thing I want is to take Lala as my wife and I will kill anyone who gets in the way. At that moment he gave the signal and an ice monster attacked the god who had arrived. The god simply shook his head and summoned a circle, where his son had quickly stepped out and intercepted the creature. The others just watched that scene. Rias. What shall we do? Frigg. I don't know who that guy is, she said pointing at the alien, but we have to interpret that both of them are our enemies. Issei. Well, that's how we'll interpret it, commented the boy who launched himself against another creature that seemed to be made of mud. Rias. Well my dear, it's time to act and stop all this. The girls nodded and each of them got ready for combat. Momo Deviluk. Sister, it's our fight too. The girl took out her device where she had her specimens. We must help. Nana. I want to keep your pet, said the girl angrily. It's obvious you torture them. Yami, without saying anything else, simply flew against the lava being that had appeared at the beginning of everything. Loki. So the great Sekiryuutei will face me, said the Nordic as he appeared in front of the brown-haired boy. Alien. No, this guy is mine. I must defeat him to claim my throne as king of the galaxy. Issei. Hey, you guys praise me, but I don't hit for that side, the boy replied while throwing an energy ball in the direction of Loki. He easily deflected it in the direction of the alien, who didn't have the same reaction. Alien. Ah. He fell to the ground due to the enormous energy he received, and without saying anything else he was knocked out. Loki. What a weak being, he commented while creating hundreds of rays that were sent to Issei. Planet Deviluk. We are now on Princess Lala's home planet. In the enormous castle that was displayed on the stage, a small being could be seen. Next to him was a girl with a beautiful body, and her face was covered by a veil. Sephi. So what were you thinking about, darling? Id. Well, I feel like it's time for Issei and Lala to announce their engagement to the entire universe. Sephi. The good thing is that there is no problem with girls and factions on planet Earth. Id. But what would be the best way? Sephi. Well, I think it would be with a dinner and more than anything, inviting the leaders of other planets so they stop sending their idiot children to try to win the hand of my beautiful daughter. Id. Well, then it's better if I go to the land for them and we'll have dinner right away. At that moment he saw some of his soldiers who were in the living room. You help my wife and prepare everything for dinner. I say we'll be here in a week. Soldier. Understood, sir, the soldier commented. Id. Then I'll go to Earth for the boys. Alternate dimension. We find ourselves at Issei's mansion, where the battle between the brunette and Loki was beginning to escalate into a clash of power. On one side, the brunette stood sternly staring at his enemy, while on the other, the Norse god was simply playing with the boy. But we will focus on the fight that Lala and her sisters had with the help of Ria's girls. Iridid along with Asia were fighting against the first beast that had made its appearance. Rias. Asia, stay behind me and help heal the others, the girl commented while throwing balls of destruction towards the lava beast, who was slowly reducing its eyes. Asia. Yes, but you, she answered while helping her heal her. Nana. Just be careful not to damage their core, that will make it easier to capture them, she commented while watching her summon fight against a being made of rock. Yummy. Understood princess, he replied while fighting against a beast made of solid ice. His hair had taken the form of blades while cutting the ice. Yumi. How do we know what the core of the beasts is? I asked while dodging a blow from the last beast, which was made of pure metal. Nana. Well, in each case it is different, the girl commented while looking at her phone. In Ria's case, there is a black stone that gives off fire, that is its core, do not destroy that stone. Rias. I'll take care of it, she said while dodging a huge ball of lava that came out of the mouth of the beast she was fighting. Nana. In Yami-san's case, the nucleus is located in the head, it is that red dot that you see shining, you can reduce it, just try not to touch that point. Yami. Understood, he commented as always with a single word while flying above the beast. Nana. Yumi-san, Zenobia, in our case each of the beasts has a heart inside their body, but it moves randomly, try to knock it out, because if we break its core, the beast will die. Zenobia. Well, we just have to be careful. Yumi. Don't take it lightly, in the end they are only being controlled by that idiot who is asleep, the girl commented while summoning several swords to immobilize the metal beast. Zenobia. We have it more difficult, either we cut the metal or we find a way to knock it out. Nana. Sister, the same thing happens with us. Lala. Well, with this new invention we will stop him quickly, she said, taking out a huge gun, which scared both Nana and the beast that looked at him. Nana. Are you crazy? You're going to destroy him with that, the girl said angrily, while the same beast stated with great fear. Lala. Don't worry, this sprays water with it, I won't hurt him. Nana. I'm going to repeat it again. Are you crazy? I ask indignantly. But the faction leaders. We see Mio with her mother, Michelle and Azalia at the mall, the reason. Leo. These ingredients will be enough to have Issei-kun's cake ready. Venelana. Our fiancé will be happy with this gift we are going to give him. Michelle. I'm surprised your council didn't say anything to you about sharing the same demon. Azalia. Well, we must keep in mind that the recent appearance of the Sekiryuutei with this enormous power, no one had foreseen it, not even Valeri, who was eager to fight a rival and did not expect him to have so much power. Leo. Even so, he hasn't let the power go to his head, that's what I like most about him, she commented with a blush on her cheeks as they went to the register to pay. At that moment, a message arrived to Azalia, who changed her expression when she saw the content of it. Leo. What's up? Azalia. I have just been notified that Loki has shown up at Issei's mansion. The girls were surprised to hear that guy really wanted to prevent the alliance between the Nordic beings and the biblical faction from happening. Leo. We must go home immediately, the girl commented seriously as she quickly hid the ingredients they bought and left the store in order to get there quickly. But what they didn't count on was that when they left the mall, there was an unforeseen event. Michelle. It's not true, it's a parade, he said as he watched the enormous bear fly through the sky. Leo. What are we going to do now? Azalia. We must find a place to transport ourselves. Venelana. Or as I see it in this case, it's better to walk home, I commented upon seeing the enormous jubilation of the people. I don't think we'll find a place like that without attracting a lot of attention. Mio. There's no other choice, let's run home, she said seriously, but from one moment to the next she turned to look behind her and the others were no longer there. Are you serious? She said irritated, which calmed down when she felt that she had a rabbit cap on her head. In the fight. We see the chestnut-haired man in full armor fighting alongside the Norse god, who didn't look tired. Loki. For playing with you, I must say you've exceeded my expectations. Issei. Playing. Loki. Did you really think this was all my power? He asked mockingly while creating a huge ball of energy. Issei. This is bad, he said to himself as he fell to the ground from exhaustion. Loki. It's time to put an end to your. The god did not finish speaking as he received a lightning strike from a direction he did not foresee. Loki. Damn you, white dragon, the god commented angrily when he saw that behind him was Valeri in his suit. Valeri. I won't let you hurt my man, the girl commented angrily as she was arriving with her companions, you know what you have to do. Issei. You had taken a long time, he commented tiredly as he watched his girl arrive at his side. Valeri. Don't worry dear, with me by your side, this idiot won't have any chance, the girl commented as she helped him up and who surreptitiously grabbed him by the butt, which made the brown-haired boy blush, but of course with the helmet this wasn't noticeable. Issei. Valeri, the hand. Valeri. You're tired, dear, she said with a flirtatious smile as she continued caressing the brunette's butt. Loki. So the celestial dragons have joined in battle, he said seriously as he watched his son begin to be cornered by the brunette's girlfriends. I think I didn't calculate this attack, and even more so with that idiot getting in the way. On the other hand, Nana and Lala were stopping the beasts that had been transported by the alien, who was already subdued by one of Momo's plants. Alien. This was supposed to be easy against lesser beings. Momo. Did you really think you could take on our family? The pink-haired girl asked as she watched her twin sister begin to capture each of the creatures with her device. Don't you know that our fiancé is one of the strongest beings in the universe? The alien opened his eyes as he saw the brown-haired boy propelling himself towards Loki with the intention of hitting him, which the god dodged, but was returned to the battlefield by Valeri's lightning, causing the brown-haired boy to now hit the target. Alien. Who's that guy? Momo. He's someone you shouldn't worry about, the girl commented as she activated her phone, where a purple flower emerged and sprayed her enemy, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. On the chestnut side, he continued to throw his lightning bolts at Loki, who was already beginning to tire from the battle ahead. Loki. How is it possible? He watched as Valeri's group, with the help of Barakwheel's lightning and a more focused Akeno, began to defeat her son. I will not let the alliance with the inferior beings be made. Frig. You know, son, that is not your decision, commented the goddess who stood in front of him, and in her hand, she had a Nordic seal. It is better that you think about what you have done with the punishment that will be imposed on you. Loki. This isn't possible. He quickly rose to the sky to create a huge ball of energy. If I leave, I'll take them with me. Issei. I won't allow that. Boosted. Burst. From the canyons on the chestnut tree's back came two enormous rays of green and crimson red. The god in his desperation threw the ball towards the boys without caring that he would take his son in the process. Valeri. Girls, you know what to do, her companions nodded, to which the bearer of the sacred sword created a huge seal, where Fenrir, the son of Loki, who had been stopped by a chain of lightning created by Barakwheel and his daughter, began to be absorbed into it. Valeri. Well dear, let's put an end to this. Rias. We will also help, commented the Redeed, while launching her ray of destruction towards the ball of energy created by Loki. Haneko, who had helped Yami with one of the extraterrestrial creatures, arrived at her master's side to channel energy and throw it as her master did. Asia began to heal her companions from a distance while helping them recover their energy. On the other hand, Yumi could only give moral support because her magic wasn't much help at this point. Loki. Damn, this should be so simple. Issei. Well, I think your calculations failed. The god was surprised to hear Issei's voice behind him and then felt himself being sent to the ground by a kick he received from his rival. Frig. Well, it's time. Without wasting any time, the goddess sealed her son in a kind of pyramid-shaped crystal, which provoked his fury as he tried to free himself. Loki. This couldn't have happened, he said angrily, even more so when he saw that his attack was repelled by the help of all the girls, who with Akeno's participation, managed to dissipate that ball. Frig. Well, that concludes it all. Roswis. It was no longer necessary to use the battle plan we had devised. Issei. Thanks Valeri for the help, the brown-haired boy commented while giving the girl a kiss. Valeri. Darling, anything for my man, she commented with a touch of perversion in her voice, then looked at the Norse goddess, but I'll also take some spoils of war, and with that the girl simply disappeared from the place. Issei. What loot? Roswis. Frig Sama, I don't see Fenrir anywhere. Frig. That girl, she said with a tired tone in her voice when she saw that it was all part of the albino's plan. Issei. Lala, what are we going to do with that guy? I commented upon seeing the tied-up alien. Lala. I'll call my father and let him take care of the rest, commented the older pink-haired girl. At that moment, the symbol of Lucifer appeared in the courtyard of the chestnut tree, where the leaders of the biblical factions made their appearance. Leo. Issei-kun, we've come to your support. Frig. Too late, girl, the goddess commented as she hugged the brown-haired boy and placed him between her breasts. The sugar cube and her friends managed to stop Loki and that idiot who I don't know who he is. Lala. Issei-kun, I already called my father and he says he's on his way. I told him what happened and he asked me if we could lock him up until he arrived, so he could arrive in 3 days. Issei. Mio-sama, I look at the brown-haired boy with pleading eyes. Leo. Don't worry, I'll solve it, she said while creating a circle under the enemy and then quickly disappearing. Ready, it is locked in this seal. Rias. Well, it's time to go home, the Redeed commented calmly. Barakwheel. Akeno. Akeno. Let's talk at home, father, said the girl with a serious look, but her eyes showed that she wanted to cry at that moment. Barakwheel. Yes, that's fine. Akeno. Issei-kun, would you mind if we take one of the rooms to talk quietly? The brown-haired boy nodded. He was going to walk towards his fiancée, but he felt Akeno's hand. Issei. What's wrong? Akeno. I need your help. The brown-haired boy was surprised, but nodded to the girl's request, followed by her father who had a serious look. Room. The brunette, the fallen angel, and Ria's queen stared at each other seriously, the atmosphere in the room tense. No one said anything, and the silence began to suffocate Issei, who was the one who knew the least about the subject. Issei. Well, what do you need, Akeno-san? Akeno. I know that yesterday you felt the same as me when you touched my chest, she said seriously, provoking Baraquiel's anger. Baraquiel. What did he touch? Akeno. Wait, father, she said seriously while taking Issei's hand and once again placed it on her chest. Please, Issei-kun. Issei. You know Drake doesn't like me doing this. Drake. Please don't touch so many breasts, we've already seen a lot with the ones you touched in Seinen City. Baraquiel. What thing? Issei. I don't want to admit it, but I have the ability to see the memories of the breasts I touch. Drake. Just don't mention it out loud, I don't want the white guy to know. Baraquiel. What are you planning to do? Drake. This is going to be disgusting, just get it over with. The brown-haired boy nodded and touched Baraquiel's suit, who got angry at that act, but out of nowhere they were transported to a place that both father and daughter knew very well. The place was the old house of the fallen angel that he shared with his former wife, but now they had reached one of the worst moments of both of their lives. A scene showed a little Akeno who was crying over the body of her mother, who was dead on the ground. In front of them was the younger Baraquiel, who had in his hands two hooded people who were trying to get out of the grip of the fallen angel. Akeno girl. All this is your fault, that's why they killed my Okasama, said the girl crying as she ran out of the room. Young Baraquiel. I'm sorry, Akeno, he said sadly, while throwing away the people he was holding, to show that they were members of the Himejima family. Tell me, why did you do it? Young man. It was our leader's orders, we had to finish off that monstrosity, and whoever the… Baraquiel. You're talking about my family, he said seriously, while annihilating each one of them. I won't allow you to talk anymore about what I love most. Akeno. So in the end it was the Himejima who wanted us dead. So why haven't you looked for me since I left that day? Baraquiel. This is not over yet, he said seriously, while the image showed the symbol of Lucifer appearing in front of the young Baraquiel. Leo. I didn't think they were capable of doing this, and I did my best to make sure your daughter's aura wasn't detected. Young Baraquiel. It's not your fault, they should have followed me, all this is my fault. At that I look at the Mayu. I want to ask you a favor. Leo. I'll do my best, she said seriously, while making the family members' bodies disappear. Baraquiel. Could you take her under your wing? Leo. I'll tell my little sister to do it. I hope that with that and the message I'm leaving here, the Himejima family will think twice about attacking her. Young Baraquiel. I saw the fear in her eyes, he said depressed as he looked where his daughter went. I don't want her to suffer like that again. I'll be watching over her from afar, but please, I ask you to help me with her. Leo. I'll see what I can do. At that moment he felt several presences approaching the place. It's better to go, they're already approaching. Baraquiel. From that moment on I always looked after you from afar, Akeno, he commented to his daughter who was crying at that moment. Akeno. I always thought you hated me for leaving you like this, but you've always looked after me. Baraquiel. A father never stops looking after his children, even if they don't want us around. The girl, without wasting time, hugged her father while he reciprocated that act. Akeno. Then. At that moment a new scene appeared, where Akeno was with her fallen angel wings while being pampered by her mother. Akeno girl. Okasama, why isn't Otu-sama with us much longer? Shuri. Well, he has many occupations, but he knows one thing. Akeno girl. What is it? Shuri. That your father loves us and always takes care of us. Akeno girl. My wings are like my father's, they remind me a lot of him and I like them. Shuri. I know my little one and I know he feels the same way about you. Without further ado, that scene ended and he returned to the brown-haired boy's room, who just remained silent as he looked at his friend and his father hugging each other. Issei. I think it's best if I go, he said in a low voice as he left the room. Some time later. We see Akeno in the kitchen of the house, who was preparing a meat stew. The girl was wearing an apron and her attitude was the same, smiling. Issei. What are you cooking? I asked entering the room. Akeno. Come closer, this is something for you. Issei. For me? Akeno. It's like a thank you for helping me. The girl took a spoon. Do you want to try? The brown-haired boy nodded and approached the spoon that had the stew that Akeno had prepared, but suddenly his lips were taken by the lips of the girl, who wasted no time and hugged the brown-haired boy by the neck. He instinctively took her by the waist and brought her closer to his body. Akeno. Did you like my gift? Issei. Boo well, Akeno. Thank you for being by my side, said the girl as she leaned on his chest. But frig. We see the goddess inside her carriage already returning to her home. At her side was Baraquiel, who accompanied her on her journey, and he had a smile on his face. Frig. What's wrong? Baraquiel. Nothing, I'm just happy, he commented while opening a lunchbox he had in his hand. Frig. That girl sure knows how to cook, she said as she smelled the food. The Sekiryuutei is truly lucky to have her as one of his girlfriends. Hearing this, the fallen angel threw down the spoon and his face stiffened, then turned into a face of fury. Oracuel. I won't let that perverted dragon transform my little angel. Frig. Something tells me it'll be the other way around. At that moment the goddess looked around. Frig. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, whatever it is, I don't think it's that important. The next day. In the mansion's living room we see all the girls with sad faces because their Valkyrie was crying her eyes out in one of the armchairs. Roswis. How could he have left me here? Wow. Rias. Calm down, I don't think he did it on purpose. Issei. I say it was the opposite. He said it in a low voice so they wouldn't hear him. Asia. Issei-san, don't say that it's bad. Rias. Well, I don't want to take advantage of the situation, but what do you think about joining my peer group? The Valkyrie stopped crying and looked at Rias. Roswis. Is that possible? Rias. Yes, let me present you the offer and you analyze it. What do you say? The teary-eyed girl nodded again as she received a cup of tea from Akeno. At that moment Lala had entered the room in a hurry, which alarmed everyone. Issei. What's wrong? Lala. It's my father. He wants us all to get ready to go to the planet Deviluk for our engagement party. Boys. What? Chapter 23. The Space Commitment. Notice. Before starting I would like to clarify, when you see the word alien that says a dialogue, it is one of male hex. For the female hex you will identify it as extraterrestrial. Spaceship. We find ourselves on the Deviluk family's spaceship where we see Lala on Issei's lap. Momo and Nana are looking at the navigation screens. Their destination is none other than the planet Deviluk. But not only were they going to that planet, but also all of Issei's girlfriends from the underworld. Rias and her pair were enjoying the trip, not like the first time they went out in search of the cure for Sona's father. On that occasion the girls were more nervous. Now that role fell to the new crew members who were accompanying the chestnut. Rias. One-sama, are you sure it will be okay for you to come with us on this trip? Leo. No, I entrusted Serafal with the idea that if anything were to happen, she would have the power to resolve the issue. Azalea. This is incredible, she said in amazement as she looked out the windows. I never thought I would see anything beyond the underworld. Michelle. I'm scared, commented the girl who was under a table while being watched and supported by Arena. They told me it was a quiet meeting, not that we would leave the planet. Azalea. Details, said the cadre simply. Besides, if we had told you the destination, of course we wouldn't have come. Michelle. But doing it the way they did, it felt like I was kidnapped. Flashback. We see the faction leaders quietly sipping tea. Leo. Okay, let's finish our drinks and get everything ready for the outing we'll have today. Michelle. What are you talking about? Leo. What didn't Azalea tell you? We'll go to the planet Deviluk since Lala and Issei-kun formalized their engagement. Michelle. Excuse me, how will they convince me to get on that ship? Azalea. The same way we convinced you we'd go with Dad on that birthday trip. Michelle. Yeah right, like I'd let that happen again. Azalea looked at Mio, who nodded, and they both walked towards Michelle. Minutes later we see the entire Gremory family and Sitri with a huge drop on their heads as a peculiar scene unfolded before them. Michelle. Help guys, they're kidnapping me, said the girl with several seals on her body, tied up and blindfolded. Azalea. I told you to cover her mouth, she said while carrying the girl by the feet. Mio. And I told you that she tried to bite me, she responded angrily while she carried the girl's front part and both of them lifted the blonde into the ship. Issei. What just happened? End of flashback. Mio. Relax and enjoy this mini vacation. Michelle. But unlike you, I didn't let anyone know that I wouldn't be leaving the city or the country, but the planet, she said with a pout as she tried to sit down in a seat, plus I'm scared of being in space. Issei. You shouldn't worry, the brown-haired boy commented as he looked into space. These trips are safe on the Deviluk family's ship, of course, as long as Lala isn't driving. Lala. Mu Issei-kun, why do you say that? Issei. I remind you that you once crashed your ship when you were supposed to perform maintenance on it. The girl puffed out her cheeks at the embarrassing moment she was experiencing. Rias. It's a shame Sona couldn't join us on this trip. Leo. She must be taking care of her father who is recovering from that illness, the girl commented as she approached her companions, but she said that next time she would come and be the first to board the ship. Michelle. By the way, who stayed to take care of your house, Issei-kun? Issei. Well, for those who don't know, in Kuoh we have our new Deviluk guard. At Issei's house. Murayama. Wow, this is life, said the girl while she was resting on a pool tire. Hadis. Serving Hyoudou Issei's family has been the best, she commented as she returned to the pool with a soft drink in hand. Aston. I'm pretty sure this is no way to take care of the house, he commented seriously, wearing his respective combat suit. Hades. You should relax, the girl commented. Besides, thanks to Rias-sama, we are not the only ones taking care of Issei-sama's mother, she commented, while pointing at the boys' relatives who were also enjoying the day. Zaston. I still think it's not right. He grabbed a burger that was on the grill in front of him, but well, if that's the case, let's take a break. Back to the ship. Rias. Not only did they stay, my mother and sister also sent some demons to take care of Okasama, the girl commented with a smile. Captain. Please take your seats, we are about to land on the planet Deviluk, to be more exact in the royal palace. At that moment everyone sat in their corresponding places. Well, we are about to cross the atmosphere, the trip will be a little turbulent. Michelle. Not again, she said with teary eyes. The ship gave a small jolt as it entered the planet, causing the Archangel to cry in fear, while her two companions were just dying of grief for the girl's actions. Azalea. Not even Gabriel behaves like that anymore, the girl said sadly. After a few minutes the ship had arrived at the promised place, the castle of King Gid, the current monarch of the universe. Asia. It's impressive, said the girl with an expression of amazement at the beauty of the planet. Zenobia. Look, they also have their night school, said the girl with excitement upon seeing a training session. Irina. Oh lord, I wish you were alive to see all this, the girl said with emotion. Michelle. We don't know if father would know about all this, he must have notes in his room on the 10th floor, but we haven't had access, the girl commented while wiping away her tears. Captain. Well, we've arrived, you can now take off your seatbelts. Momo. Thank you for traveling with Deviluk Airlines, said the girl with a joking smile and a flight attendant outfit that no one knew where she got it from. The girls thanked the waitress with a bow, while Nana, who was dragged by her sister, also thanked her with great sadness. The boys who were following the guard who waited for them in the landing hangar went towards the interior of the enormous palace that was there. Leo. What if we make our headquarters like that? Azalea. It doesn't sound bad. Michelle. We must be austere, she said delicately. Issei. This is all impressive, commented the boy who was suddenly taken by his back and on his head had a pair of breasts. Akeno. Ara, don't leave me behind, Issei-kun, you fufu. Rias. Akeno, that's not fair, first of all, this is Lala's moment, so get off, Issei, said the girl seriously. Akeno. I don't think I'm the most suitable to say that, but you, the girl said mockingly, I'm not the one who took her left arm when her right one was already taken by Lala-san. The pink-haired girl was more than excited to have Issei on her planet. Lala. I want to take you to the crystal clear waterfalls around here. We also need to go to my lab so you can see what I've built over time. Asia. Issei-san, don't leave me alone on this planet that I don't know, the girl took part of his waist, causing the boy to blush. Zenobia. I see, it's a technique to get Issei-kun used to having his entire harem together. Issei. What? Mio. If so, I'm in. Momo. Ara, don't leave me behind. Issei. Don't wait, said the boy fearfully as he saw each of the girls launch themselves at him. Bid. It's taken them a long time to arrive, commented the king as he sat on his throne waiting. Sephi. Calm down, honey, maybe the girls took our guests to see the whole place. Bid. I told them the first thing they had to do was arrive and introduce themselves, and then they would have free time to get to know the place. At that moment the huge door to the king's hall opened. Guard. Your Majesty, presenting Princess Lala, the first Princess Deviluk, the second Princess Nana Deviluk, the third Princess Momo Deviluk, and their guests, he said seriously, but with a huge drop of sweat because of how they had arrived. Issei. Girls, I can't stand you all anymore, we'll fall. Greg. Hang in there, buddy, we'll be almost there, he said, encouraging his carrier. What is all this? The scene itself was a pair of legs holding all the girls who had traveled from planet Earth. The queen of the place just laughed underneath as she looked at her son-in-law's grief. Lala. Hello father, we're here, the girl commented as she left among so many girls who invaded the brown-haired boy. I already noticed, said the king while looking for the chestnut. Well, first of all I want to see the prisoner they caught. Leo. I'll take care of that, said Mayu, who was also leaving the group of girls who were with the brown-haired boy. Issei. Help, I can't take it anymore. At that, Mio took out of a pocket the alien that had attacked together, of course without agreeing with Loki. What a guy from the planet, where the hell do you come from? Alien. Spark, I come from the planet Spark, I am the Archduke of the region. Never mind, I see you were captured for attacking my beautiful daughters. Alien. I was going to take what was rightfully mine, the hand of the first princess of Deviluk, and thus take the throne of the universe. Well, I think your planet is one of the least developed or the message arrived late, but my daughter is already compromised and therefore I will consider this attack as a declaration of war by the planet Spark. Now how will I punish them? Alien. Don't wait, please, I have a wife and children. Issei. Wow, the guy wanted Lala and already had a wife, what a jerk. Asia. Issei-san, you have a harem. This caused a brown-haired boy to look away. Either way, you'll have to pay for attacking the royal family of the planet Deviluk. Lala. Father, I think it's best to let it go. The king looked at the girl with doubt, but he knew very well that Lala had a huge heart in these types of cases. Fine, I'll send a messenger with this guy in prison and ask that your king be the one to give the punishment, said Gid while making the sign. Seffi. Well, it's time for you to go. Leave your things and rest. In the evening we will have a small dinner in preparation for the big party tomorrow. The girls nodded and each of them took their bags to go rest for a while, but the question that almost the majority had was one. Girls. Where will Issei-kun sleep? The queen was surprised by that question. What do they mean? Lala. Well, since we arrived at Issei's new house, the girls have slept with Issei, said the girl blushing while the others nodded very naturally. Seffi. Well, we hadn't planned on that subject, but you can occupy one of the rooms that have one of the best and biggest beds in the palace. I don't think there will be a problem with that subject, said the mother of the pink-haired girls with a smile while in her arms, she held her husband with a look of hatred. Nana. Not all of us sleep with him, just my sister and the beast's girlfriends, she said with a blush and her typical tsundere voice. Seffi. Well, if that's the case, the others can take one of the rooms next to Lala's room. The girls nodded. By the way, Lala. Yes, mother. Seffi. You will sleep in your room, the mother said with a smile to reassure her husband. Lala. What? That's not fair, I want to sleep with Issei-kun too. Seffi. Until you are properly engaged, in this house you will respect our traditions. The older pink-haired girl just puffed out her cheeks and went to her room. Issei. I think he got angry, the boy commented with a smile. Well, go rest, said the king seriously as he returned to his throne with the seriousness he was known for. So, each girl who didn't yet share that connection with the brunette took a room. In Zenovia's case, she and Irina shared the same room because they weren't used to such luxury, especially the one sent by Michelle, who was still living in austerity. The others shared the bed with the boy, who didn't deny that he felt blessed by this scenario. The following night. In the enormous hall of Deviluk's palace, you could say the cream of the crop from all over space was gathered. Well, for Gid, that was the case, but for the others, there were many aliens who didn't know who they were. Asia. I'm scared, but you, said the girl without leaving her side. Rias. We should just behave as we normally do in the underworld, Asia, said the girl with an elegant smile, who was also wearing a beautiful dress. Look at my sister and the leaders, that's how we should behave. The girl mentioned the leaders, who were acting elegant, as if they'd already been invited to this type of event. For Mio, it was just another boring underworld party. Rias. A simple smile and a polite greeting is what we should give. Azalea. Who are you calling a spinster? The girl said angrily while being held by Michelle. Mio. Calm down, Azalea, we must not give the bad image to planet Earth. Alien 5. Well, no wonder you're a spinster, nobody wants your kind, he said mockingly while taking out a tentacle, but if you want we can fix it. How about we go to my ship and I show you how my kind procreates. Who was watching this scene, had a look of annoyance since he knew that this guy's species was only looking for one thing. Why can't the millions think about anything other than procreating? Seffi. It's best to get him out before he starts doing that courtship dance, the queen said politely from under her veil. Zenovia. Wow, first the underworld and now space, who would have thought there would be much more than what the church teaches. Irina. Oh lord, I wish you were alive to see all this, the girl commented while praying. Haruna. I never thought of coming to Lala's planet. Nana. Well, we were already planning on inviting them to our planet, but that happened and well. Haruna. Yes, I understand, but at least almost everything is back to normal. At that I looked at Yami, who had a sad look. Don't worry, Yami-san, you'll see that you will continue to forgive her. Yami. It's not like I care if my prey remembers who I am, he commented, but his voice held sadness in it. At that moment, the music stopped and the lights dimmed as the couple of the moment appeared on the stairs. Issei wearing a suit tailored to his specifications, which caused blushes not only in his girlfriends and classmates, but also. Alien 5. That's a man, not what I have at home. Alien 3. Look, humans may be less evolved, but you can tell that kid unleashes his wild side. Alien 1. Make me a whole family and I'll let him go. The girls, and especially Mio, began to throw sparks of jealousy from their hands. Well, in Haruna's case, she just looked dirty. Next to the brunette was Lala, who was wearing a beautiful dress that highlighted her figure and showed off her breasts even more. Alien 2. And to think that this human mass took away that queen who is coming. Alien 4. Damned humans, we should make them disappear, they will steal our women, he said, seeing how his companion had hearts in their eyes. Good evening to everyone joining us tonight, said the boy as he tapped his glass with a fork to get everyone's attention. I want to thank you for taking the time to come and join us for this beautiful moment. Alien 2. They actually forced us, he said in a low voice to another being who was at his side. Id. Who said that? All those present remained silent and moved away from the one who had offended the king in this way. Id. Well, for your beautiful comment, I will increase your planet's taxes by 50%. Alien 2. I already screwed up, he said with fear in his voice, since behind him was his leader who wanted to kill him with a look. Id. As I was saying, thank you for joining us today to celebrate the engagement of my beautiful daughter Lala Deviluk. The aforementioned girl blushed and greeted politely, and of that being who has been the only one to give me a good fight. This surprised and terrified everyone present as they looked at the boy, and who at one point managed to corner me. Ladies and gentlemen, the young Hyoudou Issei. Everyone in the room applauded in the hall, as for many it was the moment of presentation not only of a couple of Deviluk royalty, but also meant one thing. Id. As you know, whoever takes my beautiful daughter, the first princess of the intergalactic kingdom of Deviluk, is not only marrying a young woman belonging to the royal family, but is also being named as the next successor to the throne. The brunette choked at this, but he knew it was his destiny to take her as his wife. The girl just gently took Issei's hand while giving him a smile. Id. A toast to this beautiful couple who today are engaged to become husband and wife in the near future, he said seriously, but with joy in his heart at the same time. Leo. I also want my engagement dinner with Issei to be like this. I will talk to my mother so she does the same. Rias. I want it to be in Kyoto, I really love that place. Asia. That's right, we must return as soon as possible, we have that trip to Kyoto from the academy. Mio reacted to that comment, since Erafel had told her that it was of utmost importance that she take that trip, especially with her sister's nobility. Azalea. They are right, on that trip both Serafel and I will go to the Queen of the Yokai and hidden Kyoto to invite her to be part of the alliance. Haruna. Are we going to Kyoto? Rias. Well, only the second-year students, this trip is very traditional on the part of the academy. The girls celebrated this, while Nana and Momo made sad faces because they were in the first year. Katagawa. I must make sure that nothing indecent happens during that trip, he said with his serious attitude while eating a piece of cake. With the couple of the moment, the boys were greeting the guests who wished them a new life as a couple. I knew you'd get Issei to remember you. Bala. Run-chan, I'm glad you're here, said the girl as she approached her friend. Run. Hello Issei-kun, said the girl shyly, although she expected the boy's next reaction. Issei. I'm sorry, but I feel some anger towards you, although I still don't remember why. Run. I know why, I've been out of school since I arrived at Kuoh too, but I hope that soon Drag Seal can be removed and you'll remember me again. Bala. You'll see that you and Yami will be the last. Run. She still doesn't remember Yami-san, the girl shook her head. Issei. I know it will be like that, said the boy seriously. At that Asia approached the brown-haired boy with a punch in her hands for the boy. Asia. Take it Issei-san, you must be thirsty with this heat in the classroom. Issei. Thanks Asia, he took the glass, brushing his hands with hers, causing the girl to blush. By the way, what were you talking about over there? I saw that Yui-san. Asia. It's about the trip, we're going to Kyoto, the girls are excited to go on that trip. At that the blonde looked at the girl who hadn't been to school for a while. Run-san, how have you been? Run. Well thanks, with the tours being a goner, I haven't had time to be at school, but the season is over, so starting next week I'll be attending, maybe I can go on that trip with you. Asia. Yes, I think if Butchu talks to Sona Kaicho they might give her permission to go on the trip. Run. Well guys, congratulations again on your engagement. I'm going to see the girls. I haven't seen them in a long time and I'd like to know how they've been. Asia and the mint-haired girl left the place, leaving the couple alone for a moment. Bala. You still have that stamp with her, right? Issei. You know it's not by choice, but if I didn't do it, resentment would have made me, as a dragon, seek compensation for hurting my pride, the boy commented seriously, but still knowing that this greatly affects his companions. Bala. You'll see that soon everything will be as before, said the girl with her hand clasped together. Issei. Well, not entirely, he said when he saw Rias, who had a charming smile while talking with her friends. All this has changed, and I'm going to protect them with all my being. This was seen by Git and Sephi, who smiled to see that their daughter was more than happy, that after so many proposed commitments, she finally had someone by her side who loves her for who she is. Thus the express trip of the demons and Lala's friends had come to an end with a visit to the waterfalls that the pink-haired girl mentioned. It must be said that it was an unforgettable day for the kids who enjoyed the beautiful landscapes that this place offered. Days later. We see the boys now in the underworld, the place and arena of the Gremory family. Issei. They remind me of what we're doing here. Rias. My cousin Seryerg requested a visit or rather wants to see you. Issei? Me? The girl nodded. At that moment on the other side of the room Seryerg Bale, the firstborn of the Bale house and Ria's cousin on her mother's side made his appearance. Seryerg. Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure to see you again. Both boys shook hands, showing the respect each felt for the other. Rias. Hello Seryerg, how have you been? Seryerg. Excited to know that the next match of the tournament is against you. Rias. Wait, when did they announce it? Seryerg. A few days ago, didn't you hear? Rias. No, let's say I was off planet. The boy was surprised by this fact, since the pact with the Deviluk family was a secret. Seryerg. Well then I'll tell you, he said in a challenging but good way, I want to fight against Hyoudou right now, I can't wait for our game to come. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.